Run that up, Rico.
Caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution. Look at my face, pay me respect, please do not play with my line. If you want taste, what you gon' get? Shit that gon' bury your mind. All that's at stake, where is my check? Need every nickel and dime. You play with my race, put you in check, but stopping the vision to climb. They mad that these niggas done woke up and now all our visions to go. Where is the bag to get us so caught up? Yeah, that is the mission and goal. Staying on cold, some of y'all doing too much. Straight up be looking like hoes, never gon' grow. Can't count on you and cuz most of y'all doing the most. Like this is a show, doing it for entertainment, or you doing it for clout, or you doing it to sit at the table with crackers for words in your mouth. I don't play with enslavement, these are the days of the South. These days we play differently, this is what black empowerment's about. Wait, I said there's no time for no friends. Either you with us, against us, don't switch it, cause one of us die in the end. Hey, I'm keeping my eye on the lens, watching the ops despising the picture cause they wanna see the one end. Hey, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind. Hey, I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution.
Hold on, wait, see a black man doing great with black-owned businesses, building in a different state. Why you snakes way late in the grass, plotting on what you can take? Black money in a black bank, mean black money is safe, protected, like it's heavily protected. If he ever feels threatened, then he go a lead and knock him off his check. Let's check this. For the record, he can never be weak. Disrespecting any checking your cheek. Rep your set, he reppin' red, black, and green. Never fall, won't quit. There's no limit to what I do for mine. Pay your soul, they don't take coming with the anger and hate up all of my ancestors combined. You wanna get one time? I keep it fully loaded, extended in a fully auto effing to keep you from crossing that gun line. Hit you in violation. I ain't never shot a cave, man. You be the first, I'ma give you this work. You get in the way of my occupation, yeah. Like I'm the boss and I don't like the way that you talking. This is my office, get permission before you walk in. The yellow tape across the door means
caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my line, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution.
Run that up, Rico.
Yeah. Let it go. 84 music. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. Woo. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame niggas, it's fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from its knees, take it and let it grow. Get the block where it needs, leave him watching like woo. You know I'm on ribbon with a painless. Cold stove stepping, watching my lean shoot. Building weapons and gold, you know they aim is. Living levels and smiles all of the English. As long as we keep working while the game comes. If not, break it open, taste like one thing for certain, where the game done. Yeah, we taking over where the lanes run. Woo. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch us take control, watch us take the streets. Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking this. Fuck the police and law, watch me bring the heat. Ooh. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame, nigga, it is fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get a block what it needs, leave him watching like woo. No matter where I go, I see the same shit. Cops kill another with the same clip. And all I see is movies, bots and slave ships. We wonder why we struggle just to make it. Preachers giving sermons, but we don't see the work. Another body down, they gon' need a hearse. Cops playing games, take his body search. Play into the grids, everybody hurt. Whoa. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch us take control, watch us take the streets. Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking these. Fuck the police and law, watch me bring the heat. Ooh. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame, nigga, is fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get a block what it needs, leave him watching like woo.
Yeah, back once again. I think I got caught. One second. There we go. And get that going. Okay, we are ready once again. Back in the house. Shout out to the Institute. Can you hear me now? Yeah. All right, you should be able to hear me now. Sorry. Trying to get the stuff together. Shout out to the Institute. Another successful science fair getting underway. Part one was earlier today, and they will be having part two tomorrow. Got to confirm the time. Shout out to all the people that came through at the site and all the online participants that showed up and presented their projects. As you can see, I was not able to make it because I am tasked with repair work, all the tools. My computer is in the shop getting surgery, and nobody's doing it. Nobody's going to fix it but me. So I'll probably be working on that for the rest of the weekend. But since I wasn't able to help out on the control boards during the science fair, I did want to at least get a stream going for the Saturday night Memorial Day weekend. Got a lot of people going out of town. Got a lot of people coming in town. Some people just hanging around. However, which way it go, we're going to keep going with the show. So Q is probably wrapping up at the site location. Give him time to get settled in. He might be joining later. Either way, we're going to try to keep it going as long as possible. But if there are no participants, we will put it on pause till tomorrow. So, how far the crash out dummies gonna fall down the rabbit hole? We may have to change up the title. Put some names in the title. Some people crash out and don't know they crashing out. You don't always have to yell and scream loudly to be crashing out. Some people crash out and don't even say a word. They just start spazzing out. What's up with it? Daniel, Barry, Demi, Wale, everybody in the clouds. You're going to come out sooner or later. I'm pretty sure of that. Trying to make sure I got all my tools and screws so I won't be out of order whenever I get a chance to do that. Hopefully I'll be finished sometime this weekend. But yeah, shout out again to the all the STEM students. We got some people going to college. We got some people just starting the program. We got a lot of the kids that are transitioning and picking up new skills. I know there was a couple that found out about the institute through one of the science fairs and convinced their parents to sign them up. So we want to make sure we keep promoting the institute. SQ is expanding his location in Brooklyn and down there in the North Carolina area. For now, more locations to come, more courses to come, more support to come. But we'll save the Monday through Friday to promote the Institute in full swing, because we have the event this weekend. The weekend usually invites and creates space for people that don't normally tune in and chime in. So I'm sure that we will have plenty of new people, some old visitors probably will come back through. But one thing is for sure, the pseudo's gonna come through. I'm ready for it. Will of the Most High, what's up with it? Appreciate it. Make sure I got my other device tuned up. Still in there, man. Still in there. Let's see. There you go. I do that one time. Do that 2 times. You gotta take apart layers and layers of boards. I gotta take apart the fan. That's when I'm gonna be on. That's what I'm gonna be on for at least the next 2 days. I don't have no instruction manuals, and nobody on YouTube is going to go step by step in order to help me figure out what I need to do. So that's going to be what 20, 25 years of experience training. What do you call that? Troubleshooting. What do you call that when you see what works and see what doesn't work? What do you call that? Trial by error. Yeah, because I don't have my test instrument. When that light turns green, that means that I'll be able to start again. I gotta take it step by step. Only Mika. I know y'all probably wondering why I haven't started ranting yet, because I've been using all my energy. And I will be putting a link out for those hiding in the back. But in the meantime, and acknowledge and congratulate who have showed their interest in actually pushing forward into making sure that most of the effort is given into information and education and training and informative content, just like we see um, the same effort given into non-informative content, mainly entertainment. Let me just stop trying to sound like I'm in a classroom. As much as time that you spend on entertainment, there needs to be at least 4 to 5 times as much effort and energy spent on education and valuable information that impacts the Black community, primarily the younger folks, that they can actually use. Q has recently highlighted the viral videos that have the Black fatigue title in them, and recently made me aware, and others as well, regarding the actual origin of that, which was entitled a book, actually, an actual book titled Black Fatigue. And so the meaning has gotten twisted, of course, for entertainment purposes. White people have once again tried to shame Black folks. And then we have other black folks following behind them in the same behavior, trying to shame other black folks. When you notice black folks that jump on these bandwagons, they never seem to have enough energy or any motivation to shame white folks. Why is that? Are they scared of white folks? What I hear, oh, I'm not worried about white folks. Well, if you're not worried about white folks, why do you follow them? Why do you emulate them? Why do you try to copy them? Why do you use them as a reference for success, or use them as a standard, a measure of good or bad? And while he's doing that, I recently discovered uh, a book as well entitled Jim Crow Pink Slip: The Untold Story of Black Educators, highlighting the time period between Reconstruction through civil rights and pretty much the rest of the 70s and 80s, on how integration in the education system, the school system in America, quietly managed to integrate the students and the kids, but they did not integrate the teachers and the administrators, the principals and the superintendents. There was a big gap in there. So I just want to acknowledge that before we get off into the weekend festivities. Oh, that's what you do. You do troubleshooting work, no doubt. Make sure I got the right link. Hold on one second. Only got two hands. I used to be pretty good with this. And y'all make sure y'all save the science fair video. Went about 6 hours, I think. Yeah, that's a good idea to split them up into a weekend. That way, everybody be home. What's up, Ava? Okay, I'm having trouble on that, so let me just do this. Give me 1 second. Okay, there we go. We should have a link out. All right, and the moderators, make sure y'all copy the link and keep it posted in good rotation till we get it pent up. Hopefully sooner. So, we're into the holiday weekend, Saturday night. A lot of people are going to have a 3-day vacation weekend. Some of y'all have a little bit longer than that. But yeah, the crash out dummies. And I know we have some people are going to be asking, who are the crash out dummies? Well, it depends on who's crashing out and what they're crashing out about. Some people have legitimate reasons to crash out. I am no stranger to crashing out. I will crash out without warning, depending on the circumstances. But some people crash out just because they want to crash out. They don't really have a purpose of crashing out. They just make it a point to let everybody know that they're not feeling well and I want somebody to give me some attention.
Yo,
What
Dad,
up,
what's
madam?
up? Yo, what up?
What's up?
Oh shit, cooler man. Just got to the crib. What's happening?
What's up? We just wrapped up the science fair. This is the late night weekend stream.
No doubt, no doubt. Yeah, big up the Q, man. I saw bits and pieces while I was at work earlier.
Yeah, that was day one. So they will have the second part coming up tomorrow afternoon. Should be right around the same time, probably around noon, between noon and 1, I think. That way they'll give people a chance to get their projects in and enjoy the rest of their weekend. So
Yeah,
shout out to all the staff.
yeah. Shout out to all the staff and all the kids, man. I saw a few kids on the panel. Well, not on the panel, but you know.
Yeah. You know, couple kids was in the car. They were already at their barbecues and outside festivities.
Yeah, man. A lot of people been celebrating this so-called Memorial Day.
Yeah, shout out to all the vets, all the military personnel, dependents of the military personnel.
Yeah, shout out to Marley, man. You want to get your free steak today, Marley? Nah.
Yeah, I think that's Monday though,
Oh
or at
yeah,
least in this area.
yeah. I know some places they give discounts throughout that weekend sometimes.
Hmm.
Man, I guess everybody that ate good and went to bed, man. I'm used to seeing a packed house up in here.
Nah, we just started.
Oh, you just started.
Yeah, it's still early. 11 o'clock on the East Coast.
Yeah, it's 10 o'clock Central Standard.
Yeah, about 8 o'clock on the West Coast. So
Yeah,
we're gonna try to keep it going through the middle of the night. What's
I
up, Savio?
seen it popping in New Jersey, man. Like I be watching them live. You know how they got the cameras that show you all the cities and shit across America.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't know it be popping like that in New Jersey. What was that? Ocean Beach, New Jersey, or something? Ocean City, Jersey, or something. They did the live cam through there, man. I ain't know that many black folks was in Orange City, New Jersey.
Yeah, they spread all out.
Thought I would have seen
No.
Psycho in the crowd, but I ain't seen it.
Yeah, that's on the other side of the state from where he's at.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's closer to the New York area. That ocean part of New Jersey is far away from the main interstate. Off of 95, you got to go on another highway, probably another 45 to 60 miles.
I think I only been to what? I think I passed through Camden, New Jersey. I think, was that Camden? I can't remember.
Yeah, that's
What up, Def?
What's up, Savio?
Not much.
What up, Savio? Ain't the only one on the panel, bro.
What up, yo?
I thought he was gonna talk shit.
But yeah, I wanted to send a shout out to the school and to the kid, to the young minds that's being cultivated and who are challenging themselves and doing things that people wouldn't expect them to do.
Mm-hmm.
And technology to strengthen their brains and create them neural pathways and things like that. Big ups.
Yeah, man, that new AI. Y'all seen that new AI shit they dropped, man? Oh my god.
Nope. I don't care about
they
AI.
got
AI is dumbing the community down.
But I mean, that's what our kids gonna be into, though. You know? That's what our kids gonna be into. They got an AI now, man, where when you put the prompts in, it build like the real life characters and the background. No, I mean, I was watching shit.
Oh yeah, you talking about you talking
Neo
like
or something like
I
that.
thought you was talking about like that Chat GPT shit.
Nah. But this one, you could type in the prompt what he wanted to do, and it kind of create like the real scenes and shit. Like this shit was hard. I was paused. I was watching it on Science Network, or Science earlier, the Science Channel.
Oh, that's cool. So
yeah, I need to let that create my flat Earth disc record video. I'm buying that.
What? You really invested in that flat Earth disc record, huh?
Yeah, I'm gonna make a video for that song, man. I got props from like major artists, bro. Like, I mean, I might not have that many views on there. I don't know how many views that, but I've got some, you know what I'm saying, some heavy hitters that hit me up. You know what I'm saying? So I ain't tripping.
Who was the heavy hitters that hit you up?
I don't want to say their name, man, because a lot of times when I speak,
What?
man, it don't go right. Yeah, so I just wait for it to happen, and when it happens, you know what I'm saying? Because all the artists I was gonna hook up with, something happened, bro. So I try to just not say nothing, or it's like who they are. You know what I'm saying? Because like I was gonna do a verse with Fatal Hussein, man. Next thing I know, like a couple weeks later, he got killed in a car accident. I was gonna, you know what I'm saying? I met Mo3 like 3-4 weeks later, he got shot and killed. So I was like, oh shit, man, I'm not mentioning no names. I'm just going, you know.
You was gonna do a
Say what?
Yeah,
I don't know. I had to pay. I had to pay for it. You know what I'm saying? But I was willing to pay the money.
We all believe you, Madonna. We all believe
I'm not saying that for belief. I'm just saying that's a fact. But you know, that's just what happened, bro. Like, but yeah, man. I'm trying to get back on my music, man. I work down there 7 days a week, so it just be, you know. You know, I'm the greatest rapper alive. I know it sounds funny right now.
In your world of delusions, as long as it makes you feel good.
I know it don't make me feel good. I'm pissed the fuck off. I allowed hip hop to go down to circle the drain. I can't let hip hop. I can't let hip hop continue to circle the drain with this level of music that's out here, bro. Like I gotta show niggas how the shit is done. You know what I'm saying? I think a nigga like me can show these niggas like what's music again, bro.
You showed them the first time?
Nah. See, the first time, you know what I mean? I was part of a group and shit. You know what I'm saying? And it's been you know what I mean? Hey man, it's been a roller coaster. You know what I'm saying? But I'm pretty much stable now, so God willing, you know.
It's gonna be up to God.
Yeah. Whether all the cards get laid, like, you know what I'm saying? It takes me though. You know what I'm saying? I gotta take the steps, but the Most High gotta control my brain.
You don't have no control over your brain?
Yeah, I have control over my brain, but my thoughts, you know, I don't know what thoughts come from. Me personally, I don't know where they come from. I don't know where all these thoughts are that just bombard my mind at it's like 1,000,000 miles per second. You ever be riding and like 1,000 ideas just start just invade you and shit?
No.
Like that, bro? Well, I've been an artist all my life, for like painting and all kind of shit. So it's like all kind of ideas be bum rushing my head, especially when I'm riding and just seeing shit. I don't know where them ideas come from, but it'd be like I be trying to, you be trying to, like, damn, I need to write these down. You know what I'm saying? You be trying to not forget, But that's the mystery of. I guess that's the mystery of what we call mind. Like, where do thoughts come from? Why do we have, when we do certain things, 1,000,000 thoughts in your mind sometimes?
No. Never was a concern on where thoughts come from.
I really never thought about that.
Nah. Got too much going on, yo. Trying to figure out.
Where do your thoughts come from? To worry about where your thoughts come from, for real? Is that really what you sit around and think
I don't worry about it. I say, sometimes when you sit, you like, damn, what that? You might, an idea might pop in your head. You like, damn,
you think about where your thoughts. No, nobody said worry. I said think. You sit around and think about where your thoughts from?
Hell yeah, why not? If I got thoughts if I got thoughts entering my brain on subjects and things that I'm not really, I'm like, a lot of times I'm not even thinking about or concerned about. When that shit hit my mind, I'm like, where did that come from? Like, why did I think that shit?
Madonna. The reason you thought it is because you were thinking it.
What are you talking about?
Or was it?
Okay, you could be talking to somebody.
You
right?
said Madonna be thinking?
You funny, damn. That's funny as hell. Yeah,
Apparently not.
that
Apparently
was a good
not,
one,
Dev.
Dad. Like that was Dad. That
Apparently
was
not,
good,
Dev.
bro. That was good, Dad.
Apparently
But
not.
Sabio, you know,
Nope.
bro,
Nope.
this happened to every human being on the planet. I know it has. Well, I can't say every human being, but most human beings probably. You could be
Random
talking to
thoughts.
somebody else, and
Random thoughts
you hold
pop
on. You
into
could be
our
talking to somebody else.
into our
Hold on.
brains randomly. They're called random thoughts.
Okay, so you proving my point.
No, I'm not.
Random. You don't have to be thinking the shit just randomly pop in your mind. It's just like you could be sitting down talking to somebody. You could be sitting down talking to somebody, ain't even thinking about one of your cousins or something. Next thing you know, this nigga pop in your mind out of nowhere. Like, what the fuck?
I have no clue on what you're talking about. Yeah.
Maybe it's just me, man.
Yeah.
You know, I am one of the
Dev,
144,000.
this is why psychology classes are desperately needed.
Well, shout out to all the people that's taking them classes, because y'all got a whole bunch of work ahead of y'all. Yeah.
No, black psychology classes is what's needed. See, that's the problem. We need more black psychology, you know, because white psychology,
We got a bunch of black psychology.
They don't understand.
We have a whole slew of black psychologists that you're not aware of.
They mind messed up too.
I study them. I study a lot of. I use a lot of things that I'll be taught.
Well, see, the problem is, Fabio, a lot of our black psychology, because psychologists, they mind is just as messed up as some of our people's.
Says the person who don't have thought.
Bro, I just told you, like
says
I said,
the person who don't have thoughts. We're
I didn't say I don't have thoughts. I said I don't know where they come from. Hey, how you know you working off Wi-Fi? How you know you ain't working off something like Wi-Fi, bro? And frequencies and data just in your brain through that. Yeah, your body is something like Wi-Fi. Yeah, wireless. Yeah, it's wireless. That's what you are, bro. You are walking. You like walking. We as human beings like walking Wi-Fi, bro.
This nigga is retarded.
Well, I mean, you call it what you want. I'm just calling it what it is.
What up, Price? Good looking out, man, for the working the board earlier today, man. Much as I tried to log in and help out, I was tasked with some technical duties. Let's see here.
That was a waste of question. I'm not asking that.
That's what kept me off the board.
Hey, you know what, Dev?
Huh?
What? I was going to ask a question. The last few statements that I've heard makes me not even want to ask.
I know. Because
go ahead and ask it.
He gonna prove my point. That's why. But go ahead. Let's see if Madonna is.
All right. So how many scholarly papers have you read on anything that you think you're studied on or you can brush up on?
Pertaining to what, psychology or what you mean? What you talking about?
Anything, psychology, evolution, the Bible, the latest Bible research, anything.
Several works, bro. Don't you know I was a researcher? You remember G consciousness? Remember G Con? Hold on, let me ask you a question.
Because I can actually hold on. The reason I asked is because I can actually show you every paper that I've read this week on one specific topic, race and racism in antiquity. I can show you every single paper I've read this week.
Okay, congratulations.
From Sunday to Sunday. From Sunday to Saturday. I can show you every paper I've read.
Well, that's cool. I mean, that's good. And nothing wrong with that. You know what I mean? But
I've read about 8 to 10.
But see, because the thing is this, right? Who on this earth is going to tell me about race in antiquity, right? When they wasn't there. First of all,
I appreciate that dumbass statement. I'm not even
That
gonna
was
go down that
dumb.
route yet. I
That's a
appreciate that
fact.
statement. No, 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 no. I appreciate that. But it's just like any other part of history. So there's certain things that we can do what? Line up through historical documents, through the letters, travelogues, writings, and things like that, dates and things like that. And that's what the scholars do with race and racism, or racism and race. They trace what they have done. And I can show this. I've been showing it for the last couple of weeks. I've shown
Okay,
papers on this, haven't I, Dad?
okay, just tell us what they have done.
Yeah, haven't I shown papers on this?
I'm just saying, tell us. Just sum it up.
Yeah.
What happened?
Okay. So one thing that they've done is they've went back to antiquity, to writers like Herodotus, Pliny, some of the early Greek philosophers or pseudoscientists, whatever you want to call them. The Socrates, the Plato's, others, and then they also went into the Middle Ages, or what some people call the Dark Ages, and the Renaissance, and they were able to do what? Find traces of what we can consider racism or othering. Remember, I mentioned the word other a long time ago. And monstrous races, and they've noticed a pattern of what? Stratification along social and economic barriers. So when I mentioned the gold, silver, and bronze people, that was written way back in like the 2nd, 3rd century BC. What they did was they noticed how that put people in categories: bronze at the bottom, silver in the middle, and gold at the top.
Bro, let me show you, bro. I mean, I understand that, right?
So hold up. I'm not done. Because what they were able to do with the Renaissance, because with the going through those Dark Age papers and seeing the trends through that, they were able to go into the Renaissance and the Enlightenment and see how they picked up those ideals and used them to do what? Push this ideal called European or whiteness, Europeanism or whiteness. So whiteness.
What happened? I don't hear you, Savio, if you still there, unless my shit went out. What's going on? No, I think you went out, Savio. You know what I mean? But hey, yo, Deb, you still here?
Samuel went out.
Yeah, okay, he did went out. I thought I didn't know if it was my shit tripping. But yeah, I hear you, Savio, man. But the one thing, see, white folks. Well, I mean, I'm trying to hear your point out, bro. But I mean, even the ancient Egyptians, right? When it comes to race, they you know, they made what I would call differences between the people who was visiting their country. So if you come into my country, right, and I got borders and I got soldiers at my borders, right, and you coming through as new people and whoever you are, right? So me, as like the people in ancient Egypt, they was governors of that land and rulers, right? They had a big army, so they knew who was coming in and out their country, and they classified those people, and we can see that on different, like you got I think it's inside this tomb of what they call Seti I. You can see the relief of them showing the different people who was coming into their, to their lands. So, what we call race today, that shit only came about probably what, the 1500s maybe, or maybe 1600s, according to historians, because all whites didn't see themselves as what we call whites coming over from Spain and Europe and wherever else they came from, caves and I don't know where else, rocks and shit. I don't know, but we know they came somewhere from afar, right? But they they got smart once they came into the so-called United States and to create themselves as one, and that as one was uh white people, you know. So white people is a new thing on the earth. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I hope Savio jump back up here because I'm trying to hear him out and what's his main point and what have he found, what profound information he found, you know, and how was they uh, sorting out what we call race in antiquity. But yeah, I don't know, man. You know what I'm saying? That's the thing. None of us was there. So I mean, I understand. I understand you got scholars and people out here that put together well put together papers and they do their due diligence and they do their research and and they want to know. They got great ambitions. You know what I mean, and great expectations. I think that's my man Gordon. I forget his first name, Ben, maybe Ben. I forgot his name, but my man last name Gordon. But yeah, there goes Savio. Oh, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, so what they did was they were able to trace it up to the modern day, what you would call the pseudoscientific revolution, and how they took the ideals from there and tried to use science to further this idea of whiteness. Oh yeah, we can't look at race from a Western lens because what we're doing is we're doing every other person on the planet a disservice. Like I've been saying.
But see, people always did that though.
No,
People have
no,
borders.
no,
I'm
no.
just saying in
Go
antiquity,
ahead.
right? I'm just saying in antiquity, right?
Go ahead.
People have borders. And when you have borders, right, that means you monitor who comes in, who comes out. And from what I've studied of antiquity, people went by the names of their father's house most of the time. When they went into countries or different lands, they say, I'm from the house of this, my father, such and such, and woo woo woo. And they was, they was classified, people they still they say, like, I hear a lot of black people, silly black people today saying, I don't see color. Like, bro, that's the most silliest shit you can say. But I guess basically what I'm saying is that I think in antiquity, in ancient times, they did have what we would call a caste system or a race or how we see it. Because, like I said, when you look on some of the tombs in Egypt, you seeing them drawing different foreigners who was coming in and out of their lands.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I could be wrong
Okay.
as hell.
Yeah. But they call that proto racism.
Mm.
That's the term that they actually use. Proto racism. That's actually a term that they've been using.
No, I said,
For white people.
that's a good word. Go ahead.
But those ideals, it was to show that they saw what we noticed, that people had different skin tones. So if you remember, I mentioned the words natio, genus or genos, and olutrices. Those words also denoted olutrices is like snappy hair, curly hair. Natio represents like your nation or your clan or your blood. And genus is like your blood. So they all represent different things. And it all depended on where you were when those words were being used and how they were applied to you.
Yeah,
So this is all about what? empires. So if you weren't in an empire, these things probably weren't being applied to you.
Yeah, that's a. I
So
mean,
how was the people in Africa that?
well, you know,
Now you start seeing the nuance in the conversation.
I mean, I always understood what the point you was making, you know, but hey, I don't know, but I was gonna say something. Oh shit, go ahead, bro. Slipped my mind.
But yeah, it's based off of like the last paper was saying. And I don't know if she totally agrees, if this scholar totally agrees with most of the things I say, but from what because I read the whole paper, and it's like sourced with a lot of the sources I've used, a lot of the scholars I've used. It's 14 pages of writing with like another 9 pages for sourcing and shit, of sources and shit. So they did their homework. But one of the things that I noticed throughout is that this idea of whiteness has become the dominant way of looking at history and things. And that gives the white myth that they were meant to colonize and settle the world because it was their destiny and all that shit. It gives it life.
Well, I think they came up with a plan and said, "Hey, we're this skin tone and we look alike." I believe some white men or women, whoever they got together, they came up with a strategic plan to unite as white.
No. They created whiteness because they was in a world of color.
They created the idea and said, "Hey, we're gonna all fall up under this umbrella and we're gonna rule the world."
No, it wasn't about ruling the world. It was about separating, creating an identity that separated them from the rest of the colored populations.
Yeah, I know, and that's why you had things like the East Indian Company and all these different people from way back. They was setting up shop. Not only setting up shop physically, they were setting up shop mentally. Because we know at one point in time, the area where we call the Vatican at, it made I think what's the language? What's that language of the Vatican? Is it Italian? Is it damn? Well, whatever the language is over there, right? I know it ain't Spanish.
Latin?
I think it's Latin. But they made Latin. Yeah, they made Latin, like I forgot what year it was, right? They made Latin the lingua franca of that area. You couldn't teach in school in no other language. You couldn't teach in religion in no other language. You couldn't do none of that, right? So they outlaw anything around that area that, saying that wasn't of that what they was setting forth. And I think that's had a snowball effect.
Well, I don't know about all that because I don't really go off of what I think. I go off of what I can reference and source and fact check.
No, that's a fact. That's written history, bro. I think
that
because I'm only going by what they say. So
the one thing that I do know is that if we want to really create an identity for ourselves using the Western way of doing it and looking at it from their perspective of creating a race of people and categorizing us and always looking at ourselves as victims isn't going to help us.
I beg to differ. We must always see ourselves as the victim, especially when it comes to racism and what we call white supremacy. We always will be the victim until we have some reparations or some uh, whatever whatever word they want to put on it. You know what I'm saying? And besides, I ain't talking about no apology. Screw that. You know what I'm saying? What is that? Shit, people apologize and lie at the same time daily. You know what I'm saying?
So,
Like shit.
so when I say stop looking at ourselves as victims, we have to understand that the things that has happened, and the things that are going to happen will happen. All we can do is work to better ourselves in our communities and work to not even affect them. It isn't
You know
about
what?
changing them. And
You
that's
know
been
what?
our big problem. I think we've been too busy worrying about changing them and their racist ideologies. I think we need to develop more of a racist ideology or racial ideology.
I think what happened was we stopped blaming them, bro. A lot of us wanted to stop blaming them. We must always recognize ourselves as the victim because that's what it is. History shows that from the time, even though like some of y'all don't believe we was already here. From the time we came on them ships up to this very day, bro, we still victims. Why? Because the same shit, we see the same shit happening to us that was happening to our ancestors, right? So it's the same
Nope,
cycle. Hold on, it's the
nope,
same cycle, right?
nope.
So
They
check
not
it,
li-
listen this.
they not taking niggas out their houses and burning them in
I'm
the
saying I
middle of
didn't
the
say that.
night.
I said we seeing some of the same
No,
things. We seeing
the same
hold on, we
shit's
seeing
not happening.
hangings.
They
Hold on, I'm
not
saying, hold
tying
on.
a nigga up
Let's hear
by
me
two
out.
horses
Bro, of course not. I'm just saying,
and smacking the horses and ripping them apart.
but check this
No,
out though,
they not. The
Samuel.
same shit is not
What I'm
happening.
talking about, what I'm saying is this, bro. We
They not
seeing
tarring
some of the
feathering
same
niggas
shit.
in
I'm
2025.
saying we seeing some of the same shit, bro. We seeing hangings. We seeing because we know the police department is an extension of the slave catchers, right? That's a fact. That's a historical fact. That's how it came about, and that's why it exists. You know what I mean? So all I'm saying is, if the people they call small hats
Learn.
can always
Cause
wait a minute. If the people, let me say this, you got it. If the people we call small hats, right? If they can,
where the hell they
hold
coming
on,
to this shit at?
wait. You gotta hear me out. If the people we call small hats gotta throw their history and they victim hood asses in our faces daily, not only through media, through the movies, through TV screens, through what we watch daily. They be victims daily. That's why you got the defamation league. They got all kind of shit. Why? Because they still feel as though they're victims, right? All right, but go ahead.
All right, now all that preaching sounded good to those who want to preach it, but no one's saying don't acknowledge what we've been through and act like it's not happening and isn't happening. No one's saying that. You want to know something I watched today? I'm not sure. I don't know if you're aware of. I happened to catch a video on the Young Turks, and they're removing artifacts out of the Blacksonian.
So what?
What do you? They're removing African American history out of the Blacksonian.
Right.
Under
So
whose order?
So you know what that means? You know what that means?
Under whose order? Hold up. So what they're doing is they're erasing our history. They're doing their best to try to erase remnants of the I didn't interrupt you either, of slavery. Now, does that mean we don't teach our people about it? No.
Well, what we
Does
do
that mean
is,
we don't fight? Hold up, I'm not done. Does that mean we don't acknowledge our history here? Not at all. That means we continue to do what we have to do to make sure our history and our heritage is not erased through white supremacy and their tactics, because their tactics have always tried to do what? Erase us. So since we recognize this, we have to do what? Take the reins and stop playing victim. We have to make them recognize that we're not going to continue to just lay down. But you want to just lay down and play the victim role. Cool. As long as you play the victim role, they don't have to give you anything but what they've been giving you.
well, see, that's where you got to twist it. I didn't tell nobody to lay down. I just say we're still victims of a lot of those circumstances, basically. You know what I mean? So what I'm saying to you is this. Let me touch on the first point. Hold on. Let me touch on the first point you made about Donald Trump taking a step out of the African American persona.
Video.
Oh no, I saw that. I saw that, bro. I saw that all across the news, bro. I saw that. I saw it. Trust me, I saw it. Trust me, Savio. You know I saw it. Now check this though, right? My point is this. I don't give a damn if you do take it out. My thing is this. I'm the type of ninja that would say, hey, Trump, if y'all taking it out of this, can y'all donate it to our African American Center of Studies of History or something? Donate it, give it to us. That's all we got to do. It's okay if y'all take it out.
Do you know what the Blacksonian is? You don't even know what the Blacksonian is, do you?
Bro, it's basically a museum.
But it's the Blacksonian. Where is the Blacksonian at?
Bro, who paid for it?
We did.
No, okay, we did.
It was built.
If we bought it, he won't be able to touch it. The reason he can do it is because we're not funding. Hold on.
Federal
What it is
landmark.
The funding that's going to the funding that's going to
federal landmark. Do you understand that?
So I mean, that's my point. So what?
As the chief executive, he basically can do what he wants to do, as he's been doing. But you don't recognize this. You cheerlead for Trump, erasing taking our history out of the Blacksonian. Have you ever visited I visited the Blacksonian.
Bro, stop. No, you haven't.
It's in Atlanta. It's the African American History Museum down in Atlanta.
Bro, when I said it was a museum, you act like I was lying.
No, I didn't say you were lying.
Oh, okay. But let me say this, bro. My thing is this, man.
I'm telling you what it is. I visited.
Okay, you probably did, bro. I give you the benefit of that. I don't know. I give you the benefit of that.
Tomorrow Luther King house down there too.
I got you. I feel you, King. I'm just saying this, right? Now, me, right? This is how I think. I had to ask myself, okay.
You think?
Hold on. Where are the fundings coming from to keep these museums in place and all these? Where most of the funding is coming from? So if the funding is coming from the federal government, majority of it, and Trump say, hey, man, shit, y'all need to fund your own shit, basically. That's what I get out of it. And me, he right. So what if the federal government don't want to fund this shit no more? I don't give a damn. That means we, all them rich ass niggas in Atlanta or wherever the museum is at, they need to put their money up and build a building. I mean, because that's my thing. We don't got to wait on Trump or the white man. My thing is, goddamn, if you got all these billionaires, but see, that's what, you know what? Niggas don't give a fuck about shit until the white man touch it.
So
just like DEI, niggas don't give a damn about shit until the white man touch it.
I want to make sure I understand the balance in your argument, because the artifacts and things that have to do with our history, it's okay for them to get rid of, but their racist history, the artifacts that has to do with their racist history, they don't have to get rid of. They don't have to touch those artifacts.
I'm just saying, bro.
No,
A
no,
lot of
no, no,
times,
no. I want. I'm trying to make sure there's balance in your conversation. Like, how is it right on for them to erase our history, but not theirs?
bro, because it's their shit. This is the white man's shit. And if you want the shit, it's like a nigga from the movie said, you'll get the shit. You'll get the shit. You know what I'm saying? You remember that movie Tales from the Hood? You want this shit, you'll get the shit. So my thing is this, Savio. If it's in Atlanta or in Georgia, right? That's what you said it was in Atlanta?
They got one in DC and they got one in Atlanta.
Okay, if it's one in Atlanta, right? And we got all these, we know, I can't say claim, we know we got all these black millionaires in Atlanta.
So
we know
I just want you to understand. I just want you to understand that there's no balance in your thinking.
No, because I don't think it's getting erased. My thing is that whatever artifacts, they probably moving it to the fucking basement or moving it out of the building, wherever, and putting it in a storage or something. My thing is, if it's so important to black people, won't we call on the
32 exhibits?
Okay, and
with more to come. I think
my thing is this, right? Hold on, my thing is this, though, Savio.
There was a protest to stop them from removing them.
Okay, but we don't complain about shit until somebody touch it. Like how many times that museum been brought up? Hold on.
Why
answer this question for me? I need to answer this question. I need.
No. I'm not finna answer your stupid question. Because the statement you made, I need you to think about. We don't protest until somebody touch it. Why is there a need to protest or complain about something if nothing's been done to it? Why am I out protesting in front of a museum and the museum is not being harmed or affected in any way that I may think is negative? Why would I need to say anything about anything?
Because the protest happened because the people got wind of something that was coming down the drain or down the, whatever they want to call it, down the hatch, right? So they heard about it and they knew about it and they spread the word. They said, hey, Donald Trump turn out the goddamn black museum, they don't give a damn about black history. You know what I'm saying? That's what the wind. That's the talk, kind of the talk that was in the wind, right? So my thing, so that's why you had to protest, because somebody caught wind, in which is right. If the people feel like they want to protest, right? But my thing is, the only reason they protest is because someone heard or they knew. Bro, you asked me why would people protest? All right, bro.
Donald Trump took your spine, didn't he?
Bro, what
Donald Trump took your spine.
What Savio? How many times have we brought up?
Hold on,
bro. How many times? Wait a minute, bro. How many times have we brought up any of these museums within the last 3 years in a conversation?
There's no reason to bring them up if there's nothing.
Because we didn't give a fuck about them. We didn't care about them. We weren't going to them. We weren't visiting them on the regular. You know what I'm saying? That's my point. That's my point.
How do you know? How do you know people wasn't visit because you haven't went to them?
I didn't say that.
No. Don't talk about. We're not talking about nobody on this panel. Don't bring me.
I said we. I'm talking about we as a whole, as a people.
So
we wasn't.
At this moment, you're making a statement that you cannot verify.
I can't verify
or validate because those museums.
You know how I know?
They pack. I know
most
for a fact.
Most niggas on the goddamn internet. Niggas ain't going to museums like that, bro.
Listen, I'm going to give you, and you can look it up. Monday through Friday, when the what is that? When the church, not the church, but the courthouse, where Dred and Harriet Scott was held. Not Dred. The Harriet. Yeah, the Dred Scott case was held in St. Louis. When it's open, it's busy as a motherfucker. You can
Bro, we talking
barely
about
get
Atlanta, bro. We talking about the museum that you
so
talking about.
those museums stayed active. Why?
Okay.
Because it's a
I
part of
tell you what,
history. So
Samuel.
people can
I
take
tell
their
you this.
children, they
Let
can
me say
go
this.
there, and people can just go there and learn.
Okay, cool. Now, if you can show
But
me,
because
if
you
you can
don't
show me,
visit
hold on,
museums,
hold on, hold on,
because
hold
you
on,
don't
hold on. Just let
visit
me say this.
museums,
Let me say this,
because
Samuel.
you don't visit
Hold on.
museums in your small podunk town, don't
Hey,
place
hey,
that on the
check
other
this out.
museum.
Check this out, Samuel. Check this out. If you can show me how many black people was going to these museums yearly, show me the numbers of how many black people was going to these museums yearly, and I'd be like, okay, you're right, bro. I was wrong. If you can show me numbers, I mean numbers. I need numbers, bro. I'm talking about like big numbers, like a lot of black people going to these
Nah, he don't need no motherfucking numbers. You got to show him that they wasn't going.
He the one. He the affirmative.
No, you have to. You the one made the statement. So you made the statement that nobody was going. So you show where they was not going, and then he'll show you where they was going. So you first.
Well, I can't do it. I can't show you.
Well,
But
you shouldn't say.
I
You
know
shouldn't say
black
the shit
people.
then.
I know black people.
Well, you shouldn't say the shit then.
I know black people,
According
bro.
to this right here,
Black people is not going to the museum like that.
hey, the
I'm
last
talking about in large numbers.
yo,
You might
yeah. I hear
got
you
50,
yelling.
you might got 50 to
I hear
60
you
black people
yelling.
that go to the
I hear
museum,
you
you know, in their
yelling.
cities. But
So-
bro, we do not have hundreds of black people going to the museum like that. That's what I'm saying. Of course we got black people going.
So from what I'm reading from the NMAAHC, National Museum of African American History and Culture, they received their 10 millionth visitor. That's not in a year, but that's overall. So that means they have a
Okay,
lot
how many years?
of visitors.
What span?
And
Do it matter how many years?
Yeah, because most of them people was white. I guarantee you.
2016.
There was white folks trying to brush up on with black folks' history.
All right, we got.
So I'm saying black people.
That's why you laugh, man. That's why you laugh, man. You know I'm right.
Can you show something? It doesn't matter
No,
if it was white folks.
I can't show you.
Something?
Black kids in particular are taken to the museum even if they don't plan to. School field trips, boys clubs, community centers, museums
just about to say
are
that,
very
Deb.
popular.
I was
Yeah,
gonna-
that's what I'm saying, man. Get the fuck out of
I
here.
was gonna stay out of there. I was gonna stay out of there, let them debate it, but I was gonna tell them they done.
It ain't nothing to
I'm
debate.
talking
Shit.
about from College Park to Stone Mountain, boy. The Annex Museum, which they kind of closed. They closed it down, but everybody every year, I'm talking about from kindergarten to 12th grade, thousands of kids going, and then the kids that didn't go, that didn't have the money to well, not the money, but didn't have a permission slip to go to the museum. Their parents took them on the weekend. So those museums was cracking. You know what I'm saying, for a long time.
These the same museum that Savio's talking about that Donald Trump is taking out the black
African American History Museum.
Yeah, I just said the Annex. I just said the Annex Museum.
I'm just making sure these the same museums that Savio's talking about. Okay.
Well, see, Donald Trump probably trying to up the ante on it, but a lot of white people had been trying to outlaw those museums because what they do is when you go to those museums, but if you've never been to them, they got pictures of the old shotgun houses that people stayed in. They got some old shackles that a lot of the slaves have been in. They got the water fountains, the black only water fountains and stuff like that. They got a lot of artifacts, you know what I'm saying, and pictures and stuff, you know. But you just got to go to one, bro.
My thing is
you
this,
just got to go.
Hold on, but this is my thing, though. Who are funding those museums?
Who fund? They was most of them were federally funded, like the King Center is federally funded.
Hold on. So my thing is this, right? Okay, right. That's America's shame, right? We know slavery and what they did to us as black people. That's white folks' shame, bro. So of course,
No. So what you're not understanding is
I'm telling you,
what you're not understanding is it ain't just the white folk trying to shame us or throw that up in our face. What you gonna find is what you gonna find is a lot of black dialogue, a lot of black dialogue that was recorded. You're gonna find a lot of black stories from black people that was recorded and memorialized. You're gonna find a lot of evidence for to empower you from a black standpoint, not a white standpoint. You know what I'm saying? Not from a white person's position. But you have to go to the museum yourself. You got to go to the museum yourself, and you'll see.
Bro, you missing
right,
my point,
and that's something that he will have to do, because at this point,
bro, that's not the point, bro. I'm in support of the museum, but I'm showing you. Hold on, man.
Sometimes there's no need to listen to you because
because you got it all twisted.
No,
you got it twisted. You done confused the conversation. Like I'm talking to DJ Charm, bro. Yo, Charm, now check this out. What I'm telling you is this, Charm. Hold on, Charm. Wait a minute, Charm.
And you just
bro, you missing the point.
No, you're missing the
point.
All right,
man, go ahead, bro. You just
that is our tax dollars. Your tax dollars.
Yeah, you're right on that. That's our tax dollar that's paying for it. So they put the front on it saying federally. They saying federally funded or whatever, but federally, that's that money come out that's coming from us, and it's coming from the people, you know. And they take that dollar and they allot that money somewhere else, other than keeping our history, where we could be able to champion it. You know what I'm saying? Because when they close,
I got.
When they close them down, Madonna, you know what they do with that stuff? When they close the museum down, you know what they do with that stuff, Madonna?
I don't care.
They take that stuff, you know, them big trash cans when people are remodeling their houses. They pull up about 10 of those things, man, and dump all that stuff in there and take it to the dump and get it and burn it up.
Yeah, I don't support that Kaepernick ass museum, fam. Like I'd be surprised every time I hear somebody promoting it like it's our history. Like
they got Kaepernick in Atlanta. You talking about the one in Atlanta?
It's not though.
No, I was talking about the Annex Museum. I don't know.
Yeah, you talking about the one in Atlanta, Tad?
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I ain't been to that one.
Madonna, you can't keep babbling while somebody talking, man. Your mic ain't working that good, man. You can't nobody hear neither you or whoever's talking when you cut them off. Your mic is not working that good. Your mic only works when you're the only one on the panel and nobody else is on the panel. So if you get more than 3 or 4 people, I don't know what you got to do, but it's gonna be rough for you. So let's see. What's up, Dr. Lamb in the chat and P-Funk? You got people coming in. Taz just popped out. Let's see. Jane Lester. No, he's saying the African American History Museum in Washington, D.C. Got Kaepernick in it. So just because they got that one item, he's saying he don't fuck with the entire establishment. What's up, Vyas?
I didn't know they had that shit in there. For real.
Why they got Kaepernick in the museum? Like, what's the significance of having Kaepernick in the museum?
What did he do?
Like you were saying, he's a historical figure. Like
how?
For
what?
He's one of our
how?
Taking the knee?
Like, ask these niggas who ain't got no pushback for it, fam.
For taking the knee.
For taking the
knee.
I'm gonna just keep reminding you.
He said take a knee.
All he had to do was take a knee and he became a leader.
Man ain't no damn pillar of the community, man. They need to cut their shit out. Washington D.C. did that.
Yeah, he was there when they opening exhibits, bro. At the motherfucker.
What?
Man, Charm, y'all sound like Sambo ass. Y'all sound like some Sambo ass niggas, man.
What up, Joe?
We might do, but what's the significance? So the same question we was, what's the significance of Kaepernick being in the museum, Madonna? If we so Sambo,
I'm talking about. I don't give a damn if Trump set that down. Why? Because you know why? Like I tried to tell you, bro. That's the shame of white America, bro. Slavery is the shame of white America. So of course they want to take that history out of it.
No, hold on. But see, this is what you're not understanding about the Black Museum.
Away from their shame. Trump kissing. Ooh, man, this shit is crazy.
This is what you're not understanding about the Black Museum, Madonna. They ain't. It ain't just showing. It ain't when you go to the Black museums. It ain't just showing slave shackles. It's also showing. It is also showing like Herndon Holmes. Give you a memorial on Herndon Holmes. How he had a barbershop and an insurance company and all this stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's giving you a memorial on. It ain't just slavery, bro. It's a whole history of black plight of the journey. You know what I'm saying? To know where you come from, to where you are. You know what I'm saying, and stuff like that. You know, it ain't just about white folk beating the hell out you and stuff like that. You ain't gonna go in there and see. You know what I'm saying? All kind of different whips and whatever you thinking you gotta go, bro. You just gotta go. You know what I'm saying? But if they close them all down, then you just miss. Hold on, let me finish this right quick, and then I'll mute out. If they close them all down, then that's something that you just missed in your lifetime. You know what I'm saying? If they close them all down, and I know that your grandkids and great grandkids will never have a chance to see that, to see where we came from as indentured servants, to slaves, to Jim Crow, to civil rights, to now. You know what I'm saying? All that history will be wiped out. You know what I'm saying? And then they can create a whole new narrative without those museums. Now they'll still have their museums up, and they'll still have the Egyptian museums and all these other museums up. But those museums that explain who the hell Black Americans are, whether you FBA, descendant of slave, Pan-African, against it all, you know what I'm saying? It's still a history. You know what I'm saying? It's still a timeline. And if they pull up them trash bins and take that shit to the dump and burn it all up, then you know what I'm saying? It'll be wiped away and erased.
Yeah, you keep proving my point, bro. You just don't know
care.
It. Like I said before, right?
As long as
Charm, hear me out, Charm. Now, hear me out, Charm. Now, let me just say this, Charm, right? Now, the facts still remain, right? Like I said, man, why did you hear what Trump said? The reason why he was shutting it down? Can you answer that question? Why did Trump say he was going pull these things?
To even listen, Madonna, for him to even take that position for
I need you to tell me why he said what he said, because I
didn't hear. Okay, let me answer you right quick. Let me answer you right quick. So my answer to that is I didn't hear it, but my rebuttal to that is if he take that position in the first place, his position in the first place is to rewrite what happened.
Bingo.
No shit.
Or to have somebody, or to have one of his predecessors, to rewrite what happened.
Like I said, they're ashamed of their history. White America is ashamed of slavery, bro. That's why they want to get rid of it. That's been my whole point the whole time. So of course they're gonna try to get rid of it.
And you stand with them.
I don't say I stand with it.
Yes, you
bro.
do.
It ain't just
Hold on.
I don't stand with it.
Hold on.
This is the white man, bro. See, y'all niggas keep forgetting. That's the thing. That's why I'm glad Trump.
It ain't just slavery, though, bro. It ain't just. The museums ain't just about slavery, Madonna.
Bullshit.
So again, Again, this is how I know you
I'm from
stand
slavery,
with
nigga.
Don.
Everything based in slavery when it comes to black
This
people.
is how I know you stand with them. I asked you a question earlier about the museums or the buildings with white men and white symbols in front of them that represent slavery. Because, like, I can go to Forest Park right now, and in the middle of Forest Park, across from the museum, is who is it? St. Louis. Who St. Louis is named after on a horse. He was a slave owner. Do you think he should be taken down?
Bro, do you
No. Answer the question.
You keep
Yes
forgetting
or
where you
no?
at. No.
You answered the question
No.
with a yes or
No,
no.
keep his ass up.
Okay, you see, right there. That lets me
Because
know
you know,
you
bro,
stand
because
with.
you
That
keep
lets me know
forgetting,
you
bro.
stand with.
Well, how
You keep
about the
forgetting where
King?
you at.
Well, how about the
You
King
keep
Center,
forgetting where
Madonna?
you at.
You think
I
the
don't know
King
why
Center
y'all
should
keep
be
forgetting
shut
where
down?
y'all at, bro. I don't know why y'all want to forget where y'all at. That's my whole point.
We in an advanced
That lets me know right there,
advanced
dog.
state of the black man.
Nigga,
We
we
in an
still in
advanced
white
state of the
America,
black
bro.
man.
We still in white America, whether we like it, believe it, accept it.
We may be we may be in white America, but we in an advanced space of white America. We ain't in the docile space of white America what we were in. We ain't in that space.
Earlier, what happened
Like
to
I put it to you like this. Like Taz was saying a week ago. You know what I'm saying? When he was talking about he could speak for himself. But he was talking about how a lot of those people didn't join the Black Panthers and take off on them or whatever. The Black Panthers is a show of, in my opinion, is a show of advancement. You know what I'm saying? All the way to where our mentality is right now is a show of advancement. So no matter if we under British rule, a French rule, a German rule, we still advancing under any of their rulership.
And you fail to realize, bro, that's the darkest history of this nation. Slavery, right? Bro. So of course they want to shut that down. And what I'm telling you, bro,
why not make them own up to it? Why not make them own up to it? Why not make them own up to it? You are so wrapped
y'all
around
niggas
Donald
is crazy,
Pinky
bro.
Finger
See, hold
that
on,
you
bro.
will
Let me talk to you,
dance
bro.
a tune
Bro,
for
why
the
when I
boy.
start talking, you want to start talking?
Because the things that you say,
Nah,
Madonna,
bro, just let me finish and then you can have the floor.
come out
Just
of
let me
person
finish, bro.
who,
Just let me finish. You can have
who
the floor,
probably
bro.
descend from
Oh, man,
slaves,
go ahead,
who
bro. Yeah,
probably
go
got
ahead.
ancestors that descend from slaves down there in Alabama where you at. But you make these statements about the white man. I don't understand it.
See,
Do you got a white
girlfriend? I know you don't understand it. You're not
you
advanced.
Got a white girlfriend?
You're not advanced as I am,
you
bro.
have a white
I'm above
girlfriend?
and beyond you niggas, man.
Do you have a white
I'm
girlfriend,
above and beyond you, bro. Let me tell you why.
A white
bro, I let
you
you
a girlfriend.
Bro,
Do you have a
bro,
Becky?
Man. And that's all you got?
Becky? Becky.
You know what that called, bro?
Do you have a Becky?
That's called a weak ass nigga argument, bro. Now let me say this, bro. Let me say this.
I think
See, what you gotta realize is this. What you gotta realize is this, right?
I think you got a blonde hair.
The white man understand. He understand our youth. He understand us. Wait, bro, let me say this for the people, bro. Goddamn. The white man understands psychology, right? And he understands you got some young black murdering niggas that are slide at any given time. Youth out here. So we got a youth coming up that don't give a goddamn, bro. These is our new soldiers, war soldiers. So they see that. So you got to pull those images. The white man is smart, bro. You can't let our babies see that because they're thinking they mind and one day they might want to go and just do something. So of course they going to pull that shit. Cannot you see, nigga? That's why they want to pull it, because if our youth continue to see that, some of them might wake the hell up for real. And I'm just saying. So
it's more than that at those museums, though, Madonna. That's not what you're not understanding.
But it's still
on the flip side, if they also go to, if you taking those youth to those museums to see that, they can think about being something great for for their generation. They can want to be leaders
hanging ain't gonna get out their mind. That hanging, bro, that gonna run deep, nigga. That burning niggas at the guy on a goddamn barbecue pit gonna stay in that mind. Throwing niggas in hot sugar cane
what is you talking about?
You need to go to one. You need to go to a museum, bro. You need to go to a museum because you just saying stuff that you think that's at the museum.
I'm telling you, when I
shit that you think is
if
at
I
the
use
museum,
when I use continue to hit it, if I
shut up,
use
just shut up, just shut up, just shut up, just shut up, just shut up. Because it's obvious you haven't been to a museum in your life, which is tragic.
Nigga, I am a museum, nigga.
No, you're not. You're an idiot.
That's all you got, bro. I mean, goddamn.
Is this the Coon Museum of America or just Bama? Why you want them to erase the history? You don't want nobody to find out?
I'm not.
If they erase the history, then it ain't gonna be nothing to complain about. If they erased all the fucking history, that don't make no motherfucking sense.
Bro, I didn't say I
wanted so if they erase that history, they might as well erase all history then.
I didn't say I want them. I didn't say I want them to erase it. I said
that ain't gonna make them more change. That ain't gonna make nobody forget what they did just because they took the museum down.
Shit.
No, it ain't. That ain't most of the material that's in the museum. If you were listening to Charm, most of it is about black inventors, innovators, people that actually contribute to the black community that people may not know about. It's not majority of slave and lynching shit, even though that shit is in there.
It don't have to be because see, what stands out is what has more impact. Does seeing a person hanging have more impact than a motherfucker inventing peanut butter?
You're not going to see that.
Nope.
Why does seeing a person
in the mind it does?
No, I just answered your question. No, it don't.
No, it does. When a child see a black person hanging, when a black child see a black woman hanging that look like his mother, see a child and babies hanging from bridges and shit,
you're not going to see that.
Way more impact.
They don't put that in the museum, Madonna.
They see that motherfucker.
They don't put those photos in museums, Madonna. You gotta find another. You gotta find another lie. No, he gotta find another lie. He don't give a fuck about no goddamn African American history.
He damn sure don't.
In the museums in Alabama, you see people hanging. You see all kinds of shit.
You are lying.
Come down here and go to the goddamn museum.
I've been to the museum in Alabama. I've been on the Edmund Pettus Bridge. I've also been on the bus down there in the museum where
go to Selma, nigga. Go to Selma and look around, nigga.
I've been to Selma, nigga. What do you mean? I was on the bus that got bombed, nigga. I walked through it. It still smells like it.
All right, bro. Like I said, man, I've been in prison. I know what I see, nigga. I'm in Bama, nigga. Hey. You just don't know. But all I'm saying is this, man. This is why I think they want to take this shit out is because if they continue to let our babies see that, hey, man, our babies might start thinking some type of way. Which, you know what I'm saying? That's why I say I see why they want to pull it. Am I for it? No. But I see why they might want to pull that type of history out to keep our babies from seeing that because we got some soldiers out here. I mean, we got some real soldiers out here.
If the Jewish History Museum stay up, if the Holocaust Museum stay up, is it cool if those stay up?
Bro, I don't give a damn what the white man keep up. We got to keep up. We got to keep up.
If it's their history, they can keep it. If it has anything to do with other people,
white man keep up. Hold up. Hear me complaining about a white man.
I want you to understand how stupid you're sounding right now.
Bro,
colonizing other people who are not Indian Americans.
You know, like let's get this shit cracking though. Ain't you the resident African?
Right.
This American tonight? Niggas all of a sudden want to join my country and my
Nigga,
place.
I'm African American. What the fuck you mean? I've always been an African American. Back the hell up off me because I stand on my African ancestry or my African DNA. Don't make me anti-African. Don't make me not African American. I know where the fuck I am and where the fuck I live. Don't try to come in with that bullshit task. Chill the fuck out. That's stupid as shit. I'm hella African American. My mama raised me as the African American child. Nigga, I did a DNA test. That's the difference, nigga, because I did a DNA test and I know that I got African ancestry from the Easton tribe. Nigga, hold on, because you ain't did it, don't try to throw that bullshit argument at me. We talking about our fucking history here in the Americas. Our history. I didn't ever say my history. I said our history.
No, we ain't got no history.
Chill the hell out. Chill the hell out. Chill the hell out.
Tribe. Nigga, I'm from right here in Ohio, bro. We two different type tribes.
And I was born in Belleville, Illinois, raised in Pasadena and St. Louis, Missouri. What? Nigga, I ain't never been to Africa. Because I stand as an African American is different.
Got it.
Respect it. If you don't want to, you don't have to try to save Madon, nigga.
No, I ain't. Fuck about no.
He had to save me. He just
go ahead, save it. Save Madon.
Kind of getting crowd, Madon. Madon, you gonna have to do something with your mic, man. It's getting crowded on the panel, boy. Even when you're not on, when you're not talking. Yeah.
That shit weak. Ain't you African? Did I ever? Huh?
Hey, that nigga mad as hell. Chill your African ass out, nigga.
Nigga, I ain't African Taz. I'm African American. Or African in American, nigga. I know what the hell I am. Nigga, I grew up in Pasadena, New Camp. 2057 Summit Street. You better represent. Check it out, nigga.
Proud to be
I thought
American.
40 million kidnapped Africans on American soil. You know what I'm saying? I thought that's how you were coming at it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Okay, all right. I have to pick another angle. Oh,
No, that nigga love American. He don't give a damn about his African ancestor, because if he was, he'll have he'll be on my side of the story. You know what I'm saying? He'll be agreeing with me. But nah, he loves
our history to be erased.
He wants the white man to keep up. He wants the white man. He wants the white man to continue to keep his black ass history up. Like, nigga, how that sound?
You agree with me?
Yeah, he got your ass. You Stockholm ass, nigga.
Our history should be erased, right? Right, Tad?
You have to go sentence by sentence with Madonna. I just can't agree with no paragraph, nigga. We got to go sentence by sentence. Of if I agree with what he said now, start with the first sentence.
that the museums and things like that should be taken down. The things that represent our history should be taken down.
No.
All right.
No, you can't take our history.
I didn't say it should be taken down. I said I see why the white man would want to take it down. That's what I said.
Okay. Yeah, I do too. Yeah, I can see why they would want to take it down. I mean, but shit, niggas don't really care about that shit, bro. Like, that shit is, like I said, they can put Colin Kaepernick in a fucking museum and niggas will gloss over it and make it seem like I'm wrong for saying something about it. You know,
like that's why I told him earlier, Taz. I told Savio earlier, niggas don't give a fuck about shit until the white man touch it. Just like DEI.
So, and the question I asked you, so again, do you know how? So why should we complain about something if the museum's been having visitors for years? What is there to complain about?
Yeah.
Why should anyone complain if people been going to the museum and the artifacts been working and people been enjoying themselves and there's been no complaints? There's been nothing wrong. But then the minute artifacts start being moved, shouldn't you say something? Should that
you know what they should have said? Hey, Trump, since you want to take it out, place it over here in this building right here. And when we build us something, we're gonna put it in our shit. We don't need your funding no more, master. We don't need your funding. Yeah, just donate it to our spot, and we're gonna put it in our shit. That's what you say.
The stupidity of some niggas that grew up on plantation. I understand why your mind is so fucked up.
Damn. I don't know, bro. I ain't like I say. I think a lot of that shit though is for the benefit of white people though. I don't know what Madon's exact argument is on that, but I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like they put those museums up to teach us Black history. You know what I'm saying? If anything, there's a financial benefit in it for them, which is why they don't mind displaying the history. But to make it seem like there's some type of love for us, which is why we seeing that, I don't believe that.
Nah, no one's saying there's any love. No one ever trying to paint that odd ass picture with that L word. No way. Well, but the way I look at it, as a person who loves history and enjoys history, it's a part of history that I would want everybody to see and be able to get and go and see artifacts of. You feel me? Because I was able to see some of them. Not all of them. I haven't been to every museum or every African American history museum in the Americas. But the ones I've been to, I was able to enjoy and learn from. So I would want other people to have that experience also. I would just want to have to go to a museum with white history in it, with just all white people with a few African Americans or Africans in it. And it's painting
they had an African exhibit with a little African girl sitting there braiding some bundles into another little girl hair with the bundle sitting right there, bro. Weave on deck, bro. I just couldn't believe it.
You see, shit like that. It's shit like that. I wouldn't want because that isn't telling our whole story.
I would argue that's not any of our story.
No, that's not any of our story. Exactly. And that's what I'm getting at. So it's painting history, and it's telling the history of this land and our people from their perspective, and it's like erasing our voices as if our ancestors struggle and what we went through doesn't matter. And basically Madon's with that. But if it's the Jews, it's okay.
I'm not with that. I mean, I just feel like Trump say, "Hey, y'all niggas." I'm not with it,
bro. That did not mean for you to interrupt me. From everything that I've heard, the person that we've been conversing with is kind of along the same line. Because the only history that needs to be told from America's standpoint is white America history.
No, my point was the whole night is for pertaining to Trump eliminating the funding or whatever he's gonna do. To me, he just telling niggas, hey, if y'all want this shit, y'all pay for it. Y'all fund it. That's what I get out of it. So I don't have no problem with that. You want to take the shit out? You don't want the federal government to pay for the shit for y'all to come sit on?
Our tax dollars pay for it.
So I mean, hey man,
when you pay taxes, you're paying for some of those funds.
Well, you had to show me where they go into that. You had to show that.
It's already so Madon. They already trying to take the funds away from them. I'm gonna give you an example. King Center, you can pull it up right now. They trying to take because King Center federally funded. King Center, every time, every year, people go down to, doing the Martin Luther King Day or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Now, when they take those funds up out of there, hundreds of people that's going to be out of a job. They keep keep it up.
And when Tyler Perry and all them multi-millionaire niggas in Atlanta stepped the fuck up.
He paid Tyler Perry already paid taxes. He already paying his taxes. All these multimillionaires you talking about, and even the people that's thousandaires and the people that are making hundreds of dollars, that's what they money. That's what part of their money is supposed to go towards. Things like that. Things like the black museums and libraries and parks and recreation centers and stuff. That's where that federal money is supposed to go to. That's why we paying taxes.
Well, you have to show me that's why we paying
This
taxes.
nigga missed a lot of school.
You gotta
You
show
said
me.
I have to show you that's why we paying taxes.
Yeah.
This nigga missed a lot of school,
So,
Charm.
so okay,
This
just
nigga
say for
missed a
instance.
lot
Okay, say
of
for instance.
school.
So, say
This
say
nigga
for
missed
instance, right? On it,
9th and 10th
let's say
grade.
the government say, okay,
civics.
we're gonna fund this, right?
This
So
nigga
don't the
missed
government got the
9th
right to say,
and 10th grade
hold on.
civics, y'all.
If the government say we're gonna fund some shit, right? They got the right to say, hey, we no longer gonna fund this shit. Hey,
And
to me,
and then we as the people's got the right to say where that money going. The
to
money that
something
was
else.
once funding it, where y'all putting it at now? And then we also got the right to vote against where they think they're gonna put it at.
Well, you got to show me how much of our money go into the museums and shit like that. You got to show
Well,
me how much of our money.
I'm not well researched on that, so I can't show you the
I'm just saying,
amount.
I don't know. That's all I'm saying. I don't know.
I just know that
That's on you to go learn. If you don't know, it's on you to challenge yourself to know. It's on you to go learn this shit.
To me, I always thought, to me, if the federal government is funding something, that's outside of taxpayer dollars. So you got to show me where taxpayer dollars is doing that.
No, I refuse to teach a 44-year-old man something he should know. I refuse. You should know, and you just admitted something that I've not ever really heard you say before. Is as many conversations I've had with you. You said you don't know.
Bro, the federal government.
Hold on,
the federal government.
Stop. Let me finish.
Ain't no stop, bro. Because you've been dying all night.
All you're trying to do is drown out
Man.
what I'm saying because you're trying to run from learning.
Your mic is fucked up, man. I don't know. The more people get on the panel, the longer it go, the worse your mic get. It's blowing the whole fucking shit out. Or you either fix it or just stay muted, or you can just chill in the chat. I'm not gonna be dropping you every time your motherfucking mic come up. Go ahead.
It's like at this point, he should go learn. At that moment, he should go learn. There should be no one up here acquiescing to his I don't know, willing to teach him. Because now all we're doing is giving him another place to argue from. He was already arguing from his ignorance. Let's let him learn from a place of knowing. Let's let him argue from a place of knowing something for once. Let him go learn something. I refuse to teach him anything. You can do it, Taz or Dev or Mayasa or KT the Gold or Marley. One of y'all. I'm not.
I know he gave me some homework to do. I'm gonna look it up and see. I think the question was how are the federal funds allotted to the museums, park, recreations, and all that other stuff. I don't know for sure, but I am gonna look into it and see so I can know for sure next time somebody pose that question on me though. I don't know the amount. That's what he asked. He asked the amount. I don't know the percentage and stuff like that. Even though it's kind of relevant to the conversation, but still, I want to know. I would want to know. I would want to know the percentage.
That's very irrelevant to the conversation.
Mm-hmm. I think he did that to put a straw man out there.
Bingo. Arguing from its ignorance.
To say, well, how much they putting into it? Like, Nigga, I don't know how much they putting in the federal dollars. That I don't know how they breaking the federal taxes down and saying, well, this much go to health care and this much go to police and
Right.
this much
The
go to,
road.
I don't know that shit.
This much
Yeah,
goes to
I don't know
schooling, and this much goes to road.
that. Yeah. He pulled a fast one with that one. That, you know what I'm saying? How they say, and when you debating, you building the straw man, oh, that's a red herring. You know what I'm saying? To even
That's
talk
an
about
argument
that.
from that's an argument from ignorance. Purely, nothing else. That's all it was. An argument from ignorance.
Mm-hmm. Said this man off the chain with anything to defend Donald Trump.
Anything to defend Trump.
I know I was watching well, I gotta go back and watch Undisputable and see what that show was about. It was talking about how Donald Trump was talking about white Africans, annihilation of white Africans.
Yeah, that genocide, that supposed
Yeah,
genocide
genocide
where
on
he
white
made it
Africans. Yeah.
in South Africa. I didn't watch it all. I seen a few seconds of it. I was like, this man weird.
Like this, it say this man done pulled out a whole lie.
A whole lie. Made up some shit.
There you go. Charm. The budget and policy priorities in the chat, in the YouTube chat.
I would think niggas would be happy they was bringing some Africans over here.
Taz is hella stupid.
Now that the Africans arrived, now you see the real niggas ain't really pro-Africa like they claim. Like, nah, not them Africans. Send some other Africans.
Said some other Africans, ain't it, man?
Taz said some other. Again,
but that coffee made me want to start back smoking. I've been doing it for about a year now.
Again, I don't have.
Me want to get back on the choo-choo train.
Good. A year you in the game, bro. Fuck it. Shit. You knock down a year, shit. You damn near out of there.
Yeah. I went cold turkey, man. I'm like, man, I don't know, man. I've been smoking since a teenager, man. It just after a while, it just like it ain't doing that for me. You know what I'm saying? It ain't even doing that for me no more. I can't even chill with it. I know you know. I'm like, shit. I smoke a blunt right now. I may need to start off with the Reggie. Go slow, get myself back acclimated. Can't hop right back in and then hop on the gas. Shit. The gas these days strong as hell. I be seeing the young cat every time he hop up here, he have his camera on rolling some big blunts.
Yeah, they rolling up big backwoods, dude. Unnecessary. I'm like, God damn, bro. Gotta be that big, bro. Oh, like, geez.
Some people.
Yeah, right, man. My nephew gonna be doing that shit. I'm like, man, don't you think you put enough in that damn blunt? Oh no, see y'all old school with it, man. You gotta fill this thing up like nigga. The backwood already a big ass wrap, nigga. Shit. The amount of tobacco you take out of it and then fill it up with the amount of bud to make it be stiff back like how I'm like, nigga, that's damn near 2-3 grams right there. You crazy. Too much THC, but I can't do it. And then they try to wrap it with another layer with a line of Judah or something like that. I'm like, nigga, that's too much going on.
Oh, who or what?
So they try to lock it in. They try to lock it in with the Line of Judah wrap, the rolling paper. So they roll the backwood up and then they wrap it again with the rolling paper.
Huh? That's too much.
Yeah. That's too much goddamn process. Shit, I'm from the age of you get a swisher, split it down the middle, put some bud in it, roll it up, and start smoking.
Man, you dry that bitch and blaze that bitch.
I don't even think cats even smoke swisher no more. That shit probably sound old school as hell.
Shit, I do. I'm smoking one now too.
A swisher?
Yeah.
Yeah. My son ain't smoking no swisher.
You don't smoke swisher, Tag?
No, I do. I said my son don't. My son smoke Dutchess and backwoods and act like
Yeah, he probably look at you crazy when you roll a swisher. Like, what the hell is that, Pop?
Right.
I guarantee you, he run out of them Dutchess. He gonna be like, Dad, you got a swish.
No, he'll never come get no swisher from me, but I go get one of them Dutchess every now and then. But he don't come get no swisher. Fuck with him.
Well, I guess a Dutch Master is I guess it is cool. Dutch Master is cool because we smoked those back in the day. Smoked the Dutch Master. Man, I remember back in the 90s. I don't know if y'all smoking in the 90s, but in the 90s we used to smoke them down and get them El Producto blunts.
El Producto, yeah.
Them was some big ass blunts. Yeah.
Them was some big ass stupid blunt.
Big L Pope. Yeah.
Them was stupid.
Shit.
Filling that motherfucker up, though. That's what was crazy.
Right. Right. Yeah, trying to stuff an El Producto, boy. You finna goddamn blood. You finna use all your smoke up on that.
All of it. Man. Y'all remember them extendos?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Who was that? Philly? The Phillies?
Mm-hmm. That was the Philly extendo.
Yeah, I remember that motherfucker.
Them mugs.
They was just
them mugs stupid. I don't even know why they made them.
That nigga sound too RBG to smoke Dutch Masters. Damn. That's crazy. I ain't never paid no attention to the name like that.
But yeah, that shit interesting, man. Some of the shit that
I'll be right back, y'all.
That's going to be happening in the long run. It's going to be interesting. Invincibles. The hell? White House. Damn. I didn't even like White House. Them mugs rough.
That's what Elon Musk is. He's Dutch. Most of them motherfuckers down there in South Africa come from the Netherlands.
Who them white South Africa?
Yeah.
Afrikaners.
Man, put this shit down. Need no more of that shit.
What's up, Marley and KT?
You're right. Y'all mics work?
Oh, just up here hanging out, you know. Don't really
Shit.
want to talk to anybody.
Oh
Just
shit.
here. It just so happens that you niggas vibing. I ain't got shit to do. So if you could just ignore the fact that I'm here. And, y'all continue doing what y'all do. Y'all don't have to talk to me.
I just want people to see my name on YouTube.
Oh, okay, but I also got the links in the chat about federal funding. Yeah, when it first gets started, a good portion of private donors are coming together. You get the name on the plaque on the wall. Whoever donate the most probably get a whole separate section with the name on it.
Man. They still ain't said nothing. Still been silence. Radio silence from them too. Calling Renegade Pan African. KT the GOAT. Can you hear us in the back? I mean, I guess Madon's stupidity can be entertaining for a moment, but damn. Can you bring something enlightening to a conversation, make a nigga say, ooh, yeah, that was right on, Madon. I like that. Now let's build on that. Not like everything you say is just way left field off base.
Yeah, that probably ain't never gonna happen though.
That's damn, Taz. That's horrible.
Thought that shit might possibly happen. That's never gonna happen.
And
Very,
and and, and that's what
I,
was bad.
I would say very rarely can Madon even engage in a legitimate conversation, let alone take you to intellectual heights. I don't think that that's possible
Damn,
with Madon in the conversation, bro.
damn. That's bad. Damn. Like I don't even know if I should feel sorry for him or what. Like, but I cause but I don't. Cause I don't know how. Like, how do you limit yourself like that? And then how you don't want to challenge yourself, like the things that you will study are the things that you'll go debate on. The flat earth. What? For real, you want to debate on the flat earth? I'll pass.
That hurt, man. That's crazy, bro.
Right.
It's crazy the type of concepts that actually get airplay these days, bro. Like,
Bruh.
real.
It be
Nah,
white.
Taz and Madonna did have a point though. It's got niggas that don't really give a fuck about that shit though, for real, for real.
Nah, they don't give a fuck, bro.
That's the only shit that I agreed with. Everything else I agree with Savio and Dad. But that niggas don't give a fuck shit. Yeah, niggas don't give a fuck about none of that shit.
Including him.
Not everybody. Let me rephrase that. Not everybody. But y'all know the niggas that I'm talking about. It's niggas that really like. We may give a fuck about it over here, but niggas that really don't give a fuck about that shit.
But nigga, it's niggas out here so pseudo, a nigga don't even want to fight, get into the conversation, bro.
Yeah.
I was thinking about this conversation I was having with this nigga when I was in Florida, bro. Like, the nigga walked up talking about like how everything about to turn into the new world order, government up to this and that, but like shit was just wild as hell. Like we at the park, my nigga, in Florida, just random shit. Like music playing, it's lit out that bitch. That's what dude on. The government, nigga. You know what I'm saying? He walking around telling motherfuckers this shit, trying to create conversation with that shit, bro. I haven't gone about that shit, but that shit fucked me up.
Yeah, because I could even remember me going to like the library and museum when I was younger and shit like that. And it was this one older nigga on the block. He was like, "Yo, like not too many niggas be going to the library and museum, bro." Like, I never really realized it until he said it.
I stayed at the museum and the libraries. Those was my
People,
I did school. I went
like
to the museum or the libraries most of the time.
Yeah,
If
people
I
like
wasn't
us.
getting in trouble.
Yeah, people like us. Yeah, you're right. Niggas like us was in there. But how many niggas like us is around, like collectively in one environment? It's not really a lot.
I felt like I can learn more from in some classes. I felt like I can learn more from the museum than I did in class. Because sometimes the students might be disrupting the teacher. The teacher may not be wanting to teach. Teacher may get an attitude. Teacher may be teaching something I don't want to learn. I feel is irrelevant. Like, what am I learning about motherfucking ancient Greece for? I don't care about Greece.
Yeah, but it's that. And then one thing Madonna did make a good point about too, where he was like, motherfuckers don't care about shit until white folks start fucking with it.
So I'm gonna ask you that question again. So if everything is running smoothly, Marley, there's no problems with it. What is there to protest against?
Nothing.
Okay, so when do you protest? When they start removing artifacts and fucking with shit, right?
Yeah, but I think that what he was trying to say, like as far as niggas going to theater shit, like niggas is never going. I mean, I understand what you're saying too, but I also understand
over 10 million people that went and visited it since 2023.
Okay, this is the one in Atlanta.
That's both of them.
And the one
That's
in DC,
maybe all of them.
right?
I didn't even read the article.
I've never been to the one in DC. The next time I go to DC, go to that one. I've never been to the one in DC. When I go to DC next time, I'm going to go to it though.
I ain't never been to the one in DC either.
Yeah, I gotta go to the one in DC. I think I might take a trip out on one of these weekends, probably in the summertime. Probably like on a 3-day weekend or something like that, and head out to DC probably.
But that's the one task that they got Colin Kaepernick in. Damn.
Oh.
I'm still trying to figure out what he did.
Nigga, he took a knee, nigga. He took a knee in the National Football League, nigga.
A knee. A knee.
They got that
a
nigga.
knee, Marley.
Goddamn fucking museum for that shit.
Yeah, this nigga said a knee. A knee. Yeah, nigga a knee. A knee. He took a knee, nigga. That knee was a big knee. Imagine that knee in your chest.
For what? What did it mean? What did it call? What did it stop? What did it change? Got his ass kicked out the NFL?
Damn.
He protested police injustice by taking a knee job. For real? It changed his career, you damn right.
That nigga said he protested police justice.
I ain't mad at him either.
This is what I'm saying.
Did he get richer from taking a knee? Did he get richer?
Like, you ain't never like physically had to protest police injustice because like they was cuffing you and you were the one being done unjust. I don't think you should say that shit. And I'm saying that just in a sense, like some of us have been treated unjust by these motherfuckers.
Why the police?
I can say Colin
Taking a knee don't mean shit to me.
Yeah, you can't cover that with a knee at an NFL game. Like those are
right. A knee?
different.
The hell out of here.
I can't. You know what I'm saying? Again, it's two entirely different platforms. That's forcing an argument in one place. Where, like I said, I understand. Even like Deity was making that argument the other day. I get it. I just don't think we need that. Like, let them motherfuckers do what they do, and motherfuckers outside of that do the advocating. Because a lot of them don't know what the fuck they talking about anyway.
This nigga here.
I mean, I understand the sentiment behind it and the idea behind it. And it was an impressive move. But other than that, go play football, nigga. Like all the other niggas did.
Yeah,
don't sacrifice your career.
I would definitely say shut up and dribble every time.
I mean, shit. I understand the move behind it, the all that, but nah.
Hey, yo, peace, y'all. But Xavier, you saying Xavier, you talking like as if it caused more harm than good, like as if he should have never.
I'm not.
Did that.
No. How did I? What? Where did that joint? How did that? Huh?
Where did that came from?
Where did that
So what are you saying? Well, my bad. I'm gonna take a step back. What are you trying to say? What are you trying to say, Xavier?
I said exactly what I said.
Which was what? That he should have just kept his mouth shut and played ball.
He should have took his knee, protested what he did, and after that, he should have went back and played football.
I'm pretty sure they banned the
nigga
a lot
more,
didn't they? Or am I tripping?
They banned him out the league. Yeah, they kind of like kicked him out the league, Xavier too.
Oh no,
I know they
so it's like what the? I don't get it.
They kicked him out the league. Oh, why?
No, bro. He kind of like didn't get signed because nobody wanted to sign that fucking bump.
I'm not the biggest Kaepernick fan, but I'm not gonna shit on it. Like, you know what I mean? He didn't.
Yeah, I mean, you know what we mean.
A little bit.
He didn't get kicked out, but he pretty much kind of got kicked out because nobody wanted to sign him.
Yeah, they blackballed him. I mean, he won a lawsuit because of that.
He didn't technically get kicked out.
I mean, we can talk about it because, like I say, there's no context to that blackballing shit other than word on the streets. I'm saying as a football fan that watch and can pull up his stats and show you the games I'm talking about, nobody wanted this nigga. Nobody wanted to sign him. And it was because of his performance on the field. He hurt his shoulder, and he was never the same.
And that, so that only added to him teams not wanting to sign him. But before then, he probably did have a chance of being signed.
Of course he did. He was a top-ranking quarterback.
Oh. So again, the protest helped him how? I guess it helped him because he got a lawsuit.
But you looking at the wrong shit. It wasn't. He obviously sacrificed his career to highlight highlight police injustice in this country. I mean, I think that's
how did a knee highlight something that we've been recognizing and facing since before he took a knee? How?
I mean, obviously not for us, but the rest of the country, yeah. The rest of the country, I mean, look, like a lot of this BLM protest and all that, like I don't agree with it, but it does get results, man. It does weigh the I guess the public opinion to our side when you get this exposure out for shit like this.
Let me be clear here. So you telling me you think white people did not know what was going on with the police before George Floyd? They had no idea.
It's a combination of that and them not caring. But when you put it in their face where they have to acknowledge it, I see results coming out from that versus, nobody talking about it and, nothing gets done. But when you got people out in the streets protesting, shit gets done that much, shit happens that much more. If you get my drift. Because I'm looking at Kaepernick situation kind of similar to the BLM shit. Even though I don't agree with that either, it still did get results.
Okay, so what results did Kaepernick get?
Right.
Awareness.
No,
awareness.
fuck no.
That's a result. Awareness is a result. For real.
Sure. I'm not gonna say that's a result, but all I can say is Cap thing wasn't about like him saying he could fix it, right? Cap was just saying like it's an injustice that's happening. I'm going to take the knee for this. That's literally it. And after that, he did fund organizations like out his own pocket and help other organizations get funded, like get money for community programs and shit like that. Like, so what he saying awareness is a result for him. Yeah. He literally said, I'm just bringing awareness to the situation.
Yeah, but he positioned himself though as an activist. So let's not act like he was an activist before, right? It was just suddenly again, like some of us believe in this wake up one day and just join the fight. I don't. Like I think that is literally how a lot of the movements get hijacked. Soon as his career hits its downside, it's black people. Now you noticing niggas getting killed all of a sudden, as if it wasn't happening when you was running in the end zone, scoring touchdowns, beating your chest and shit. See, when you was that shit, when you was the man, you was a clean-cut white boy taking naked pictures for Sports Illustrated. Now all of a sudden, nigga, don't nobody fuck with you no more because you a fucking bum, and now it's all race. Get the fuck out of here, bro. That white.
Yeah, I'm not gonna really argue you that somewhat. What I'm gonna say for Cap is Cap has been a person who already spoke about shit like that. It wasn't like he ain't never talk about none of that. And he even spoke a lot about how like he know how weird it is with white people because he was raised with white people and they ain't know what to do with like they tried to raise him as a white child and like kind of push him away from black shit. That's why he always wore braids. That was his thing because it was like my people's is trying to raise me to not have these. So like it's not like he just became some super warrior. And no offense, that's all of us, right? Like niggas don't be out here marching every day until a specific situation happened. I don't remember what happened at that point. I don't remember if that was Trayvon or something. But yeah, it's something that made everyone, most of us start saying, nah, enough is enough. You know what I'm saying? And that's all he was saying was like, yeah, I agree with y'all. I don't.
I don't know about that agreement because
bench hurt, not playing. He wasn't going to play. He was already hurt. The conversation started with he disrespected the military. The conversation ended with he doesn't have a job. Like that. That's
you just brought
but
up
him
a good
disrespecting the military, that was BS anyway, though. Because at first
you just brought
he
out
was
a good point, though. You just brought out a good point, and I wanted to ask, but since you brought it out, I gotta highlight the fact that you brought it out. Is it necessarily the need that everybody is responding to, or the response of Nian that blew that
need
sword?
for me. It's the
Because
need for me.
if you look at it, right, if you look at it, had white people not complained that was disrespectful, and they just let that day go past, we wouldn't have a story to talk about.
Not at
But due
all.
to the fact that
And it's not
so many,
disrespectful.
due to the fact that we in the social media age and
I'm
opinion
not even
age,
saying it was disrespectful.
right?
Nah,
I'm
let me
just saying it
But
was
no, they were saying it.
because
They
it
were saying
wasn't.
that
I
same.
don't see
That's
I don't
No,
see no
at first, look, let me
disrespect.
say this real quick. At first, he
hold
was
on,
sitting
Jihad.
down, and
Hold
then the
on, because
military
I
personnel
wasn't
told
even
him
done with my
he should
point.
take a knee. So that's what he started doing after they
Jihad,
told
chill
him.
out, chill out,
I
because
got you. I got you. But
I
go ahead.
wasn't
I
even
Nigga
was
done
just
with my
trying
Jihad
to.
said,
point.
nigga Jihad
Sabia
said,
was addressing
nigga
you, my
Jihad
bad.
said, fuck your point.
Right, but anywho, it was that response, and then so many opinions flaring, and I think that part of the discussion is being left out. Now, could it catapulted him to a position that he didn't quote unquote deserve? I'm all on the train with that, but I don't think is is fair to leave out that a lot of that attention was centered towards so many people calling them disrespectful for kneeling. You even had vets coming out talking about, but we take knees and that's a sign of honor, and them taking it back to nights and all that other shit that goes along with it. Like it was mixed reviews towards it, but that white anger and that bullshit they be on, I think that is not to take the conversation off of him, but I'm saying that's what garnered the attention of that knee. Cause it ain't
Yeah.
like motherfuckers ain't been on a knee in the NFL's history or a touchdown or hit the
Right.
little prey or whatever.
Right.
But it's how they viewed it, and it goes to show that their emotions. This is for the audience. It goes to show that even in that moment, their emotions is more important than ours.
Mm-hmm.
Because if he's just doing a symbolic gesture to sit back and say, "Hey, y'all, when I'm not in the gym and I'm not on the field, I'm seeing what's going on, and if anything, I'm with you. I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm with you." Look how they responded towards that. You get what I'm trying to say? So I don't think that part of the conversation should get lost.
Well,
And
it's another fact though.
to the
Wow. So
jersey, I ain't been to the museum, but if his jersey was there and this is around the time frame that the museum is being established, I can see
yeah,
people reaching out to him asking, if he wanted to donate anything, and he tossed a jersey and they just, just to make another exhibit and stretch it out. I can see them putting it there. I don't think they putting him there in the civil. I haven't been, so I can't speak on it. But I highly
Yeah,
doubt he's in the civil rights. He's probably somewhere in the sports, and they just, do a little plaque.
yeah,
no, he's
some
Kind of,
shit like him and Jim
what
Brown.
they call it, when they used to make the time chamber things and bury things
right.
of the pop culture
Mhm.
and dig the shit up later. It may be
Fact.
that type of
He's
situation.
definitely there for civil rights, though. Definitely there for civil rights. Definitely.
He's in
Not
the
sports.
civil rights part. Have you seen it, or
Yes.
has anybody verified that?
At first, they had a whole full body thing of him. Now it's just the jersey there. You can look it up.
Mhm.
The exhibit is online.
That's why. Well, no, I mean in the section of it. Like, is he in the sports section or?
Nah,
That's
it's there.
wild.
It tells you where it's at. It's always, but it's always. That's why he's in there. He's
Mm,
in there for his protest against quote unquote injustice. But
Yeah, that's what I
I
said.
feel he downplayed that, even though some looked at that as a success. Again, when you look at the timeline after the quote unquote protest, you saw nothing more. There was no more of a movement. He killed the movement. And I would ask again, are you telling me we got tired of it? Did it get timed out? It just got old? Or did people's attention focus? Like I said, excuse me, did people's focus shift? Because like I say, keep in mind, he started with kneeling. It was about the military, blah, blah, blah. Then Trump chimed in. That's what you can't leave out. Get that son of a bitch off the field. Anybody not standing up for the flag, get that son of a bitch off the field and all of that. And people were saying, well, nah, the NFL mostly black. He coming for black people. Now, all of that shit had Trump involved in it too. So
yes, it
once
did.
you got all those things in there, that shit made him a fucking hero because he was quote unquote going against the grain. It's bullshit though.
Now, I share sentiments with you with
I
that
do too.
attention hijacked our anger towards all those police killings at the moment. And just like you, because I'm got to give you homage for this. Ain't nobody saying Terrence's name. And I done dropped that in YouTube chats numerous times. I've never seen anybody else mention him except for you, Taz.
Yeah.
And it's like, what the fuck happened? You know, everybody goes to Floyd, and I hate speaking on the dead because these people still got family members. And, you know, a lot of the times we might be peeling off the scabs and scars for them people. But nobody speaks on Terrence's name. All that
Terrence,
just disappeared.
Yeah,
Now,
got
I
it.
think it's.
you
I
know, it
think it's
jumped into
still
what
kind of.
Kanye is doing and back to celebrity gossip and bullshit.
Yeah, but it'd be disingenuous to say because Colin Kaepernick. Listen, you saying Colin Kaepernick was who people place their faith in, rather, and he never asked for that. That's what I guess I'm trying to point out. Colin Kaepernick never said, "Hey, I'm about to be the civil rights activist. I'm about to be the new day Martin Luther King." Nigga literally did just say like, "I'm doing this because I see what's happening." That's it. Nothing more. And if we saying the movement stopped because of him, well, it wasn't because of him because he wasn't like
a lot of people do things because they see things that are happening.
facts.
Facts.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. I don't think that mean that didn't.
So the difference is he had a national platform, and
Mhm.
he decided to try to what? Use that
Utilize it.
to do what? Bring awareness to something that the world knew about.
Well, they weren't. I'm not gonna say they didn't know about it, but yeah, I think it's still important that even people with the platform, because not everybody with a platform.
With the awareness part, like how can they be made aware of something that they're already aware of?
I mean, I agree, Sabio. They're aware of it, but it's like we don't got enough niggas like that standing on it and just willing to be like, look, this is how I feel about it, and this is what
And
it is.
They've been saying for a long time, shut up and dribble. They've been saying for a long time, shut up and dribble. So I'm saying they're okay with you being an entertainer for them. They don't like when you use your platform to do that because they basically like, we put you on, do what we like. It's not.
Bro, I don't either. I want them to shut up and dribble. That's what I'm saying. Like, these niggas carry too much weight in terms of conversation. They shouldn't be in political conversation. They shouldn't matter when it comes to this shit. It should be shut up and dribble. Niggas ain't got no.
Nah, that's crazy.
Nah, that's
because if they
crazy.
speaking up on behalf, if they're speaking up on behalf of black people,
listen.
Looking to LeBron James for nothing outside of a basketball advice, nigga. That's it.
I don't want anything from LeBron James about political situations. How to advance us. No. All I want to know from LeBron James, Michael Jordan, and them is how to become a better basketball player. How to help my
but
sons, my great
y'all
nephews,
can't
my
have it
nieces.
both ways.
Y'all
Because y'all
taking the
are
white
saying to
stance.
complain
Y'all
about these
saying
people.
just entertain us.
Y'all
Don't
gonna
speak about
complain
the
about these
reality.
people not speaking up, but then
Fact.
say y'all don't want them to speak up. Come on now, which one is it?
Their reality they can speak on.
But wait, who's
they can see in reality they see niggas getting shot. Like they can see that other niggas are talking about niggas getting shot and how it's becoming like, wow, it's not wrong for them to just say, I see you and I back you. Like that's what I'm saying. That's kind of crazy for y'all to be saying, like, yeah, they should shut up and dribble.
Yeah, I want police officers to say something. Fuck LeBron James. I want other police officers across the fucking country to condemn police shootings. I could give a fuck about an NBA player or a baseball player or an NFL player and how they feel about it. No, how do the other cops feel about it?
Yeah, they don't care, obviously.
I think y'all at
so,
a double-edged.
I don't know why we waiting to get their response.
Sword, and the real crust of that conversation is our ability to have proper discernment of who we listen to and who we influenced by. I don't think it's wrong for, and there's a history of it, whether it's athletes or just simply entertainers, being involved in movements, kind of speaking out, but our putting the entertainer on a pedestal above your local teacher, politician, or activist, that's where we need to have more discipline at.
I agree with that. And that's all I'm saying, though. I don't believe that Colin Kaepernick was.
That's the true issue in that. Now, hard part about that is a lot of these medias that we're talking about, whether it's the athletic sector or your entertainment sector, if the children are gravitated towards these individuals and not necessarily your local teachers and politicians, once again, we can't necessarily get mad if that's what we're feeding them to build a reality around. So that's where we just need that community tightening up at.
I
Yeah, that's agreed.
understand.
So here's
I
what I would
understand
ask.
that.
Here's what I would ask you, KT. So can you tell me
Mhm.
the difference in why Alton Sterling and Philando Castile were covered as stories? They went viral. It's all over the internet. People saw their names. But Terrence Crutcher's story didn't get that same energy in only
I
3 months.
I cannot.
Right.
And
So
his
when I
was
tell
bad, y'all. For those
you,
that don't
so
know,
when I tell you, right?
I
So
heard
so
about
when I
Terrence
tell
Crutcher.
you, it's because that fucking white bitch son was taking a knee, and all you niggas was talking about that. Don't try to contest what the fuck I'm telling you then, because I can
No,
point you.
that doesn't mean that was his fault. It's what he
I'm
just said. Discernment of people. Listen. So if people choose to pay attention to Colin Kaepernick's situation over another, that's not Colin Kaepernick's fault. Like, it's not like Colin Kaepernick was saying, I'm doing this knee so y'all can stop paying attention to everything else. He literally was not. It would be very much a fallacy to say that he was. You know that was not his intention.
So if he's an op, if he's COINTELPRO, if he's an agent, if he's there to scam the community, why would he say it out loud? Why wouldn't he just do it?
You think he's COINTELPRO?
Fucking right, yes. Like, I don't like what the fuck y'all like.
Do you think somebody who did a knee was COINTELPRO action? You really think that?
Yes. Yes.
You're wilding. Listen. You're going too far. You're going too far with the what is that shit called? Conspiracy. We're going too far with the conspiracy. Nigga, they're not going COINTELPRO us with a fucking knee. Okay?
Unless it's some reverse psychology shit. I don't know why they would push black power like that.
The only conspiracy is y'all is getting together and make it seem like he wasn't turning down contracts, nigga.
What did they got to do with anything? Well, hold up. What they got to do with anything about black people?
Because you claimed he got blackballed.
No, if he was COINTELPRO, he would have took that deal so he could get back in the league and continue to have a platform and do whatever he's going to do, right?
No,
that sounds more COINTELPRO than any fucking thing. That's why all I'm talking. I'm not debating none of that shit.
I'll lay it out for you. No, what's COINTELPRO is to take a movement where you see black people active, speaking on a real cause. You got videos flowing through the news feed every fucking time it happens. Suddenly those videos stop, and now you shift the focus towards someone else. That person who's the someone else taking the focus, that's your fucking agent.
That's not his agent. That would be the media, right? Because the media, like, we're talking about what Colin Kaepernick, who polarized Colin Kaepernick. You're right. It's the
blame
media.
is amazing, KT, to go.
The white man's media. Pointed you
No,
at the white
the blame. So how can so y'all really trying to say Colin Kaepernick himself said y'all stop running them articles about other people and just talk about me?
No one said anything like that. That's a wild ass claim.
Sounds so
I mean, y'all literally just sat here and said that as soon as he started, and because this is COINTELPRO, this is the thing. That's what I'm saying. It's not.
I'm not even saying he was COINTELPRO. You didn't ever hear me say anything about it being COINTELPRO.
No, I can agree with you on it.
So can you acknowledge what I'm telling you is a covert operation instead of going and saying, well, why he ain't say this and why he ain't say that? It's something they wouldn't say. It's a play. They're running the play behind the scenes. So he knows exactly what position he's in. He knows to get out here and keep on leading you niggas away from the real fucking topic. As they keep saying, hey, man.
Nobody. That's Taz. This is why I said you're going too far with conspiracy.
How is he leading us away
saying,
from the topic
listen,
when he's standing on black power? That's his topic.
Who puts Colin Kaepernick in the ranks of Malcolm X?
I'm going to ask you a question, bro.
Nobody puts Colin Kaepernick in a high rank. Nobody ever in social activism of black people, even ourselves, nobody is sitting there talking about Colin Kaepernick is that one. Like that's what I'm saying. This where you blowing me with the clientele pro. Because if they were gonna prop up a man, they wouldn't just prop him up for a fucking knee. They will prop him up for eternity so he can rule over the shit. Like let's be honest. Like some Jesse Jackson shit or
I
some
kind of
Al
agree with
Sharpton
that.
shit.
They would have pushed him more as a social activist for us, but I didn't see that coming from him on his side.
That's what he became.
No, I'm
he
saying
didn't.
like a real voice. He don't really be making speeches and doing all that like MLK type shit. Like
Yeah,
that's
he
not.
just donate to organizations, and he don't even make big facade, like big things out of it. It's not like every time he donates, it's a newspaper article about it. Nobody talks about fucking Colin Kaepernick right now. Like, let's be real, we making him a topic
right now.
Right, I'm making topic.
Yeah, that's the title of the show. Yeah, the topic change.
There's a reason why he was focused on for that amount of time. If he's not relevant today, you're making my point and don't even know it. You still don't get it. Motherfuckers focused on him getting a job, not black people being shot. When people started saying, man, Colin Kaepernick need to get hired, he didn't say, nah, they need to stop shooting niggas in the streets. That ain't what that motherfucking white boy said, nigga. He said, yep, they need to give me a job. He effectively changed the conversation because of dumb niggas like.
Because you're lying. But that's what you gotta stop doing. You can't just over exaggerate because niggas did not stop saying. Listen, no black people in the world sat there and said we don't care about nothing but Colin Kaepernick. You're making that what it is, and that was not what happened. Black people did not stop focusing on those. The media did. That's not Colin's fault. That's my point. And even with that, it was still clips of all these black people getting killed and stuff. But it was not. That's what I'm saying. It was not based on whether or not people were paying attention to it. It's whether the media made it seem like a thing. Like, regardless of what we talk about, that don't mean nothing if the media, that's what mainstream, we talk about mainstream and shit. That's when white people pay attention.
Right.
How do y'all find this wiggle room?
Programming, right? Mainstream programming.
Mainstream program. You kind of cut out, or my phone. It may have been my phone. I can't hear.
I said programming. Mainstream media. Using the mainstream media to get a message out. Right? So you take the message off about the everyday police killings and you give people something else to talk about. You telling me that the person that's being talked about can't redirect the focus the way he claimed he was going to do? That's what he claimed he was doing it. How did the focus ever get away from the people who were being victimized by the police? He stopped saying names.
That's what I'm saying. It's not no focus taken off. You don't have a listen. We've been through this. We can debate about whether or not the last season was good. The nigga got kicked out. That's the thing. Once the nigga got kicked out, you don't have that same platform. Every Sunday, somebody's not walking up to you saying, hey, what do you think? Or every practice, they're not going up to you saying, what do you think now? So it does change your platform ability. And then after that, that's what I'm saying. When he got kicked, when he kicked out, whatever, lost his position in the NFL. When the nigga's no longer in the NFL, Colin Kaepernick is not out here now attention whoring for attention. The next time we seen Colin Kaepernick was like a couple years later, and they were talking about Nike was signing him to a lifetime deal because of what he did type shit.
You don't even need to talk.
So wait, so you got the whole setup debacle of him going to the training facility and let the NFL watch him and the bitch didn't show up?
A couple teams. Yep, a couple teams showed up. Yep.
So he was always, he didn't show up.
So what did they? That's what I'm saying. Him not showing up. What does this got to do with activism? Like, that's my thing. You're literally tying in his daily life things and saying he was subverting the movement. This nigga ain't show up to practice when niggas ask. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I still don't think. I don't know if you're not getting it. Again, when the man turns down an NFL contract, but then the conversation becomes he's blackballed, that's bullshit. That when the conversation becomes no team wants him and teams are saying, nah, we took a look at it, he's a fucking bum, but we keep saying it's about race. Yeah, that's bullshit. So yes, he does get $30 million and shit from Nike because we're following him. We're supporting him. All eyes went to him. So again, 2015, 2019, it's forgotten, nigga. It's not till George Floyd and other conversations happen about police brutality. What was that 3-year hiatus?
Cohen, I'm just trying to figure out how this correlates to him being some COINTEL nigga, bro, because he didn't subvert the fucking movement. The media talking about this nigga, and listen, this is like, I want you to understand, Chad. This like saying because niggas arguing. Listen, this like saying because niggas arguing about fucking Shador, they stop talking about Carmelo. That's not true. You lying. Like the media may have stopped talking about that, but again, that's not we are not the people who control the media. We can't sit there and say this is what you want to do. But if you're talking about somebody who's COINTELPRO, well, they would have made sure the media actually kept that person up. That sounds more COINTELPRO-ish to me. That's all I'm saying.
They kept him up all the way till they was done with him. They were done with him, and he got his little money or whatever. Again, George Floyd was an entirely different situation. That you can't suppress shit now. Like you can't use them same old putting a white boy on the football field and making him knee to get people's attention off of George Floyd. The shit worked with Colin Kaepernick. I'm asking you, for those 3 years, what happened? Because there was a strong movement from 2015 to 2017. Once Freddie Gray happened, that conversation disappeared out the media and everything, and it became about Kaepernick. I don't understand why you can't be honest about that. Like it became about him getting a job. That was the mainstream conversation.
Yeah, my point is what the mainstream talks about. You're literally saying because white people chose to talk about him, or what people was talking about actually, the black people actually was talking about doesn't matter.
No, I'm
fuck
telling you,
what media was talking about because you're saying he killed the movement in terms of white people. And that's not even, let's be very honest. If white people say, okay, we're tired of this media-wise, can they not just sit here and say, we're going to focus on this thing, quit highlighting the rest of the shit? That's my point. I'm pointing out that they probably did, honestly. Like, because Colin Kaepernick was like, I could say at the height of the whole movement. But Black Lives Matter definitely plays a part in this also. Like once we find out Black Lives Matter, Colin's here, then a little bit later we find out Black Lives Matter finessing, and they don't want to cover it no more. That's what I'm saying. If we talking about who subverted or COINTELPRO the fucking movement, it would definitely be Black Lives Matter, not no fucking Colin Kaepernick. Like I just find it wild because he didn't take it upon himself. He didn't get out here and start going on rally speeches.
You sound just like the white man's media, man. I mean, it's really amazing.
You the one saying the white man's media is who determined what was being talked about. You literally saying because they highlighted Colin Kaepernick, everybody else stopped doing it. Everybody stopped being out here, stopped talking about it, we just started ignoring it. No, the media did. That's the white man's media.
I'm asking you again, what happened? You got
the media. I just said it too. Also, Black Lives Matter will probably definitely be our. Because Colin Kaepernick shit was before Black Lives Matter came to an end.
Black Lives Matter is who deserves that motherfucking spot in the museum. I can show you they work. I can show you they activism. You talking about a nigga doing? Talking about wait, because even Jihad in the chat put it in the chat. You talking about a nigga donating to abortion clinics as activism?
No, he donated to more than abortion clinics, bro. That's where we're being very disingenuous.
Nigga, y'all niggas
we're being very disingenuous. Like we're being very disingenuous.
Ass nigga,
remember last time you brought it. Remember last time remember last time you brought this up and we was talking about Black Lives Matter, and remember you were saying we can't find much money trails on actually what Black Lives Matter donated to that helped our community, and then I pointed out what Colin did. I can go back and get the list. He donated way more shit than some fucking abortion clinics. So that's what I'm saying. We could highlight one thing a nigga did and say, oh, this nigga was COINTELPRO. Or we could look at the actual people who was really out here telling us to march in the streets. Colin wasn't doing that. I'm gonna say this one last time. The man said nothing, but I'm bringing awareness to the situation. How you place the crown of he was supposed to lead it, I don't fucking know. Because Black Lives Matter was the people who were saying, hey, we need to hit the streets, not Colin.
That's all he said. You want to put
He was just saying, I'm using my platform to bring awareness. He did that.
You want to put 500 that he said more than that? And you don't know what the fuck you talking about, dumb nigga? You want to put 500 right now?
Well, yeah. Show me somewhere where he said we need to, where he's organizing rallies for us. I'm saying, yeah, we're already marching. So he's saying, yeah, continue to do so. I'm saying Black Lives Matter are the people who are organizing the marches. Where's the Colin Kaepernick organized march? No, he was saying, I already see what you're doing. Because were we not already marching?
Nowhere.
We weren't already marching.
There is no Colin Kaepernick march.
Exactly. That's my point. I'm saying he was only bringing up y'all already marching. Continue to do that, and I support you.
You niggas was marching behind him. You're not listening.
You niggas wasn't doing nothing. Leave me out of you niggas. I'm gonna be honest with you, very honest. I wasn't marching for Black Lives Matter or fucking Colin Kaepernick, because I know at the end of the day they're both elitist groups. Like, not being funny, but I respect Colin Kaepernick more because, again, Colin Kaepernick never was saying like, "Yeah, I'm about to make a change." He literally said what he was doing. I'm not going to get mad because now Black Lives Matter, when they saying they trying to change some shit, that's different.
So do you want to bet the 500 that it was about making a change, little nigga, little dumb nigga?
This how you know you. This how you know you about to come with some bullshit. Because you got to. First of all, you got to start with the insults. That's third grade, Taz. Stop it. Second of all, listen. Nobody's talking about whether or not he mentioned it was about change. Because no, duh, any bit of activist is about change. Genius. No, duh. I'm talking about. He wasn't saying I'm going to lead y'all to the change. He didn't say that not once. He didn't say that not once. Did he?
You're not saying what he actually said.
What did he say then, Ted? Did he say, I'm going to lead you guys to the promised land?
Yes.
Or did he say, you're already marching and I feel you and continue?
He definitely didn't say that. He didn't say that. So again, since you don't know what he said but wants to continue to talk, what was actually said.
Show me anywhere he said he's going to lead us to the promised land. Nobody talking about, because now you're trying to bring up a very specific sentence to say what he said verbatim. I'm saying overall, he was not talking about he's going to lead us to the promised land. That's why you're avoiding that to bring up, I don't fucking know. I just sat there and kept asking you, but you're avoiding that. He not once sat there and said he's the leader for us, did he?
I just can't believe you still talking and you have no idea. What I'm referring to is the very first statement. His very first statement of what he said he was doing it for and how long he was going to do it. But you're not familiar with that, are you?
What are you talking about? Like how long he was going to do the knee until he seen it was some addressed. Yeah. Did he say he was our leader? That's what I'm talking about. Again, any bit of civil fucking rights is about changing something. So no, duh. That's the point of it.
I'm asking you a question. Did he say he wasn't?
Did he? What the fuck? Nobody even thought he was, Taz.
What?
But you, I guess, because you just say, I said, did he say he was going to lead us? Did he say he was our leader? You said, did he say he wasn't? You wouldn't even have to object. I mean, you wouldn't have to throw it in there. Was he or was he not? Because nobody thought he was leading us, motherfucker. You making an argument out of it. But that's just not, nobody was looking at Colin Kaepernick and saying, this is the modern day Al Sharpton.
Yeah, he created 501c3s and all of that to be a quote unquote leader in the black community. And this is why they continue
to be an activist, as you said. I don't think because you're an activist, you're the activist. We got plenty of activists in our communities, in our history that were not Martin Luther fucking King. Plenty of them. There's nothing wrong with it being an activist. That don't mean you're the God activist or you're trying to lead it or move out the way of move things away from the movement. That's what I'm saying. Where you're saying that, for me, that's disingenuous.
But you can't show me why you moved away from the movement. I'm telling you why. I gave you the example of them moving away.
I explained it to you to a T and you ignored it. The media. Colin Kaepernick does not control the media. Also, Black Lives Matter. Let's not act like they didn't exist.
Again, so the question you won't answer, when the media redirects this attention to him, why is he not redirecting the attention to the atrocities?
What the fuck he literally did? Because you're talking about when people are talking about he's going out for a job and he's not getting hired. Why was his response supposed to all of a sudden be niggas dying? Nigga, you're asking me about the fucking job. It's a quick reply of yes, no, yeah. I feel some shit going on there. What the fuck? What are we supposed to? That's what I'm saying. What do you think the nigga was supposed to do?
I told you what he's supposed to do. He's supposed to stand on the same business he said he's gonna stand on in that locker room. But you're not having him stand on it because obviously you don't know the business he was supposed to be standing on. You don't know this was about the atrocities. Like, but
I'm trying to figure out what the atrocities got to do with the job. That's what I'm saying. You be bringing up these things that don't got nothing to do with it. That's why I asked you 5-6 times and you ain't never answered. What the fuck do that got to do with the movement, bro? A nigga getting the job. What do that got to do with the movement?
Ask yourself that. Ask yourself why
you tell me. You the one that's arguing it.
Yeah, I've told you multiple times. The movement
got. You haven't said it once. What does the job have to do with the movement?
Oh my fucking God, bro. I'll say it again. Because all of the focus went to him not having a job, but the original focus was to be on police brutality. As the conversation became he don't have a job, there was a complete lack of focus on police brutality. If I'm wrong, show me why it happened. Show me why black
because the media chose to follow him. And even then, that did not stop people from talking about it. Again, you're lying because literally Black Lives Matter existed. Were they not still bringing light to shit? And media was still giving them light, right?
Black Lives Matter, yes.
Okay, right. So you're literally lying when you see him saying, well, they stopped talking about anything because Black Lives Matter was still getting talked about, Taz. And guess what Black Lives Matter was talking about? The smaller thing.
Like for some reason you keep moving to a different group instead of the guy you're supposed to be standing on, right? Because you move to Black Lives Matter, not understanding that you're going to throw them.
You're talking about who is the COINTELPRO and who subverted the movement.
But you're going to throw them under the bus in 5 minutes. You ain't standing.
No,
with Black
nigga,
Lives
that's facts. That's facts. We know most of their money ain't go to nothing. We know it. The money that was literally raised. I'm not talking about their pocket money either. I'm talking about the money that was raised for things to be changed.
Most of Colin Kaepernick's money didn't go to nothing.
That's his pocket money. That's what I'm saying. It's a difference between you have a net worth and you actually raise some money in order for some change. Ain't nothing happened with that money. That's a whole different thing. And again, even when he lost his job and he doesn't have a job, but he does have pocket money. When he's donating, guess what it is? Pocket fucking money. Because he don't have no organization that he's raising money via through in this, that, and the field.
That's COINTELPRO. That's agent shit. What are you talking about?
What's COINTELPRO, bro?
You're acting like he's donating to these black foundations, bruh. Like, for some reason, you don't understand this woke agenda and you don't understand he was donating to gay motherfuckers, abortion clinics, and every fucking thing else. Just to say, hey, I donated. Hey, I gave some money to some causes. Why do you keep making it seem like that shit went to black people?
Yeah, it did. I pointed this out to you last time. If you give me a second, I'll pause and literally go back and get the page. But nigga, I pointed out literal how you could point out more black organizations that Colin Kaepernick donated to than Black Lives Matter, nigga. So I'm not saying everything the nigga did was black oriented because that's not what civil rights is. Let's be blunt. Like if we being blunt, I know it should be about us, but that's not what it's about. It's about people who are facing injustices. Now you help those people. You've helped those people, and you've helped your people just as much more.
That could never happen. You could never show where more of Colin's money went than Black Lives Matter. You sound like a goddamn.
I literally can't. I did it last time you were talking about this.
Okay, go ahead and pull it up, bro, so I can show you one Black Lives Matter movie, bro. Shit is sad. Like I don't even think you know where that money went, bro. I think you just talking, bro. Hey, this shit is crazy. Like niggas out here donating to black and brown communities and niggas make it seem like that was about us. Nah, bruh. I don't do that black and brown shit, that LGBTQ, some of y'all black, so I donated to that. Nah, bro. None of that ain't got nothing to do with like niggas gotta donate to some shit like Ziax for it to be pro-black.
Other than that, these fake charities and shit, donating to your homeboy charity, donating to your own charity. Like, come on, fam. Like, what are we talking about? And like I say, we get mad at Black Lives Matter and talking about them, but ain't nobody talking about who was donating to Colin shit. Ain't nobody talking, nobody cares. Because he didn't draw the same attention. It was about celebrating him. Nah, bruh. It ain't the same. Nigga didn't get the same scrutiny and shit, bruh. And if he did, I don't think that white woman's son would get a pass.
Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Y'all can hear me? All right. I'm on my phone, so I'm switching through the thing. Can you still hear me?
Can hear you.
All right. So this is just the black, and I ain't gonna lie, two of them is black and brown. Know Your Rights Camp. This is a camp founded by Colin for youth for teaching youth empowerment for black kids. The Colin Kaepernick Foundation, it does black and brown kids. It's $1 million pledge. Well, that was the old one, it was $1 million pledge. Raw Vision Media, that's black and brown publishing. He has the partnerships with Shoe Palace and Jimmy Jazz. And through collaborations, they donate a portion of his Air Force One sales. This is just a black, mostly black. I'm not gonna say this first one is Critical Resistance. That's the dismantle the prison industrial complex. So I'm gonna say
Dismantle the prison industrial complex.
Did he go out?
Yeah, he went out, bro. That's the craziest shit.
My
ever,
bad.
bro.
Y'all can hear me again?
Oh, okay.
He got 100 suits for 100 men, but it actually gives 100 suits to black men and women seeking jobs. Well, it gives more than 100 suits, but you get the point. That was the main thing. It started with the Black Equality Justice Fund. This nigga's donating the nigga shit. And I ain't saying he donated more than Black Lives Matter, no, because he didn't have as much money to donate as Black Lives Matter. I'm saying he literally, we can prove this nigga donated to more things that are directed specifically for black people. And if we say it's some type of inclusion, it's a Mexican.
Share my screen, bro. This what he donating to for black people, bro. Portion. This what he got to do with black people, bro. I don't want to hear about no black and brown shit, none of that, bro. Let's talk about why this nigga was donating to abortion clinics and shit, bro. Let's talk about the real shit behind this money niggas keep bragging on. Like I say, he's putting up bans for everything, for everybody. So everybody's cool. Everybody getting a little piece of this shit, bro. Like why are we not being honest about that?
Yeah, I don't know how you pull up one thing and all of a sudden say that negate all the other shit I just named. But it's all right. I'm not saying this is something he donated to. What the fuck? That's the point.
The point ain't to negate it. Like, what are you talking? I'm not trying to negate.
Did you just sit here and swore up and down he didn't donate to no? And now because this don't say shit about donates to black abortion groups, nigga, or something. Like, it don't say even shit about black people. It just say it donated to abortion. Because guess what? No offense, we're in a society where women literally choose to do that. We're not in the 1800s. Bitches got a choice. I hate it sometimes. I'm not saying that like they need to go back to this. I think sometimes they make the bad decision, but that doesn't change the fact that if they want to do it, then we should have things allowed to help them do that if that's what they choose. That it's simple. Like, that doesn't mean that he has anything to do against our movement or anything of that nature. I'm really trying to figure out, are you trying to like say that this man is more responsible than Black Lives Matter? Because Black Lives Matter is the COINTELPRO agent people we're talking about here. Like, literally. Like, we have way more evidence of these niggas being some COINTELPRO niggas than Colin Kaepernick, because Colin fucking Kaepernick, as you avoided, while they were talking about Colin Kaepernick, they were also highlighting Black Lives Matter.
Nah, bro, I'm telling you that.
Sabio, you should be here.
September of 2016 is when
I'm good,
got
Dad.
killed. Right? Let me see. Is Biafra still up here?
I'm confused though. What is it? If he's saying he would be killed for proof point.
Let me show you what I'm talking about in real time, fam. Show you what I'm talking about in real time. I'm turning your dumb ass into content. This is Terrence Crutcher, bro. This is September 16th, 2016. Shot down in Tulsa, Oklahoma, bro. Right? Now, because the police killed him, this should have been Colin Kaepernick, who's quote unquote standing up. This is right at the beginning of the season, right? Instead of talking about Terrence Crutcher, 3 days later, who is this article about? Who is this article about being killed, fam?
Colin Kaepernick.
But I'm showing you right here, a black man was just killed publicly. I knew about it 4 days before.
Hey, go back to the page you were just saying. So I'm gonna show you how you making bad content. You talking about you gonna make content out of somebody. Hey, what that microphone say in that man's hand?
What it says ESPN 49ers reporter Nick Wagner discussing Colin Kaepernick's.
You don't say it's ESPN, nigga. Why you think they about to be talking about just some racial injustice? It's a sports fucking news, nigga. So when you talking about the media, they just stop talking about it, period. You literally got to go to fucking ESPN to find the people talking about Colin Kaepernick the most. Like it was a sports media thing. It wasn't just regular. Everybody in media ignored this nigga. That's what I'm saying. You're lying because we can probably look up Terrence Crutcher fucking articles too. I guarantee you that. But you want to sit here and say, oh, because ESPN was talking about Colin Kaepernick and now this nigga, he took the shine. It's ESPN.
Really missing the point to ESPN. Are you really missing the point right now?
No, you just not making one. Can't get it if you ain't making one.
So you need another source for his comments.
I need some. It's ESPN, bro. What are they supposed to talk about? Like, are they supposed to talk about Terrence Crutcher or fucking Colin Kaepernick? That's all I'm saying.
Wow.
No problem, bro. Okay, so what about this one? What about this one? What about The Guardian? Is this not sports enough for you?
No. My point is, nigga, are you sitting here saying now you can't find no Terrence Crutcher articles?
I'm telling you at the time.
Are you saying no words? Because that's what you're literally saying. You're saying he subverted it to where nobody, it wasn't a thing.
You're missing it. That shit crazy.
Like I'm showing you the dates, Sam. This man is killed. This is his time. Colin Kaepernick's supposed to be talking about him, not
nigga. You
himself.
sound stupid.
Not himself. Not himself. Nigga. But so I get now why you don't understand why I'm saying he usurped the movement. Because I'm showing you the evidence.
Because you saying stupid shit. Because you just talking. Nobody can really get you. Maybe Sabio, but nobody gets you. I don't get you. Because you talking stupid shit. You saying because the media, I'm gonna say this one last time. The media highlighted him. Not saying even the media highlighted him. Because again, as I just said, and you keep refusing to do, because you can look up Terrence Crutcher articles. I know it is. You can definitely look them up. So the point is, you sit here saying because, well, they highlighted him and he ain't say nothing about Terrence Crutcher. Nigga, you know how many niggas done died by the police and ain't nobody say shit about him? Like the media ain't even run. Like we talking about newspaper articles for Terrence and shit. It's many niggas who done got clapped on, and besides they maybe local newspaper, ain't shit was said. Nigga, it's not on fucking Colin Kaepernick to sit here and say every nigga who died, like, yo, let me highlight every nigga who died. This nigga was not sitting there talking about that. I think injustice is
Are you really making this argument?
Nigga, so if you say you're just bringing awareness to injustices.
You sound worse than Madame, bruh. Just give up.
You sound stupid. So are you saying when you say I'm bringing awareness to injustices? Are you now saying that everybody is supposed to be named?
You're out of gas, bruh. You're out. Just stop.
Y'all got to get some gas in the car. That's the first thing. You talking about I'm out of gas. I ain't never had no gas in the wheel. We ain't never moved nowhere.
You done wrecked.
Man, you talking. That's why y'all not really making no actual explanation. Like you just think because you show something. Oh, it's a Colin Kaepernick article that does prove my point. Nigga, he's famous.
This is over.
What the fuck are we doing here?
You're not doing shit but making it worse. Please just stop.
You
this goofy nigga like.
Now I'm finna show you why they ain't want the bitch. Now I'm finna show you why they ain't want the bitch, right? Surgery, January 6th, 2016. Tears his fucking labrum in his left shoulder. You see, remember I told your dumbass earlier his shoulder was fucked up? See that? 2015, right? So when he comes into the next season, ain't nobody fucking with him like that. Colin Kaepernick is in Colorado for a checkup on his surgically repaired left shoulder. Okay? Since the start of 2015, Kaepernick has had half as many surgeries as touchdown passes. You stupid bitch. I step
That's how
on
you
niggas
know.
like
That's how you know you sound stupid. You being too emotional, homegirl. Calm your ass down. You stupid bitch. Like, why you all emotional? You don't have a relevant point. 2016 was his last season, sir. The nigga played afterwards. Shut the fuck up. Like, you in your bag for nothing. Because you really don't have a factual point, though, Taz. You just be arguing to argue sometimes. You know you do. Like, you really understand, though. Because me and you sat up here on this panel and argue with niggas about Black Lives Matter. You was sitting here still saying Colin Kaepernick was the worst, but we were talking about how Black Lives Matter was the real thing. Like, so nigga, you really just be arguing for the sake of fuck's sake. Like you said, you about content. Hey, remember that. You a YouTube nigga. I don't got no channel. I don't do that. Let's make content goofy nigga shit. That's what you do.
start talking about your mama.
Right. The nigga ain't play next season. So how that makes sense to what you saying?
Start talking about your mama, nigga. The fuck you mean?
You gonna start talking about my mama? You said you gonna start talking about my mama?
That's what you want to
Oh
do,
man, it's all right. It's okay. You have to talk about my mom.
Fuck, I don't. I ain't called you no name. You that shit, nigga. Bitch ass nigga. Now let's get back to it. Again,
bitch ass nigga. Why you? That's the name there. The bitch ass nigga. Because you know in real life you wouldn't dare call a nigga a bitch to their face.
Right. It's on the screen now, right? So when I read it, it probably didn't make much sense to you. Could skirt past it, but now it's on the screen. Since the start of the 2015 season, Kaepernick has had half as many surgeries as touchdown passes. Those are 2 L's. Do you recognize the 2 L's in that? Not only was he not throwing touchdown passes, but his surgeries, 3 on his shoulder. Can you please explain to me how somebody gonna want to sign this bitch and he's hurt?
Yeah, again, nobody. I told you, you got the wrong person when you were saying even earlier. Remember earlier, I told you his arm was fucked up. I'm not debating why Colin didn't get signed. Now, when I say blackball, yeah, I do agree. Cause you remember that from the last time we were talking. I said he was blackballed because he didn't get back in the league. Yeah, no, I don't think Colin Kaepernick was bad enough to say he didn't deserve at least a backup position. And possibly, to be honest with you, at this point in time, like 2018, even down to up to there, like, yeah, league-wise, we ain't have, like, hella dynamic quarterbacks.
Is this another conversation that we having? Or is this about...
yeah, the nigga just asked, the nigga just talking about why he was kicked out the league. I've never debated about it, so there's no reason to bring it up.
Because he took a knee on the idea that he was, quote unquote, bringing awareness to police brutality and the killing of black men, young unarmed black men, quote unquote, as if there wasn't an awareness and protest and things already happening before his so-called knee brought so-called awareness. So is this what we're talking about, or are we going to talk about him supposedly getting another job in the NFL?
Hey man, look, he brought that up. I'm just clarifying. But to get back to your point, listen, to get back to your point.
I know exactly why he's bringing up everything he's bringing up. I don't think you do.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. You literally just was talking about how this isn't the topic, and now you're saying why it matters. You literally were just saying like it's subverting it for us to be talking about the main topic.
I did never say
the main thing is
I didn't ever say this doesn't matter. I asked, I asked you distinctly, are we still talking about the initial conversation? Or are we going to talk about something?
That's why I said I'm not going to stick on this part because this is a side part, nigga.
Let me finish so you can understand how to make the conversation, because the conversation was based off of the initial statement that I made about him taking the knee and how it didn't mean shit. He took a knee and you said he brought awareness.
Mhm.
And now we're talking about somehow your last comment, your last few comments really had nothing to do with the initial statement. It had to
Do you
do
not
with
see
him.
Taz literally brought the screen up?
Hold up. I know why
Hold.
he's bringing the
Catch
screen up.
up. I didn't say shit about why he wasn't in the league.
Hey, chill out. Chill out. I know why he brought the screen up. I do not need you to bring this up.
So why the fuck do you keep talking about how I brought up this and made it a side topic from the main thing? Nigga, I didn't.
The conversation is being diverted. We do not want to go down the rabbit hole on him supposedly being able to play or being the backup quarterback on another team. That isn't the conversation.
Nigga, this is what I'm saying,
ability to
Sabio.
throw game of football isn't the conversation. The conversation is about him taking a knee and his so-called bringing awareness to the shooting of young unarmed black men. Why do you think he brought up Terrence Crutcher?
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's bringing these up to show contrast.
Sabio, I'm not gonna lie, bro. I need you to think about what you just said. You just said that I was changing the topic by talking about whether or not he should be in the league. The man literally brought it up. Taz brought that up, not me. I wasn't trying to move away from the topic. I was trying to get back to the topic you were talking about. And I agree. Okay.
Yo, Taz. I told you a long time ago, take KT to go, just give it up. You don't want to listen because you think you're there. I understand. I appreciate it. But you lost a long time ago. You're out of gas at this point, bruh. Every point Taz has shown has flew straight over your head. And you just talking.
I don't know how he just acted like that.
Nigga, you literally was just talking about whether or not the niggas should be in the league was off topic. Did you not? Yes or no?
Because it is off topic.
Yes or no? Yes or no? Just say yes or no.
It is off topic.
Okay, who brought that up?
Taz wasn't bringing that up.
Okay, so why the fuck are you talking about? You were out of gas. Y'all, you just be sounding stupid.
Taz was
like you was not listening or something. Because nigga, I ain't bring it up. I was trying to stay, and I was even saying when you brought that up, I'm trying to go back to the main topic.
I'm going to explain to you what Taz was trying to show you, if you want to fully understand it. So, the original conversation is on the knee, and the awareness that you and Jihad said that he brought to this. To police brutality and the killing of young black men. So Taz was showing that at that point in his career, Colin Kaepernick was on the down. His career wasn't as good as it once was. He has 3 surgeries and 6 touchdowns. He was a bum. So him taking the knee did what? As Taz was trying to highlight to you long ago when I said you should have gave up. It took it off him being trash and put the focus on him being so-called for young black men and the plight of the black community. It went over your head though, somewhere.
Yeah,
I don't know where.
Pretty
but it
good.
did.
Nigga, it didn't. Like, that's what I'm saying. It's so wild that you have to explain that for an hour in order to say nothing. The craziest it is. Damn, stop. I'll let you go, man. I even muted myself. Chill. Listen. The thing I'm saying is nobody even debated whether or not the nigga was trash or none of that. Did I once? Please tell me. No, I didn't, did I? None of that. All I said was the man was bringing awareness, and that's exactly what happened. Like he brought awareness, more awareness to it. Nobody's saying that he invented awareness. Like, this is the argument I guess y'all are making, and I'm not making that for him. Nobody ever was, because before we ever had Colin Kaepernick, we had hands up, don't shoot, shit like that. I understand that. It's still bringing more awareness to it.
we don't.
I don't know what more y'all thinking we supposed to put on him, but I don't get how this gets into. Because the only way somebody could be COINTELPRO, and that's what I was really arguing about. Let's get back to that. If we arguing somebody's COINTELPRO, you would have to be a persistent black leader, not a situational.
Oh shit. So again, Taz, Taz. Remember, I used to say, throw niggas in the trash.
Yeah, I don't really agree with that, but I like. So I don't think I just don't think he's familiar with COINTELPRO's tactics to make a statement like that. Like literally, you're not talking about using people on the open. You're talking about this shit being made and materialized and worked over years. Like people put in positions to become leaders over you from the beginning. That
Yes.
what are you talking about?
Yeah, so you're skipping the point. After that, where was he the leader?
He's a leader right now. That you just mentioned how much his organization donated and this and that, fam. He's presented
Because I can name what his organization does makes him the leader. That's what I'm saying. Like, where afterwards have we talked about Colin Kaepernick being placed in a situation, popping up, anything of that nature? Even though he's doing some of those things, even though he's actually having foundations and shit, we're not talking about him as a leader anymore.
Man, did you not call him an activist in this conversation?
Yeah, what the fuck? Oh my God, Taz, you missing the point. I'm saying if you're COINTELPRO, you're not going to be just some windmill nigga. I would say Umar got more likelihood to be COINTELPRO than this nigga. Because black people consistently listen to Umar. Colin Kaepernick doesn't even speak to be listened to. Like that's what I'm saying. You know,
his job is done.
I guess the situation with Jesse Smollett is similar to this. And he was an activist too, right?
Like you make it
what
seem
you mean?
like
What you mean by his situation?
Colin Kaepernick's job is done, fam. Like they don't need Colin Kaepernick to do shit else. Like that's what I don't get. I'm trying to figure out what you think I'm saying they need him for today. His job done.
I mean, because that's how when you talking about COINTELPRO, we're talking about long-time agents. That's why I say we ain't talking situational. Like you're not talking.
They need him. They'll trot him out again. Until then, he'll be running his 501c3 that they helped him set up. What are you talking about?
They're not going to sit there and re-prop Colin Kaepernick up because nobody. He's not. No offense, he's not. This is literally almost a decade later, bro. Like Colin Kaepernick don't have a quarter bit of that power. Because the platform, that's like he was saying, he was doing the awareness with the platform. He's not even on that platform and has been way removed from that platform. They couldn't re-pop Colin Kaepernick if they wanted to be honest. Like, I'm not saying niggas don't fuck with Colin Kaepernick, but again, Umar has a higher possibility of being fucking COINTELPRO than this nigga because Umar's a nigga who's consistently just been here. That's what COINTELPRO is. You don't just set up a leader and say, oh, we need somebody to, a lot of niggas getting killed, do a knee so people can't talk about the niggas.
Do a knee so people can't talk about the niggas. No, so I wouldn't argue that Kaepernick's air quote protest started that way. I don't think it started as, hey, go out there and watch these niggas follow you. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, no. Once they realized that niggas was willing to follow, that bag came into play. And he started moving based on that bag. I don't see how we can't see that.
No, I'm trying to figure out how does this make you COINTELPRO?
He got a bag that Umar can't never reach, but you want to call Umar COINTELPRO.
He had a bag Umar couldn't reach before he became active.
Colin Kaepernick got the COINTELPRO type bag. But Umar's COINTELPRO.
He had a bag he couldn't reach before he ever even did that, did he not?
Sense, bro. You got to make sense. You ain't making sense.
Did Colin Kaepernick not have a bag Umar couldn't reach before he ever did anything? Before he ever took a knee? Did he not already have money Umar couldn't reach?
Yes, he had money.
Do you know what Colin Kaepernick net worth is today?
He had money. Sure.
Huh?
No, I don't.
It's 14 million. Okay. He's worth less. So he's not worth, he's lost money. That's what I'm saying. This doesn't sound COINTELPRO agent-ish. Like, that's what I'm saying. Even sustaining your level would usually be something of COINTELPRO things. Like, you're going to be able to at least sustain, all right, I was worth 30 million at this time. y'all should keep me at 30 million. He's lost about half of that. So that's what I'm saying. Like when we talking COINTELPRO shit, yeah, I would say Umar probably, because Umar, you not even Umar. Fuck it, I'm just using Umar because I'm saying it's a good example. When you prop somebody up, you prop them up for a minute. You don't just prop them up for a situation. That's all I'm pointing out, bro. This is
when has the media ever propped Umar up?
Huh?
When has the media ever propped up Umar Ifantunde, the Prince of Pan-Africanism?
No, I don't think it's more about media propping with them. I think it's more about like cultural. Like him and Charleston White. If we talking about just some other shit, yeah. Because that's more out of media, but still cultural. So that's the people I feel are probably more impactful than even the media. Like we talking about white people are the media, bro. We talking about mainstream media. That's what white people care about. Black folks don't even watch the news like that because we don't really give a fuck. We already know what's going on. Nigga got shot, this, that, and the fifth. You know what I'm saying? Like, no. But a nigga like Charleston White and Umar, we pay attention to them niggas. Like it's people who constantly watch them. That would be more of a way better of an agent to utilize for COINTELPRO than fucking Colin Kaepernick. A guy who, like, not being funny, you're just famous for football. And then all of a sudden we're going to COINTELPRO you to be like subvert the black movement. And again, I don't get how y'all ignoring Black Lives Matter was there. That's why I keep pointing out those are the people who were getting the other share of the talk. They stopped talking about, and before Colin was doing this, they stopped talking about black movements because of Black Lives Matter. The homegrown, like we was talking about, hands up, don't shoot. That was some actual homegrown shit. They quit talking about that because Black Lives Matter.
But that was 2 years before, bro. They was only talking about that because of Black Lives Matter at that point. What are you talking about?
No, my point is, before Black Lives Matter, no Black Lives Matter person made up hands up, don't shoot, bro.
I was right there when that shit happened.
I'm saying Black Lives Matter didn't make hands up, don't shoot. It was people in North Carolina. We was coming together on some shit, and everybody was just saying hands up, don't shoot. That was like some organic, like everybody was making their own movements locally, but just using that as like the slogan. And here comes Black Lives Matter out of nowhere, first stealing the slogan, then stop saying it, and now when they looking to see, who gonna talk about the black people? They looking at Black Lives Matter, not Colin fucking Kaepernick. That's what I'm saying. This is wild to me that we talking about Colin Kaepernick was a subvert when it's a group that was before him and after him.
You can't put a date on nothing you said, otherwise you will realize how stupid you sound, nigga. Put a date on that. Put a date on it. Ain't no way you could put a date on it, because if you do, then you'd have to acknowledge that, first off, you started in St. Louis. That would have been 2014.
2014. Mike Brown.
Then Carolina, I'm assuming you're talking about Walter Scott. That would have been 2015. Kaepernick is 2016. The energy I'm talking to is leading up to Colin Kaepernick taking the knee, being able to take the energy from said movement that's already building in the places you referring to. So yeah, put a date on it so we can get up to Colin Kaepernick, because we're not there yet with those two incidents. And if you want to start adding more, we can add more.
Hands up, don't shoot. Shut down Highway 44. Shut that bitch down. Screaming, hands up, don't shoot. Hands up, don't shoot. Shut down Highway 44. I was there. I was on the ground. Mike Brown, I was on the ground.
There was a different energy at that time, fam. Like, I'm just saying, like, if niggas want to act like it wasn't,
I'm gonna put this link. I ain't copy the right link. That's why I got the text in the back. Y'all ain't got to read that. But my point is, Black Lives Matter started before Colin Kaepernick, right?
We know this. No one's denying that.
Okay, so my point is, this is a group of people who came prior to Colin Kaepernick, hijacked the movement prior to Colin Kaepernick. When Colin Kaepernick was up doing his awareness part, and we were no longer talking about anything awareness-wise when Colin Kaepernick.
No, there was no hijacking of anything. The hands up, don't shoot was part of Black Lives Matter people. What do you mean? That shit wasn't hijacked. I was there when the Hands Up Don't Shoot originated on the ground in St. Louis, Missouri. What are you talking about?
Sabia, you ain't came up here and literally talked about how the Black Lives Matter people then hijacked your damn self.
I've talked afterwards. I'm not talking about the origination of it. I'm talking about before the BLM slogan was the name because it wasn't no name.
Yeah,
it wasn't
I agree.
group. We just
like I said, there was a grassroots movement
together to protest.
Those
at
exactly
random different spots. And I'm gonna tell
exactly.
you, listen. There was a shooting. A young black man got killed in a gallery out here. We was out there screaming, "Hands up, don't shoot. Black Lives Matter." That's where it came from. That chant.
Yeah, so was that a group? That's my point. Was Black Lives Matter a group?
It became a group. At first, it was.
Yeah, and it wasn't a group that was made by none of them people
who got tired of seeing young black men being shot.
We know that. We not Sabio, chill. Listen, this is my only point. That's a group that came out of nowhere because them people the same people who started Black Lives Matter is not the people out there talking about hands up, don't shoot. And now we don't say that because Black Lives Matter became the thing. And now when we talking about prior to Colin Kaepernick, when we talking about black situations happening, now it's Black Lives Matter being so many places that they not even looking at organic grassroots shit like you saying. The community people just coming together, the march. They looking for Black Lives Matter to march. This is prior to Colin. Guess what? Colin did his thing. We stopped talking about Colin. Guess who's still the fuck there? Black Lives Matter. And they're still not putting money towards shit. That's what I'm saying. I just don't get how we saying, are we saying they both were agents or something? I would even take that more than what we've been saying that Colin Kaepernick was the one. And it's because this is a group that was prior to him.
He literally was made off of the energy that they created. It's like you seemingly aren't getting that.
That's what I don't think. I think that part is escaping.
Like these ain't two different movements. He only exists because of what they were doing.
Yeah, I think that's wild stupid. That's wildly incorrect. That's like saying Harry Belafonte and all them niggas, you know what I'm saying? They was just doing activism because, it was the way.
That's the difference. I always talk about this time, Taz. I always mention it. Trying to force our thinking into different time frames.
Yeah.
There's a difference. We have to try to keep things in historical context. And if we don't, we will make these leaps. So again, if we understand the difference of why Harry Belafonte, Harry, Martin, who else was around that time? Some other actors that you want to try to bring up, or stars that you want to bring up. Joe, shit, there's so many I can't even think of them all. But why they were active? Because of the environment. There was a different political environment, a different social environment. And if you don't take that into account, then there's no reason bringing them up. Because it's just a red herring.
Yeah, so I gotta call Cap right here and prove it real quick. So if that's the case, was it not a different political time in that time around 2015? Was we not getting back in the marching and stuff? We hadn't been doing that for a very long time.
You see, exactly. So bingo.
Walk on in there. Walk on in there. What up? Tell me more about it.
It's nothing more to say. That's the literal end of it. I don't know what to tell you more. That's what I'm saying. You trying to do too much.
That's the end of it.
I'm trying to get you to continue where you're going with that. Finish your thought.
It was nowhere out. That was the end of the road, Taz. That's what I'm saying. You be trying to listen. Your problem is you be trying to overstep somebody and you don't even be having the right foot thing.
That couldn't have been.
It literally was. It was just a different. You're talking about. Oh well, it was a different time then. It was a different political time in 2015. We literally had not been marching for a very long time at that point. Like around 2010s is when we started getting back into it.
What happened 1 year later? Back to the original question where we started. If you now acknowledging what I was trying to prove the whole time, now can you answer the question I asked? So what
did you talk about? What was proven? What was proven, nigga?
A year later, we was getting back into marching. We was getting back into it.
In 2010, nigga.
Oh, nigga, you said
Black Lives Matter started in 2013 because it was already a fucking movement.
Hear this shit, fam? You already just tried to run backwards.
No, nigga, I gave you that date from the beginning, did I not? I was talking about how Black Lives Matter would most likely be the actual COINTELPRO niggas in 2013. You're trying to sit here and now act like, oh, we started marching in 2015. No, we didn't, nigga.
Black Lives Matter didn't start in 2013.
You literally said that. That's literally what you said.
Colin, y'all not even arguing. Y'all were literally showing an article from 2015, nigga.
Right.
That's 2 years after Black Lives Matter started. Black Lives Matter already popping, Goofy.
Popping? Based on who?
Yes, Black Lives Matter is literally pretty fucking relevant by 2015.
Based on whose murder?
Right.
What are you talking about?
Listen to him running. Based on whose murder?
Don't shoot.
Whose murder made him happen? Whose murder got
Bro,
Black
they
Lives
literally started from George. They literally started from Trayvon Martin.
Right. At the verdict.
Right.
At the verdict.
Yeah, they became pretty relevant from that moment forward. That's my point. Basically, when Black Lives Matter popped up, they were just somehow the main ones.
I'll even let you Google it, fam. I'll ask again, based on whose murder? Whose murder made them a relevant name?
Trayvon Martin.
No, it didn't. Again, I'll say it again. This is after George Zimmerman beat the case. That's when they said it. That's when she sent the tweet. That's
either Rice or Brown, probably one of them.
Michael Brown. Now we're getting somewhere, right?
Michael Brown. I just told you I was on the ground in St. Louis, Missouri.
This is crazy, bro. Like, I don't understand. Like, it's like you don't know the time period, but you're trying to argue it for some reason.
I think you don't.
What?
Damn, I
he just laid it out to you. Hold on. How did he just lay it out to you and say he don't? That shit right there.
So what year did he die?
Who, Mike Brown?
Yes.
2014.
Okay. So you're talking about Colin Kaepernick in 2015. So was Black Lives Matter not already popping?
No.
They got popping.
Y'all some goofies. Y'all some goofies.
Did we not
just say he started popping off Mike Brown death, and now y'all say, oh no, they actually wasn't relevant then. Y'all niggas care.
But fam, they being relevant and getting relevant ain't the same thing, right?
No, they were. That's what I'm saying. From the moment they started, they were already relevant.
No, I disagree. I
definitely wouldn't. From the moment they started, and let's be real, they started like late 2013. So even when we talking about Mike Brown, there's probably not even a year time before they really blew up. So from the moment they popped up, no, they had wild awareness. You feel me? Niggas like, oh shit, Black Lives Matter. What's that? Nigga, I remember this in the hood. Niggas like, yeah, that Black Lives Matter shit going crazy. What's up with that? You feel me? Nigga, in a year's, not even a year's time, like you said, Michael Brown, let's use y'all timeline. Michael Brown. Now they're mainstream. White people know about them now. Now they going, ain't every time something happening, who there? Black Lives Matter. It's not Colin Kaepernick.
Well, he must not have been to many of those protests. White people were there all the time.
So I'm trying.
So my point is, when we talking about who subverted the movement, it cannot be a nigga who popped up for a blimp, a period, a literal situation.
But fam, we got boots on the ground for these situations. People are getting more active. You just said it yourself. What stopped that? That's all I'm asking.
Not Colin Kaepernick. That's my point. Black Lives Matter was Black Lives Matter not active after Colin Kaepernick was out of the NFL. After we're no longer, because he wasn't the next, like you acting like for the next, you acting like right now that's all white people talk about. Colin Kaepernick or something. Niggas ain't talked about Colin Kaepernick since fucking Jesus knows, bro.
Has the mainstream media talked about any of that since Colin Kaepernick?
No, you know that'd be a lot to say. They ain't saying nothing all at all. I mean, yeah, you bring up shit sometimes, but nigga, it's not. I'm talking about as a mainstay thing. How you were just saying like, oh yeah, all the attention was getting taken away from this because of Colin Kaepernick. That ain't happened again since after that. If you want to even say that was a thing, that hasn't happened again. But Black Lives Matter was still happening. They were still existing.
Right. They like with George Floyd, for example. Right. We know that name because of Black Lives Matter. Like that group still existed in the same capacity they were in before Colin Kaepernick. So again, I'm telling you, they had the energy, lost it, and then got it back. That's what you're not
acknowledging. Lose no energy. They was literally still getting talked about. Now, if we talking about which one we should actually be talking about, who should have been highlighting terrorists, it should have been them. Because regardless of what the media is talking about, we talking about who know that they actually got a big presence, handle, hold. It is Black Lives Matter. Okay, the media talking about Colin Kaepernick. Well, guess what? Terrence just passed. We marching for this. They could have sent out the troops. He's not in it. Again, I don't get how y'all saying like, oh, we got to put this crown on this nigga for a nigga saying I'm just bringing awareness. I didn't expect nothing more than awareness. I don't know what y'all was expecting. Like, I think that's pretty self-explanatory.
You're not acknowledging that. They did. Black Lives Matter absolutely acknowledged the death of Terrence Crutcher. It's the Colin Kaepernicks who said, well, yeah, you know, I seen what happened to Terrence Crutcher. Man, if it happened to me, just know, you know what I'm saying? I put on for y'all. You know what I'm saying? Like, nah, I don't fuck with that nigga, bro. That nigga cops, man. I just can't believe that white boy was able to bring his white ass in and get black people to follow him like that. That's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy. All you gotta do is donate a few dollars and niggas will just sell out. Like, yeah, he love us, y'all. He want a bus. No, fam. Like, hell no, not like that, fam. Not that easy. But I get it though. You know, some of us have an open door policy with the black community.
Damn. Kumbaya, my lord. Oh, my fault. We are the world. That's the appropriate song, right? We are the children. We are the ones to make a brighter day. So let's start giving. That's the right song. There's a choice we're making.
Time period, it was just different, bro. Motherfuckers really like had an opinion, you know what I'm saying, about that shit. It wasn't just about no Trump shit, none of that shit, bro. Like people really, you know what I'm saying, people really did like they talked about that shit. It was a real topic. Like, and when they stopped putting all of them videos out of what they was doing to black men and shit, people just kind of didn't even like they didn't notice. You know what I'm saying? They just stopped being in our news feed. We stopped seeing them. And a lot of that was, you know what I'm saying, like again, that's the mainstream. That's contrived. They the ones that was putting the videos out. They stopped putting them out. We stopped seeing them as
much. Nah, I think I mean, look, I don't really like Martin early, but I like older Martin. He started kind of getting radical and shit. And he said, you know, World War II, I believe. No, it was something, Vietnam War. I apologize. Vietnam War had started, and he said, you know, I actually don't like this because it's going to harm the movement. Because he said, when certain things happen, it desensitize people. And if we talking about real shit, I don't think it, especially, I'm not even being funny. It's not even in defense. It's in defense of logic. Fuck Colin Kaepernick. Black Lives Matter is the end of that. It's just plain and simple. Them the niggas who didn't put no money where they supposed to, or majority. And what we can see there was I can't remember what they call, but you know, it's like private entities where they supposed to do something, and then you don't have to actually donate towards nonprofits. Like a lot of different nonprofits. That shit. Them they like I said, we can find them putting more money towards gay shit than anything.
That's what Colin Kaepernick's organization is.
It's not. It's literally not. It's no LG. I can't find a single donation that was LGBT. I mean, well, I did put in black person, black foundation.
I said it's a nonprofit.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying just in terms of like, because not all nonprofits is bad. I'm just pointing out like a lot of them wasn't even. I mean, nah, that's we. What the fuck are we doing here? Are we not saying like?
No, I'm saying like because you literally said it like it was bad that BLM was a nonprofit, and then when I reminded you that
no, I didn't say BLM was a nonprofit. I said they were donating to nonprofits that weren't even going towards the cause. Right, like that's what I was saying.
Money going back to them. They did what the white people do. They did exactly what the white people do. The money went right back to them. It was just a circle of sending money back to yourself. It was a lot of nepotism. They did what the
I agree with that in substance. I agree with that.
Yeah, so I don't, you know what I'm saying? So I don't understand then why the extra smoke for them. If they just doing what people normally do with
Black Lives Matter, the people who didn't allocate no money where they were supposed to, it's a whole different thing. That's what I'm saying. Nobody, and that's what I'm saying. I think it's wild for us to say, oh, Colin Kaepernick the reason, but then we got a group that we was actually donating to.
Where were they supposed to donate it to? This is my question to you.
Shit, build community centers, any fucking thing. Like actual things that'll help the communities. Even if we marched in Tulsa, we marched in Tulsa. Let's say they did march for 10. Boom, we marched there. This what we ran up for that march. Y'all take that, put that back into this black side of the community.
When did they say they would do that? Because what you just said was they didn't do what they were supposed to do with it. Right. So when did they say they would do that? When was that part of Black Lives Matter's agreement with the black community to do such things?
Yeah, we thought the whole thing was for change, right?
Sure.
Well, if we're giving you the money for change, I thought you would change something. You don't even have to say that. I mean, like, you know, everything that don't got to be said, you know, that's a saying for a reason.
Oh, you thought they could make things change?
Yeah, when they say that's our point, that's our main thing.
Okay, so what
and they saying they're saying we're marching. We're trying to change things. We need your support, not only with the marching, because listen, if it wasn't about like you doing something in the community, well, you ain't really need the money. You just popping up was enough. The marches was enough. Like for you to say you put in some form of change. When you saying now we need your financial help, well now you're saying it seems you right. They may not have said verbatim, but what was implied was we're trying to change these communities, and now we need financial help. So now we're thinking, oh, you're going to financially change things. Yeah, you may not have gave a specific plan, but when people are trusting that you should do that, also, I mean, no offense, but
can you show me where they said some shit about fixing the community?
I literally said they didn't say that.
Right.
But it's implied when you say our organization is about change in black communities specifically, and then you say we're marching, right? We don't need your financial help. We're just marching. And then all of a sudden they say, well, no, we do need finances to create more change. Well, you will believe that the more change being made will have to do something with the communities you're changing, right? You don't have to say that. You don't have to give me a plan of how you're going to get out here and change the community. When you literally say we're already about change and we're doing that through marching, I think you would do more than marching once you get finances, right?
So you're telling me a lot of what you think as opposed to the actual time when they told black people that they were going to do X, Y, Z in their communities. But I'm still waiting for that example.
Yeah, again, I said they didn't say that, so it's no example to give you. I think you're skipping the part where I said what is implied, right? Because like I just said also, can things not be implied?
How can you imply something from a group that hasn't promised you anything?
I'm going to say this one last time. If you're saying our group is about change, We're marching. That's
No,
sparking change.
The group was about police brutality and other groups being able to address it outside of black men. Right? That's what they had written on paper. Right? That's what we should be going by. What they actually
Yeah, that's
had
changing it, right?
According to who? Because they wanted to change who the movement was going to be. They wanted the movement to be a bunch of women and transgenders and move black men to the back of the fight. That's what they.
I can agree with that also. That's again furthering my point that this is that's your COINTELPRO lead right there. You kind of backing yourself into a corner here.
No, I'm not. I don't think you understand that this is some fucking transgender organization, fam. Because they
but it was again employment because they weren't marching about dead transgenders, were they? No, they were marching about dead black dudes. So what is implied is that first of all, this is about black men. Let's be very frank. And then we did say because there's nothing wrong with you marching for black men and women. So when they're marching, they're not marching about gay black men and women. They're marching about black men and women. So what's implied is this is a black and white, a black men and women group.
Right. So now again, you have to show me now where they actually said that though.
You don't have to say that to imply it. Do you not understand how language works, Tad? What the fuck?
I do, because I'm only going off.
No,
of what
you don't.
You said. We're only
no, you
here
don't.
because of what you said. Bro.
No, you don't. We're here because you're literally talking about whether or not these people were. You're saying, oh, well, they're not actually a black group, but they acted like it, right?
But bro, you said what they were supposed
stop,
to.
Right? Am I right or wrong?
But you said what they were
don't over talk it and skip it, Taz. This is where you be getting caught up. You continue to over talk and not answer when it's something you cannot answer or it hurts your point. The fact is they implied and acted as if they were a black group. Yes, we know it now.
They were a black group.
No, only. No, I'm talking about only.
Initially,
they weren't marching for no transgender people.
That's not.
I can't remember a single Black Lives Matter an actual led organization that was for some.
This is you not knowing what you're talking about. It was written specifically on that website that's what they was for.
Okay, what it's written for and what you do. Do you not understand what implying is?
Yes, and what they did was went out and marched for anybody who had their agenda. Now, we didn't get wind of it until it was about black men, but they were already doing that shit. The group already existed. They just didn't have no fucking energy. So what are you talking about?
No, that's okay. Again, so you telling me no black transgenders died from Trayvon Martin to Michael Brown?
I'm telling you that shit wasn't media. It wasn't news. Nobody cared.
Yeah, but they could have made people care, right? Because again, I don't care what you trying to lie about. From the moment they started with Trayvon Martin, yes, they had power. And even after Mike Brown, that's the bigger point. So after Mike Brown, can you point out something that they mass media marched for a transgender? No, because that wasn't it doesn't matter what's written there in terms of what the public facing, because you're not telling the public this is what our thing is.
No, bro, nobody cares about what happens to them, one, and two, like you tried to claim earlier, the media dictates what people watch. So now you understand that point? You get it? I mean, be careful because you was just going against
I mean,
me.
I get it because I said it, nigga. Do you hear how stupid you sound? You literally said, as you said earlier, so nigga, I know. What the fuck are you talking about?
Why would you go against it when I told you that about the media?
No, nigga, what did you tell? What are you talking about, Taz? You don't even make sense.
This is crazy.
You don't make sense. The media didn't go against nothing and do anything. You're not explaining no situation where the media lowered Black Lives Matter's vision or like visibility or anything. I don't get what you're saying.
There is no visibility for transgender murders on the Black Lives Matter platform. Nobody was covering that. Nobody cared about that, which is why when they got their energy following black men, that's when it happened. What are we talking about?
Let's
advocated on their website for those people, but they could not get no energy behind it, which is why they said we need to move the transgender and women community up to the front and move black
The
men to the
thing
back.
literally started from Trayvon Martin, nigga.
You're not hearing
Are
me, man.
you skipping that? Like, we can look this up. That's the text that I was trying to put in the back. I had just fucked around and copied the word text, not the link. But
now tell me who started it. Who were they?
Some gay bitches. Again, but they're not marching about a gay bitch dying, right? They're marching about a black man dying. And the next time you talk about, well, this is when they become relevant. Is it about a black transgender? No, it's about a black man. And then even when you see them divert from a black man, we talking about black women. We don't see them march for any transgenders. So what I'm saying is, and you seem to just don't understand is, regardless of what they said behind the scenes, what they did on a public facing level is not that.
Like, you don't even understand this shit, bro. So who you blaming that on? Wouldn't that be the mainstream media that didn't show that?
No, that would be Black Lives Matter, nigga.
Wait, so you saying they didn't do it at all? I can show you.
I'm saying it's no time. No, yeah. If your main organizational goal is about black women and transgenders, well, you didn't have to march about any black men. Even the bigger point is, I'm pointing out it started from Trayvon Martin, because regardless of what the main goal was, they already came in on some subverting shit. This would be more COINTELPRO than anything. We're gonna use the faces of black men to now say, fuck it, let's change it to black women and transgenders.
So what did that subvert? Because the verdict was already
the actual longevity we had, because as I pointed out, at a certain point, it stopped going from us having grassroots movements to join Black Lives Matter.
Wait, bro, you saying the night she sent that tweet, bro, or on Facebook, I forget where she put it at. But you're claiming that from that moment it already had some validity. That's nonsense.
The moment that Black Lives Matter started, they had validity.
No, that tweet didn't come back to play until later.
The first time I seen Black Lives Matter was after the Trayvon Martin shit, and it was on national news. That's the first time I seen like the organization. So, and that is where they started. They literally, that's a part of their history, that they literally started because of that.
What did you see them doing? What did you see them doing, bro?
Marching. That's when they started like their first marchings and stuff.
Marching where? For who? That's cap.
Oh my God. Like, what the fuck, nigga?
Yeah, that's cap. I'm calling cap.
Here. I will put this back.
Like, bro, what do you mean? Like, Black Lives Matter was based on that tweet in 2013, and it really didn't matter or even come into conversation until the next year. What do you mean, bro? This shit is crazy, fam. I don't know where this is going either. We just talking for real. But I wish niggas would like look back at this shit and you would see, like, you know what I'm saying, once this shit started and they got this shit popping, it didn't have no energy until some black men died. But if you claiming that shit, their group wasn't about trans motherfuckers and whatnot, like I said, bro, you better look back at some of that shit. Just nobody cared. We didn't care about their group. You know what I'm saying? And when that's what I'm saying. I remember when they came to Cincinnati, bro. I show you, brother, like 2015. You know what I'm saying? Like all of this shit is long before dude. And so my only point in saying that is, if you can't tell me where that energy went that we both can acknowledge, I'm gonna tell you it went with dude. It went to Colin Kaepernick getting the job. I saw a lot of black people fighting for that. Niggas went all the way to the point of saying, we gonna protest the NFL. Not protest some shit about a police shooting, bro. No shit. Niggas said they gonna protest the NFL because dude couldn't get a job. And I guess maybe we gonna act like that didn't happen too, or try to spin that in some way, shape, or form. But no, dog, that conversation should have never went to him in that degree. The conversation became about Colin Kaepernick, bro. And the actual victims of
a lie.
They disappeared.
Like I said, the proof would be Black Lives Matter literally existed after this nigga.
Yeah, they
Literally.
carried the
Wild
legacy
years.
they carried the legacy of all of those men only to be thrown under the bus for how they benefited from it. That's crazy.
They didn't carry their legacy. They didn't even do like what you marched for. That's what I'm saying. I don't get how now you saying like oh for them, well, marching was enough. Cause that money that they just stole like a motherfucker, while over majority, like not even 15% of it or something like that. It was crazy.
Well, I don't know why I didn't. That would be a mischaracterization. I didn't never say it was enough. I said they did it. I mean,
Nigga,
right?
it ain't much. Let's be real. Nah, when we talking about some real fast, bro, that ain't shit.
Boots on the ground ain't much.
Out of what was given to them, no. Them niggas, man, listen to me. They had the equivalent of a modern day King movement, damn near. Like Martin Luther King, Malcolm X levels. They could have actually did something. Colin Kaepernick was never that guy. That's my point.
They could have did something like what? They did. They did what other people do with their
like put money, like that money that you got donated to, put them in the communities.
Oh, this is crazy, fam. Like,
what's crazy about that?
It's crazy how it's only a spotlight on them. Like I say, and it's because they made
who was donating to Colin Kaepernick for change?
The white boy. The white boy donated $3 million. What do you mean,
nigga? And where did his money go? Like that's my point. If Colin did get a donation, he did donate his money. It's not. We can't look back and say when Colin Kaepernick donated shit and people actually researched it, only 10% of that money went somewhere. And if you want to accumulate his total awareness funds, it wasn't a third of what the fucking Black Lives Matter movement had, did. So to sit here and say, oh, this nigga's the culprit, but let's ignore this way bigger footprint behind this nigga. He was there before, they was there before this nigga, after this nigga, but he's the culprit. Nasty work. They're the culprit. No, they're the culprit.
I can show you the boots on the ground that Black Lives Matter and put on the ground. What are you talking about?
Facts. Yeah. Who paid for them people to be on that ground?
Nigga, Black Lives Matter. What do you
George
mean?
Soros? George Soros?
I don't give a fuck who did it. They the ones came and got the permit.
Now we don't give a fuck who did it.
What are you talking about?
So you don't think that's an important part to play? We don't think where they got that, because they really wasn't getting a lot of money from I ain't gonna say they wasn't getting a lot of money, but that movement money was really coming from the Soros. We know this. That's what I'm saying. I don't understand how the fuck we how you I ain't even gonna say we, you. I don't know how your ass acting like, nah, I'm gonna defend them niggas. You arguing for the sake of fuck's sake. Cause nigga, you know good and damn well, Black Lives Matter is the reason we don't have steam to this day, nigga. They listen, Black Lives Matter got in the way to the point where, like I said, we quit having our own grassroots organizations to where we said, now if you want to do something for the Black community, join Black Lives Matter. And what did Black Lives Matter when all these Black people started joining Black Lives Matter? Black Lives Matter showed themselves as a fucking joke. So now Black people don't want to get back out here and do this because we believe that the next group and organization or possible movement we join will end up being another laughing stock Black and Lives Matter thing that make us look stupid as fuck. That ain't got shit to do with Colin Kaepernick.
Wait, who's saying that about Black Lives Matter? White people?
Us, white people, everybody. At this point, Black Lives Matter is a joke. This is why we no longer participate in things under the banner of Black Lives Matter. We do understand this. It's not even, as you said, it's not even a group about Black men for real. It's really about some gay folks overall. And we just keeping it a beam.
I had no issue with Black Lives Matter. I say, because I understand a few people at the top don't dictate the actual group and what's going on with the group itself. You know what I'm saying? So I don't hold the whole BLM all over the country accountable for a few people at the top fucking up the money. See what I'm saying?
No, neither. But I do blame the people at the top because those people at the top are who made it. This is the very much difference that we have to admit here. Them niggas made this. So it's on them how it should be ran.
Yeah, but they can't control people though, fam. When people start stealing money,
no, you can't control people, but you can like do a little bit of dictation. That's you're lying like fuck to say that. You're saying if you own a company, you still can't tell your workers what to do. No, if we're literally paying for you people to go ahead and march and simulated these marches, you're getting paid to do that. So let's be very frank. Like, yes, you do have some choice. You can tell those people, hey, look, y'all, we gonna march for this cause. We gonna do this. We're gonna, again, as I said, simply just put the money back in the communities. Like, that's not even hard.
Okay, so
it's them niggas' fault.
So do all 501c3s have to put money back into the community or just BLM?
No. Yes, BLM does.
Yeah, I mean, I don't be hearing nobody say this shit about no other group. You know what I mean?
Because let's add context to it, Taz. Not all groups are made literally on the basis of something that kind of already exists that you just hopped on the wave. Like, that's not most things. I'm not saying that most things are made off of inventation, right? Like, I'm just saying that when we talk about a social political movement, then that is a whole different thing.
Wait, so I'm confused now because you're saying stuff that. Say that again.
So when you build your company on the basis of a social political movement, it's not the same as just making how would I say? Okay, if you're making a 501 for cancer research, well, yeah, even then, most of your money has to go to cancer research. We get that you got to pay people. That's kind of excluded. You know what I'm saying? We're going to let that live. But when we talking about a company, if a cancer research team has to donate most of their money to researching cancer, why the fuck would we not think a Black Lives Matter organization has to donate majority of their money to making sure Black Lives Matter? Like, I don't think that's something hard to say or comprehend.
Yeah.
Do
that. All right, so how do you do that?
Like I said, just putting the money back in the communities. That's really not hard. Like, you could literally say, okay, we're gonna point out the top 40 lowest income Black American neighborhoods, and just say we're gonna put.
I disagree with how you feel about it, but I'm trying to make sure you understand the issue with what you said that I have a question about. What you actually said was what they were supposed to do with it. That implies that they were supposed to do something. Like, they said they were going to do something.
Yes. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It's saying it implies that they didn't do what they were supposed to do. That's it. I didn't say that they made a promise to do anything. I'm saying you imply things to make it seem as if you're one way. I don't know how you don't get that, because you can point out right now, it was not just the media highlighting, just basically, like, we can look up damn near every Black Lives Matter movement. You can, even with the Terrence Crutcher, while you were saying something about it, I was looking back in the back, like, on my phone, seeing they did march for him. That's what I'm saying. So you could find the evidence on every march these niggas did. Their majority of marches was Black men and Black women. It wasn't about no gay shit, and nobody would have even really got mad about no gay thing. But nigga, nobody knew what that group was, and they were making it seem as if this was just about when the everyday Black man or woman gets injustice, we won't. So even that includes gay people. That's what I'm saying. That includes gay people. But what we realized, if we actually look back to what they did with most of their money, they donated to gay people more than anything. You didn't even go, it wasn't Gay Lives Matter. It was Black Lives Matter. So that's what I'm saying. Like, and I do understand that encompasses gay people, but most Black people aren't gay. So yeah, I think you would.
The problem is that's their understanding was from the beginning that's what that is. They never hid their objective. Right. So that's what makes it kind of shady when you try to use it against them. Was like, it wasn't some hidden agenda though. That was from the beginning.
It is. Because it was hidden when you sit here and say, well, the main thing, and let's be very frank, again, I'm gonna say this, like, you do understand it's gay Black people that die like every day in America. So to sit there and say, "Oh, well, they wasn't popping." Well, they was popping for years, and they was not making that their main thing to march about. That is their main thing. They said it as if we're just looking out for all black people, gay ones included. Not actually. Well, we gonna run it up off y'all faces, but donate mostly to gay people. Yeah, no, you didn't even go to what you didn't even donate mostly to what the organization stood for.
Like, and these were corporations. Like, why do you make it seem like you gave these niggas the money? These are corporations and shit. And like I say, bro, I think people don't like what they did with the money. But if y'all niggas ain't gonna go around scrutinizing every 501c3 and every organization that's built from scratch, and white folks start throwing money at it, I don't understand why it's such a heavy scrutiny on them. You know what I'm saying? Again,
Yeah,
I just feel like
because it wasn't such a heavy. Everybody don't put faith in everybody on the same levels. You know, that's why some companies are more successful than others. And black people personally made more investment in Black Lives Matter. Like, we definitely, as black people as a whole, we made a big investment that these would be the people. Listen, I ain't know who the fuck ran Black Lives Matter for a long ass time. I didn't even know them niggas had leaders.
Wait, but how much did you send them though, bro? How much you sent?
I ain't sending them shit. I bought Black Lives Matter shit, you know what I'm saying, shit like that. But I ain't gonna lie and say I sent them any money.
Why you making it sound like you lost? Like,
yeah, no, because we lost.
Who is we?
When I'm not black, because I ain't sending them niggas no money. I wasn't still I was marching with some of them niggas. Now, was I doing it on the basis of knowing that Black Lives Matter was an actual organization? Nah. Like, we done had,
bro.
Huh?
What do you mean? We didn't lose.
You said
shit.
what?
We
Yeah, no, we did. Yeah, we did. Yeah, we did. Again, we're not relevant when our issues happen now. It's less relevant because first of all, we don't have as much organization. Like, as I said, people stop.
You chose to fight for a football player's job.
Nigga, you're a cap. Taz, Black Lives Matter was after that. It's nothing, it's no more to argue about.
It's staying on track.
Kaepernick, after Kaepernick was done and not talked about, Black Lives Matter was still being talked about. Your point's mute on that. You gotta let that shit go. Seriously.
Still working. BLM was still working, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Not even still working, still being talked about.
This is crazy. No, they were still working. They were still sending people to cities, still marching, still organizing, still raising the awareness that you want to get this one white woman's son credit for. BLM.
Where did I only give him credit for it? Where did I only give him credit for it?
Raising the awareness. That's what you.
No, I said that's what he was doing. That's it. That's what he was doing.
Right,
you the one arguing about like whether or not he was the God King, nigga. I was arguing from the beginning he wasn't. He was a nigga in the space time because before even Black Lives Matter, as I said, it was hands up, don't shoot. Niggas was already marching. Niggas been marching.
Are you giving them credit for a decade of the same shit?
When did Colin Kaepernick bring awareness?
I mean, the situation itself.
So what they got to do with Colin? What they got to do with Colin Kaepernick though?
No, I'm saying like when he literally took the knee, the situation itself did put awareness because they instantly said like, "Why the fuck are you doing this?" And he's like, "Yes, injustices. I'm taking a knee for that." You know what I'm saying? I'm not like I said though.
Did Colin Kaepernick bring awareness, or was it the media? It sound like what you're saying.
Yeah, no, I said that's what I've been saying from the beginning. Anyway, it was a media thing. It really wasn't him himself like saying like, "Oh, y'all gotta focus on me." He was just saying, "Okay, it's injustices happening. I see it. I'm gonna take a knee for it." The media is the ones who highlighted on him. My thing with Taz is he's saying Colin Kaepernick was the end of our movement. Nigga, Black Lives Matter was still existing like years after them. Like I'm talking about, like you said, they were still putting shit together even after that. So it will be wild as fuck to say because of Colin Kaepernick, the movement died. Nigga, Black Lives Matter was still there, still being talked about. Now, Black Lives Matter is why the movement died. Because when everybody found out the truth of Black Lives Matter, oh, this is a group of people, this led by two lesbian bitches. That we see they donated more money to gay people than black people. What the fuck? That's what killed the movement. It made us kind of like a laughing stock, low-key. Where niggas is like, bro, we done donated to some shit and believed in some shit. These niggas done flexed on us. They done finessed us. It's not fucking Colin Kaepernick.
That is white people's narrative, bro. That is not the reality. The reality is they raise more money and more awareness to everything than anybody you can name in the history of this fucking country as a group. BLM, that individual group. And because they were able to do that, they ran up a fucking bag doing it, and niggas got jealous. Let's be for real, nigga.
No.
So you saying they gave to white groups, KT? Black Lives Matter?
For Black Lives Matter? Sometimes, yeah.
Yes. They put money in everything. There's no question.
I'm saying if we look up what you can find from them actual, like what visibly was given to, you can find they donated more to lesbian, gay, like LGBTQ organizations than actual black foundations. That's all I'm saying. Like, and my bigger point is, see, Taz, what you said was they ran up the most money, but did they allocate the most money? Fuck no. That's where the difference comes. It doesn't. That's the point, nigga. They ran up. We gave them more money than anybody because we supported them. We believed in that shit. We even put the faith into them to do right with the money. They don't have to say, hey, we're going to do this, because that's kind of the obvious. Like that shit that black people talk about on the regular. Hey, we need more money in our communities, this, that, and the third. They damn near could have turned themselves into our black government, to be honest with you.
Who is we? Who is we?
Black people. Black people.
What did you give them, bro? Black people ain't gave these niggas shit. Black people gave these niggas.
Yeah, like I said, it was a lot of niggas donating. And the niggas marching is literal niggas. It wasn't many.
Nah, they got most of their donations from people that was not black, yo.
No, I agree with that. I'm saying we put more faith in them than anybody. It's not y'all. We can say white people gave them more money. We put more faith in them. We were the ones marching. Yeah, white people gave them more money, but it was still broke ass niggas putting their last little bit of dollars to go to some Black Lives Matter shit.
Saying faith in them to do what exactly?
The correct thing. Like I said, what we was all, bro, we were already marching, right? No, listen, we were already marching, right? We can agree with this. It was already groups marching. So when they started marching, they didn't start nothing new. We thought like in continuance of our plan. I'm thinking niggas is hitting the streets so we can march, and that can spark the change, and the change will bring about better community shit like this, that, and the third. So when these people say, well, we now gonna be the leader of that, we thinking you gonna pick that up.
So you thought they were supposed to fund it?
I mean, if you put money into it, what the fuck, yeah. Why wouldn't you? That's my point. What are you talking about? Again, you do not donate to a cancer research center and then say, like, damn, these niggas only gave 10% of their money to cancer research. Why niggas mad? Niggas really hating. Like, nigga, no, we gonna be like, bro, you didn't even put this for cancer research, nigga.
At what point did were black people concerned about where a nonprofit organization gave their money?
When its name is Black Lives Matter, when you're making it seem like your company is explicitly there,
and you can't give no other example other than that one particular group.
What? Cancer research, fucking NAACP.
No, you cannot give no other example other than when black folks as a whole or majority gave a fuck about where a nonprofit organizations put their money.
Yeah, is the NAACP nonprofit?
Do black folks give a fuck where NAACP put their money at?
But let's be real, when it was started.
I mean, you can show me. You can show me in history where a bunch of black people got together and was concerned about where is the NAACP's money is going to. You can show me that.
That's why black people stopped fucking with
what year was that? When was that, yo?
I'll probably say like the 60s something, maybe late 60s, early 70s.
That's cap. That's cap, yo.
Like when NAACP fell out of power, because you know they got a list of registry.
Nah, you said the 60s. I'm saying that's cap.
I said like 60s, maybe early 70s, somewhere around there.
No, none of them decades. That's cap. Black folks were not concerned where NAACP put their money neither in the 60s nor the 70s. Both of those are cap. You cannot
I mean,
find me nowhere in history where you can show me that black folks was outraged in large masses saying, hey, NAACP, where are you putting your money at?
Yeah, the literal membership numbers could probably represent that well. That's why I said, like, I'll probably say
Nah, you capping.
you can
You
look up the
capping, bro.
membership because if
Nah,
it's literally
nah,
there, listen. So you telling me
nope,
if it's 10 million membership members
nah,
and they're allocating money to this
no.
because they're hoping that it's progressing colored
No, I
people.
just asked you a simple question. I just said black folks in a majority, like you're screaming about Black Lives Matter. I'm not talking about people that were part of the
No,
damn
I
organization.
ain't never
I
argued about
know
no
people.
majority.
I know plenty of people in the NAACP, and it have been for decades, yo, in three or four different generations to be exact.
Yeah,
So my question was, when was black people in the public concerned about the NAACP and where they put their funds at? You said the 60s or the 70s. And I am telling you that
I was saying
cap.
60s or 70s is when they fell out of power, probably. Like
Okay,
that's when they stopped caring about whether
so
or
just
not
stick to my question. When were black people in large masses concerned or outraged about where was the NAACP putting their money?
Yeah, I would say probably about maybe before that, about the 50s, somewhere in that
That's
range.
cap also. That's bullshit, actually.
All right. So we just thought that the NAACP could just donate to the white people and people wouldn't say it now.
I'm telling you, black folks in large masses never outraged. They were not concerned. One of the main reasons why they weren't concerned because the NAACP was putting a lot of their funds and effort in making sure that black folks' lives and issues was being addressed, whether they changed them or not.
So
yeah, that's my point.
Let me
so they
tell
were
you.
allocating to help the community. If they weren't doing that,
go
they
ahead.
would have been outraged.
No,
That's
your
not
point.
That's not what
Your
Black
point
Lives
was not
Matter did.
made. Your point was not made. I asked you a question. Where and when were black people concerned about where was the NAACP sending their money or their efforts in large masses?
The whole time that the NAACP was a powerful organization, they were literally hoping that they would give money to this organization so it would come back to the community.
It was coming back to the community,
exactly.
and
So
black people never complained about it.
So it's no need for outrage
black
because
people
they
never complained
about
about it. I'm not asking you to show me one or two instances where the NAACP flipped or supported a white person or a biracial person. I'm talking about in the context of you trying to compare them to Black Lives Matter, where black folks were outraged about where they were spending their money at.
No, they didn't have to be
like
outraged
I said,
because they didn't do no fuck shit like Black
even
Lives
in
Matter.
that argument, even in that fucking argument about Black Lives Matter, still most of their money went to folks that was black. Shit, rainbow motherfuckers, they was donating to rainbow motherfuckers that was black. But y'all don't consider them black because y'all don't fucking like what they do in the bedroom. I ain't arguing with that.
They good. I just said
But they
good.
still black though. That goddamn matching that they bought in California went to them. Ain't they black?
Yeah.
So why are you concerned about where they send their money at if they helping folks that's black?
Are most black people gay?
No.
All right, so I'm just saying those
gay people are not black now. Are those gay people not black? Are they not black?
I never said they weren't.
Okay, that should be the end of the argument.
No, it shouldn't.
I don't see where I don't see no organization. I don't see no organization saying, "Oh, this is a black movement only for heterosexual black folks." Where is that goddamn group at?
I never said that.
Okay.
Okay, so my point is, if it's a group for helping all black people, well, it's mighty suspicious that the most help goes to the literally percentage wise smallest group of black people, because gay black people are the least amount of black people. It's more black women and black men than it is gay
My
black
bad,
men and
Chaz.
women.
You was trying to show something in the back.
Yeah, I want to
My
tell
bad.
him a story, bro. I don't know if he got time to sit through and listen to it, but I promise it, I'll run through it. It won't take no time. So, Sam DuBose, Cincinnati, he was my homeboy, right? When he got killed, niggas came on the block and said, the Black Lives Matter people here, they downtown, they about to march up Vine. Y'all want to go down there? It's gonna rain, niggas went anyway, right? So we go down there and we join the march. So after the march, you know what I'm saying? I come home and whatnot, and I'm posting these comments. These are the comments. This is my Facebook, right? I'm showing you the comments that were posted that day of what they said about us out there marching in the rain. The white folks out there, they done doxed him, putting his comment, putting the his rap sheet on there and all this shit, right? So they just got killed by the police. Understand, I don't know shit about Black Lives Matter. I don't care about no fucking money. I don't care about no lesbians. Motherfucker just killed my homeboy, and they got a whole organized fucking march popping downtown for it. Nigga, we slide. That's what you got to understand about Black Lives Matter, right? So, yes, they did an interview with me. That's me out there on the fucking ground, nigga, in the rain. Okay, so I'm not telling you no shit about BLM because I'm just saying it. No, nigga, I went out there. This was their fucking movement. And I didn't care about no fucking gay people or how much fucking money they made. I was out there for Sam, nigga. Do you not understand that?
Yeah, that don't mean shit. No offense. Like I get you were out there for Sam, but what they still represented you as somebody in the Black Lives Matter movement. If you made
Wait a
the
minute.
news, they ain't say
What you mean?
listen,
What you mean that don't mean shit?
because when he was laying down, if a newspaper article put that down, did they say this is just a homeboy at Sam's, or did they say Black Lives Matter member? That's why, and we're going back to what I'm saying. It killed Black Lives Matter, killed our organizations. You didn't have a name outside of Black Lives Matter. That is the bigger point. If we're talking about who helped us and whatnot, they did not, because all of us sat here and said we're going to stop having our homegrown organizations or our homegrown marches and just support Black Lives Matter. You could have got your people together to go march for your man, but you said, "Oh no, Black Lives Matter did it, and we fuck with them." Now you sitting here trying to say like, "Oh, well, they ain't had nothing else to do. They ain't have to do no more than that. That was enough." But they had more money, as you was just bragging about. They got more money ran up for them than anybody in the history of this shit.
It's not bragging, and it sounds so fucking stupid because you don't realize, okay, so when Walter Scott got killed, they helped bring awareness to that, which led to the body cams being used, which is why you see body cams on all these police officers today. But you don't give BLM that credit.
You never even asked. How can you say I don't give them that credit? You ain't never asked if I knew, gave a fuck any of that shit.
Hear your stupid ass talking.
Yeah, that ain't got shit to do with some random ass thing you brought up that nobody was talking about. That definitely don't make sense when your stupid ass reply.
So you are giving them credit for the body cams?
Yes. What the fuck? Yes, I've never said Black Lives Matter didn't do nothing. I didn't say the marches didn't mean nothing, like they didn't exist. I'm saying the point is they marched some and then they got a lot of money, and you could have donated a lot of money to a lot of change, but you said I'm gonna pocket most of this money. Nobody talking about no hating. That's not no hating. That's just common sense. If you give somebody some money thinking that, hey, this is the thing, again, cancer research. I'm gonna just go back to that. Nobody donates to cancer research. And then when niggas don't put most of their money towards research and cancer, say, man, niggas hating.
Fine, bro. We're not going to, bro. We're talking about body cams. We're talking about all over this country now. Every fucking police department wearing body cams.
Yeah, what they pay for that?
For people being on the fucking streets.
Okay, but what they pay for that?
Of Black Lives Matter. What are you talking about?
All right, what they pay for that? What they pay for that? Nothing. They brought awareness and that's how it got changed. And I love that and I agree with that. However, you also got money to make some change. And you ain't put none of that towards where it should have been. You put very little of it.
So how much do you think the organization should be paid for bringing awareness to police brutality and getting these body cams on these cars?
I would even say millions. About 5 million. If they would have kept 5 million of what they made, that would have been, I mean, exuberant, like in my opinion. Like, because why do you need to become like some multimillionaire because something that was already happening, you just literally copyrighted some shit?
So what?
Like
So
you didn't.
they're supposed to give $1 million to Tamir Rice family and $1 million to Stephon Clark family and $1 million to Rakia Boyd family and $1 million
Yeah.
to
Yeah. Anybody you, first of all, anybody you marched on, donate to their family and donate to that community. You could have done a million apiece. That's what I'm saying. If all of them would have left and they were millionaires, nobody would have been mad. Nor would you could even, and don't get me wrong, I think you becoming a millionaire is even kind of crazy, but I'm not going to be too mad about it. Like, they had lots of fucking hundreds of millions. So that's what I'm saying. If you have this much money and you have a need to become a multimillionaire instead of donating the shit, no,
you need to stop capping, man. They didn't have no $100s of millions of dollars, yo.
Yeah,
I believe they said they rent. Hold on, let me make.
Like 100 million touch their hands.
I mean, damn, just because you're looking at a number on the goddamn motherfucking sheet don't mean that they kept every goddamn fucking dime of it. Y'all be killing me with these goddamn motherfucking figures, yo.
The media.
I know y'all gonna keep running over some of the shit that they was credited for, like paying for lawyer fees for victims of police discrimination and other acts, even after Colin Kaepernick. One of the law firms that Black Lives Matter brought cases to was the law offices of Jasmine Crockett.
The Jasmine Crockett.
But they didn't do shit for the Black community, right?
Yeah, so they ran up 122 million. So yeah, no, yeah, and that's what I'm saying. That's my only point. If you'd have made all this money and you did it under the guise of you're doing it for this group and in this name, I don't understand how y'all even get mad at me. They it literally says while I'm researching. You right, Dev. This may not be right. I may have to do more research. I'm just literally going off the first thing I seen. They ran up 122 million and donated somewhere around 20. They say 25 to 30, maybe. That no, no. I don't understand why we arguing to make it seem like no. I'm not sitting there taking nothing they did from them, but I'm saying when we talk about you basically pocketed 70 million plus.
Yeah, bro. You said they donated 30 million, right?
Yes.
That's what you said. Now,
yeah.
Now let's just deal with that for a second. 30 million. Now, can you tell me somebody else's organization that has donated 30 million?
None.
You don't, and so you don't think that's a problem to shit on the organization that was able to donate?
Yeah, especially when again, as I pointed out, if most of your donations, I get you what you're saying, Dev. I'm not arguing with that. Yeah, they're Black gay people, but again, when you're donating most of your 30 million to Black gay people, where you're donating it to the least amount of Black people, so it's not actually helping most Black people. It's literally helping the minority of Black people. Why are we supposed to praise this?
But it's there.
Yeah, you're cap. I'm saying most of the money that they donated was not to rainbow organizations, whether they was Black or not. Now that's what I'm fucking saying.
I mean, you can say it, but we can prove it was.
Okay, go ahead and prove it then. Go ahead and prove it.
Okay. And
then I'll get off that goddamn topic. Because we know most Black people in America do not give a fuck. But go ahead though, prove your point.
These niggas ain't allowed to buy no nice house and shit because they Black. Okay, so yeah, I'm looking right here. I see a half of M they gave to the Tamir Rice Foundation. I guess that wasn't enough. Man.
And it really wasn't black folks that was concerned where they was donating their money to. It was some goddamn white jealous groups that actually started spreading the goddamn fucking narrative. Just like this black fatigue shit. Black folks was complaining about the NAACP.
Look at this, hey, bro. Look at this. Look at this shit, bro. Share my screen, bro. This is why I don't like you niggas, bro. Cause for real, y'all got so many people talking this shit about BLM. It's a smear campaign what they doing to black men, bro. Read this shit, bro. This shit say her brothers was paid thousands, just paid hundreds of thousands for security services from Black Lives Matter. So the fuck what? Who the fuck? Who they gotta pay some white people, nigga? And this is cool. Who like this? That's what I'm saying, dog. That's why you've got to make me understand this argument, fam. They done gave a half a M to Tamir Rice's family. They employing black people. She bringing her family in, putting money in these niggas' pockets. What are we talking about? Like I said, for me, it's just not fair how that argument plays out. It's like people make it seem like they did something that any other organization doesn't do. Like they're not supposed to come and build your fucking community, bro. Like they're supposed to build them a house like everybody else do. The fuck?
Yeah, you don't hear him complaining about motherfucking entertainers going buying big houses and shit, buying their girlfriends and cousins and brothers and their mother's big house. I don't hear nobody crying about Colin Kaepernick buying him a big house. You concerned with Colin Kaepernick spending his money?
As far as donation, yeah. I mean, if you donate to something, like I would. I don't know why we arguing about this, because again, I'm gonna say it like real plain. If you donate to a cancer research center and motherfuckers say like, "Oh, y'all not gonna act like it's okay if just 3%, 10% of what that overall company made went to actual donation." That's the first thing. I'm not even sitting there saying they didn't donate nothing. Again, I just pointed out the numbers. I don't understand how we look at that. If you made $122 million plus and you only donated 30 fucking million, like, are we serious here? Like, you kept 80 million. That's crazy. Because they didn't donate. Nobody was donating to you. Even we talking about black, white, they weren't donating to you under the guise of like, or thinking like, oh yeah, just for you to, you know what I'm saying, stack your money up. Get your bag up. They were donating to Black Lives Matter, which they were saying is the improvement of the black community. Now, what I just put in the back, it's actually a video, but I watched. That's why I was kind of quiet for a minute. I was watching it. Woman breaks down in 2020, they donated 21 million of that 30 million to LGBT plus communities, and through their thing called Black Lives Matter Global something Foundation.
Right. Just what I said. Most of their money did not go to rainbow organizations.
Did you hear what I just said, Dale?
I heard what you just said. 20 million is not more than, it's not the majority of 90 million. What the fuck are you talking about?
30 million. They only donated
that ain't the majority of 90 million either.
No, listen to me. This is what I'm saying. 122 million. I'm saying I was throwing 90 million.
That ain't the majority of 120 million either.
Oh my God, Dave, you're not listening.
Oh my God. Like I said in the beginning, most of their money did not go to rainbow organizations. What else are you trying to say, KT? What are you arguing? But I'm saying though, even if it did go to their pocket, how is that out of line? Is that a crime?
Yes.
Did they break the law? What law did they break, KT?
No. It ain't a crime.
Oh, okay.
You're right. It's not a crime.
Okay.
But when we talk about whether or not it's right or wrong.
Okay, KT. Okay, KT. All I said was the rainbow community. That it did not get most of Black Lives Matters donations. They did put money in their pocket. They didn't break any laws. What are we arguing about?
Listen, just listen to me, please. They made 122 million plus. Okay. From what they found, what we can research and we can actually see, only 30 million of that was donated. Out of that 30 million that was donated, the video I just gave you from the back, it's a thorough breakdown. How 21 million of that went to literally the LGBT community. So that's why I'm saying the majority of what they did donate, it went to LGBT. It didn't go to your traditional everyday Black person. Nobody's saying that they didn't do anything.
Wait a minute, KT. We have a math problem here. 30 million of 120 is not the majority.
Dev, I think you messed up on something. I'm saying majority of the money didn't go nowhere but to their pockets. I'm not arguing the majority of the overall
okay,
money.
KT, can you acknowledge one point at a time? The rainbow community did not did not get the majority of Black Lives Matters funds.
Yeah,
most of their money did not go. It did not go to rainbow organization.
Yes, so what they donated. That's what I said. I wasn't arguing about where did most of the funds from Black Lives Matter go to. I'm saying when they donated, most of the donations, it went to LGBTQ. Yeah. Like overall, most of the money went to them. But out of what they donated, it didn't mostly go to the boys club, the Black boys club, or the Black girls club. It went to like LGBTQ things. A lot of them wasn't even Black specific.
KT, we have a communication problem now. I just said it did not go to the rainbow, and you keep saying most of it did. So where is the miscommunication coming from?
Of what they donated, of what they did donate.
Who donated?
What what Black Lives Matter themselves donated.
Okay. So I'm saying Black Lives Matter did not donate most of their money to rainbow communities.
But they did.
Okay, so the $30 million figure, that's not the majority of their fund, of the donations.
No, listen.
Am I wrong on that? Am I wrong on that, KT? Am I wrong?
Yes,
I'm wrong on that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I think you
show me where 30 million. Show me where 30 million is the majority of 120.
No, Dev, listen.
No. KT, you said 120, right?
Yes.
All right. So 30 million went to Rainbow, right?
No, 30 million is what got donated, period.
30 million is what Black Lives Matter donated to the Rainbow, right?
No, they just donated, period.
I thought you said 30 million went to Rainbow community.
No, I said 30 million is what, like, out of the 120. That's why I said, damn, you tripping. You're not listening. Listen, I said Black Lives Matter becomes an organization. Boom. They get 122 million plus in donations to that company, right? Now, that company, people thinking they're going to take that because they're like a nonprofit. You know, you're supposed to be donating the shit. We thinking that they're going to take that money and start donating it to shit. They only actually donated 30 million of that money. And out of that 30 million they donated, 21.7 million specifically has been just pure LGBTQ things. So 9 million of that went to like traditional Black people. Like most of that, that's all I'm pointing out. What they did donate, most of that wasn't even for traditional Black people. Majority of what they donated was specifically for the LGBTQ community. Because a lot of those things that they donated to LGBT wasn't even Black specific. It was literally just like sometimes, like I ain't saying they didn't also donate, because I know one of them was like Atlanta. It was something specifically about Black people in Atlanta. But it was a lot of times they were just like the literal LGBTQ foundation. Like it wasn't even black specific. So that's all I'm pointing out. Like what they did do with the money that they even did donate, it didn't do much in the communities because most of us don't stay in gay communities. No offense.
No, this is interesting though. So this says the biggest grant they gave out went to the Love Not Blood campaign, a group set up by Cephas Johnson after the shooting death of his nephew, Oscar Grant, Fruitvale Station. So that's where the biggest grant given out by BLM went to. It went to Oscar Grant's family and the group they set up. It also says
I didn't look at your video, so you going off of what somebody else has laid out. So I'm gonna just let you ride with that, yo.
All right, no, then you I apologize.
It also says here 4.5 million of this went to nonprofits that are run by BLM supporters and associates, right? So that right there points to, again, I would agree that, yeah, a lot of money probably did go to their groups and the shit that they own, right? That's no question, because again, if you read into the group, the group is that's what they are. It's those people. So I'm not surprised at that. But what I don't get is when we start looking at this breakdown, no, the biggest amount of money they gave out was to Oscar Grant's people.
Yeah.
And so forth. Like, you can't make it seem like this was all about gay people, bro. That's false.
No, I'm not making it seem. Listen, all I'm saying is can we not admit, like we even with the media, without the media, what Black Lives Matter was doing most marches for was regular, like, not saying like, because I don't want to differentiate like gay people or whatever. I don't want to make it seem like they're this whole subgroup or whatever. But I'm saying, like,
you don't have an argument unless you do include it. So I mean, why stop now? That I mean, you can't show me where Black people as a whole really gave a fuck about an organization in their sexual preference. Like show me where Black folks are protesting about a group or activist group, any activist group, in terms of whether they were heterosexual, gay, or whatever. It's never been an issue.
I'm not making it one either. That's all I'm pointing out. Listen, I'm not saying they aren't the same as us. I'm saying that we can still say that they are a smaller percentage than the average of us. So if you're donating this money and most of it, we can point out, the biggest one singular grant went to this place. Not denying that. I'm not denying none of that. My point is, I'm also not going to ignore.
But once again, can you show me where that is hurting the Black community?
What's hurting the Black community?
Where Black Lives Matter donates their funds?
Yeah, I mean, when people are donating to you in the guise of believing that it's going to really go back to help the community, I think if it doesn't help the community that much, especially
aren't all of those rainbow communities in the Black communities?
No.
Oh, okay.
I mean, because I'm saying, like, let's be honest. Have you ever actually like seen regular people living in the gay community? They call gay communities because mostly gay people there. Like, I'm not.
But when they go home, but when they go home, they live right next to you. They live right next to me.
Yeah,
don't make it seem like people in the rainbow community got their own separate bubble and they don't have no interaction with people that are not in the rainbow community. Are we really going to go that far, KT? Like,
that's
straight up?
That's not. I'm saying, have you never heard of gay communities? Are we not at the like
I'm in the Chicago area, bro. The gay community has never been a problem for Black folks as long as it's been in this city. As long as it's been in this city, KT, they always had their fucking section of town.
I'm saying, okay, so listen,
that's why they got their own section of town, KT.
Okay, so listen.
So nobody else wouldn't be bothered. So they wouldn't bother other folks.
Okay, so listen, my point is, like you just said, they on their own side of town. They do their own things. So when some go to help that community, they don't help our community. And I'm saying it's not even about just ignoring them. It's really saying that it's more people that's not in that community than in that community. So when you helping that community, it's literally saying, oh, like you said, we gonna look out for this gay group in Chicago, but fuck over there on the hood. Like those people needed more. Let's keep it a bean. Them niggas really in the hood. Them niggas needed more. Cause the gay community already probably looking good. Let's keep it a bean. I ain't even gonna lie. Like that shit, like they shit already looking good. They didn't really. I'm not saying that all gay people are just in good position, but when we talking about a gay community, like yeah, like y'all, that doesn't help the black community as a whole. And if you want to do something that could impact and help the black community as a whole more, well, you should be trying to help the I'm not gonna say more needy, but just the people who could possibly have a more traditional effect. Because most people are not gay. That's my main point.
I don't know how
that's why it never was a concern, nor was a big detriment to the black community as a whole, because they're not the majority; they just the minority.
Yeah, that's what I said.
You're actually making my point. You're not making your point. You're actually making my point on that gay art. The longer you talk about the rainbow community, you actually make my point, bro. I'm just letting you know that.
Dev, I think
so
you don't understand.
Here goes. I'm about to put an article. I'm about to put an article in the chat, showing where Colin Kaepernick gave some of his money to, though.
Yeah, nah, I already know he didn't gave his the gay communities. He didn't gave it the like Taz is showing abortion. I'm saying we can also point out black, like specifically black things. That's what I was doing earlier with Taz. Like it's like 10, 12 organizations we can name specifically black. And then if it's outside of that, mostly it's black and brown. But
I'm saying Taz showed you an article about him donating to an abortion situation. He donated 25 bands to a motherfucker that killed the fucking cop wanted by the FBI.
You say he what?
No, that was probably a SADA. I think that was a SADA.
Nah, look, I ain't gonna argue. But this is my point. This is my only point. When you Black Lives Matter and you donate to Black Lives, but it's the least Black lives to make the impact.
Okay, bro. You tried to make your point, but you can't really make it. Because like I said, the Black Lives Matter had no major impact on the choices of what group you support, holding the black community back, any of the other arguments that was really started by people that weren't black. And I'm telling you, the fact that they were labeled as rainbow organization, going line by line, trying to find out where the money was going, what type of house they bought, what where they were spending their money. All that shit was started by white folks, yo. Black folks ain't really never gave a fuck about.
I'm gonna be real with you. The funny thing about that is that video I put back there, that woman is black. And she basically got a whole channel about investigating Black Lives Matter since it started back about 2015-ish, 2014 maybe. But yeah, her whole content base was about exposing Black Lives Matter for a very long time.
Instead of focusing on the black community, she put all her energy in making sure they didn't get no more donations. That was real smart.
No, hers wasn't about getting no more. It was really calculating like what are they doing with shit. Like if you're saying you're impacting the community and we see a march is definitely impactful.
And what did it really accomplish? What did her efforts really accomplish, bro? In your view?
Making sure we got the right teachers. Because I like listen, if
we're
gonna be cool, if we're gonna follow somebody, I ain't got no problem. Listen, everybody gonna pick somebody to what?
You good, bro? You good, man. You ain't gotta go no further, man. You on the record now.
What? Making sure that you got the correct leaders? So a nigga just walk up to you and say, hey, I'm for you, my nigga. And you just supposed to trust them?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
No, I'm not agreeing with you. I'm just trying to get you to not go so far over the edge to make a point that didn't really need to be made. Because like I said, even after this, black folks are still going to, resort to what makes them feel comfortable. And if they want to donate to a group that has ties to the rainbow community, or they find out, they bought a house, or bought an Escalade, or going to parties and shit. That black, for the most part, that's not really a concern, as long as they can actually show contributions that it is helping resolve issues. That's all I'm saying. Because we don't do it to nobody else. We don't do it to no other organization.
Yeah,
No other
we do it to our
organization
leaders.
is under a microscope in terms of where they spend their money or who the fuck they sleeping in bed with.
Mm-hmm.
They don't do that to no other group.
Yeah, I agree with that.
They don't even do that to white groups.
Yeah, that's cap. Let's point something out though.
Who do they scrutinize?
We all do.
Who?
Nobody did not scrutinize Martin Luther King. Niggas was not gonna follow Martin Luther King if he was really a bitch ass nigga out here beating up niggas on the low, but he telling niggas to get bit by dogs. Like, everybody's been scrutinized. Niggas is not gonna just follow somebody that they just sit there and think like, oh yeah, this nigga said some cool shit. Now that's the difference. You right. Niggas didn't even know Black Lives Matter was an actual organization. So that's the first thing we got to get into. When we talk about, again, you tricked some niggas, because Black Lives Matter is a slogan. We thought it was just a slogan that was like trending. We ain't know that this shit was an actual company. And then when you expose those company leaders,
here's what you do. Show me where the correct group has the potential to amass even half or a third of what you can actually show that Black Lives Matter did, and then maybe you'll have an argument. But until then,
you know why?
It just sounds like a bunch of repetitive rhetoric.
You know why?
NOI has done more contributions to all Black people that's not part of Islam.
Yeah, that's what I'm about to say. I don't know how we can fit that in. Now we gotta. That's what I'm saying with them. Even though I'm telling you can look. I know you said it's a video you don't want to watch it. Please, sometime take the time to watch it, because it's giving a very thorough breakdown. So,
all right, I'm telling you now, man. I'm here in Farrakhan's backyard, and I've been here for 35 years. And the NOI has committed to making sure, if they do, especially when they have to put out money on their own, but when they doing work, it's mainly for people that's either Islam, part of the organization, or they have some sort of affiliation with the Nation of Islam. They're not out here. Yeah, they're not out here marching for Christians or people that have legitimate concerns for their community, and they have absolutely no affiliation with Farrakhan or the NOI.
Yeah, my point is, that's a group that, like you said, if a gay community is a separate community to a certain extent, right? Like, they do their own thing, got their own area. When you donating to them, that's still some Black people. So we can't sit here and say if you donating to Black Muslims, they ain't no help to them. Like, if y'all taking that stance of, well, as long as it was some type of Black person, it helped.
Yeah, it's the same group though.
So that's what I'm saying. The NOI is still somebody who didn't help. We can show fairly good amount of it. I think you could probably show, and like you said, I do understand they Islamic exclusive, and we could still probably show literally, like, they had no Malcolm X and BLM. They ain't had no nigga that mattered as much as them. Again, like I said, if they didn't really confuse and trick a lot of people, have most people thinking like, but let's be real, for a whole, like, probably 2 or 3 years, most people didn't even know it was an actual organization. We really just thought this shit was some hashtag trending. Like, the typical everyday person, they didn't even know it was leaders. So yeah, when the leaders come about, now you're going to scrutinize the leaders, because it's like, hold up, you talking about this and you marching about that, but you a gay woman. That's kind of weird. You think, oh, let's maybe check what you done donated to. Hold up, most of the money didn't get donated. Hold up, most of what got donated was actually not even to, like, helping the masses of Black people. Like, that is something we could talk about. There's no reason we shouldn't be able to. Same reason why we talk about it this day. Well, Martin Luther was cheating. They were saying Martin was cheating, even though it ain't true. But you know what I'm saying? Hey, because it's something that happens with all our people. As a leader, it's not even just our people. As a leader, period, you will be scrutinized.
Yeah, black folks never gave a fuck about what black leaders do in the bed, yo.
Shit, I don't know about that. I guess we could say because it ain't been too much scandal that happened with that in actuality, but nah, I can't really think of somebody who, hell, we can look at Remy Ma and fucking Papoose. They ain't even no crazy that. I'm just giving a small example. But look, we used to look at
Yeah,
them
that's
like,
my
oh,
that you just proved my point. You bring up somebody that don't have no type of relation to being a black leader of anything. What does Remy Ma and Papoose represent? They
they
a
used to
leader
say
of
this was
what?
a representation of black love. Did they not?
Yeah, that's cap, bro.
Did they not, though? I'm not saying that it's true. I'm just
Yeah,
saying
yeah.
that people were saying it.
Remy Ma and Papoose did not represent black love, though. That's
I don't
cap.
think they were. I don't think they were the embodiment of it. I
They
don't
never
think that.
represented it either. They never represented it either.
I think they represented it. I think they represented it for sure. I
Not
mean,
not the
you got a
major
black woman.
not the majority of black folks.
Kind of similar, yeah. One of them niggas in jail, one holding them down,
Nah,
shit
nah,
like
nah,
that.
Right. They
nah,
didn't.
nah,
They didn't.
nah. That's cap, bro.
Hey, I don't know nobody who wasn't saying it though. That's all I'm pointing out. And
Yeah, most people were not saying it. You associated yourself around people that did. That's your small group. Like once again, here we go with numbers again. But most of the black community from state to state, they don't give a fuck. They were not talking about no Remy Ma or Papoose.
that's cap. Them niggas literally been trending for that shit.
Nah, they haven't been really
And that ain't
trending,
my
bro.
group. I
The
don't
only
got a
time they
Twitter. I don't got
trend,
an
the only
Instagram. I don't
time
got
they
a
trend
Facebook.
is when they get into a fight. In the last 10 years, you can go back to 2015.
Cap.
Neither one of them has dropped a goddamn fucking cut that's bumped in a club or a party.
Yeah, I can agree with the party bumping, but yeah, that's cap though. Remember when she dropped that track on Nicki and shit? That gave her a little moment, and then just literally them talking about something.
Once again, in another argument, not representing no black love. Her diss cut on Nicki Minaj did not represent black love. Like I said, like I've always been saying for the last 5-10 minutes. I don't know what you're arguing. Like what point are you arguing that Remy Ma or Papoose at any point represented black love? That's what your original statement was.
Yeah, because that's literally something you can look up. People was talking about it for a very long time. Like and if you, I guess your small circle, if you're small enough to say, well, I don't acknowledge
No,
that
I'm
because
taking the majority of black folks from state to state, yo.
Right. Everybody knows Remy Ma was gay or bisexual. She was humping. Her and Nicki Minaj was girlfriend, boyfriend, whatever you want to call it. Everybody knows she was bisexual. That's what I'm trying to say. Before she went with Papoose, so it was already treason right there.
Oh yeah, nah, I'm not debating on Remy Ma morals or none of that shit or none of them. I'm just saying I'm not even
You
pointing
did
to
it for the Black Lives Matter leaders.
People have literally said
why
that,
not?
like a lot of people.
Why not? You did it for the Black Lives Matter leaders. Why not?
Did what? I don't care if them bitches
You was
gay.
concerned. You said, "Oh, they're lesbians. Let me see what's going on." That's what you said.
Didn't. I said when people scrutinize you and see that that's what's happening, you can't be mad. I don't care if them bitches gay. I don't give a fuck what you do. That's your cheeks and your cooch. I don't give a fuck. That's what you do. I'm just saying, if we're talking about a organization and your mission and goal is supposed to be help most black people, well, yeah, when you help mostly the littlest crowd of black people, you didn't help most black people. That's all I'm saying. It's okay to say that too. Like it's nothing. I don't hate them. I don't look at them because, like I said myself, I can't sit there and say like I literally went to the Black Lives Matter site and donated to them. No, have I bought like when I seen them doing marches sometimes, because like in the city they'll have like little stands and shit, maybe selling their shirts while they out there doing it. Yeah, I support. You feel me? I do shit like that. But regardless, yeah, no. If you're under the guise of this is your one thing, when people say, well, damn, y'all actually a gay group, like, I mean, I can't be mad if that shit got a little bit of validity to it. Shit, that's the opposite. Most of your donations go to gay things, and you a gay couple, and well, shit. Most, like I said, that's my only argument. If anything, why Black Lives Matter can't, or why I would say like, maybe overpraising them. I'm not gonna say they ain't do nothing, but I just find it wild when we had like.
How you find it wild when they
Colin
pretty much?
Kaepernick was because I want to just say too. This is the whole argument. I don't know if you know what it was there, but this is my thing. Taz was saying that if we had the COINTELPRO was Colin Kaepernick. I'm saying if we had any bit of COINTELPRO, it was definitely Black Lives Matter. Like, I get him saying Colin Kaepernick took some light off of like Terrence Crutcher and shit, but my point is Black Lives Matter was still there. And even after we stopped talking about Colin Kaepernick, we were still talking about Black Lives.
Who contributed more to the black community, Colin Kaepernick or Black Lives Matter?
Neither much, if we be frank.
Yeah, it's got to be one or the other.
I would say probably about the same levels.
Oh, okay.
Because like I said, if we doing the math, like 22 million, 21 million, 21.7 million is where we can directly point out. 30 million was the overall donations. So that means basically 8 million, because 0.7, you know, that's 700,000. We basically 22 million. So basically $8 million was what was donated. I know what's his name? Colin Kaepernick literally donated $2 million to one organization. It was goddamn, I can't remember what it was, the name of it right now. I was naming them for Taz earlier. And then he got a couple $1 million pledges alone. So yeah, I'll probably say they probably donated about 8 million a piece, somewhere in that region. Because I could think of four things, and that's about $4 million with Colin Kaepernick. So I would say probably about the same amount.
So did Colin Kaepernick change the way law enforcement conducted their day-to-day operations?
Nope.
Did he have any effect on how law enforcement treated black people?
I don't think Black Lives Matter had that, to be honest with you. Like, do I think they put cameras, like help get cameras put in? For sure. I would definitely say that. But in terms of that, like, they just turn off cameras now. Even with cameras, they just still doing it. They don't even give a fuck. Let's be blunt. But I do give them passing of the law. I won't deny that. No.
Did Colin Kaepernick have any laws passed?
No. Now, I was just talking about donation-wise. Like, who had the most impact donation-wise? They did about the same. I think again, it wasn't like Black Lives Matter sending some politician of their own to get that law passed. You know what I'm saying? It was kind of like, all right, they marching, let's do something so they'll kind of be happier. You know what I'm saying? I do get they was pushing it too, but like, I'm just saying it wasn't like, you know, they got somebody placed in the house and he pushed the bill through or something. You know what I'm saying? I'm not.
All right, so kick it to the title then. Why did Colin Kaepernick become a Black history hero?
I think just because, like, if you're willing to sacrifice that platform, it kind of puts
what did
you
he
in
sacrifice though? I'm still trying to get this sacrifice shit.
The platform. I mean, the platform itself. Like, that's what I'm saying.
He wasn't qualified to remain in the NFL. How did he sacrifice when he turned down contracts and he got fucking hurt? How is that a sacrifice? And he still was able to build up and get awarded a massive fucking endorsement from Nike after he got hurt, after he got out of the NFL. Where was the sacrifice at?
Yeah, the sacrifice is literally losing. Well, I know we can make the debate whether or not y'all want to say.
NFL players get hurt all the time. You are correct. So
Yeah, they don't.
that's why I'm trying to find out how does his situation be any different from anybody else that goes through all the training and tribulations and obstacles, and sometimes it works out and sometimes it doesn't.
Well, most
So
people who are
what makes his more sacrificial than in anybody else's?
Well, yeah, most people, especially if you're a Super Bowl quarterback, even if you're not a winning, like you're just a quarterback that made it to the Super Bowl. So 4 years into your career, let's say injury held you back. I think that would be like wildly unusual. That usually doesn't happen. Even when we know you're hurt, they'll still get Carson Wentz would be a good example of this. Like Carson Wentz was hurt ass and still got to lead another team. 4 years in.
So when we're talking about NFL careers,
Yeah.
the average career, especially at a high level, which he was never at, like Colin Kaepernick was never at the top of anybody's stats.
That would be a lie.
Okay, so you have to show those where he was compared to
if I'm not mistaken,
Tom Brady. Yeah, where he was compared to Tom Brady, Ben Roethlisberger, Peyton Manning. Yeah. Show me where his name was right beside those in terms of comparison.
Colin Kaepernick has the highest passer rating in the season for San Francisco 49ers quarterback. I know you know who's in that lineage. Joe Montana.
They have a couple Hall of Famers, but at the time that they were on their run, they weren't a good team. And like I said,
I agree. I'm just saying when you have a higher not completion, and it was actually he had a very I think for a moment, I don't want to lie on that though, but I think he did have some accuracy record. But overall, I'm saying passer rating, that means much more than anything. That means how much you're like contributing.
Where was he in the NFL? I'm not talking about personal team records. Where was he in the NFL?
He was number one. Passer rating wise, yeah. In 20, I
think he was the top quarterback in the NFL. In what year was that?
I think it was 2013 or 14. One of them.
2013.
Yeah, I don't want to say he maybe I was wrong with Lee, but I know he was one of the top passer ratings, period. But I know he got the record for San Francisco. And I'm just saying, I know they got some pretty stout quarterbacks over there. My thing, period, too, is most people aren't removed out of the NFL, even barring injury and things of that nature. You usually get a second chance, like showing that you know what I'm saying? Baker Mayfield, another good example. Injured, hurt. Even had a really bad season with us. I'm a Panthers fan. Had a really bad season with us. Got cut. Still gets the fuck that. He got called off the couch. Go play for the Rams. Nigga got called on Thursday. Was starting the game on fucking Sunday, and literally leads to him now being one of the highest paid QBs in Tampa. Like, so as I'm saying, I don't want to really debate whether or not he could or couldn't. I'm gonna say I think it's highly unusual for
Okay, so let's go back to 2013. Let me see. Number one quarterback, Peyton Manning, just like I said. Who was number two? Drew Brees.
Mm-hmm.
Who was number three? Phillip Rivers. Who was number four? Russell Wilson.
Mm-hmm.
Who was number five? Tom Brady.
Mm-hmm.
Who was number six? Nick Foles. Who was number seven? Aaron Rodgers.
Mm-hmm.
Number 8, Andrew Luck. Number 9, Tony Romo. Number 10, Cam Newton. Number 11, Ben Roethlisberger. And who is number 12? Your favorite, Colin Kaepernick. Out of the top 10, he was the 12th leading quarterback in 2013.
Yeah, I'll even take that. That's still a top quarterback in the league, is it not? Like, look at the names we named.
Nah, it's only 32 teams, man. You're not in the
Yeah.
top
So
5 or
if
top
you're
10. You're not
no,
a top
you're
quarterback. You're
you
decent.
listen.
You're average at best, but you're
No,
not a
you're
top
not.
quarterback if you can't
You're
crack
even
the top
above the
10.
top half of 32. You're literally not. You're above the top half of 32.
No,
Yes.
that wasn't the question. Who's in the top half? I said top. You
Yes.
told me number 1 at first, and then you kind of backed down of it because you knew you
Yeah,
was
I did
capped.
because I said I had to think
Yeah, you
about
knew
it.
you was
I
capped.
just know he was high up
He
there
was
though.
not. He was not in the top 3. He was not in the top 5, or like I just showed you, not even in the top 10.
Yeah, he's top 12. Which again, I think league.
And
That's his second year.
he never got any higher in 2014 and the rest of his career. He never exceeded after that.
Yeah, I understand that. But even then, it wasn't like he went to 32. He didn't even go to like 30 something. You know what I'm saying? Or 20 or something, if I'm not mistaken. Like Colin Kaepernick hasn't been a.
Yeah, the
I'm not saying the
average
nigga's been great.
duration of an NFL player, as I was trying to make my point, if they're exceeding and above average, is only 5 to 7 years tops. That's the average.
I agree.
NFL players are not in the league for 9, 10, 15, 20 fucking years.
I agree. 4
So
years
if you
for a starter, though.
don't do it in 4 or 5 years, then you're just an average quarterback.
That's
nobody's out here saying, "Oh, he got shafted or he sacrificed."
I give you a good example. Sam Darnold. You know who that is?
Cap.
You know who Sam Darnold is?
Cap.
Sam Darnold went to the Jets. He was a first-round draft pick.
Capping to make a point.
What am I capping about?
I'm telling you, Colin Kaepernick was not a good quarterback to be viewed as somebody who got shafted by the NFL. That's what I'm saying.
But Sam Darnold is.
No, I'm man. Fuck Sam Darnold. I'm not a Sam Darnold fan.
People in the league now who have worse percentages, led teams, and still got a chance.
No.
Yes,
Sam Darnold
had a worse winning record.
Let's keep it on Colin Kaepernick. Let's keep it on him since that's the title.
I mean, but you changing it when you saying that this only applies to him and ignoring that we can point out literal people who have worse
I said Colin Kaepernick was not that fucking good of a quarterback, and he wasn't, Joe.
We can point out people who were less good and still in the league.
So my point remains. Colin Kaepernick was not that fucking good. He got lucky 1 year just to be in the quarterback position of a Super Bowl game, and that's it. He blew it. Fuck. Most quarterbacks don't make it back. Out of all the quarterbacks that's in the league that actually have one chance to get to the big fucking game, the majority of them has never returned.
Mm-hmm.
Only a handful get a chance to go back.
I think we can say majority of quarterbacks don't even make it to the Super Bowl, though, Dave.
Yeah,
exactly. You made my point even more so.
I mean, you side with me. He's one of the few people who even made it to a Super Bowl. Most don't even make it to the Super Bowl.
He almost went back. Remember that conversation?
And he blew it. Yeah. And he blew it.
Okay, we can say, but that's the point. That's what I'm saying. You're now making it he blew it. But again, I can name Sam Darnold. Nigga never made it to the playoffs. No. Nigga went from the Jets to the Panthers to the fucking Vikings last year, went to the playoffs, lost the first round of the playoffs in his first playoff game. He's getting paid $100 million plus in Seattle right now.
Talk to the owners.
I agree. That's why I say I would feel it would have to be a blackball. Because I don't know how a person who literally leads 2 teams to losing records, both franchises, end up getting a 3rd chance and now a 4th chance, and somehow get paid $100 million on your 4th chance. Meanwhile, we got a quarterback. You can debate whatever you want. 2 of them years, out of them 4 years, 1 was purely injured. 1, he was a rookie. But the 2 other years, he literally went to the Super Bowl and the NFC Championship. Like, got very close to getting back. So to say like, yeah, nah, that nigga just wasn't that good. Cam Newton, listen, I am a Panthers fan. Cam Newton, you read his stat. He was number 10. Cam was not like had a cannon. Cam was inaccurate as fuck. He had his flaws also. So I think it's kind of crazy when you look at it and say like, oh, well, yeah, because of this. Even with Taz was showing simplified playbooks, I was literally gonna bring up Cam Newton. Cam Newton playbook was so simple. When John Gruden asked him to tell him what the plays were one time, he said 32. Like, because they had to give this nigga the page, basically like, this play number 1, this play number 2, this play number 3. They had to simplify it that much for this nigga.
Kaepernick didn't sacrifice shit, bro. He got a $30 million bag, and he got a motherfucking non-profit organization for tax exemption purposes. He ain't get shunned out.
Nah, I truly
How did
believe
he? How did he become a Black History hero? What did he do for the Black community that was so special?
Yeah, as I said, just giving up that platform. I'm not saying he did nothing special for the community either. I think like a lot of Black people we look at, we could say like what they meant to us. Black heroes, period. I don't think we could point out maybe they were trying to have a community effect, but I don't know if we can point today and say like this is directly a thing of Medgar Evers. You know what I'm saying? It's the fact that you was trying sometimes, or with us, I'm not gonna lie, a lot of times. Because just having the voice to speak, like, let's be frank, like I was saying earlier, they've literally been telling us shut up and dribble type shit. So yeah, I think it's kind of like you are standing up when they telling you for years at that point, shut up and dribble, and now you becoming in that day and age. Let's be real, nobody's talking about this shit on that level. You're entertainers, you got the platform to say something, and none of them are saying nothing. And then you the one person who chooses to say it. If people want to say, oh, well, it's because he wasn't that good, I don't think saying that will make your job increase. That's the bigger point. That's why I would say it was a sacrifice. Because if y'all whole argument is actually, well, he was injured, he was trash, he wasn't going to get re-signed. Well,
and he still got a fucking bag after he got fucking
and you
out
think
of the
that was
NFL.
The plan? I mean, do you think that was the plan? Do you think a nigga really said like, all right, I'm about to get kicked out of the NFL. Let me start talking this Black Lives Matter shit so Nike can give me 30 mil? No. Did it happen? Yeah. But did you really think that was that man plan? No. Nobody, he didn't sit there and think like, oh, I'm going to do this. Now Nike going to come through and drop a bag because they never done that before. Why would they? Like, let's be honest. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, no, even what Taz was saying earlier, I know that they did it because they seen like, okay, people talking about this. He's a hot topic. You know, he gonna sell products. Let's get in on it a little bit and try to get him some bag because we know he ain't going back to the league. But neither here nor there. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I feel if you're saying, well, what he got in the end was 30 million. Well, he's a quarterback. Most of their contracts are 100 million plus. He could have got one more contract set and probably overmade that 30 million. Let's be very frank.
Well, if he was that good, he probably would have, but he wasn't.
Oh, that ain't true. That's not. Now are we gonna say like, what's my boy name that played for Denver? His name is like Mahoud Raheem Abdul. It was one of them Abdul niggas. He was crazy though in the NBA, but he was always speaking.
So why did he turn down the contract from the Ravens? He could have had a chance for contract negotiations and prove himself.
I mean, yeah, because let's be honest, you know what that means.
He chose not to take the contract.
Because we know what that means.
It was more than what he was making when he was with the 49ers.
I don't. That's another thing I'm saying. I don't know do we know what the contract offer was? Because if I'm not mistaken, I even heard when they did have the last time they was even making offers, it was like veteran minimums. So if they saying like prove yourself, no offense, like I just said, how many quarterbacks go to a Super Bowl, make it back to an NFC championship, and then we talking about proving? You know what I'm saying? Like even if you coming back, like we should at least be like, all right, you can at least get a number 2 quarterback position. You know what I'm saying? Not no veteran minimum. Oh, we just gonna throw you on the thing. The nigga won't play, the nigga won't win. I'm not like that. I don't think that's crazy. Like I said, that even going back to the NBA dude, like damn, what was his name? It was something Abdul, but yeah, he got kicked out of the league for talking about injustices and shit in the NBA. It wasn't that he was trash. Niggas just wouldn't let him back.
Craig Hodges.
Nah, the other one,
Yeah,
Mahmoud
that's one.
Raouf.
Yeah, something like that. Abdul Raouf, but he was nice though. I ain't gonna lie, that nigga was nice as hell. Like I had to go back and watch this nigga because one of the NBA players, I was watching some of them clips, and they were talking about like who the nastiest nigga you ever played against, and he was like, "Yo, I swear to God, this nigga was the nastiest nigga." They showing his clips. I'm like, yeah, I gotta check bro out, but dude was crazy. He was Steph Curry. He was definitely the first Steph Curry. I'm talking about he coming down the court, and this in the 90s. Nigga coming down the court, jacking damn near half court threes, like wilding, cooking niggas up and everything. But that's just how the game work, right? Like if you talk in a way that we don't like you, like let's be real, shut up and dribble. If y'all not doing that and y'all not complying, we don't want that. Get out the league.
That concept is shut up and dribble. It's like you're trying to confine me to only one dimension, and I'm not supposed to go outside of that dimension. Like it's crazy to me. Like it's crazy to me that we think that basketball players don't have a level of responsibility, being that they come from these very communities. Like it's crazy to me that not Kaepernick. I ain't talking about him because I feel like that was like a money that evolved into a money grab, Nike deals and the sponsorships and advertising. Like damn, man, you can all these. So that muddied the grassroots. You feel me? It became about him, and so I agree with Taz on that. Now the beginning it might have, but it spiraled into some self, only it spiraled into him being the primary focal point and not masses of black people getting killed. So yeah, I Kaepernick, yeah.
Nah, I understand. That's why I said I really don't want to make it seem like I even think this nigga like the appointed one. I was just going back to what Taz was saying in terms of like who COINTELPRO. I don't think this nigga I think Black Lives Matter was the COINTELPRO. I don't think
the hierarchy at the executive level, but remember there's many, there's degrees to it as far as, you always got people that's really in the street stomping and really, doing all the foot soldiering aspect, and then you got people at the top, who is reaping all the financial benefits, who's not distributing no money down to the local community. So I feel like we got to make sure we have to demarcate. We have to set those boundaries when it comes to the different degrees, or should I say, when it comes to the executive level, and then when it comes to the, I don't want to say subordinate, but the the
unders.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, man. Yeah, well, I'm back from Oregon. So it was a good, nice little trip.
Hold up. You reminded me I gotta roll up too though, but nah, I don't want it to be no shit about even down to Black Lives Matter not deserving some credit, but I don't want to put it on this one nigga. I don't think he even played, because I'm gonna be real with you. Besides, like really, like as a nigga who been mostly in the streets, like recently in the last couple of years is when I kind of started getting more like on adult timing, right? But in that time period, bro, when I was out there, it wasn't most niggas really talking about Colin Kaepernick. Like niggas wasn't stopping their conversations about people dying because of Colin Kaepernick. I feel that's a media thing. Like I said, I don't know.
Do you really think that though? I mean, his jersey being sold out. Who do you think is the number one reason why his jersey, everything he put out, was sell out? We are the reason. So when you say everybody, maybe everybody is within your immediate, we have to be mindful of our immediate circle and then the whole world or the whole US. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't take our immediate, what we see, outside or within our immediate surroundings, you feel me? And then apply that to the whole America, not the whole world, but the whole America.
Nah, that's understandable. I don't think I'm doing it on that basis though, because I think we can agree, like, shit, jersey sales bought by white. Most shit bought by white people, man. I don't think like most black people came together and just said we buying Kaepernick jerseys. Like it was even a lot of white people doing it. So it's like when we talk about sales or something, and even how I was talking to Taz, right? When we talk about mainstream media, because he kept saying like mainstream media. Huh?
No, I think that was your echo or something.
No, you ain't say that about Shadur Sanders.
What? I didn't say what about him.
That black people wasn't buying jersey.
Nah, I don't think it. I think it's a lot of white people support Shador. Yeah, like I think I think who do the most. Like if we being very frank, I don't want to make it sound like that. I think who has the most vocal support for Shador is black folk. Who probably got the most financial support for Shador is white folk.
Should be.
Like being honest. Hell, even who we see in the media now, like the people who came out and spoke up for like Shador. I don't understand why he dropped in the. That's what I'm saying. It's funny to me that even like it's a lot of black people who made the argument of like, oh, Shador just failed because he wasn't that good, and then it's a bunch of white QB legends like, man, that nigga nice. I don't even know why he failed. Like,
yeah, man. Black people. No, just nah, today was a good day though, man. It was a nice, productive day, man. You know. Yeah, man.
Yeah, the science fair is on the last video. If you want to check it out.
I didn't watch every single thing, every aspect of it. I definitely seen purpose demonstration.
Yeah.
Demonstration.
Yeah.
I seen hers, and then everything else was remnants. I seen Q2 talking about making sure that the youth got the funds for the funds and stuff. Yeah, man, that's important.
Yeah, when that the one that's going to college, when she first started the science fair, I think the video's still up. She said she didn't even know, she wasn't sure what she wanted to be.
What's up?
Is that purpose? Not purpose, right?
Nah, the Kenyan.
Is that the brother with the dreads?
No, that's the other girl in the car.
He was talking. Okay.
Yeah, she already graduated. She on her way to college. Yeah.
Okay. Is that she graduated? Okay, so she came
Graduated from Ziac. Yeah.
Yeah. She came from up under the tutelage of Q. So okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's what's up, man. So is that his first
Nah.
going to college? No.
Nah, that's not his first. No.
But so I see y'all was chopping up about Kaepernick and his whole little stance. His whole I ain't gonna lie. I thought about everything too, and I was one of the people that was that was on the Kaepernick train, and that's how I still start analyzing everything and ice cream. He got Biz and Jib, he got ice cream. Still got ice cream and shit. So it's I just start. I question like you said the profit. What is it? For profit activism versus non-profit activism.
Yeah, he's in the African American Museum in Washington D.C., and that's why I'm trying to find out why is he in there. And KT is telling me because he sacrificed his NFL career. He missed out on billions.
Nah, nigga, why you making it that damn? Calm your ass down. Chill, man. Nah, hey, listen though. If we being honest though, if we talking about like a Black History Museum, I would not have Colin Kaepernick in there. And that's what this whole like the conversation is about. See, I know that's why y'all even saying what makes him a hero, right? Because if he's supposed to be like hero enough to be in a fucking museum, no, I don't think that. I was just defending whether or not, you know, I don't think the nigga, like I was saying with Tad, I don't think the nigga the COINTELPRO. Now, do I think he accidentally landed in a great position and, as you said, monetized off of it? I do believe that 100%. Like, I'm not even against that.
Yeah, that's how this got started. The museum came up. Trump name came up about him cutting funds, and
Hold on, let
then
me ask you, Dan. Do you think players
museum came up. Huh?
and dribble? Let me ask you, do you think? Because I hear. Do you think players should shut up and dribble?
Yes.
Black players should.
Yep.
Out?
Yep.
Yep. What?
Do what they got to do. You know, run up that bag, and then after they retire, or if they get hurt, or you know something happens where they can't play no more, and then if you want to jump into activism, you know, you'll have more time. It'll actually look more legitimate. People can relate to you. You have more access. You'll be able to, you know, actually focus on the activism instead of just, you know, trying to get TikTok bites or clips, you know, to, you know, gain your popularity when you really don't invest or have genuine, authentic interest in it. Like I said, you didn't go to the NFL, you didn't go to the NBA, you didn't go to Major League Baseball to get you know likes or get liked by you know certain groups of people. You went to those positions in order to you know generate revenue. So generate your revenue, and you want to help out and contribute to the Black community. Cool. You want to set up a fund, if you want to set up an organization, you know that's different. But no, we don't need entertainers. We don't need athletes. You know, marching in the streets, being targeted by police, being targeted by media, being targeted by, you know, extremist groups, you know, risking their lives. You know, now they ain't gonna be able to chance to play football or be back on the court because, you know, they're on the #1 hit list now from this group. So, you know, what benefit is it? Go ahead.
Because some things are worth. You don't feel like some things are worth.
Nope.
You know what I'm saying? Like risking.
Nothing. If it's your wife, your kid, you know, obviously that's different. But you know, marching for you know, some shit that activists are already doing, it's not needed. We don't need the big names. We don't need your big name drawing so much attention that it's gonna draw not only the people that may care about it, but other oppositions as well. No, we don't need that. Let the grassroots be just what you call it.
So
grassroots from the mud. So that's my point.
So you would agree, Muhammad Ali and other Black historical
exactly before civil rights, a different time. So yes, my perspective will probably be different.
But then,
before civil rights. Now civil rights is passed. Yeah. Now that civil rights is passed, legislation on the books for, you know, obvious and overt actions, you know, professional athletes, Black athletes in particular, still didn't motherfucking benefit from civil rights. 25, 30 fucking years before athletes finally started getting a play. After Martin Luther King, athletes wasn't getting no goddamn bag after civil rights.
So you basically subscribe to the notion that they can't, in this context, sports athletes cannot serve two masters. They can't.
I don't recommend. I'm not saying that they're wrong for doing it, but it does not benefit the Black community if they do. It takes away from what they're doing in the league, and it brings unwanted attention to whatever cause they're speaking about.
We need more Craig Hodges.
Kyrie Irving is a prime example. Kyrie Irving. Let's talk about Kyrie Irving.
Okay, let's talk about
has he brought attention to the black community or whatever community that he's speaking out against or for in his actions?
He tried to, boy. You see what they got.
And then what happened to his fucking career?
He got paid. Nigga just signed a contract with the Mavs.
But what does that mean, though? It's like we're emphasizing their career more than they are. If they're willing to sacrifice and to compromise their financial longevity, who are we to say, nigga, you better not do that, nigga. You better not do that shit, nigga. You gonna mess your money up. Who are we to do it?
And that's what I'm saying. I think
they want to squander if they want to be the martyr.
Kyrie Irving did not get more money since he got set down from that little stance that he did.
He signed with the Mavs that year.
That contract was not as big as the one he just got out of.
Oh no, I mean he's naturally he's on the climb. He's about to get older. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I'm just saying it wasn't like they kicked him out the league or nothing. And I'm not saying
if he doesn't get his team in the playoff, whatever team he's on in the next 2 to 3 years, that's gonna be it, yo. His window is closed.
Yeah, but
he better get to the goddamn finals. Then. Actually, yeah, he needs another ring. I'm just giving him the benefit of the doubt.
No, they went to the finals last year. That's what I'm saying. Kyrie not far removed, bro. But he is getting older. Like you said, in 2 years, I think Kyrie would be 36 or some shit like that. So I mean, like, yeah, he's still even the contract. If he do sign another contract after that, it's still not gonna be big. But I'm saying, like, my bigger thing is,
who cares?
I do feel that it takes some
shit. You know, shoot, like that's what I'm saying. Like when we.
Yeah, get your bag, yo. While you still have a chance and are able to. After you retire, yeah, you know we don't mind. You can tell us all the fucking barroom stories. Shoot the shit.
Nah,
you can march. Yeah, we can use your legacy. Yeah.
Listen, I trust a nigga who willing to do it on a platform more than I will than the nigga said. Like, I've been holding this shit back for 15 years because I've been playing basketball. You know, I had to do what they said so I don't lose my bag. Yeah. But now, fuck it. You know what I'm saying? Like, Jim Brown ain't...
Craig Hodges. That's my favorite player. Hey. Craig Hodges. You my favorite? Craig Hodges. My favorite player. Why? He's the best shooter. Steph Curry has not beaten his three-point record. So in my mind, Steph Curry ain't the best shooter. Because he also handed a letter to the president in regards to the black community in America. How our communities are dilapidated. And yeah, so I respect that, man. I don't know. I respect a black man that put it all on the line, man. Like I just have a different level of just reverence for that, man. You know, like because we don't. And remember, Craig Hodges was after everybody.
But entertainers are never gonna put it all on the line for black folks, though.
Results may vary. I think depending on their position, it's what you said to a certain extent. Like where they at, I think that controls what they do. Let's be honest. If you sign to a label, you're not gonna be able to do a lot of this empowerment shit.
Then here,
I know y'all may not. Huh?
No, I'm just saying. Then hearing Jordan and how they was just so opposed to that brother, that broke my soul, man. That literally just like damn, like the Black Moses of basketball, I don't know, bro. Man, bro.
Yeah, but they
go ahead. What you were saying about working for Jews? I mean, working in entertainment.
Shut the hell. Nah, you right. That is what it is. So when you get into that part where you need the investment, well, now you got to understand it's a role you got to play. You know what I'm saying? If you can figure out how to do that shit independently, like I know y'all may not be familiar with him, but that little dude, XXXTentacion, that motherfucker. And I ain't even no government nigga. I remember when he died, though, a bunch of people who was older, like my age, they like, why these little niggas keep saying this little nigga like Tupac? Like all the older people hated that, and I understood it, even though I'm not that young, like of his age group, because that little nigga was talking other shit. He wasn't just talking, oh, kill niggas, and he did do that though too. Don't get me wrong, but he was also talking about like how it's the government shit on us, like niggas holding us back, how we get into deeper thinking, deeper learning, like a whole bunch of shit. That little kid could have been vital. He was independent too, so I think that's why at some point, like. The government do kind of got to say, like, we got to stop some niggas. Y'all making too much change without our approval.
Yeah, they only can go so far. You know, they cannot take it to the limit, unfortunately.
Yeah. And I ain't saying that the government killed that little boy or nothing. But what I will say is I want y'all to look at Triple X Tentacion. Anybody who is unfamiliar with the kid, go look up his music. He had billions of views on songs when he was living. Like this nigga was wild. He started becoming so powerful, he was beefing with Drake. Like I need y'all really, he was legitimately beefing with Drake, and Drake really responded. And he's an independent artist. You feel me?
The music conspiracy, the rap. I understand where you're going, but I don't even go down that rabbit hole, bro. Certain rabbit holes I don't even go down, bro, and that's one of them. You know, just the you know, I'm not saying it's not real or not true, but that's just a rabbit hole where I just don't go down, because I do know a lot of these record companies have a death, they have insurance, they have a death clause.
Insurance.
Yeah. So that's true. But as far I'm talking about, as far as like going down, just when you get the.
So listen to me. Anybody who want to, my name KT the Goat. If y'all don't see it, go check out my channel. I got mostly like new shit or in the last 5 years. I used to rap under a different name. I wasn't nobody. I'm not gonna sit here and lie and say like I was some nigga with 1 million views, whatever. I was approached with a deal with Universal. We was chopping it up for about 6 months. They basically wasn't gonna give me no money like that though, so that's why I really ain't do it. But in that 6 months time, niggas was really giving me game plan, like, cause I'm trying to figure out how to get them to up that bag. Nigga telling me like you ain't got no leverage. That like we see you got talent, cause I was in a group. Like y'all could look up it's one video I think you can find, but it's a group called LNG Mobbing. Like I wrote most of the songs and I would make our beats and shit. So they were like, we see y'all got the talent, but the thing is we got to put money into y'all because y'all basically nobodies. Like, so he started, me and the A&R nigga started busting it down on how to basically build up my brand so I could go back and get more money out of them or whatever. But man, listen, that industry shit real. Like I ain't saying everything that niggas be saying is true, but when we talking about they shelving niggas for reasons. Listen, if you make a wave right now, I'm trying to think of somebody in recent times, somebody who was like popping and then they just stopped. I don't know if y'all know this little nigga named Roy Woods. You ever heard of him, Diddy? Look, that nigga got smoke in his eyes. Nigga died.
I ain't privy to him. I ain't privy to Roy Woods. No.
Basically, they make money. They make more money off of you when you're dead. Basically.
Not only that, they got more influence when they stop yours. Like I was pointing out, like they'll let you blow up as much as you can independently to really see how much influence you can gain. And then if they see you really gain a lot of influence and traction, if they know you a rebellious type, they gonna sign you just to shelve you, just to kill your hype. They gonna manufacture a new you who don't do you. He do you on a fucking casual level. You know what I'm saying? Like they gonna put that nigga in your place while they shelving you. So, hey man, this music shit, I fuck with it. I just think we utilizing it wrong. I think a lot of shit in the black community we dislike, we need to stop disliking it and figure out how to like reallocate the shit. I was saying that the other day up here, gangs. I'm for gangs, nigga. I just don't want gangs to do what they do now. I want gangs to be what they were intended for, protecting our neighborhood. We make like community programs, you know what I'm saying? Shit like that with the gangs. And I wouldn't have a problem with them niggas. I think they could actually improve our community.
Personally, for me, I think if the artist if they just can be content of just going to be popular in the, like hood rich, like be popular in the neighborhood. Why they gotta take it to the next level and then I see why you say sacrifice because that's what the industry they
No,
use
for
as
real,
sacrifice.
man. No, any of that shit's a sacrifice. I'm gonna keep it real. Like people don't really understand, even how they say, like, listen, depending on who you rocking with out there, even when you get into the mid majors, like them smaller record labels, they still backed by some major. Man, Diddy parties is a thing for a reason. Like he wasn't just kidnapping everybody, y'all. People was willingly going. You feel me? Like, hey, it's a lot of people out here doing freaky shit, and it's all for the quote unquote power. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. Motherfucker, you definitely gonna give up something in order to make it like that. Because a lot of people not talented enough. Let's be real. This music we talking about, like we keep talking about it, rap's ass right now. So let's be real. We know they ass, and these people, the money bag yos and all that. You know what I'm saying? We still like, yo, these niggas ass. Niggas, so you think a record label didn't know that before they found this nigga? But they realized, hey, we could manufacture his hype, and then we could get more money off of him than we pay him. That's why they had to get rid of that lyrical time period. Like the J. Cole, listen, J. Cole, Kendrick Lamar, Drake. They have made the most money out of all artists in the last decade. They're the three most lyrical artists.
You ever heard of Ransom?
Yeah. Oh, I fuck with Ransom. He been wilding lately too.
Bro, real.
Yeah, Ram been on a little run lately. I'm not gonna cap.
Bro, relatable. You feel me? Foster, like really all like pretty much everything he's been through, I've been through. Like I can relate to, bro. Like just like real spit, like for real. Everything.
And that's why music important. I don't want us to think because the labels are highlighting the trash, we ain't got ransoms out here. You feel me? That ransom. I mean, that song he had with Dave East like last month. I know this nigga done dropped like 6 songs this month. He got some shit with 38 special. This nigga been dropping like a bitch. But yeah, man, he been dropping high quality shit. And we gotta stop acting like, oh, cause the white people ain't on him. He ain't that guy. Like it's a lot of niggas that really we should be propelling. Like, man, we ain't bumping that money bag.
Like he's rapping for a purpose. Like he talks about the culture. Sandra Bland, Tamir. Like he's like that's what I'm saying. Like, so what do we mean by people can't really embody the culture? They can't. But he's boring though. Feel me? How he tells stories and how he, it's. And I ain't even trying to sound like a fan, bro. But I respect art, bro. Like I respect art, bro, and I salute it, bro. Like I respect anybody that's, bro. Especially in the land of, a land of lollipops. Feel me? So in a land full of, stutter stepping and soft stepping, and we need some.
Yeah, we need some niggas to get off the basis of that money shit. That's what I'm saying. And fuck it. I'll be real with you. Me personally, I'm not a money-led nigga. Like, I'm not being funny. Like, I understand what niggas be saying, like, yeah, go get the bag. But that's the problem with us and everything now. Nothing's good no more because it's about the bag. Your food not even good because they focusing on how to save money from producing it to sell it to you for higher. So now your food quality dropping. You feel me? Nigga, you want to get into video games, nigga. Your video games ass because them niggas putting way more money into making a game, but it's not a good one. You feel me? But back in the day, listen, when shit is about passion, that's when you get the highest quality product. When shit's about the bag, that's when you get people just putting it out for the purpose of the bag. It don't matter about the quality of the shit. We need a lot of it out there because one of these bitches might hit. Like, hey, music, that's definitely the place that it's at right now. Nobody cares about the quality.
LaRussell? Is you speaking, Queen?
Fuck with LaRussell. Fuck with LaRussell.
Hold on, she's because her we can't hear her. She's trying to say something. I think she might have to come back because I hear her avatars moving around. But I don't hear that, no.
I see you don't mind.
Detail.
Hello?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, we get you.
No, personally for me, I think they're telling us a lot what's going on, but you really have to be in tune to hear what they're saying because they really, I mean, like for example, Lil Wayne, he's if you really listen to him and discern what he's saying, he's telling us a lot of shit to us, what's going on. Personally, for me, I mean, he's really telling a lot, a
Wayne,
lot.
he used to be somebody, but Wayne ain't talking. I keep on.
No, I'm talking about his mixtapes.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm just saying, like in like Wayne ain't. He's Mr. A cop ain't never harmed me type. You know, a
I'm
cop
about to
saved my
say
life.
Wayne over for me.
He's a cop saved my life. Like he's that guy. I'm gonna use the cop saved my life story to means that
Well,
there is no such thing
yeah,
as a
I
bad
hear you.
cop. You know,
Well, I'm
like
talking about some of his things. Some of his older things, sir. Some of his older things that he was saying before he got like mainstream, I should say. Like the mixtapes and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying, guys?
But sis,
Yeah.
what was he talking about?
And I ain't gonna lie. Kendrick.
I'm trying to figure out, like, what was he really as far as messaging wise to the like? Do you mean like as far as like speaking?
I'm about to say I can't fuck with Wayne on no message tip. Wayne ain't never had a message. His message is I'm the best rapper ever though.
I didn't say he had a message.
I'm the best rapper alive. I'm the best rapper alive.
He comes from a different planet, nigga. He comes from a different planet.
When I think about Lil Wayne, I don't think of nothing like impactful. I'm just keeping bars. Yeah, street. It's gully. I'm a goblin, and yeah, that's but that's so wrong. That doesn't. I can't. That doesn't. Just I can't.
I hear you.
That now. My mind is
I
like,
hear you.
music.
You're masculine. You coming. You look at it from a masculine point of view. I understand. Yes. Name some names, guys. What's up? What really gets your heart?
Kendrick Lamar really who I fuck with for some old like
LaRussell
yeah.
Bay. Talking about we ain't making no music. Talking about killing niggas. That's what he said. Exact words. I took that at the screen. Let me screen record this. Yeah, we ain't making no music where we glorify killing another black man. He was like, people were so mad at that. He said people was trying to argue with me in the chat. Like, what? But that just shows you how sick we are as a people. You got people trying to debate why you don't want to. What are you serious? So yeah, I'll go ahead. I'll rest my case. But Russell, Jadakiss, bars, 38 Special. Like, of course, Lauryn Hill. But yeah.
And if I'm gonna keep it a bean, I make rap music. It's wild, but I don't listen to rap music like that. Like I listen to probably like 7 artists, and I don't really like. I stay in tune on what's hip, but I don't actually listen to them niggas on a consistent basis. I listen to more old school music. I like Isley Brothers and fucking the Commodores and fucking Earth, Wind, and Fire and shit. I'm not gonna cap to you.
Definitely.
My rapper list is probably real small. Like Kendrick Cole. I got a couple underground niggas I can name nobody knows and shit. And then like some underground chicks and shit. But I don't really listen to too much. Like new music, it ain't got enough message for me. I need shit with message, you feel me? Like yeah.
Benny the Butcher and like
Coast
artists.
All them niggas with bars. I love them niggas. I also kind of hate them because I used to battle rap, right? But I look at all that shit as competition, but I still hate them sometimes because like they messaging. Like I feel like if you that smart enough to write these bars, like how you gonna kill a nigga and some work, you are smart enough to put together like how maybe you saying this to tell niggas like learn from this. Like I've been through the experience. It's not as good as we making it seem. You feel me? Like
we talking about the rap artists right now. That's a very interesting. This is actually a very polarizing subject matter as far as like it can divide people as far as like, is music influential? Some people think music doesn't impregnate the young,
Oh, that's a lie. That's a lie.
I emphatically disagree with that too. Like I it's definitely influential. You listen to the wrong right music it really had you on some, it could really,
Hey, listen to me, bro. Like, musician in word is a very close word to magician. and it's with reason. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know how special you gotta be as a person to have the type of voice that when you speak on a certain type of frequency, any type of frequency, people move their body. Think about that shit. If a nigga starts saying right now, Percocet, Molly Percocet, big for the Percocet, that shit just make you want to bob your head, move your body. The beat instantly hits your head. That's a powerful thing. So to say they don't have influence.
Yeah, right.
What's his name from Chicago? The artist that died. He said he was influenced by Future to do pills. The brother that killed himself.
Juice WRLD. Juice WRLD.
He was influenced. Like there's like we have to cut the malarkey.
And guess what? Future don't even do no pills. That's what I'm saying. So if we talking about influence ain't real, we idiots.
This man this man said out of his own mouth he was influenced by a rapper. So we're not going to take that into account. We're going to disregard that. Oh, that nigga's tripping. That nigga's crazy. But I guarantee I can point to many other examples. He ain't the only example we can point to who said that they was influenced by rappers.
No, we got a whole generation out here.
Nicki Minaj said you a fool if you let your child listen to my music. Because she don't let her own child listen to her music. She's on video saying this. Like, what the hell? Like, come on. But we gonna disregard her too. Her saying her own mouth. She don't let nobody listen to her own music.
Exactly. She felt true that. She has a conscience. She's not a reprobate. Yeah.
And listen, even down to Nicki, somebody like Nicki, I'm gonna show you how influence work, right? Nicki ain't come up talking straight pussy shit. She wasn't coming up talking about in the kind of song. She really was barring shit. But see, she took that time to get that buzz off the bars and then started going to this. Cause now we at the point where people around you are influencing you. Now they saying, yeah, that's hard, but we trying to get some white people to buy you. Go get a little booty surgery, you know what I mean? We're gonna drop some shit, you know what I mean? Get naked more. Like it's real sick. Cause they could simply have told Nicki, cause Nicki, that's why Nicki always be talking about she the best female rapper. Like, she really can rap. We can agree with that. But they told her, like, yeah, in order for you to really maintain a position, just show some ass.
What's her name? My bad to cut you off. Her name is, she's from the East Coast. 38 Special put me on. Her name is I'm gonna find her, but I don't want to buy, but she's from, bro, she's spitting ball, bro. She said,
Shanita?
Chanel. I'm gonna find her name right now, but Chanel something, but she's a chocolate sister too. Pretty sister, just had a baby. She's married and all that though. Pretty sister, beautiful sister on me. But I was gonna say, yeah, but her bar, she said, I'm a black woman in America. They took my, she said, I'm a black woman in America. They took my lips, hips, kids, and I still ain't scared of you. I was like, that's a bar that make you think about history. That's the truth. They took
right. There you go.
Black women's kids. They took, the whole exterior composition of a black woman. You feel me? And but it's deep. That can really be
exactly
what she said as far as I'm a black woman in America. Yeah, that's deep. They took my lips, hips. Yeah, she said they took my lips, hips, kids, and I still ain't scared of you. And that's true.
And while I'm looking at my girl and I can't think of her name for shit right now.
Took my lips, hips, kids. On the surgical level. Ooh, I start thinking about. Oh man, see, that's what I'm saying. That's what I mean by music. See how I start really thinking about what she said, because it's more than just even the look of a black woman. It's even when they was
the essence.
It goes back to when they was what's the word? When they would practice surgical procedures, and damn, yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. It's layers.
Rhapsody. You ever listen to Rhapsody?
Exactly. Yeah, I heard of Rhapsody. Yeah. But that's beautiful.
She got that conscious shit for you. I'm not gonna lie to you. She got hella like if you really want to hear some female kicking some of that shit, man, Rap got some of them beautiful joints. I'm not gonna cap to you. I'm not just saying that because she's from North Carolina either, but she really be going for like on the female level. She probably like one of the best female rappers I ever heard. For real. She be having some impressive shit. Goddamn. I think
Young Deity about, do you think that Papoose and Remy Ma was the black, you know, like how did y'all say it? How'd y'all put it earlier?
Like for
No,
the
I'm
urban.
not saying I agree with it. I was saying that's what people were saying. Like,
I mean,
and I think it'd be a fool to say
I mean,
people wasn't.
if you understand the timeline and how they knew the story about him supporting her while she was in prison, I mean, yeah, I mean that was the, I mean that for this time, for this
At the
day,
time.
this epoch that we have now, that was the imagery of black, you
Hope.
know, of
The
this,
hope,
yeah,
yeah.
of what, you know, black love, you know, it was like you said, the hope, you know, no, I gotta find a different word. That
Like
was
two successful black people holding it, like one went through something, the other still held them down. You know what I'm saying? Making it together through it, continuing and maintaining their success for a long time. Even when they came at, like when she got out of jail, I remember niggas was wild happy about this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like I'd be a fool to act like that wasn't really a thing for real. But I don't think that myself. I really don't think, you know what I'm saying? Remy and Papoose is the fucking represent, but people was like really holding them up these days.
they were even in rap songs, Papping. I mean, think about
Yeah.
how many songs they was like, they I'm trying to find, why is my brain having all this blockage right there when
Yeah.
so that unit was the emblematic depiction, you know, it represented black love, you know, like me, I'm the emblematic depiction of my dad. Like I represent him in exterior, etc. Like, you know, but yeah.
I mean, I think what's that movie, The Django? I think personally that was a love story to me.
Fact. No, that is for sure. I mean, that's another representation. I'm saying that was just a more, you know, I ain't gonna lie. I guess because it's a movie, right? Like Django is something we talked about when Django came out, maybe a couple months after, and you know, periodically it's brought up and stuff. But because they're entertainers and in that field, you know, it's just something we seen more. So I think that's, and really, I'm gonna be honest with you, Love and Hip Hop will really got them in that position. If we being honest, I hate to admit that, but like,
Was it Flavor of Flav, Flavor of Love, and you know, Rage? Was it because you remember before all that, it was Flavor
It
of
all
Love.
came at once. It all came as a cluster.
no, oh yeah, no. I ain't even talking about that. I'm talking about Love and Hip Hop because y'all remember they were on there. I don't know if y'all remember that or not, but they were on Love and Hip Hop for a little bit.
Oh yeah, you're
That's
right.
what
My
I'm
bad,
saying.
my bad. I was thinking about just the ushering. What ushered in? I don't know why my mind. Yeah, okay.
Nah,
Yeah, but it all ties in together. I mean, it really all they just threw it at us, you know. So
But now, yeah, I was just saying more or less, like, you know, I think that played into it. You know, for certain people, when they go on Love and Hip Hop, not everybody, not most of them, because most of them washed up. But then you do have your Cardi B's come out of there. You might have your career bounce back, like what's her name? Goddamn K Michelle. You know what I'm saying? Like sometimes people go on there, but Remy and Papoose it definitely, you know what I mean? Gave him a little bit of credibility or whatever because it looked even more solid. Like they like, yeah, even on TV, these niggas is keeping it solid. But I really don't think it's personally my personal thing. I also would like to ask y'all, I'm a better rapper than anybody y'all can name. But you know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna brag about that too often.
you gotta, you know, show and tell.
Ooh, okay.
You gotta illustrate, demonstrate.
Lately I've been feeling like, should you live for right or wrong in this fickle life? Should you love your fellow man? Though it seems they shice. It's hard to have the heart to do it unless you Jesus Christ. We in fights with ourselves because money, fighting your morals, they don't mail. It's crazy. Kids out here starving and unwell. Could feed them, but government fighting the cartel after they put weight on their side like barbells. How they make a problem just to face a problem. Say they want to start a war, but it's going to take our dollars. The system chew us up, spit us out into the water. It's more people eating off humans than Jeffrey Dahmer. They've been cooking up this shit for a while. Ex-Betty Crocker, I ain't back that. I'm low to the earth like a hatchback. Only outcasts should drop bombs over Baghdad. Call me a terrorist. I'm calling you arrogant. Green as asparagus to all the thoughts that we have. I'm just a common man thinking. Heard y'all talk for years now. Listen while I'm speaking. I don't really know what's going on. Up, down, left, right, everywhere it's wrong. Feel like everyone the same, seem like everybody clones. But who am I to judge? I got problems of my own. Hey, I ain't been praying at all. I swear to God, I ain't been praying at all. Look, man, I ain't even gonna lie to y'all. I could do that all day, man. I got songs, fam. I got levels of songs. You hear me? I
Well,
got
what
deep
you
beats. I'm
know? No,
spitting
no,
this
no.
shit.
What you know? You know, nah. What you know? I hear those lyrics. What you know? You know a
I know
lot.
something.
You ain't got no
I bet you
run
do.
in your house, kill your mama, and all right. I'm feeling the socio political, intern bars.
Oh yeah, nah. I could get some run in your mama house, but I don't do that no more.
Yeah. It's that's what I'm saying. It's only so much. It's like after the first album, all right, two. Okay, I give you two. But after the
You want
third,
some more real?
you still talking about I'm Big Meat. You feel me? Like Jeezy, you gonna tell your kid you going to college, but you still making rap songs. Oh yeah, I'm the dope man.
Okay.
Like, come on, bro.
Nah,
Like,
I never understood that. That's my thing, right? When you sell, even if you sold dope and that's how you blew up off your raps, like you blew up now. Stop
he's
telling me
selling
about
real
selling
estate.
crack.
He's a
Yeah,
mega real. Start rapping about real estate now. Like, you
facts.
don't have
And
the
ain't nothing wrong
intellectual
with that.
aptitude to rap about real estate. Like, you feel me?
Yeah.
Like,
Fuck a brick, bitch. I cop a house. Ain't nothing wrong with that, nigga. You feel me? Like,
that's where he's amassed, accrued all of his wealth has come, but rap has been like most rap is the primary medium that catapults them into other ventures. You feel me?
yeah.
Yeah.
Nah, rap is a platform. Like everything's a platform, if we being honest with you. It's just you using this one thing that you can do really well, monetize off that, and then use that to invest in the next platform. Like for me personally, it would be world domination. But
I mean, yeah,
nah,
rap
for
you
real though.
speak when you rap, you should speak on the truth. Like you have to experience that in order for you to rap about it. Now it's
Fact.
sort of like, they changed the game.
Everybody murderers. Everybody murders and $1 million drug dealers, and for some reason they got a rap contract worth 100,000. You know what I'm saying? Like,
killer, who the victim? I mean, like, God
yeah.
damn.
like nigga, that's just not for everybody, and that's what I really want. Like, music could be in a much better place if we can get people to understand that. Like, you don't have to be gangster. Like, I be trying to tell niggas all the time, like, just even how niggas be like, I'm from the hood. That don't mean you was in the streets. Like, you know how many people, like, when we really think about that shit, right? Even in your neighborhoods, y'all probably know who really bout that shit. And niggas know them by names because they're about that shit. Because everybody wasn't just going to jail. Like, everybody wasn't just beating niggas' ass when they seen them. You feel me? Like, some niggas get beat up. Some niggas run away when the gun get pulled out. Most niggas. Let's keep it a bean. Like, fuck it. Rap about how it wasn't easy at first, nigga. That's what I rap about more than anything. Like, I don't really, and that's the thing too. Even when I was really in the streets, like, I ain't never really because I felt like you incriminating yourself. Nigga, fuck, I look like getting up here telling y'all my business. No. I'm okay.
Yeah, man. But now they using rap lyrics in court, so so it's a
Yeah.
The game is rigged.
Nah, facts. But shit, nigga, nah, it really ain't. That's what's crazy to me. That's what I'm saying. It really ain't. Just don't incriminate yourself. Is that hard? Like, why is that hard? That should not be hard. That's what I'm saying. Nigga, you know you could.
I concur with that too, but I'm just saying on the contrary, at the end of the day, you're supposed to have freedom of speech. You feel me? It's entertainment. You're not supposed to be, but it just lets you know how the black, the black existence has always been under hyper
scrutiny,
ultra scrutiny.
But nah, even if it is, bro, this is my thing. I'm okay with that to a certain extent. Cause stop fucking snitching on yourself. This is how we can keep the shit going. If niggas quit getting stop telling the secrets, cuz. Like, why are you giving away the recipe, my nigga? Yeah, niggas literally got songs teaching niggas how to cook dope in real life. Stop. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? You fucking it up. How can we ever have something that we can really call our own if you gotta tell everybody about it? Like MC Hammer, I've never heard MC Hammer talk about how he gonna fuck a nigga up on a song. MC Hammer's fucking niggas up in real life.
Yeah, he's
Like,
really about that. He's really with from the Bay and will pull up on you. Yeah.
You feel me? Like, we done heard the stories of Hammer at this point. Hammer really goddamn
and took care of
me?
Masses of people, and he talked about how he doesn't he was taking care of people, like he, you know, a whole entourage. You feel me? Yeah, that was, you know, they say that's survivor's guilt. Yeah, you know, it's really.
Nah, it ain't survivor's guilt, bro. It's really like what we should do. Bro, when you get like, now what you should also do is manage how you give back to those people. Don't give them niggas extravagant, exuberant shit, because no offense, you ain't played a position like that's even qualified for that. The survivor's guilt would be when you overcompensate, like you're giving them way more than they should be. Like, nigga, if you my mans and you going on tour with me, fuck it, nigga, I'm gonna pay you to be my hype man. You know what I'm saying? Like, nigga, you know, get over there and dance with them niggas or some shit. I'll give you a little bag, fuck it. You know what I'm saying? Nigga, nah, you can't just be having niggas there doing nothing. You know what I'm saying? That's the main thing. That's when I'm talking about when I guess we feel like, or I feel like that's when you get in the survivor's guilt. But like, nah, putting your peoples in position, you know what I'm saying? That's what you're supposed to do. If right now today I blew up musically, nigga, I'm everybody I fuck with, I'm gonna figure out some way to incorporate you into that system if possible. And you need that for surely. You feel me? Hey, I need a roadie. I need somebody who gonna pack up the shit when we going on the road and carry the shit to and from each stage. You feel me? Shit, nigga, I pay you. You my mans. Fuck it.
Yeah, man. People think we
shit. That's how we got in position prior to the goddamn the crack epidemic, when it was drug dealing niggas, while we used to fuck with them niggas. Remember, them niggas really did used to look out for our community. Like, they legitimately helped the lady next door pay rent this month type shit. Like, hey, you gotta look out for the cookout.
Yeah, and that's one thing too. We can't act like we've always had a black underclass, from, you know, Bumpy Johnson, Madam, I don't want to botch it, but the Madam Harlem Numbers, you know, like she.
Oh yeah.
You know, like, yeah, bigger than Bumpy.
Ran the book shit.
Yeah. Even though Bumpy successfully toppled, what was he the Irish mafia that he was it Irish?
I think it was the Irish mob.
One of them, it was okay. Yeah. And like I said,
it was some mafia outfit.
Yeah, successfully toppled. So what I'm trying to say is that we've always had a black underclass. You feel me? That have supported the movement. So I don't think we should.
You mean like the Ninos, because if you look at the movie New Jack City, it was like an irony about Nino Brown was given into the community, but also he was making it worse. It was like a weird irony about that movie.
I don't mean like turkey. I ain't talking about that. I ain't talking about no giving back no turkeys and all that. Like,
nah, Bumpy did shit like that in real life. You know what I'm saying? Like, Nino is based off of like Nicky Barnes and all them niggas. You know what I'm saying? He's supposed to be an accumulation of like drug dealer niggas, but at the same time, like that, no offense, this is one thing I think not enough people accept, in my opinion, today, which is reality. And like, we keep trying to figure out how to make something perfect. Like, where it's gonna be, oh, ain't nobody starving. Oh, ain't nobody. That's not possible. Like, I hate to admit it, one way or another, that ain't possible. Like, now, when we start getting into how drug dealing became after the crack epidemic, that's way different from Bumpy and them. You feel me? Like, Bumpy and them wasn't doing that in the community, bro. Bumpy and them wasn't really out here, you know what I'm saying, killing niggas in the hood. I ain't saying niggas wasn't dying, but I'm saying, like, they wasn't shooting, doing drive-bys on the Reggie Pack. They wasn't on no Nino shit. That's kind of, I don't know how to explain. I feel like with that drug shit, with that crack shit, it kind of made egos go with it.
When you get a chance, listen to a song called It's called Midlife Crisis by Ransom.
Yeah.
Midlife
Okay.
Crisis. It's talking about hip hop. It's talking about the whole. He's everything from the FBI stopping Irv
J and them. Yeah.
all that. That's why I salute. And like he said, we don't talk about that. We don't talk about every time there's a black collective. You feel me? A trio, let alone a duality. Come together. You feel me? There's always an external force. That's why I'm always on their head. I'm always on this quote unquote. You always want to blame the white man. You, Mr. White Man. Yeah. Cause I know so much. I be so in tune with so much, bro. How can I not?
How
can I take off my how can I take my peripheral off of the white man and shame myself or scold myself? To me that befuddles me. But go ahead, bro.
No, that's a fact. And that's why,
Go ahead,
bro, me personally, I think that's the weakest argument when niggas be like, why you always making it about the white man? Well, why the fuck we acting like the nigga don't exist everywhere? Why we acting like here the nigga ain't the masses?
Mob
Like
action.
we are.
Write that shit up, nigga. Too many niggas. What y'all like? Mob action, nigga. Yeah. Too many you niggas together. They been doing that shit since black holes. They do that shit in jail. Too many people can't. Too many black people in the hood all break that up. That shit's in. They do that. That's what I'm saying. Everything is crazy. How everything is correlated from the outer world to the other world.
Niggas start busting out there.
Damn. That's telling you. That's some real life shit right there.
Hey, bro, tried to take the work. Nigga tried to run off with some work right there, y'all. Y'all just heard it.
Hey, you cool, bro?
Who, me?
I heard that shit from way in the other room, huh?
Good. Yeah, I'm good.
All right. No, we didn't have gunshots on the panel before. Jahab was on the panel last March. He was at his crib though. Motherfucker let off like 12 shots. South Street.
Yeah, that shit was crazy.
That shit was loud too, yeah.
I was about to say, nigga, you might want to skeet off in that joint, fam.
Yeah, I was actually on the phone. Hold on one second.
That's why I be telling niggas don't be afraid of ghosts, because if you're afraid of ghosts, then you're afraid of everything else. That's a spiritual advice. That's a spiritual advice. That's all.
Real though. You right about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't fear. Don't fear.
That spiritual shit a whole different ballpark.
Facts.
Oh God. That spirit shit get different. Yo, I don't even want y'all thinking I'm on some wild shit, but let me ask y'all something. Y'all believe in the crazy shit, like playing with spirits or something? Y'all believe that's possible?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
But the only thing, I don't want to don't get me started because I'm gonna get kicked off. So let me shut up.
Ugh. Nah, get started. I'm gonna let you. Cause I was about to really say anyway. Hey man, I believe niggas be playing with some shit like I don't want to call it magic though, man. That's the one thing I don't really like. Like that make it seem like some old. I don't know what the fuck, but my brother, I ain't gonna name him. This motherfucker been trying to get me to do this sigil shit for like 3 months though. I'm like, nigga, why is you trying to get me to do this shit? And this nigga just like, bro, I've been doing all kinds of basically spells. And I'm like, nigga, that shit cap. But I can't lie. he got some shit moving. Like, man, I don't know. It started making me think, like, hold up, is niggas really tapped into this type stuff out here or something? Like, shit.
I mean, I'm just saying that they say that that's how we conquered slavery is by witchcraft, but you know,
That's what they say.
Yeah, hoodoo.
Oh yeah, hoodoo, and you know, what you talking about? Root work.
Yeah, shit like that. I know. I ain't gonna lie. I done heard about shit like that a lot. But I've been thinking lately, like, when my brother saying this sigil shit, because he was breaking it down like basically spells low key. I ain't say it to the nigga, but in my head, I'm like, is this nigga trying to tell me how to like cast spells and shit? And that shit just made me think, like, is niggas out here playing with this type shit? Am I the only person
hell
think
yeah,
this is time?
fuck yeah. There's a lot. Oh yeah, hell yeah. African spirituality.
Hell nah. Motherfuckers really conjuring shit. Nah, man. That's nasty work. I don't want no
Well,
part.
you want no part. Well, I mean, yeah, you got to know the devil is not a toy. If you want to say that, I'm just this is what our grandmother used to say. The devil's not a toy, and nor is God, nor is God.
That's a fact.
Back to who?
Like,
hold on. What you mean the fact that who damn goddamn it? It's God.
What you screaming at me for? Shit, you can't prove that shit.
right?
Yo, no, fuck. Listen, on a spiritual tip, fuck the Bible or any of that. Paul, I hope nobody takes offense to that. If you do, I apologize seriously. But listen to me. I don't believe in religion, but I do believe in God. Like, you don't believe it's a higher power? I don't know if you call him God or something, but you don't believe it's a higher power?
I mean, I believe in a lot of things. That don't make it fact, yo.
Nah, I think the fact that we all believe in that higher power without ever even
Nah, you
talking
don't.
about it.
People ain't never believed in the same thing, man. Come on now. Damn. Where you getting that shit
No,
from?
listen, I ain't talking about no believing in the same thing in terms of like religiously, but we all
Well,
believe it's God.
what makes that any different? What makes what you're saying any different than what I just said? People don't believe in all the same things. So what makes yours more fact? And that was my only comment. You said yours like you can't dispute it because I believe in it.
No,
That's crazy.
I ain't saying nothing about disputing what my God, because I don't think my God's any God or anything of that nature, right? I'm not saying take my line of thought. I'm saying more or less when we talking about God, I think most of us like inherently know it's something bigger than us. Like even without you
I
being
just
taught that.
nah, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that at all. I just think people believe what they want to believe. That I mean, that ain't got nothing to do with it actually being so. I mean, if it was so obvious, you wouldn't have to believe in it, right? Like if it was obvious, we wouldn't be saying the word believe, right? Because there is nothing about the topic that you can't put the word believe in. So you have to put the word believe because you can't prove it. Like you can hold up a device in your hand and show me what you recorded. Like I recorded this event happening. Okay, boom. Share your screen. Hey, belief goes out the window. That actually happened. You got proof. You can show it. You can replay it. Motherfuckers can go back, click the link, whatever. But when you say believe, man.
Nah, I said that. I'm not even arguing that. Only thing I'm saying is
keep us posted, Diddy.
I think it do give us a second to. I think we do got to give. The only credibility is that it might be something bigger. My son just turned 4 like literally a week or two ago, and he just walked up to me the other day. Like, well, I'm gonna be honest with you. Every morning he wakes up, I get him something to eat. And boom, we start the day. And I always ask him, do you remember what you dreamed about? Tell Daddy Bear what you dreamed about. And he was saying something about God the other day. And I was like, nigga, where you learn that from? He was like, and just hopped off my lap and kept playing, you feel me? But it made me think even about that too, like in that aspect, like even kids know about God. And we have no religious shit here. We don't go to church. I'm not gonna lie to you, none of that shit. So I don't know where this nigga even understood the context to talk about God. But just saying he had a dream about God, I'm just like, what the fuck? Like, how would you even know who this is? Because I've never broke this down to you. Like, I do have to explain some things then, but I've never broke that down. I think you gotta give some credibility to something that's, I would say, so inherently maybe in your DNA or something that even kids may bring it up. It's something bigger than me and us. I don't know if it's what we think it is, but I think it's
Yeah, that don't give it even more validity. Obviously, all kids repeat what they hear and see.
So you think it's like programming? It's like programming,
I
basically.
did and said a lot of shit that my parents didn't discuss at all or had any notion about. That don't mean I heard it from somewhere else, though.
no. But my point is like if something for him it's the dream, like you were saying, what they know and experience, and I've never given him that experience. That's what I'm saying. I'm admitting that myself. I've never
But I'm
given.
saying though, you're not actually telling me anything to make it like more obvious or fact. That was my only point. You said fact like it's
No, I ain't say fact.
overwhelmingly
I ain't say
evident. So
nothing's a fact, but
what
even a
is the
kid will
evidence?
acknowledge God
Yeah,
exists. That's the
yeah,
only
yeah,
fact
yeah,
I'm saying. Even
yeah,
children we
yeah,
don't teach a thing about it.
yeah.
They know something's there. I don't know if he's saying God in terms
Yeah, I
of
don't know. Yeah, I'm not gonna put that
religion.
on the child. Yeah, I'm not gonna put that on any child, yo. That's just me.
Mm. Shit, I ain't gonna cap to you. I believe if they say kids say the darndest things, and it's really because they honest. They don't really get the context of how we like us as adults. We fake the funk a lot because we understand like, all right, this the room. Play this role in this room. Kids don't get that. Them niggas just saying, like you said, what they see and experience. So I don't know what the fuck my child. I'm just using my child for example. But I do know like lots of kids who like even me myself. I think I somehow just understood like what God was more than I didn't know it was like religion tied to it. Anyway, for him to
What's up?
understand that without me giving him the experience, I think that says a lot for whatever that presence is. Cause he's not going around nowhere where they even showing that shit.
What's up with it, Amin? Yeah, I hope everything cool with Diddy. Just got off the damn highway from Redneckville.
Mm. Yeah, you gotta make moves at the next red. Can't be over there for too long. Damn, y'all got me about to go do some research though. I'm about to see if I can get some baby spells popping low key. I wish that the fucking nigga would. I'm not gonna lie to y'all though. I question that shit. I know people be saying it's real, but I do question that shit. That shit made me think like, nigga, if this the case, why the fuck everybody ain't just out here doing this shit?
Well, everybody is. It's just that, it's your attentions towards it's your attentions. Is your attentions good? Because basically they say there's no such thing as sin. It's just cause and effect. It's just cause and effect.
I don't know. Like, I'll take that as a part of the parameter. I wouldn't say I believe sin is also there. I will say, I don't know, man. I don't know, because I don't know. Not that it ain't not that it is sin, but it is something other than just cause and effect. Because it's definitely evil. It's definitely evil. And I won't say that makes you sinful. Like, I get what you're saying there. But I think that's more than cause and effect. Because I think, like, you can just, you didn't, like, how they talk about people getting possessed and shit like that, right? Like, I doubt you did much besides be an open conduit for it.
Repeat that, what you just said.
like if you getting possessed, like I'm saying, like, I don't know if we would call it sin, right? But I think it's more than cause and effect. Because, like, if you're looking at something like possession, like you said, you believe in ghosts, right? So if we look at possession, like, what was the cause? Like, you didn't do anything. Like, a lot, when we looking at, like, movie stuff, I'm gonna just go off movie stuff, because that's probably the best knowledge I have of some possession type stuff. But when we look at, like, Amityville Horror or something, them is just regular people. It wasn't like they was playing with stuff.
This is not my belief. This is just what I like researched, and because there's many roads to different things and stuff like that. But one thing that I came upon that says that only white people turn into ghosts when they die.
Hey,
They
yo,
don't
get
have
the fuck out of here.
no, they don't have any ancestors. We do. But as far as because they're not natural to the planet. They were created. They were created in a lab just to basically be on top of our ass. Basically, that's just one theory. I'm only saying it's not my belief. It's just one theory. What do you think about that?
Hell no. To the no. I said hell to the no. Now, if I'll tell you what my theory is. I believe energy is forever. None of us die. So I believe that electrical current we all have. When you die, I don't know where it goes. That's where my biggest debate lands. Like, I don't necessarily believe it's heaven or hell, because by all means, it don't make no sense on, like, even no religious terms. Like, it's always only a limited amount of people. Like, everybody can't get into heaven. Not even a lot of people. So it's pretty much like a whole book about do this thing right or wrong, but still only a few of y'all get in. Because even though you're doing right or wrong, me as God, I could have said, like, I know you really wanted to do bad though the whole time. So, like, I ain't gonna let you up here. But yes, I don't believe in heaven and hell per se, but I think, like, it may be a spirit world. And some people, I don't know. If we're talking about getting in the ghost part of it, I just believe something happens in this earth to you personally that tied you to something. Maybe something so atrocious your murder wasn't solved, you vengeful about it. I think maybe that energy left over is what makes the ghost. Do you get that?
Yeah, I get it. I get it.
As for white folks, like, I think, like, them motherfuckers, I don't know, man. I debate, man. I don't know if white people, like, Nah, not if I don't know. Nigga, I know they ain't the same type of people as us. What they are, how they came about, I'm not too positive. But I don't think that made no lab though.
Well, as far as genetics, they're supposedly was made. Their blood type comes from a dog, a pig, a particular type of monkey, and I think it's another type of monkey. Some shit like that. Like 4 animals mixed, spliced together, and cloned, whatever, and specifically made to oppress us.
I'll be honest with you. If I got it, here's another theory. Because me and my brother talk about shit like this. This is that crazy shit for real. But listen to me. I would guess that a bunch of albinos were looked at as weird as fuck. Like, y'all niggas ain't the same as us niggas. And if we want to get into like that Muslim Yaqub shit kind of too, I think to an extent you could change out all that gene splicing shit. I think like naturally some albino niggas came and they pretty much just pushed them niggas in the corner and told them like, hey man, y'all fuck each other. You know what I'm saying? But then I think like a lot of them start populating. And I think kind of they was like, man, it's becoming too many of them different niggas. Put them niggas in a boat. It's a mountain over there. That shit white as hell. That match they skin damn near. You know what I'm saying? Let them niggas go over there. And I think maybe that's probably some shit that happened more or less. Like some albino niggas became white folks or some shit. I don't fucking know. I've always tried to think about it. I don't know. White people, I don't know, man. I don't know where the fuck they came from. That's the most sensible, I guess, thing I could probably.
Yeah, I mean, just a little bit of research that I've done is that it's all about the melanin. The melanin is which is black gold that they use to create technology from our blood, our plasma, our everything that they use that we have, black people have naturally. So yeah. So albinos actually, what I researched is that albinos have the most melanin, even though it doesn't look like they have melanin, but the melanin is more in your organs. Okay.
No, albinos lack they definitely like they're actually closer to white people. That's why I always said I would guess it would have to be. Because if you look it up, the thing is they both, even white people have melanin. But I think it's like somebody broke it down to me. It's like you melanin.
They have a low dosage of melanin.
Yeah.
Very low.
Albinos have a higher dosage than white people, but they still have a far lower dosage than like the typical brown skinned person. Like that's really what determines how much melanin you have. So like that's why I said it would make sense because like if you think about it, if you put some albinos on a fucking cold ass mountain, well, like I hate to be ghetto with this, but if you ever been in jail for longer than a month, everybody be like, damn, nigga, you done got lighter type shit. Like, even you'll see it in yourself because you're not getting sunlight. Now you're just getting like a fucking light bulb. It's not the same as getting the sun on you. You feel me? The UVs and all that shit. So like, I believe that may have been possible. I don't know. Don't take me at this for like, oh, that's what you believe, nigga. Because it's just something I guess. Because I don't really know what the fuck to say about them. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you.
The topics about the rabbit holes and the persuader and the pseudo and stuff like that. So that's why we're doing it that.
I like getting in the pseudo. I love getting in the pseudo low key because pseudo is like, as long as it ain't retardedly out this world, like you gotta have bounds with it. But that's definitely how you get into your next wave of progression. It always comes from the pseudo group. You know what I'm saying? The niggas who talking wild shit. That's the ones who actually go out and try to prove some of this crazy shit. You know, leverage.
Well, basically, there's supposed to be 3 types of white people, and that is the rednecks, then the Caucasian, which is from the Caucasus Mountain, and then the redheads. Okay, and the redheads out of the three of the Caucasian of the white people, the redheads will pertain most melanin.
I mean, shit, them niggas, I ain't gonna lie. I don't give a fuck. They got the most melanin, but it ain't enough. You know what I'm saying? Like
Oh,
you
exactly,
said.
exactly. I was just saying, as far as the the doom and gloom.
See,
I'm just
I don't break them down in the subgroup because I understand that's the kind of like that's the division. If we being 100, like I hate when a white person be like, when I be like, bro, you white, nigga be like, I ain't white, I'm Irish. Like, bitch, you still that's a white, but that's your nationality, bro. Like your
but
nationality doesn't change your race.
I don't mean to cut you off, but I heard earlier y'all was talking about the Irish before. But the Irish color, one of the Irish colors is in the apartheid flag. So they must be white niggas or something.
Nah.
I
Saying
don't
you
know,
got
but they
some.
gotta be something if they cause
Nah,
if
you can work with some white folks, and like I say, I'm gonna be real with you. Them white folks the same, but they is different. Like it's just like niggas. Like bro, we all black. Okay, that's the one thing. Africa to America, wherever the fuck you black, you black. You know what I'm saying? Outside of that, it is subgroups of us. That's where nationality comes into play because that's your culture and shit. You know what I'm saying? So culturally, it is some different white people. Russians primarily. Like I will be very honest. Like if you look into it historically, Russians didn't participate in the transatlantic slave trade. They don't, bro. The only group of fucking people they ever enslaved was some other white people, which is why they trying to take Ukraine right now. Like they enslaved them niggas, like
right.
European.
And
They
it's
they
funny
killed.
because you're funny is because Ukraine is part of Russia. It's so funny. Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, so like that's what I'm saying. They don't them. That's the only. Even if you look at like how they do in Africa versus China and Africa, like they don't really, you know what I'm saying? Like Russia, even if we looking at it, besides us making ops out of them, they actually been historically pretty solid. Like they've been crazy, but they've been European crazy. Like they want to take over Europe. That's their thing. They don't even give a fuck about the rest of this shit. They just want Europe. Hey, if you gonna make the motherfuckers not crazy, keep it real with you. Do what you please. You gonna get some nigga, you gonna leave the nigga land alone? Hey, I ain't got much to say. Nigga ain't never went and bombed on Africa. He ain't never helped them bomb on us either.
So have you ever heard that actually, like England really owns United States?
Oh yeah, I done heard that.
Okay.
Queens
I
Highway and all that.
researched it.
You said you ain't never researched it?
I haven't researched it, so I just can't say more about it.
Uh is that's my shit. You gotta play back like that. Hold on. Let me back
Maybe
this
it's my
up.
mic. Is my mic messed up?
Nah, yours sound good.
So you heard that before?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I heard like I was saying, the Queens Highway and stuff. Like, I mean, they talk about it a lot, like how basically we never really like basically we cut a deal. I can't remember what's the deal. It was something about taxes, but they said we basically didn't really win the war by like beating them. They just kind of gave up and agreed, like, hey, look, man, y'all chill out. We gonna let y'all have it. Like y'all name it, y'all make your own government, but you know what I'm saying? Y'all still like our they basically try to say like we still the colony today. That's what people say. But I don't really, you know what I'm saying? I think I don't know. I think some parts, I think because if we look at toll booths also, that's actually why we still got toll booths. That's money that go to England. Something about the states, the colonies that owed England and shit. That's why they say we still owned by them.
I guess anything is a topic. Peace and love. Okay, because we're going down rabbit holes.
Peace and blessings, y'all.
Nah, anything is not the topic.
What's going on here?
Just
I'm
let.
just saying the rabbit holes. I'm glad you confirmed that. Thank you.
What's going on, Demi? What up, KT the GOAT? What's happening, man? What y'all got going on? Let's see.
Impala, what's up with it?
Chilling, man. Yeah, I had to ask what the topic is because at first, they was talking about where white people was coming from and saying that they had melanin and all this stuff. Oh,
You know, we done fucked around and went down rabbit holes, like she said, but that wasn't the topic. I ain't gonna lie. Hey, matter of fact, I'm about to get the fuck out of here. I just realized it's 5:30 in the morning. I got to go. Y'all be safe.
Peace.
Peace. Is Demi, did you was able to check out the science fair earlier today or yesterday?
Oh yes, I did. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, that was good news. Yeah. Good vibes. Good vibes. It's hope. Y'all have really given me hope about our community because I was ready to like lose it, lose hope in ourselves. Yes.
Yeah, they was talking about Colin Kaepernick becoming a part of Black History earlier, Kapala.
he been Black History. What you talking about? Him becoming Black.
That.
Yeah, he did that the moment he put them put them white folks on the clock about the other two verses to the anthem.
I don't believe that.
Shit, well, you better ask around in the streets because people most definitely was digging that. I don't know what they were saying about him in the media and
Niggas
social media.
believe anything. Shit.
But I mean, Kaepernick, that was one of them things you got to talk to people out in the streets. You can't just go off of what they say about him in social media. Because of course, you know what I'm
But
saying.
I'm saying
Social
though,
media.
I'm saying I'm still having trouble trying to translate. Uh, when the black folks wasn't sure about their relationship with law enforcement before 2015, though. Like, I
That ain't
mean,
what that was.
prior to
That ain't
civil
what that
rights,
was.
Jim Crow,
Y'all hear
the
what you
crack
saying? That ain't what
era,
that was.
post.
That ain't what it was about. That ain't what that was about. What he did.
Well, taking a knee and not pledging allegiance to the national anthem ain't never been. I don't like black. How police officers are treating black folks. That ain't never meant that. When
He
did
did that
when
too.
did kneeling on your knee
Dad.
and not
Dad.
uh
Dad.
putting your hand
Listen.
over your shoulder meant, oh man, this is speaking against police brutality. That shit ain't never meant nothing about police brutality, yo. Come on, man. Stop the cap compiler.
That ain't what he did that for, man. You're not listening. He didn't do that for no police brutality stuff. He did that exposing what that song stood for with them other two verses, bro. I mean, I don't know how you got lost in that.
No, he didn't do that.
Because when it happened, that's all they talked
That's
about for the first
that's cap too.
couple
That's
for the
cap
first
too.
couple weeks of it. No, it's
Yeah,
not,
that's
sir.
that. Yeah, that's
Nah,
cap.
you
That's
most
cap, man.
definitely wasn't paying
He
you
ain't
wasn't
never
paying
said nothing about that.
you wasn't paying no attention
That
to what
didn't
happened.
that didn't stop that didn't stop him
He
from
only
getting
he
that
only
$30
talked
million
about it.
from Nike from
He
the
only
white
talked
man.
about
He
it.
pledged. He kept dealing with the system after that.
Man,
So that was cap, yo.
when he was done with his whatever he was talking about the other verses to that song, people went and checked that shit out, and that's what they was talking about after he did. I mean, all the other stuff about
People weren't talking about that. The media was
that's
pushing the
I don't
damn
know, I don't know what that was.
trying to
But
lump
yeah,
him in the same category as Martin Luther King and all this extra shit.
nah, that right there made him greater than.
Martin Luther King.
But he didn't do nothing for the black community though.
Him taking a knee on that song most definitely
That ain't
changed a
do
lot.
shit for the black community, Kampala, and you know it, bro. Come on
It
now.
changed a lot of stuff.
You
No,
out here in
you
the
know that.
streets.
You know that.
Niggas don't give a
And
fuck
I'm
about
telling
the
you what's going
NFL.
on. I'm telling you the view from out
But
here.
I'm saying though, let's go out in the
You not,
streets
and
right
that's
now.
crazy
Let's
that
go out
you're
in the
not
streets right
going.
now,
And it's like,
Kampala. Let's go out in the streets today, later today when the sun come up, and then we gonna count how many motherfuckers gonna acknowledge him as being a part of a staple in Black history.
they most definitely. What you mean? They most definitely feeling that. What you talking about? How was they not? How was they not feeling that? His need was about them other two verses to that song, bro. Trust
Where did he say that at?
me. I can't remember, but that's what that whole thing was
Yeah,
about.
that makes the argument real shaky, man. I mean, that
No.
you saying it's so powerful. I mean, that it should be very clear.
Have you heard the
I
other two
should
verses?
have
Have you heard?
memorabilia with his
Hold up,
name
hold up.
and face on it, with the knee, saying, "Hey, this knee is for the verses of the national anthem." That should be like no problem. He never said it. You making that up?
No, not making that up. He most definitely talked about that.
Yeah, you are making it up. Kaepernick never said anything about them verses about the national anthem, yo.
So you saying he never talked about why he?
Yeah. He made it. Somebody might have brought it up to him. Like, yo, what you think about the national anthem? You know those what those vultures really mean, right? And then he might have thought about it or seen it on the internet and said something about it. But he never came to the public. He never posted anything about, oh, this is my original thought. This is what I think about the national anthem. And that's why I took the knee. No, he never said it. It wasn't that long ago. Come on, man. Cut the cap.
It wasn't that long ago, but how did you miss it though? That's what I'm trying to.
Because he never said it. That's how I missed it. I don't know how you like trying to pull that out of thin air and making it seem like, oh, that's what most black folks are talking about. Nope.
It was, man. Hey, the black people.
Nah, man. You ain't gonna be able to get that one over, Kapala. Nah, you ain't gonna be able to get that over, yo.
Greater than Martin Luther King. Come on, man.
Hey, I feel you. How you feel? Your feelings and beliefs are cool, but yo, that's cap, yo.
No, it ain't cap, man.
It is.
I want to say he did. I want to say he did that. Man, matter of fact, didn't he? Was that an interview we did with Oprah or something?
I never seen it or heard it.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go check out his first interview after his knee because he most definitely talked about the other what they call a stanza or whatever. He most definitely talked about it, and they ran that on TV for like 5 minutes. That's all they had was 5 minutes of fame. They seen the words in the motherfucker, and somehow the conversation turned into police brutality ever since, and it's been crazy. And it's like, what the fuck? How did y'all change that? Like we supposed to be talking about the verses of this national anthem. Like, why if they gonna do the national anthem, why they not doing the whole entire song? That's what it was about.
I think you said something about the flag, but you know he couldn't stand on that because he got a white mother. You can't go against the goddamn patriot flag. That goes against his own blood. The fuck he looking like standing for black power when he got a white mother? How that's gonna work?
But look what was going on.
How he bigger than fucking Martin Luther King any goddamn fucking way? You talking about that motherfucking shit?
Yeah, but look what was going on everywhere.
How did he change culture in the black community? If you saying he bigger than Martin Luther King,
but look what was going on at the time.
But I'm saying though, what did he do that was more impactful than what Martin Luther King did? Did anybody name a street after Colin Kaepernick?
The image of black men was with white women at the time when he did that.
Nah,
That's all he was
that's
talking
cap,
about was the
bro. That's
fucking
cap.
squirrels.
Come on,
No, it's
Kampala.
not.
That's cap, man.
That's all
That's
they was
cap.
showing was the
That is
squirrels.
cap. He got a white mother. Why would he stand against that?
Everybody was
But
making
I'm
fun of
saying though, I'm saying though, even though
hold up,
that's
you not
cap, his
hold up.
mother is white, Kampala. He's got a
No.
white mother. His own mother is white. Why would he make a stance against black men having white spouses? That's crazy.
He used his image and his
What
platform
platform
to
did he
do that.
have? What platform did he have?
Being on that football field, the NFL on TV, man. Where have
But
you
I'm
been?
saying though, after he took that knee,
Where have you been?
you didn't see that motherfucker on the football field ever again, did you? Soon as he took that knee, he was off that goddamn
why
field.
you think that was? Because of some of the stuff I
Because
said.
he was trash. That's why.
It can't be
He
because of
couldn't
the stuff
fucking
you just said
play.
about it.
He got injured.
No, dude was dope.
He was not dope. I just went over this before you got on. Dude was not in no goddamn top fucking quarterback class. Elite.
Man, how many
He's
people
not
get
going to the
injured?
goddamn NFL Hall of Fame.
How many people get
He never
injured and still
led
be playing
anything.
football, man?
He got
What are you
lucky
talking about?
in that
He
one
wasn't
year
out.
that he did get to the goddamn Super Bowl, and he blew that.
He wasn't out of it. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. The dude was
Nah, he wasn't all that, bro. Come on, man. We already went over
playing
this shit.
football. And for real, if he wouldn't have
We
took
are
that knee, if he
we
wouldn't have took that knee, he would
we
have got
we
him.
are
He would have got him another Super Bowl that year. He would have got him one.
well, he wasn't worried about another Super Bowl. That's why he took that goddamn $30 million from Nike.
That's because
He
he
wasn't
had to
worried
do
about no
something for
fucking
black
Super
people.
Bowl.
Because it seemed like at the time a lot of the real black folks wasn't doing nothing for black folks. They was running around with white women. Is what they was doing when he did that shit. Come on, man.
That's cap too, man. Where the fuck you see that shit at? Majority of black men was not running around with no fucking white women, man. What the fuck are you talking about, man? Damn.
Serious?
What we talking about? Entertainers and athletes? Athletes and entertainers represent the black community now,
He didn't
Kampala?
even know what was going on in social media at the time when
I'm
he did
a
that.
truck driver, Kampala, and you know this. I do not rely on social media to find out what's going on in the fucking hood, yo. I'm out there. Every city, every state, in real time.
Yeah,
Black couples are everywhere. They swarm everywhere. Do I
was
see
out
black
there
folks? Do I
on
see interracial
TV,
couples? Yes,
in the
but that ain't the
movies,
fucking majority.
in the magazines. The Swirlers was everywhere at the
Yeah,
time when he did
yeah,
this. Come on, man.
yeah,
They were
yeah,
quick
yeah.
out there.
All of your
The whole
examples,
thing-
all of your examples are
Matter of fact,
propaganda so far.
Matter of
The
fact,
only thing,
right before
the only thing that
right
you telling
before
me
that
now,
happened,
the only
right
thing you
before
telling,
that
the only
happened,
thing you telling me
right
now is
before that
propaganda
happened,
rules.
right before that happened,
You
everybody was
primarily
making
use
fun of
propaganda
Kyrie
to set the
Irving and a
barometer
lot of the
on what the
NBA
black
players
community
because they
is
was on
doing.
some boat with they white girls and a couple of the black chicks that was on the boat with them didn't want to get
Nah,
in the water
nah,
and all that shit was going on right before this
nah,
happened. Come on, man. You acting
nope,
like you wasn't there.
nah.
I mean, yeah, you must have been, you must have been
Just
trying.
got out the
You must have been.
White House, yo. We had a
Somebody
black
must
woman
have.
in we had a
Somebody must
black
have set
woman
you up.
we had a
Put you in
black woman in the White House for 8 years straight, nigga. Wasn't no motherfucking white girls getting promoted from the black men. That's cap. Straight up.
That's what was going on social media, man. That was the only thing that everybody was seeing on social media was niggas with white chicks.
All right. As long as you keep it on social media.
That's what was going on. Where was you at?
On social media? I've been on the internet since 1998, nigga. I know what the fuck was said on social media. I didn't hang around Tommy Sotomayor, fucking Kevin Samuels, and all them other weird ass niggas. I wasn't on them motherfucking platforms back then.
I was a lot of great, good places. No, I was a lot of cool places.
Nah, I didn't hang around a bunch of motherfucking clowns, yo.
When that happened,
you didn't see me in them areas. I did most of my fuck off work early when I first got on the internet back in the 90s, back in dial-up. Over a period of time, I got tired of the shit. But I definitely was in tune with what was going on across the board, other than just one fucking small corner of one platform. I still try bouncing back and forth to multiple platforms. I'm not only on fucking YouTube. I don't do TikTok and I don't do Instagram, but I do visit other platforms. And interracial couples are not the majority and never have been.
Well, at the time when that happened, when that man took that knee, that's what was going on social media. That was the only talk on social media. For the vast
Nah,
majority
that's
of the
cap,
month,
bro.
nah,
They weren't talking about that.
big fact, big
They
fact.
wasn't, man.
You can pull up plenty of stuff, man.
Obama was in office, yo. Yeah, when nobody talking about no goddamn interracial relationships as a majority of the subject matter. You can go back and check to see what was trending
And
in
ever since that dude ran for office, that's what everybody was that's what shit was gearing to. That's what really was a lot of people's conversation.
Nah, Michelle
Yeah.
Obama was trending just as much as he was.
Nah, people thought she was a dude. That's what was trending about her.
Nah, that was just a certain section of niggas that hated women altogether.
But like, yeah. So you admit that's what was going on
Yeah,
with her.
a
If
bunch
it
of
was
niggas
any
that hated
conversation
women.
about
Yeah,
Michelle
they
Obama,
were talking
it
about
was them making fun of her being a
Michelle was
man.
a man. You are correct.
And at
But
that time,
luckily
when
for
the dude
me,
took that
that
knee,
wasn't the. I didn't spend most of my time hanging around a bunch of niggas that hated women, especially black women. That's crazy, yo. Why would I want to keep hanging around a bunch of niggas like that every fucking single day? That don't make no sense.
it would make sense. Why wouldn't you hang out with your own people, man?
Man, fuck that. If you gotta motherfucking tell me that the most of your problem is you hate everything about a black woman, I don't need to be hanging around you. What the fuck I'm gonna say they're gonna make you come around to reality? Not a goddamn thing. A damn sure ain't gonna sit up and argue with him every fucking day. Cause they couldn't find a way to socialize and attract beautiful black women, man. Fuck that shit. Straight up.
And you and you
It's
and
a
you
whole
know when
bunch of other shit going on,
when I get
man.
when I
Huh?
get a chance, I'm gonna go back and get the stuff and I'm gonna pull back up on you with it. You know
You
that,
ain't
right?
gonna go. You ain't gonna get nothing to say. Colin Kaepernick took a knee because he was protesting against the Pledge of Allegiance. Nigga, I ain't worried about that shit.
I'm gonna go find
Nor
all the
are
stuff.
you gonna come back and tell me that
I'm gonna go
the
find that stuff.
most the most hits and the most likes were interracial relationships over any other topic in 2015.
It's a good thing. It's people in the chat who knows.
Nigga, I was out here. I don't need to
They
refer to
know.
the damn chat to find out what happened in 2015 on the internet.
Yeah, they know what happened when Kyrie Irving did this little thing on his little boat with them white women, and he had a couple black chicks on there. It was something about them jumping in the water with their real
That's
hair.
gonna be your only examples of motherfucking
No, but
celebrities and entertainers.
but
Yeah,
now
we already covered
but this the
entertainers and
particular
celebrities.
time that we
And
talking about was stuff that
entertainers
was going
and
on.
celebrities and
I think you forget stuff
professional
like that.
athletes never have represented the black community. They never represented them. They have nothing in common, maybe except for the fucking skin color, and that's it. They don't have the same lifestyle. They don't eat the same food. They don't do the same activities. They don't have the same job. They don't have the same nothing.
I wasn't even talking about that.
Regular, regular,
That ain't
everyday,
even belong
working
to this
hard,
conversation that we have.
law-abiding black citizens don't have nothing in common with entertainers, yo. So to make the entertainers the representative of the majority of black folks is crazy. But some people do it all the time and want to make other folks believe it. It's even more crazy.
What are you talking about, man?
Just what I said.
That's how young people
You
live their
giving me an
life.
example
They
of what
live their life
Kyrie Irving did on a
based on
fucking boat.
celebrity shit,
At the
man.
regular
That's how
majority
they
of
live
black
their
folks
life,
don't
bro.
fucking
That's
have the access to go on a boat, let alone have some white women on it.
how
The
young
fuck are you
people
talking
have
about?
always lived their life is through social media and famous people, man. Come on, man. You acting like you
Nah,
don't know this.
nah. You came up during the time where shit
And this shit
seemed
was
like it was
viral.
all one way, but it really wasn't that way, yo.
Every nigga out there took their chance to go take pictures with white
Nah,
women.
they was barely getting
All
cell
these
phones in their fucking hand. They
crazy,
weren't on the social media like that.
all this crazy stuff on the internet with them and
Nah,
they white chicks.
nah,
Yeah, yeah.
nope.
Come on now.
And then
Nah,
slowly we start seeing a lot of these white chicks was killing these niggas after the police
nope,
lady told us to get to the wrong door. After that, it was just a string of
nah,
niggas getting killed by their white girlfriends. All this shit was all on full display on social media, all at the same time. All this shit that we talking about right now.
nah. It was a bunch of low self-esteem black niggas talking shit about black women. That was going on. Leaving that part out.
Now that was something that was on the line of like very few, no more than probably 100 people indulged in that. What you just said. That was something that
100 people, right? 100 people in what time period of
like,
span,
like who
Kapala?
like who caught on to that?
So where was a total of 100 people talking about black women ain't shit? It's 100 people in a motherfucking in a chat room right now that I can fucking drop a link in the chat and see that fucking shit going on. That's just one.
It was about 100. It was about 100 people doing that on social media.
Man, it's always been way more than 100 motherfuckers talking that nasty shit, crazy ass shit.
It was
Don't
about
don't try to
100 people
downplay
doing it.
that shit.
You ain't down and playing nothing. I was right
It's
here
way
battling
more
with you.
motherfuckers talking shit about black women than it is interracial couples being promoted.
Yeah, I was around here. I was chasing and smacking some of them people up. Pulled out.
You was banging white girls in 2015?
No, what are you talking about, bro? See that
Oh,
on what the
you
hell?
was banging against the niggas that was talking shit about black women?
Come on, man. That's how I got my juice. I went and slapped up the Tommy dude.
So how many platforms are promoting interracial relationships, and then how many platforms promote talking shit about black women in 2015? You want to tell me that the interracial number is higher, or always have been higher than the
Now you
talk
saying
shit about black women
2015?
platform?
You saying 2015?
Yeah,
That number that number
that's
was
Colin
probably
Kaepernick. That's Colin
that
Kaepernick, ain't it?
and that number was
Ain't that when he
probably
was relative?
higher.
Ain't that when he
That
was
number
relative to the NFL?
that number was probably higher than 100. Just about anywhere you go on social media at that time, even niggas was saying the craziest shit about black folks. And it just cascaded, just continued.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Most niggas that was talking shit about black women, those numbers have always been higher than interracial relationship platforms.
But even before this stuff that we talking about, what even kicked it off, you know what I'm saying? And people forget.
What up, Afro?
Yeah, and what kicked it all off with the disrespect of black folks on social, you know what I'm saying, on national TV, in the media, wherever, everything was cool until Wendy Williams said that crazy shit about the boy Chris Brown, and after that, boom, surviving series start popping up. Like, come on, man, we was all there. We been paying attention
Yeah,
to all this
I
shit.
ain't watched no fucking Wendy Williams show. I never did get into that. Yeah.
He went in on him, caught him all types of shit, and after that, boom, all the white people. The next day, it was CNN wouldn't stop talking because nobody was even saying nothing about the little dude. He was really, you know, he was really going under the radar for real. And Wendy Williams did that little bullshit, and then boom, all the rest of the black women that had a microphone on TV somewhere, boom, they all start cutting him. His music started getting cut from the clubs. You know what I'm saying? They want to play his shit on the radio and shit. And then we end up with Bill Cosby on the hook. We end up with R. Kelly on the hook. And it just kept continuing. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, and nobody can forget. You know what I'm saying? The little shit with Kyrie Irving and his white women on this little boat about to jump in the water joint.
You know what I'm saying? The same shit that happened probably in the same month, probably when the little dude took his little knee and became more famous for that than playing football. When he did that, that most definitely started that conversation about the other verses to the anthem. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna put it together.
I thought you was gonna come up to the fucking panel. You asked for the link. Said you was gonna kick off some shit. You come up here trying to sell some goddamn wolf tickets. That shit don't work.
No,
Lucky KT didn't got out the panel. He probably would have gave you. He probably would have fucking agreed with you.
no, that's you with the bad memory up here. You don't remember everything, man. I said we be out there, man.
Man, goddamn Pledge of Allegiance ain't never meant shit to black folks, yo. We don't give a shit about no goddamn Pledge of Allegiance, yo.
That was the whole point of him taking the knee.
We ain't need him to take a knee, though. We ain't give a shit about the motherfucker before he took the goddamn knee. Him taking a knee ain't bringing no fucking awareness.
I'm trying to figure out
Shit.
how people
He ain't finna go against no goddamn national flag, though.
That the mixed breed brother got out there and sacrificed himself.
What did he sacrifice, though? Y'all keep talking about he sacrificed like he was in danger or some shit. That shit crazy, yo.
He got kicked off the team.
And then how that's supposed to translate to a benefit to the black community? I can see if he had like a community center or if he actually was in charge of something in a black community where lots of black people was depending upon Colin Kaepernick to keep his good image and keep his revenue going in order for them to have services. And then he took a knee. And then he took a knee, and then he took a knee, and then after he took his knee, his income got cut off, and then by his income getting cut off, the center closed, or the funds for this youth program got cut, or the kids in this neighborhood wasn't able to do this and do that. That didn't happen. He didn't sacrifice shit for the black community.
He sacrificed, man. He lost his job. He lost his contract with Nike, all that shit. Then they came back and got him after they seen, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? This little shit picked up some steam. But then turn around, you know what I'm saying, and parted ways with him. I mean, because he wasn't playing football no more. Like, yeah, he didn't come out to say much about none of this shit.
He ain't have to say much. Yeah.
And we're gonna find out what the reason.
What you was trying to say, Ms. Demi, go ahead.
Now, but we're gonna find out the reason why.
Oh no! Sacrifice. A sacrifice is like when they say sacrifice, is like what do you sacrifice? True. What do you sacrifice? What did he sacrifice?
He got kicked off the football team. He lost all his.
Oh.
Like, come on, y'all know what this stuff is? You know what an endorsement is? Do you know what an endorsement from Nike is?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that's like $12.
Black folks wasn't getting that goddamn money. Shit. What they got to do with black folks?
It's a professional sports.
But I'm saying though, what does it have to do with black folks? When he was getting his money from the NFL, he was giving some of it to his white mother. So I mean, what they got to do with us?
He could have did like LeBron or Michael Jordan.
But I'm saying though, he did provide for his white mother though.
He could have just shut up and dribble. He could have just shut up and played football. He didn't do that.
That'd have helped him out.
He didn't do that though. That's a
but
sacrifice.
I'm saying though, him taking a knee wasn't no extra bonus for black folks though.
That is
after he took a knee, black folks didn't receive any extra motherfucking money or programs.
But they should have got up off their ass and got out there and started getting.
But they didn't though, because they didn't give a fuck about Kaepernick before he took a knee, let alone afterwards.
And that's their fault then.
And ain't nobody's fault. We didn't lose out because we didn't fucking worship goddamn Kaepernick.
You just said it. They lost out because of themselves. You know what I'm saying? They chickened out.
Well,
He
that
did.
that proves the point. Then he wasn't a factor. That's why I don't
Yeah,
understand how he became a subject
he
matter
got
in Black
he got
history.
himself marked and lost millions. Yeah, lost everything for real. I mean, because what is he doing now?
I don't want to accept the new Muhammad Ali. Shit. I wish the fuck they would try to put Colin Kaepernick and Muhammad Ali in the same goddamn fucking box. I shook Muhammad Ali's hand when I was in the 6th grade, and I went to his fucking funeral in Louisville, Kentucky. I sacrificed my job to go to his fucking funeral. Now, you never put Muhammad Ali and Colin Kaepernick together.
They most definitely did the same thing.
You're a goddamn lie. They didn't do a
They most
goddamn thing alike.
definitely did the
You a
same thing.
motherfucking lie. You're a motherfucking lie. You ain't gonna put
When
them
Muhammad
in
Ali,
motherfuckers in the same clip.
when he punked them dry people and didn't go to their war, that was the same exact thing.
That
Was
wasn't no
very
goddamn
that
same goddamn thing.
was very black and very un-American for him
That
to do that.
wasn't
And
no
everybody
same
liked it
goddamn
for it.
thing.
Yeah. That's what that was. Yeah,
The
that was dope. That was the same
dodging
thing.
the draft was a mandate, nigga. Ain't nobody mandate no motherfucker to stand up for no goddamn flag. Can't put that on the same goddamn category. You out your fucking mind, Kampala. Real trip. You tripping, bro.
He did what we never seen real niggas do on TV.
Oh yeah, Craig Hodges. We just got through talking about Sharif Mahmoud Rauf, formerly known as Chris. I think his name was Chris. It wasn't Chris Harris. I think it was Chris Jackson. His birth name was Chris Jackson. If you can't find him under his Muslim name, basketball player. Them 2 basketball players. There were other players that were lesser known that also refused to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, but their name didn't get circulated because they wasn't good and they wasn't popular.
And Colin Kaepernick had that light shining on him, and he did.
He didn't have shit shining on him. He wasn't a motherfucking soul. The media made him fucking famous, not him. Nothing that he did. That was some media propaganda shit.
Afro out.
He ain't give a fuck.
Put some respect on his name, Dad.
He ain't give a fuck. I ain't gotta put respect on that motherfucker's name.
Yeah. He got the crown out.
I ain't gotta put shit on him. He ain't do shit for black folks, yo. Fuck Colin Kaepernick. Straight up.
Most definitely did.
Nah, fuck that.
Yeah, when he did that, Kendrick Lamar, yeah, he went into
Muhammad Ali has a street named after him. He has a center named after him. He has lots of programs, way more people with dignity and scholarship has respect. And we can attach plenty of several different things before civil rights and after civil rights that he did. Colin Kaepernick didn't do shit for the black community.
What did Martin Luther King do?
We talking about Colin Kaepernick though.
But what did Martin Luther King do for the black?
We talking about Colin Kaepernick. I only responded to the chat that put Ali's name in the text. You can't compare Colin Kaepernick to no motherfucker.
Man, he greater than them dudes, man.
In your eyes, that's Kampala's belief. He ain't do shit for the black community, yo.
Just because the kids got to see it with their own eyes, they got to see.
They ain't got to see shit. They saw a goddamn motherfucking mixed breed, biracial,
old videos,
propagandized by the media. He didn't really have any aspirations in making sure that black people were in a better position and spread awareness. He made sure he got that bag first. And he got
They got to see it for themselves. They got to see it with their own eyes.
He got it. They didn't see shit.
Not from hearing stories about.
They saw more. They saw more police brutality afterwards. After he took the knee, the number of police brutality showings increased 3 times fold after that. So he didn't do shit.
Now they actually was really the same for real. They were just putting it on TV more. But the shit was still the same. I mean, they were just putting more of it on TV. That was the only thing.
Nah, you don't have no case, yo. Coming up
Yeah.
short.
No, you coming up.
We feel your emotions
You,
though. We'll take your emotions
you
into account
forgetting
and
some
on the
stuff,
record
man. You know,
about
because you forgetting some very fine details, sir.
But you ain't gave me no details though. The only thing you keep
Just
talking about is a fucking knee. When did a knee mean I don't like what the police doing? When did that ever take place?
I
First
never
you
said
said it
nothing
was
about
about the
that.
goddamn Pledge of Allegiance. And then
That's
you
what it
had
was
to
always
concede to
about.
that. Because you know
Never changed it.
goddamn well black
Never
folks in
changed it.
America don't give a
Never
fuck
changed
about
what
no
I
goddamn
said about his
Pledge
knee.
of Allegiance.
Never changed my position about him taking his knee. Never changed that at all, and won't change it. He took the knee because of the other two verses to the song, man. They exposed the shit on TV for like 5 minutes.
Black folks never
They
gave a
gave
shit
it
about the
5 minutes
Pledge of
of fame,
Allegiance
and that
though.
was it. They never talked about that no more.
Black folks never gave a shit about that song though. We ain't never gave a shit about that. So that's not our song.
But they most definitely stood and had their motherfucking head on their chest for it every time.
They just did that
Without even
because of
thinking.
where they was at.
And they didn't even know. But he knew that.
Motherfuckers pop firecrackers. Yeah. They celebrate
all I
the 4th
know.
of July. They celebrate the 4th of July, 1776, when black people were still slaves in the majority of this fucking country. They do that shit.
There's a lot of stuff people do. I mean, just look at all the American holidays.
That's
People
why the
partake
Pledge
in
of Allegiance was no different. We didn't need Colin Kaepernick taking no fucking knee to make us aware about the goddamn Pledge of Allegiance.
Yes, they did, because they didn't know.
No, they didn't.
All they knew was
And your reasoning about black people having interracial relationships was the majority on the internet is cap, yo.
Nah, that's what was going on social media. I seen so much of it.
Nah, that's
It
cap.
made me sick. And I
That's cap.
was out here
That's cap.
chasing these niggas around.
That's cap. That's cap.
Nah, that's not. I was out here chasing their ass
Nah,
down.
that's cap. That's cap.
Most definitely.
Motherfuckers taking a knee. Now all of a sudden they motherfucking civil rights actors. Man, get the fuck out of here.
I had to chase all them people down. All them people. Boyce Watkins chased him down. Cynthia G chased her down. The little goofy dude from the Fresh and Fit chased him
Y'all
down.
be trying to drag two different goddamn topics and trying to make them relate to each other. What you talk interracial relationships don't have shit to do with the goddamn Pledge of Allegiance or Colin Kaepernick.
But you got to talking about the man being mixed and his white mother.
Yeah, his mother is white. I mean, how can you just look past that?
I mean, we had to look past that because he took that knee, man. He took that sacrifice.
We ain't gotta look past that shit.
Nobody even cared about, and he had to throw.
Him taking the knee don't have nothing to do with black folks either. Shit. We ain't gotta give a shit. Black folks also said that they was gonna boycott the NFL, right? Didn't they say they was gonna boycott the NFL until he got a contract?
Yeah.
And they lied. The very goddamn next season, them same motherfuckers was watching every fucking snap.
So they burnt out on him. They left him hanging. Damn, that's ice cold.
That's why you shouldn't feel bad about him taking the goddamn 30 mils. Shit.
So they left the man hanging.
Well, they say that every time we do a pledge of allegiance, that we basically taking a oath.
That's all it is. Sacrificing your own kind.
I'm pushing the RBG, man. Fuck the goddamn red, white, blue. Fuck that. Now I was in the military, nigga. I actually took a real fucking oath. Goddamn red, white, and blue flag represent black folks. Man, y'all tripping.
Yeah, you know these black folks ain't for to come up off they Americanness. You can't do it. It's impossible. I mean, you see what's going on in the black communities now with the banks redlining and
The banks
gentrifying the black
always been
community.
redlining. When have banks not redlined, yo?
They've been doing this in different places now, not just particular spots in big cities. They've been doing this across whole entire states very aggressively. I mean, you can see it. I mean, the cities I go to, it's Mexicans in places I would have thought. I mean, I would have never thought I would have seen. Just going to them places 2018, 2016, 2012, 2000. Never seen none of these white folks and Mexicans in these places where I see them at right now.
Why would you not see them? Their population is higher than black folks.
Nah, that's not true.
In America, it is.
Nah. I'm gonna let you in on a secret, Dan. The only black people who are
So, what's the
counted.
population of Mexicans and Latinos
I'm telling
in
you
the
now.
United States? What is that number?
Hold up now.
What's the number
Let me
though?
tell you. You gonna let me tell you, man? I'm telling you what's going
Okay,
on right now. What's out?
okay.
The only black folks who are counted in the American census are the black folks who attend Baptist church. You didn't know that?
No, I know several people that work for the census, and they have taken plenty of black people in black areas that don't have shit to do with the church. So that's cap.
Those are the people that they count, bro.
You can't you making statements that you can't back up, Kapala. That's unlike you. Maybe it's the early in the morning, 6 o'clock, minute
No,
after 6 on the East Coast,
I'm most definitely can
coming
do that.
into this red, white, and blue holiday weekend. Must be some virus going through.
No, I can't see how you fighting. I can't even see how you fighting against some
I
good
ain't fighting
information like
against
that.
motherfuckers not
Yeah,
filling out no
that's
goddamn
what we
government
telling you.
form though, but shit. Them motherfuckers don't fill out the goddamn census either. You
That's what we
trying to
telling
make
you.
it
That's what
seem
we
like
looking
all of the goddamn Latinos fill out the goddamn fucking census. Like black folks is the only ones skipping out on the goddamn census report. Are you fucking nuts, Kampala? All this goddamn illegal immigrant talk?
The only ones that they count
Man,
are the
you
ones who
crazy than
attend
a
church.
motherfucker.
You know this like I know this. It's
Yeah,
been
I've been in
in it,
Chicago for the past 30 years where most of them actually fucking end up. So I know how many goddamn motherfucking Latinos is up in this motherfucker.
Chicago is not a good nah, that's not a good
It's not a
that's not
good
a good
barometer to use. It's not a good. It's not a good. You feel like it's not a good like.
No, go down to Texas and California. Just take those two states alone. We ain't got to go to no other state.
your
Just
Chicago doesn't
Texas,
your
just
Chicago
California.
doesn't
Just give me
reflect
the
any
number of
image.
those two states of Latinos.
Chicago doesn't reflect any image
We
of
off of
blackness in
Chicago. We're off of it.
All
Give
right.
me the number of Latinos in the state of Texas plus the state of California. Them the only two states that I want to know the number.
How could we know the numbers?
My point exactly. You tried to make that point about black folks.
But black folks is citizens of the US. I mean, how could we know the number of illegal immigrants? They're not counted.
You just got through saying black folks ain't counted either, except for when they go to church. What's the difference?
It's
What
obviously
is
more
the
black people.
difference?
It's
What is the
obviously more black
difference?
people in
Well, no.
America than the numbers
Don't give me that citizen
that they
crap,
are
Kampala.
saying.
No. Don't give me that citizen crap.
The numbers is
What
far
is the
beyond what they
difference?
say.
What is the difference between black folks skipping out on the census and then Latinos skipping out on the census?
It's a big difference.
Which is
We're citizens, man.
Got to be something related to the goddamn establishment and system, right?
I mean, you're still
It's got to be
documented
legal in the eyes of the white man, right?
somehow, some
Because
way.
we filled out that paperwork though, didn't we, Kampala? Didn't we make sure we got that paperwork filled out? We skipped out on the goddamn census though, right?
You're
We
documented.
didn't fill out the census report though, right, Kampala? But we made sure we went down to the goddamn motherfucking county clerk's office and got that goddamn license with our birth certificate though, right? So we count that though, right? But we don't count Latinos, right? Because Latinos have paperwork too, right? Even though they're not citizens.
What paperwork do they have?
Green card, visas, H1B1.
Are you talking about what?
Yeah. All that. I ain't talking about the motherfuckers that jumped and hopped the goddamn fence down there, in motherfucking Laredo and Brownsville. So there's way more goddamn Latinos that are over here that do have documentation that are not citizens as well. But you don't count them though, right? They don't. Them ain't the ones you talking about.
About 20% of the Mexicans.
Okay, I knew you was gonna give me an exact number with a 0 on the end of it.
About 20% of them
yelling out some goddamn random shit.
No, that's not random. They just not handing out green cards like you would think. That
nah, you just kick yourself in the foot with that fucking argument about not being counted. I don't want to be counted on the census, but I do want to be counted with a license and a birth certificate and a social security number. And an IRS number, so I can pay my fucking taxes. But I don't want to be counted on the census though, because I don't go to church.
Of counting you talking about counting the census and counting birth certificates is two different things, nigga. Come on, man, get yourself together. Come on, man.
Boy, it's always been way more fucking Latinos in America than black folks, nigga. What the fuck is you talking about, nigga?
You trying to say that counting the census is the same as counting birth certificates, nigga? Listen to yourself.
What's that, Diddy?
Listen to yourself, man.
Yeah. By the numbers, by the numbers, and I'll give you a margin of error for not non-U.S. citizens, but the number of Latino and Hispanic population, it's always been much higher. Well, not that much higher, but it's always been higher than registered black folks in the United States, even since Reconstruction, even after we got counted with the 14th Amendment.
Exactly. Mexicans are considered white.
How is that the case in
right? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to tell Kampala. Shit.
You ain't telling
what
me
is he
shit,
talking
man.
about?
You talking about the counting people on a census is the same as counting birth certificates, nigga. That's what the fuck you just said.
First of all, I never said what was the number on the census that was reported every 10 years. I don't go by that shit. I'm talking about goddamn now in 2025, nigga. What's the number in 2025? Fuck what's in 2020. What's the number right now? What's the number right now, Kampala? What's the number right now? What's the number right now? This second. What's the number right now? Fuck the goddamn fucking census. You the one brought the goddamn census up, nigga.
Yeah.
Way more motherfucking ways to count a motherfucker other than wait every 10 years.
That's the conversation we've been having.
Damn, I thought you was much sharper than that, Kampala, to know that. That shit crazy, yo.
You trying to put counting census on counting birth certificates though?
What is these niggas doing that's not getting counted by the census? Do they have driver's license? Do they have state ID? Do they have a social security number?
Do you know what documents is?
Do they pay taxes? Do they leave off their block?
Do you know what a document is?
Are they receiving benefits from the goddamn state or federal government? Who are these niggas that you talking about that skip out on the goddamn census report?
Do you know what a documented citizen is, sir?
Do
you know
who how many of them niggas skip out on the census report, compiler?
Do you know what a documented citizen is?
How many niggas skip out on the census report, compiler?
Oh, so you don't, because you ain't answering the shit. Okay, we established that. Just say that's all you gotta do is just say it. Like, I don't know.
I'm waiting on you to answer my question. You ain't answer my motherfucking question. Shit. The fuck are you talking about? How many niggas skip out on the fucking census report?
Millions of them.
And they all got motherfucking social security numbers, don't they?
Oh, what? Of course they do, because they documented. Nigga, what you talking about? They documented.
I'm not gonna sign this document from the government, but let me get that government document over there. The fuck is you talking about, nigga?
Your name is most definitely on there. What are you talking about? You didn't miss out on it.
Like I said, more Hispanic and Latinos
How can you speak for the
have
motherfuckers
always
who did
been the
miss out?
case. You're just gonna have to get over it.
How can you speak for the people?
You just gonna have to get over it. You just gonna have to get
Capitol
over it, compiler. Damn, you ain't fucking dominant in the motherfucking United States, nigga. Your goddamn name don't even represent the United States. You should know that out of all motherfuckers. We ain't never been dominant over here. The fuck?
That's because they don't want to be.
For what?
Deb, how was that the case? How was that the case? And at one point in time, we was leading in all the trades, you know, like as far as like we was dominating. And as a result of immigration, first white folks coming over. And then, so I'm trying to see how are we not at one point in time?
I'm talking about the total population, did.
Okay.
Mexicans didn't have to cross no body of water, no Atlantic Ocean, no Pacific Ocean, no long trip. They got one road from fucking Rio de Janeiro, Brazil to fucking Alaska. You can get there by not touching any body of water. It's like literally one highway for thousands of fucking miles after you get past Texas. So they always been over here. In much greater numbers, and they always been known to populate at extormous rates and not being counted.
Who's been keeping up their count? Who's been counting?
They have.
So you saying the black folks don't keep up with their own numbers?
And the motherfuckers that do business with them, like so the government. Yeah. And the motherfucking inmate system, the prisons. Take your pick.
You said the prisons? Oh, yeah.
Plenty of motherfuckers know when motherfuckers is over here doing shit.
That's some documentation right there.
You trying to make it seem like black folks is running around America without nobody knowing about it? What the fuck is you talking about?
But the numbers ain't what you think they are though.
But how them numbers is gonna be much greater than motherfucking Mexicans or Latinos, compiler? Fuck.
That could be very easy. I mean,
where are you getting the numbers then? Since they don't fill out the goddamn report, how do you, compiler, know that there's more black folks in the United States than Latinos or Hispanics?
Because I just noticed, and you need to go and research for yourself.
Okay, that's what I thought. I just know. I don't have any proof. I just thought. I just
guess
thought.
You got to go research and go look.
I ain't got to research shit.
And go look for the white boys. I ain't got to research
the motherfucking thing. No, I don't have to research shit, compiler. No, that's one thing I don't have to do. Not on that particular topic. I don't. I don't have to research how many Mexicans and Hispanics have been in the United States. I don't have to do it. I don't have to do it. This is your argument. You have to bring that information to me. You have to show me, look, these are the motherfuckers that didn't get counted. And just because you use the word research, that let me know you don't really fucking know. Or you would have told me. You just saying shit.
No, you just
To
saying
feel
shit, man.
good.
No, that's what you doing. You been doing that. That's the only thing you do.
Nah, nigga, I'm just giving you
You
fucking
just don't.
reality.
No,
Damn, just
you just
fucking
don't.
get over the shit.
You just don't like
It
to
ain't no
be
goddamn
looking.
slight. It ain't no
No,
motherfucking slight,
you
yo.
just don't like
But
to be
goddamn,
looked
I
at
ain't got
as,
to
you know
fucking
what I'm
lie.
saying,
I ain't got
like
to
a
motherfucking sugarcoat shit.
you don't like people to look at you like you some student, like you
But
learning
dude,
shit from
I
motherfuckers. You
ain't
know what
finna
I'm
sit up
saying?
here and lie, okay?
You one
I'm
of them
not finna
people
lie and say there are
who
more
think because
black
they
people
older
in the
than
United
certain
States
motherfuckers
than
that whatever they say
Latinos
is
or
key or
Hispanic.
something. Like, nah,
I'm
nigga.
not gonna sit up here and
It's one of
stand on
them
that
old niggas
fucking
that
lie.
didn't learn as much as I
Now,
did,
you
man.
want
That's
to
all.
fucking believe
Yeah.
that lie? That's on you, Kampala.
That's
Just one of
all.
them niggas that
That what
old
he's
niggas that didn't learn as much as I did. I mean,
declaring that it's
I
more of us.
Say that,
can't fucking help that.
say that again.
That
I
ain't
said
my
he's
motherfucking fault.
Hold on,
he's
Kampala.
declaring. You said he's declaring that it's more of us than them.
Yeah, he's saying there's more black folks in the United States than Latinos or Hispanics.
Like particularly Black American. Nah, that's not true, bro. Like that's. I do subscribe to the notion that it's Black folks that's unaccounted for, but it's still more of them though. No, like it's still more of them, bro. Like it's nah, bro. It's that out
Exhibit
there.
A.
They are the leading. They're the leading.
Exhibit A. Everybody in the audience, you see this
elite.
right here.
Nah,
See this
bro,
for yourself.
that's not true. Say it again, bro. Go to
They,
blackdemographics.com.
they done beat the nigga into a coma. They don't even want to know how great they are.
I mean that doesn't negate our
They
greatness.
go, man, they gonna cut that shit some kind of way. They like, oh no, let's throw some some shit on this. We don't want that.
Yeah, you said you was gonna get the party started, right?
Oh, it started. It's most definitely started. Yeah, the party
Let's
most
get this
definitely.
party started.
Yeah, it's most definitely started. Yeah, I'm just letting the black people out there know, y'all not the minority, man.
Go
Y'all
ahead,
really, y'all
Vyasa.
most
We just up here
definitely
kicking the shit,
the
yo.
majority. There's more of y'all than it is the other motherfuckers. They dying off. Believe that.
Dad, you know I don't participate in foolishness unless I absolutely have to.
Because if you
Nah, I
believe,
wish you
I,
would put that link in the chat when
yeah,
Taz is up here though, because he's the one started that goddamn Kaepernick shit.
oh, is he back? I have to figure that.
Nah, he'll be through probably about 10 or 11 o'clock, man.
Okay, I'll dig it back up.
Nah,
But yeah,
I
I
got
mean,
it
like, I
saved
don't
on
have
my.
to say too much on the current subject, Dev. I mean, the conflation between the Pledge of Allegiance and the Star of Spangled Banner speaks highly. Just the fact that you can conflate the two and think you're making a sound argument. If we was in an academic setting, you would just get picked apart just on that fact alone.
I forgot he had that goddamn stand. I had totally forgot. I was
Yeah.
like, damn, this nigga come out of left field on some goddamn flag shit.
So
But this ain't his first time standing there. He's always stood on that though.
yeah, that's wild to me.
No,
I mean, there's historical conversations you can have there, but I don't think that's the one I want to participate in.
nah.
Oh man. No, I had to sneak off and take a shower and all kind of other stuff. So I
Oh
missed
yeah.
missed the past maybe 2 hours of the conversation.
Nah, it's all good.
Yeah. No.
I try not to participate in people's anecdotal view of history there. Um, because
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
if they just learned something, that doesn't necessarily mean what they're perceiving that no one else knows it or it hasn't been discussed already. You get where I'm going? So that's why I kind of just throw links to the audience. Not saying I know it all, because I damn sure don't. Um, but I'm speaking towards that mind frame. Like sometimes you can see them exactly where they at, and I just kind of leave them be. If they want to take direction, I'm all with helping them find their way. But if it's just gonna be the hooting and hollering, I just gotta leave them be.
Nah, I'm actually in agreement with you. It definitely takes away from your physicality and it can be exhausting. Uh, like I said, um, today is my birthday, so I got a burst of energy.
Oh man, happy birthday!
Yeah, appreciate it. But you definitely don't want to make it a habit over and over again. And yeah, Kampala knows that where I stand on black issues. Trying to make it appear that something was when it actually wasn't is just not beneficial. And you shouldn't really have to scream, or you don't even have to say a word if you got the info. If you got the info, drop the link. That's all. Let the link do the talking.
Man, I put links in the chat. Nobody ever read them.
What link you put in the chat?
Who was it? I know we quote
Anytime you see
we
my
quote these
name in the
individuals
chat,
often, but was it Dr. Clark that who said, I can tell by your questions what you haven't read?
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you, Cornell.
I put links in the chat day and night when
Links
I'm
to what?
all types of stuff that people be talking about on
You
the
put the
panel
links. You put the
and
links
stuff that
to
people be talking
the.
about in
You
the
put
chat.
you put the links to the Colin Kaepernick kneel because he wanted people to find out about the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag song.
I probably have.
Oh, okay. You also put the links that is more black people in the United States than Latinos and Hispanics.
I probably have.
Oh, okay. Nobody clicked it but you, right?
And none of these people. It's probably I can name probably two people that has touched one of my links and read them and told me that the info was dope.
I'm not talking about a link saying that another motherfucker said what you said. I'm talking about actual data. Hell, I can drop a link saying that goddamn monkeys are on the goddamn moon. That don't mean it's factual.
No, I don't do no frivolous shit like that, man. If I'm telling you I'm dropping links, man, I'm dropping
All
deep.
right, then
Man.
you ain't gotta spend all this
Document
energy going back and forth.
never
Shit,
been,
if
man.
you did it once, you should be able
Man,
to do it again.
the links I
If
dropped
you standing on
is
the goddamn fucking
damaging.
topic,
But
you should be
wound
able
the
to just reach
motherfucker
back, go
who
back
would
into
say
your
otherwise
history.
about the information.
It's a regular occurrence.
I most definitely
You
put it
just
there
type
to
it up.
destroy you. It's what I do it for real.
Look, you
When I drop
wasting all types of time if you think that you
nah,
saying it over and over again gonna make it factual. I don't, you
This is
been.
another one of
and then
those
when I put the links
examples
in the
of
chat, yeah, motherfuckers don't read it. Yeah, a whole fucking show will go by, and
this is
nobody
another
will have
one
a
of those
conversation for
examples
no
Yeah,
of
reason.
we're on 12 hours.
correlation.
We're on 12 hours at a WAP, so you
Yeah,
got
we just
plenty of
sit up on the
time, bro. You
panel,
can drop
yeah, we just
off.
sit up on the panel
You can take a
freestyling,
nap. You can do a
saying
full
crazy
shift at
shit.
work and
It
then
don't make
come back.
no
We
sense.
still be rocking out. You know what I'm saying? So you got plenty of time
This is
to drop
another
a link.
prime example of using that
No, I
phrase
drop
that
them when I feel like it though.
correlation is not
I'm usually
causation.
doing it when you ask me to.
Just because at the time of the Kaepernick knee and due to the fact it's during the Star Spangled Banner, that does not mean that he took the knee protesting the third stanza. And just because you may have been made aware of the third stanza and that became product of discussion does not stipulate that that was the cause of him doing that. It might expand the conversation. I'm not even trying to rhyme this, but it may extend the conversation within this nation. But that was not the causation of what he did. We're
All right,
not
so
gonna
what
find
did he
that.
say?
We're not gonna find that anywhere.
What did he say after that shit? What did he say about that?
If he says something, pull it up. If you're trying to
That's
prove what he
Put it
said,
on
just pull it
TV.
up.
Y'all
Good
talking
looking out,
about
old man.
what it was about, but y'all didn't even
I
y'all
don't.
don't
I
even know what the
don't. I'm gonna be
motherfucker
all the way
said.
100.
I think he did it.
I'm gonna be all the way 100 with you since you posed that question while I'm speaking. I don't watch the NFL, so I can care less. I'm not into spectating and popular entertainment like that. I get it exists. You know, if I'm with family and they doing a little Super Bowl party, I can be in existence with them. But I have no desires to watch any of the shit. I simply don't care. Now, like the rest of the United States, yeah, I was aware of that situation when it came about.
I mean,
And
we don't care,
nowhere,
man. We don't care, man. Why we even talking about it?
nowhere did anybody say this is solely because the Star Spangled Banner. This is new to me
How was that new to you? That's all
because
they
I've
talking
never
about.
heard it. I've never
That's
heard
all
it
they talk about
till
right
I've
after. So
never
that's
heard it
all they
till
talk about.
today. Therefore, this information is new to me. That's why he took the knee.
Jesus.
Now, if you have anything to prove otherwise, drop it. I'll read it. If you have any credible source to back this theory, I'm with you.
Oh my god, this is so crazy.
But this ain't the first nigga who didn't bow, right?
I don't like
Wasn't
how
there
you.
another nigga who didn't bow?
But see, here's I don't know if you was on here earlier. It's not the need that people need to worry about. That gesture can be like any other form of symbolism interpreted multiple ways. It was white America's outlash towards it that created the ruckus. Plenty of people have need. They sit on their helmets. You can knee as no. It's not the knee. The knee has never been a symbolic gesture of rebellion. Never.
Well, first he was
In
sitting.
order to get knighted, what do they say? Take a knee.
Be knighted by the queen.
Most people,
Yeah, a ritual.
traditionally
Yeah,
through history have
a
been told
ritual.
what? Bow on your knees and pray. That's not a rebellious gesture. It's just simply not.
Yeah, he don't know nothing about that. Real rebellion and rejection is turning your back.
Right.
The knee was deeper than turning your back.
Speaking of that, that made me think about.
I mean, if you
Man,
want to if you want to entertain the conversation of the Star Spangled Banner in the third stanza and them admitting what was going on to black people during that time, we can have that conversation. If you want to talk about the modern day Pledge of Allegiance, and that was just really capitalism at its finest, I'll entertain that.
Kaepernick is
Kampala.
dope.
And how it
Kaepernick
was
is the
how it was
goat, man.
indoctrination via the schools and a salesman of flags is why we have this the Pledge of Allegiance.
He's the
But
Muhammad
Kampala.
But
Ali of
Kaepernick
today.
wasn't banging on that.
He's the
Kampala. For a grown man, when did protesting become get on your knees?
Not to be funny, but didn't that other mixed breed say, "Get up, stand up"?
Stand up, stand up.
I don't
What song?
know. I just know when Colin
Right.
Kaepernick did it, man. That shit meant a whole lot.
Look at DAT over there rocking them mulatto tunes.
I just know that part right there. That oh, he's a
Oh
mulatto. I didn't
man.
know. I ain't gonna lie. I had no idea who the. I didn't know he was white, black, purple, green, alien,
Oh, deity.
mulatto. He sounded
Oh
like
man.
was he a rider though? I don't really get into the if you got
Oh,
a
you
track
just know the
record.
song. You don't know who's the. That's Bob Marley. DAT. In case
Oh,
you
that's
didn't
Bob
know.
Marley. Oh, okay. Damn, I didn't
Yeah.
know. I didn't know. Okay. Duh. Okay. I'm tweaking.
All right, now what
You
has
know, you
Bob
know he's
Marley
daddy
done
white,
for the
Yeah,
black people?
Rastafari,
huh?
What
Haile
Bob, what,
Selassie.
He's
what
culturally.
Bob Marley do for the black people? Talk about it.
I can't speak
I
on
mean,
what.
he brought in the Rastafari, Jamaica, the Ethiopian, to go further.
See, that's where we have to use discernment between something that Dev is adamant on advocating for. Use discernment towards your artisans who might influence emotion versus your politicians and activists that are actually working. This is what they do. They're doing the work. It's not to discredit, Bob and that and his artistic expressions that influenced a lot of us, but that's totally different from a King or El Malik Shabazz or numerous other people that we could point our fingers at and say, look what they was doing. Now, is it a good thing that we have artisans that can make thought-provoking material? Yeah, we need more of it. But art being art, if somebody's feeling silly and that's what they compile, then you just got silly material.
Well, they sneak the codes into the songs, basically.
What you mean by that? Like, can you elaborate as far as like when you say they sneak as far as the messaging, or the messaging in the rap, or I'm trying to understand.
Think hymns, deity. Think slave hymns and how we were speaking in code.
I'm just, I don't know, yeah, that's real. Yeah, that's that. Yeah, that's.
You get what I mean? So, in my point of saying that, yeah, that's possible, but that's not necessarily the discussion at hand. We're talking entertainers versus activists.
Mm. So, yeah,
And
yeah.
overstand.
Mm. Yeah. I think I don't know. You think if Malcolm was here now, do you think because the black athlete, was not at his level of prominence during
No, deity, you're wrong. Let's stop that before it happens. It starts the complete opposite. The further back you go, we was more educated and more active. You can look at your Paul Robesons, for example. And it's not going to be an absolute. Don't ever take any subject matter and speak in absolutes. But if you go backwards in time, you had more black athletes educated. You got to think they're going through educational systems. That's where they're getting their outlet into the athletic world. But the education was always first.
I understand what you're saying, but I'm talking about the level of trappings, the level of success, the limelight it's not the same. Like I'm talking about the black.
Paul Robeson was world recognized. He had some money in his pocket for his time.
Okay, Paul Robertson was playing when during Malcolm's
No, he would have been beforehand. But that's what
Okay.
I'm saying is the history of it. It's
Okay.
that the further you go back.
Okay. You're right. Okay. I see what you're saying.
But Malcolm brung in the yellow, the light skinned nigga. Really, you know what I'm saying?
I definitely I disagree. I don't even that.
Yeah, we're not gonna do color
I don't
radio.
even look at it when
I know it's hard. I know.
Malcolm. I don't even. That doesn't
Listen,
come to mind. I
I
don't think.
know, baby, but this is an inside war that it's been going on for a long time. I hate to. I know. I know because right now, I mean, a lot of light skinned niggas been coming through. Be coming through. I mean, I hate to admit it, but it really, especially in Louisiana,
Okay, sis,
down south.
if we in Louisiana and we on the plantation, everybody up here is the characters in this story. And it's you of all people that give birth to quote unquote master's baby. Do you think any of us, knowing that you our sister, you literally our sister, you are nuclear family sister, do you think we gonna disregard that child and say, nah, get this little light skinned nigga away from us?
Oh no.
Right. So that in-house war has not always been there.
So it's an
It
another
manifests
illusion.
because of divide and conquer. Yes. Did it become a thing? Yes. But has it always been there? No.
Okay, so my colorism. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah. I mean, because that's Black Americans in particular. Like we come in many different, shades and colors and hues. So with that, I see what you mean as far as like it not always being there, that divide or that coloristic, behavior. So yeah. So it's a whole nother conversation.
Because I have a light skinned brother and a dark skinned brother. And my dark skinned brother told me that the light skinned niggas is missing something. Is missing something. And I'm like, what? What? And I'm like, and there's other, like niggas dark skinned that believes that as well. And I'm like, whoa, man, that sucks.
You ain't never gonna stop humans from being humans.
I wouldn't say they missing something, but they
Like,
most definitely a couple steps off though. They most definitely a couple steps off, especially the mixed breed ones. The vast majority of them.
yeah. Not all of them. You got some, you got the Thurgood Marshalls of the world, So he definitely stomped down.
But half of them dark skinned cats out there, man, they off script.
Which means
Especially
as far as
people
like
on
being off
25.
code.
Man, them niggas off code.
Off the Richter scale, huh?
Yeah, it seem like the dark skinned fellas, man, they spazzing out these days, man. They bringing all the white folks to the barbecue now.
Man,
Y'all tripping.
there's no way. There's no way I
Yeah,
could.
DT, yeah, DT knows. Yeah, he brought one. He
Pressure.
brought a couple of them. Yeah, he brought a couple of them white folks to the cookout.
Pressure.
Sound crazy. Sound crazy. Never. I gotta. Yeah, there's no way I could do that. I'm.
Oh, you ain't gonna do that?
Yeah, no, I need to
Yeah, don't do us like that, man. Don't bring them to the
support.
cookout.
Yeah, no. I need to be able to maximize my how can I say this? Let me see. I need to in order the best way to maximize. Let me see if I'm saying this word right. I think is it. Let me see something. I'm, I'm trying to think of particular words to you because I want to. Let me see. Let me see. Hold on. So, if am I saying this right? Let me see. No, that's not right. Right. Let me see. Basically, what I'm trying to say is that black. I got to, I have to procreate black. You know, for real. That wasn't a term I wanted to use. I'm glad I looked it up. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the word you was trying to use is you gotta stay black.
No. I was really striving to, elocute my strong stance on in-house procreation.
Yeah, you do it like it's called stay black.
Yeah.
You
True.
ever heard that when you was a young dude?
Simplifying. Yeah, you were definitely right about that.
Yeah, that somebody always say stay black, man.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
That's what they talking about. Yeah.
Right. Who's is this? Is this Philly boy?
Nah, that's not Philly boy.
Oh, okay. I don't know why he's okay. I don't know why I'm thinking this. He got okay. What he said that.
No, King Kapala, man. KOK.
Okay, King Kapala. Okay. Thought that said House of Consciousness. I'm just playing with you. I'm playing with you.
No. I destroyed the house.
You just I was playing with you. How do you gonna say that? No, I destroyed him. Where's my sisters at? But nah, definitely not, bro. Nah. White woman, nah, man. Woo. That'll be the day.
Yeah, I'm allergic to them, so yeah, I ain't gonna never be around those.
You allergic to white women?
I'm allergic to white people, period.
Or you say you break out in hives, huh?
Yeah.
I break out in hives if the pigs near me. that's that special. 38 special. Oh man, that's what I'm saying. I love music. Just make me just reinforce like I'm not, like you ain't crazy. Like just certain bars he would say, like, what he say? He said you dudes barely awake. I told the kids stay away from dairy and steak. Like you feel me? Like, just little stuff like that. That just it just makes me okay. Yeah, I like the real bars, man. The real bars, man. The real bars.
Personally, I like Drake better than Lamar, only
Really?
because Drake's been around longer than Lamar. So only because of credit.
Yeah, so you're into like you're more so into like commercialized rap.
No, I'm no, not at all. I'm just saying as far as the the longevity.
Oh, longevity.
Yeah.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I'm not a Drake guy. Once the black face, and there's no Justin Bieber with the one less lonely nigger, and he was 16, and people still trying to. Nah, I just no.
Oh no, not Justin Bieber. No, only because Drake because he started out in Degrassi,
Yeah.
so and he worked his way up. I mean,
So he
you
knew. So
know,
he knows what he was doing. He knew. He knew.
basically,
He knew what
yes,
he was doing.
yes.
No, I didn't know, or it was a skit. And, no, you look very comfortable. You look very convincing. So for real, very convicted off that. Yeah, he convicted me, which means he convinced. When somebody is convicted, when the jury convicts somebody, that means they've been convinced.
He destroyed Drake, man. He cleaned them up, man. Cleaned them up real good.
Damn. Okay, I accept that.
You said Drake cleaned him up?
Nah, Drake got cleaned up.
Oh, got cleaned up. Okay, yeah. I mean, we see the
Man, last time I seen Drake, he was at at somebody's pool party with a sweater on and some ponytails and shit.
Black polka dot.
After that shit.
Nail polish on.
I ain't heard about Drake.
Drake, that's crazy, not Drake, but Dave East and Ransom just made a album together, and Dave East was talking about that. He's like, he said that bar. What did he say? He said basically, what did he say? He said Davey said, only way I'm painting my nail. Basically, he's like, I'm a paraphrase, but basically what he's saying is that the only way I'm painting, he said, if I'm not playing with my daughter, then I'm never painting my nails. Like basically, like anything outside of that, like me playing with my daughter, I'm not about to be out here in public. Basically, that's me. Basically, in public painting my nails. Like that's some private daughter, you know.
Yeah, it's art. It's art separating from. Yeah, yeah. I can dig it. I can
No,
dig it.
but I was talking about just that bar. That bar made me think about just
Bet.
Drake and So you just gotta have that's what they represent. Ransom and Davies, they represent the strong that black masculine, just forthright, blunt.
Bet.
Yeah. So and we need that. We need more of that to uh reverberate.
Yep.
To reverberate around. But yeah. Yeah.
Already.
Yeah, man.
All right, Deity, I got a question for you, my brother.
Okay.
If you got drafted into the U.S. military, would you fall in?
Like right now, currently,
Yeah.
like just hey man, you finna go. No, I would not. No, I'm gonna have to
Wow.
emulate Muhammad Ali. I'm invoking I'm invoking my Muhammad Ali card. Yes,
You Cassius Clay.
Already.
yeah, for real. No, Muhammad Ali, not Cassius Clay.
Mm.
Remember he checked.
Mm.
Remember he checked them white reporters about calling him Cassius Clay. Remember that? But yeah, I'm gonna invoke that. I'm invoking Muhammad Ali. I'm gonna be vocal about my discontent with said action, said decree, and I'm gonna invoke I'm gonna hit them with that. Yeah, it's again. Well, I'm gonna use with the religion on their ass. I'm gonna use their system against them. I'm gonna. It's there for me to use, so I'm gonna use it.
This is the Constitution, which cannot be changed. The Constitution cannot be changed. So,
It's my
yeah.
social political views. We have a domestic siege going on over here in America. What do you mean by that, Mr. Anuel? Can you elaborate? Oh, you want me to elaborate on the perils that Black Americans are currently undergoing in this country right now? Oh, did you know that the sixth leading cause of death for Black men is getting killed by the police, according to a study done by University of Michigan? Yeah, it's a leading cause of death for Black men is getting killed by the police. That's one. Would you allow me to go on? I mean, not allow me, not allow. Would you like for me to go on? Oh, okay. What about home appraisals? Black Americans, when it comes to, or just Black people in general, when it comes to selling your real estate, your estate, there's a high probability or high percentile that you're going to be undermined. You're going to be undersold due to the systemic and structural anti-Black society that we reside in. Shit like going on. That's why I be saying you gotta be, the white folks, that's why I be they put the mic, don't give me that mic.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't gonna be no or freeze up. None of that, man. None of that stuck like Chuck shit. So yeah, that's why knowing is good and being informed and knowing, because when they that gives me, if I know more than you.
Yeah, knowledge is power. Knowledge is power.
Exactly.
All right, I got another question.
Okay.
Do you think Taz exclusive is blacker than Colin Kaepernick?
See, the thing is we're invoking another panelist name, and he's not. So you asking me, do I think? And he's not here currently. So it's I'm old school.
Yeah, he ain't nobody, man. Yeah, go ahead.
It's not it's not about whether or not if you think said individual is insignificant. It's about the principality, which is the fact that the person's not here, and you're asking me it's a very particular and specific. So basically, and no, he's not. No, he's not. Just to answer your question, but no, he's not. No, he's not.
All right,
I ultimately feel that was a heist. The end game of that was a money, and not to discredit, because now you don't hear you don't hear nothing no more. You don't you should be making. You should be if you sold, yeah, bro. Like
that was a trick question. I think that was a trick question. Knowing who he is, I'm pretty sure he knows. Deity know who he is, so it does matter what he states.
Yeah, I'm sharp though. It's crazy. Yeah, but
that could be a fun game if I was to do that all night. Cause I got some other names.
Oh shit! You're testing Deity. You're testing him.
All right, Deity. It's Brian Gumbo.
Let's see that study for the leading cause of death among black folks.
Oh, you said what? You said police?
No, leading cause of death for black folks.
You talking about me? The 6th leading cause of death for black men?
The leading cause. Did you say the leading cause?
No, I said it's the 6th leading cause because you
got okay. I thought you said leading.
No, it's the 6th leading cause, like number 6.
What's number 1?
I want to say it's heart disease, if I'm not mistaken.
I was gonna say heart. I was gonna say heart too. Heart attacks.
If I'm not mistaken, but I could pull up the study though. We can go. I'll pull it up.
I believe that do constitute as the heart disease is heart attack and stroke.
Yeah, this is done by Jay. I said,
but they got technology to enforce that. That's the thing about it. They got technology to enforce a heart attack or stroke.
Okay, let me see.
What you mean?
Yeah, they have technology to bring on a heart attack to anyone they want.
What's the technology called?
Direct energy weapons.
Who uses those?
The government.
What part of the government? You just can't say government. The post office is the government.
The alphabet, the CIA, FBI, the Cohen Hotel, the community, the Masons. I mean, that's
the CIA doesn't operate within the United States domestically.
NASA could be I could say NASA would be the number one.
They don't have anything to do with black people in the United States. So
I mean, that's just what I researched so far, but that's just I haven't continued it, but that's where I stopped at. So yeah, teach me. I'm an open. Yeah, teach me.
No, I was asking to see what, because we were talking about leading causes of death for black people in the United States, and you just blurted out they have machines that cause heart attacks. Why would someone use a machine to cause a heart attack when they could just use a gun like they've always been using? I mean, what would be the purpose
because it'd be less detection of, it would be like a natural cause of death. So just like suicide, when the police, they do the
Nah.
investigation. No, when they mark someone who's killed by suicide, they
Well,
write
well,
it. They write it
so
off. They write it
where is
off.
it where is it recorded that someone that's black had a heart attack and there was a direct energy machine that
That
was used?
that's yeah, right, because it goes under. Oh,
No,
it's a
no,
natural
I'm asking
cause.
the question. You kind of like brought it to the forum. I mean, I understand your curiosity and research, so that's
Uh-huh.
why I was asking. I was just
Oh,
simply
okay.
asking. I'm trying to make this not
Understood.
be so loose water cooler type of talk, because
Mm-hmm.
I mean there are TikTok videos, other
Oh.
platforms. I mean, plenty of places where people say things. So other people saying things, I mean, it can be kind of interpreted differently. And then
Mm-hmm.
we all know about how information gets passed. If I tell you something, you tell somebody else something. By the time it gets around to the seventh person, it's not going to be anything related until what I told the first person. I mean, that's just natural. People have gaps in what they hear. They say things. They like to add things, and I think this is
Um,
one of those topics.
oh.
I think the government using direct energy machines to cause heart attacks against black people in the United States. That's never been documented nowhere.
Exactly. That's why it's the
So
perfect
why would
crime.
why would someone actually use that as validity? You keep saying exactly as if it's factual. I don't understand.
Because first of all, I don't have TikTok, so I don't know what they've shown on TikTok. But what I have experienced in my own life and what I've seen personally, what people
You've
close
met
to me
somebody
have gone
that
through.
had a heart attack
Oh
from a
yeah.
direct energy
Oh
machine,
yes.
and
Yes.
and how did it take place?
Instantly, baby. Instantly.
No.
Instantly.
Walk us through it. I don't know about anything about
It's a
direct energy
laser.
machines. So
Yeah,
what did they
it's a
tell you?
microwave.
That's what
It's a
I'm
microwave.
asking. What
Yeah.
did they
Well, they
tell you?
didn't tell me nothing. I mean, you just
Okay.
put two and two together. You just put two and two together, and it's obviously, that's
Okay.
exactly what it
Pretend we're
is.
just having a conversation, and then you want to bring this to me. So go ahead.
Well, I mean, it all depends on your bloodline. If to tell you the God's honest truth, I mean, if they know you are from a bloodline that actually can, basically, if you're a true God and goddess,
Oh, slow down, because
you are going
wait,
to
wait,
be
wait, wait,
under
wait, slow
attack,
down. We're just
under
gonna take it
surveillance.
slow. Take it slow. Take it slow. Breathe, breathe, breathe. Take it slow.
Breathe my ass. What are you talking about?
You said you knew someone who experienced a heart attack from a direct energy
Okay.
machine. That's all I
Yes.
was asking. I
Oh
didn't I
yes,
didn't I didn't
he
yeah,
was
yeah.
getting, yeah, but yeah, he was just doing his normal routine, and I knew that was going to happen because basically that's he wasn't. Basically, This is from a Mason. He was a Mason, and he stopped doing what the Masons ordered him to do. And if you don't do by, if like I'm saying, signing oaths and doing oath is a serious thing. It's not nothing to play with. You signing your blood. You taking your blood, and you know what I'm saying. You signing your name in blood. Basically, that's why anyone who joins the Mason, you just can't get out of it. Oh, I'm not gonna do this anymore. Well, nigga, you're not gonna, if you know all this and you're not gonna to do this anymore, then nigga, you ain't gonna just get away scot. You know what I'm saying? It's just like it's a price. Nothing comes for free. There's a price for everything. Everything comes with a price. Okay. But I don't want to get in talking to that because I'm not like in the mood to about that. But all I know is the shit is real.
Are
The
you
shit
gonna
is
get to
real.
the direct energy machine part?
Well, basically, it's a laser that all they got to do is put it directly in on your heart, and then
Okay.
yeah.
You brought it up. If you feel uncomfortable talking about it. I
Right
mean,
now, though,
I don't. I mean, it's just, for me, if I feel uncomfortable
because it's
talking
gonna be
about
hearsay
something,
on my part.
yeah,
Because
you
it's
just
gonna be
blurted it
hearsay
out.
on my part.
So now,
Yeah.
now that you have said that you met a Mason, I was
Oh,
hoping to hear something about this person coming in contact with this other person that had this machine.
It's
So
not.
you never got to the
They
machine
carry it
part though.
around. They carry it around in a box,
Okay,
unidentified
so what
box
happened
truck.
to this person though? That's
He
what I was
died of
trying
a
to
heart
get to.
attack. He died of a heart attack, honey.
So how I'm talking about the interaction with the machine. Where did that come into play in this particular event? You said you knew this person. So this person died of a heart attack. And I'm trying to figure out, was it someone he met at the park? Did it somebody that he worked with? Was it was he at an event? Did he see the machine? Did you see the machine? How did you know if he's dead? How did you know that it was a direct energy machine? I mean, let's try to have some clarity about it. I'm not sure how complicated that is. Were you trying to share some, Diddy?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
She'll be back.
This is the study I was talking about as far as the six leading cause of death. So police police six leading cause of death for young black men. This is Michigan News, University of Michigan. So Ann Arbor for young men of color Ann Arbor for young men of color in the United States, police use of force is among the leading causes of death, according to a study from University of Michigan, Rutgers University, and Washington University. Police use of force, which includes hate this. What is it? As asphyxia, or
Asphyxiation, yeah.
yes, asphyxiation, beating, a chemical agent, a medical emergency, a taser, or a gunshot. So it trails accidental death, suicide, other homicides, heart disease, and cancer as a leading cause of death for young black men who have the highest risk of being killed by police. So started reinforcing
What,
black.
18 to 24 or
It's,
young? What does
uh,
young YN? Yeah.
keep reading. So it said so about 100 and 100,000 black. So about 100 to 100,000 black men and boys will be killed by the police during their lives, while 39 white men and boys per 100,000 are killed by police. This means black men are about 2.5 times more likely to be killed by police than white men. It's a striking number, said study co-author Michael Espatado, Espado, a postdoctoral researcher in the Survey Research Center at the Institute for Social Research. There have been arguments about how widespread of a problem this is. We didn't have a good estimate about whether it's a few cases that received a lot of hold on. He said we didn't have a good estimate about whether it's a few cases that receive a lot of media attention. This study shows us that police killings. This study shows us that police killings are deeply systematic, with race, gender, and age patterning this excess cause of death. This study uses data from a database called Fatal Encounters, a journalist-led effort to document deaths involving police. Deaths are gathered and categorized using news reports and public records. The researchers, the researchers, the researchers focused on deaths that involve police. The researchers focused on deaths that involve police use of force, but did not consider other causes of deaths, such as vehicular homicide. Pardon me, but did not consider other causes of death, such as vehicular collision, suicide, overdose, or a fall. What motivated the study was a big gap in what was available. What motivated the study was a big gap in what was available in terms of basic estimates of how likely people are to be killed by police, said lead author Frank Edwards, assistant professor at Rutgers School of Criminal Justice. The Bureau of Justice Statistics keeps a database on arrests. The Bureau of Statistics keeps a database on arrest-related deaths, but the database relies on self-reported incidents, which made me think about my bad real quick. Made me think about my book, how it talks about how the FBI or just law enforcement, they don't report, not all agencies, they don't have an obligation to report on crimes. So it's all. That's why I say this game is rigged. So let me think about the book and how not every local agency has. It's not incumbent upon them to report, like I said, just on crime. Period. Like it's not like a mandate. It's weird. Yeah. So the bureau. So
Yeah,
yeah.
if that's the case, then I was curious on how those specific numbers were actually tracked. But
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah.
go ahead.
More. Okay. 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 So yeah, the Bureau of Justice.
Because he's doing a nationwide, right?
This right
U-
here.
U.S. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep.
All right. All right.
Definitely exhaustive. Okay. The Bureau of Justice Statistics keeps a database on arrest-related deaths, but the database relies on self-reported incidents from police departments, Edwards says. Another governmental database, the National Vital Statistics Reports, archived by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, tallies deaths related to legal intervention. Tallies deaths related to legal intervention, but researchers have found that cases in which police are responsible for deaths are undercounted by about 50%. That's why. Okay, so the study also shows that other minority groups are at higher risk, which I don't really care about, but I mean, I'll read it. Pardon me. The study also shows that Fontaine. I don't want to harm you. Hopefully, I don't offend nobody. But pardon me. This study. So this study also shows that other minority groups are at a high risk for death by police use of force. In particular, American Indian / Alaskan Native 55 per 100,000 and Latino 53 per 100,000 men and boys. Women are about 20 times less. Women are about 20 times less likely to be killed by police, according to the research. Latina and Asian / Pacific Islander women are less likely than white women to be killed by police. But black women and American Indian, but black women and American Indian and Alaskan Native women face a higher risk, of course, face a higher risk. Black women face a higher risk. In fact, American Indian and Alaska Native women are up to twice as likely to be killed by police than white women. Let's talk about. I don't like how y'all don't really get into deep and talk about black women though, but we know though we because a lot of our talk about this in public spaces is focused on black men. We sometimes lose sight of other groups with elevated risk. Yeah, because the site needs to be hyperly focused on black men and black women and us. The hell, but pardon me. So yeah, so because a lot of our because a lot of our talk about this topic, pardon me, because of a lot of our talk about this in public spaces is focused on black men. We sometimes lose sight of other groups with elevated risks. UM's Esposado said conversations around who's most at risk have to incorporate the diversity and intersectionality highlighted in this study, fleshing out our narratives and why individuals with particular social traits have more or less exposure to police violence. For the study, the researchers did not include deaths that occurred because of car. Pardon me. For the study, the researchers did not include deaths that occurred because of car chases or accidents. Had they risk of death for all groups of women would have doubled. I think that our results really highlight that police killings are a lot more common than we might have imagined, said co-author Head Wing Lee, professor of sociology at Washington University in St. Louis. Our work also provides more evidence that people of color, particularly, get back to it. But people of color just throw that out the bag and just say particularly. I'm gonna skip that. So our work also provides more evidence that particularly African Americans. So y'all, I'm skipping people of color, particularly African American men and women, but also American / Indian and Native American women are at risk. But we know who's really at the most at risk because, pardon me. So now that these risks have been documented, researchers need to, now that these risks have been documented, so this is documented, next task is to get a better understanding of what drives these patterns, Lee says. Yeah, so,
Yep, y'all. So this, like I said, this is the source. This is from this is August 5th, 2019, written by Morgan.
Oh, but that's pre George Floyd.
Yes, yes, it is. Yep. Yes.
Yeah, it usually takes a little bit of time for people. Got to go back over them. They got to be, verified, reviewed. Some may be classified, like they were saying.
Mm-hmm.
That's cool.
Yeah, man.
Yo,
Joe.
what's up? You hear me?
Yeah, you good, bro?
All right. How y'all doing? What up, Diddy, Vasa,
Peace, brother.
Deb?
Peace, brother.
What's up with it?
Nah, I was just looking online to see, cause I'm going up to the science fair today.
Okay.
But on his website, he don't got nothing since 2024. So is it at the same place? Is that Restoration Plaza? Do you know?
Hold on one second. Where you at now?
Yeah.
Where you at now, Joe?
I'm in Trenton. I'm at the crib.
Oh, you gonna drive from there?
Yeah, I'm going up there with my 14-year-old. Try to get him to see some of this stuff and see if we could pique his interest. You know what I mean? Thinking about getting him a 3D printer. You know what I mean? See if we could follow along from home. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That'd be dope.
Cause I was telling him yesterday about the kid who 3D printed a drone, right?
Yeah.
This nigga said, does he get to keep it? I was like,
Yeah.
yeah, nigga. That's all he worried about is if he make the stuff, does he get to keep it?
Yeah,
What's
it might
going
take.
on with y'all?
We're just chopping it up, man. It might take me a little second, Joe, to confirm the address. I think I don't think it's at the same place as it was last year, but I want to double check because they said they had more space, and they they got it for a better price on this round. So
Oh,
they
all right.
should take that round though.
Yeah, because I remember him saying something about Weeksville. And then look, I Googled changing the faces of STEM, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Y'all should do that. You should pull your screen up and Google changing the faces of STEM. And there's so much stuff that comes up. There's mad other people who are doing stuff called changing the faces of STEM. When I
yeah.
Googled it, scholarships popped up, grants,
Right.
all kinds of stuff. And I was like, I wonder if Q knows that all this pops up when you Google that. Like L'Oreal has a program
Yep.
called Changing the
L'Oreal,
Faces of STEM.
Abbott. I wonder if you related to Abbott. All these goddamn Abbott. Abbott. What's that? Greg Abbott.
Abbott, that's a pharmaceutical company.
Yeah, Abbott.
Yeah, that's pharmaceutical.
Yeah, so I don't know if he knows that all these people is also using that term, and maybe he could capitalize off of that somehow.
Nah, he probably he's aware of that.
What's up, Vasa? This nigga sleep.
Nah, they the kids is woke. He probably running around.
Thought he was working on a script for Bass Reeves.
Jive turkey. When I think about bad, any type of it made me think about black
That
exploitation.
nigga said, Vasa said, Vass Reeves teaches James Brown to speak English.
Mm-hmm.
That nigga crazy.
They got a whole bunch of stuff. It's the sevenfold changes the faces of STEM and helping Black. Okay, another key priority in advancing STEM education is removing systemic barriers that have historically limited Black student success. Okay, yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Like there's the grassroots is important, man. It's this.
Yeah. People are out here doing. I think when Umar Johnson came on the scene, he inspired. Like even though we consider him a failure, I feel like his presence inspired like 100 Q Butters. Like, cause Q Butters not the only one out here doing the shit, and he's not the only one doing it. To spite Umar Johnson. You know what I mean? Like, nigga, we could do this shit. I was just watching the Karen Hunter show.
Yeah.
Karen Hunter on what is it, Sirius XM? Yeah, she just had some dude on there, and he was talking about his curriculum. He got his he formed he like worked on a curriculum for like 10 years, a African studies curriculum, and he's got it. And he said something crazy like 600 school districts are using his Black curriculum, and I was like, God damn, yeah. Like I see a lot of stuff out here, and I see a lot of niggas working, and 10, 15 years we gonna see the results, man. I'm optimistic about it. And that's one thing you could thank Umar Johnson for.
Nah, I ain't giving him no credit. They was gonna do it anyway. Yeah.
I don't know, man. Umar put a battery in Q back.
Nah.
Q out here, man. Hey, Q, if you listening, yo, what you
Nah.
doing is amazing, bro. And the fact that you doing it right now, like, nigga, you said you taking 6 classes next semester. I don't advise that, but look, you know yourself. But that's amazing, bro. Cause I've never even taken 5 classes. I've only taken a 4 class load, and because finals, like what he was talking about, because no, all those finals is gonna be the same time. You might have 3 finals in one day, like, and that shit will give you an ulcer, like for real. So yeah, Q, keep up the good work. If you listening, you probably not. Hopefully you getting some sleep because you need it. Yeah, keep pushing, bro.
Okay. Can you see the YouTube chat?
I see the YouTube chat.
Yeah.
No, nah, only the back chat.
Okay,
Okay,
I'm gonna
my
put it in
fault.
the. Yeah, I'm gonna put it in the back chat. Hold on.
Yeah, man. I'm waiting. That's a long Tuesday. Yeah, I had the honor of meeting that brother, man. He was a good brother, man. The scientist, Julian Brown.
Oh, what happened with that? Up in what you went to Portland, right?
Yep, went to Portland to meet him, man. You know,
How far of a ride was that?
about a little over 2 hours. A little over 2 hours, yeah.
Oh, okay, that's kind of local.
Yeah, not more than 3, depending on the traffic.
Yeah, that's probably what I'm end up driving today.
For real.
Cause I'm driving to Brooklyn. If it was Manhattan, I catch the train into Manhattan, but I ain't catching the goddamn train in Brooklyn. That Brooklyn, once you get out there, I've been out there where he at, the East New York. Once you get out there to that East New York subway stop, that shit, you in a different place.
And look, they had this up there where he was at. Long live. They had a word says, "Long live the makers, fixers, and doers." Like for real. They're the makers, fixtures, and doers. I'm gonna have to put something together and yeah, man.
Okay, Dev, I see it. So yeah, it's still at Restoration Plaza. All right. Good looking, Dev. Oh, this is the YouTube chat. Okay, I can see the YouTube chat. You know I don't be on here like that.
No, that's good. I put in both places. Just make sure you got the right address. There might be some other people looking for the address too.
Yeah, appreciate that.
Yeah, it's all good.
So, Davey, what was the dude? What did he invent? You said I heard you kept saying inventor, but I didn't hear you say like what did he invent?
Plastiline.
Oh, you went to go see Jab.
Yep, Nature Jab. Yep.
Oh yeah, I follow that dude. He official. That's what's up.
Plastiline. Yep, a device that
What
converts.
he was doing? He not from up there, right? He from down south, right?
He works in Alabama, but he's from Georgia. He's from Georgia. Yep.
So
Went to
what
school
he was
for welding.
what was he do? What was he doing in Portland?
Showcasing his discovery as far as him being able to so he was able to what's the word I want to use? So synthesize. So basically, plastic is petroleum.
Yeah.
That's the so
So he was just doing like a showcase.
yeah, but basically, listen, check this out. Though he was able to, he had like some diesel fuel, and his diesel fuel, he got his diesel fuel tested it at the ASAP Labs, one in Seattle and one in Vancouver, out here though, and it came back
Yeah.
as more pure than like basically more cleaner than the diesel at the pump. So I'm
Oh,
like,
word.
that's good. That's good. That's a
That's
good, that's a good breakthrough.
one of the questions I got for him, and I don't know if he's quantified it. Is like what is the cost? Like from taking
Well, like you said,
plastic from
good
taking
question.
plastic to 1 gallon to
Like
making
I said,
1 gallon of
send
diesel.
him. He
Like
got
how
people
much
sending
does
him
that
plastic.
cost? The
He
process.
got, like he said, he got plastic companies. He got people like calling him, telling him he want to send them, a ton of plastic, which is 2,000 pounds of plastic. So that's not
Yeah,
he getting that. He's getting that. So it's not an expense.
but he getting that for free, right?
Yeah, he getting it for free. He getting it for
Yeah,
free.
I know he could get this. He could probably source the plastic for free because we got so much plastic we don't know what to do with it.
Yeah,
But I'm
exactly.
talking about like, all right, he got the machine that chips the plastic down into little chips, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he's running electricity to do that, right?
It's like an
And
incubator.
then all of his little machines run off electricity. So I want to know how much electricity to like is because basically we need to know is what he doing cost effective.
Yeah, I
You know
understand
what I
what
mean?
you're saying. Right now, like he said, it's he's in the process right now. It's everything is electricity, like it's running off of what is he? What did he say? Yeah, it's basically running off electricity. He's in the process of uh of basically running it via solar. So he's about to take away from the electrical aspect of it and be contingent upon soil. I mean, not soil, but the solar.
Solar.
Solar. Yeah.
All
Yes.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then with that, bro. Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. We chopped it up. He said he wants to be private. He doesn't want to be publicly.
Yeah. He can't go public. He can't go public because once he goes public, then it becomes about returning profit to the shareholders, and you might as well go to the gas pump.
Yeah, bro. He's very, very sharp brother, man. Like I said, self-taught, and he taught himself all this. Like when it comes to he went to school for welding, and like he said, he has his own business. He has on, at 17 welding,
How old is he? Because he's hard to tell. Like he could be like 20 or 40.
Oh man, so
You don't know?
I should be honestly, bro. I
Exactly. He got one of them faces like you don't know how old this nigga is, yo.
And it's crazy. I want to say the brother didn't even say. I just know he kept referencing like, you know, when I was 17 years old. So he's clearly in his 30s though. I would say he's in his 30s because he referenced, well, when I was 17, you know, I had my welding business, you know, woo, woo, woo. So yeah, so he's always been, you know, the top of his class, top sharp, you know.
Yeah, I like him. Yeah.
Make his own deodorant. You know, I wouldn't, you know, bought each and, you know, a whole bunch of deodorant for him, man. And yeah, man, and got some exclusive content, showed up 2-3 hours in advance. And so he was like, he you know, he respected that, you know, like, okay, yeah, that's how I'm coming. I ain't finna be pulling up late looking and trying to find. No, I ain't doing that. Fine. I'm pulling up beforehand, seeing what the scenery will look like, scoping out, well, okay, all right, this is where it's at. Oh, all right, yeah.
That's what's up, Daddy. Respecting you for supporting black shit, man.
Yeah, man.
You know, I be trolling you in the chat, but I fuck with you though, man. You know what I mean, don't pay me no mind when I'm in the chat. I just be in there trying to keep it live.
Definitely, bro. I try to
That's
keep it,
what's
you
up.
know, strive to.
So he So when he was up there, did he have like the truck? Because I remember seeing the he had a truck and he was like doing a what do you call it, like a presentation on how the diesel run and shit.
Yep,
Did he do that when he was up there? Yeah.
He had the diesel truck. And he extracted the oil, you know, not oil, but the old fluid, and you know, reassembled everything, and then put his diesel in there, cranked it up. It started up first crank, started up. It didn't last that long because the fuel, you feel me? But the fuel didn't, because it wasn't enough fuel. But it's cranked, and it, you know, lasted for about a minute, two, and then shut off because it wasn't, you know, no more fuel left in that joint. But yeah, man. So
Yeah, and I'm sure, and that's the other thing, is I'm sure that like other companies are watching him and already working on reproducing what he's doing. And that's why he can't go public with it. He can't. He's gotta keep that company private, and so he can keep the costs low so he can actually compete. He won't be able to expand as fast as he might want to. But that's the problem. People come up with these amazing ideas and they want to hurry up and expand, so they want to rush out and IPO. Once you IPO, that ain't your company no more, dog. And you know what I mean?
And he said he don't want to patent. He said he's not going to patent it because I guess he talked to the, what he said, the who was he, the person that created the fob for, is it Honda or he talked to, but he met the brother Lonnie Johnson, because you know, I had my inventor's fit on, so he's like, man, you know, I met him, man. I was like, yeah, I peeped that. I peeped you met him. He also met Moses West. We chopped it up about him. We chopped it up about how they was trying
Wait,
to
who is that? What do he make? Who's Moses West?
Brother that the water for Flint, Michigan. He's able to extract water.
Pull the water out the air.
Out the air, exactly. Yep.
You know, I don't see. I've heard about that. I need to look more into that, because when I first heard about that, I was like, well, isn't that dehumidifier?
I know what he's doing, brother.
I don't know if that's very original, because I have a dehumidifier in my basement and it pulls water out the air.
Well, even what he's doing, the whole psoriasis, that science is not new, but what he has created, what he has done, nobody has done though. Nobody has, you feel me? So nobody has.
Yeah. His shit gotta be different. His shit gotta be different.
So I'm thinking even Moses is on it's because they've even sabotage. Why would you sabotage something if this is not a unique prototype? You see what I'm saying? Or if it's not, you know, like why would you go in and yeah, but it's deep.
Because his shit probably make it out of dry air too. That might be the difference.
I think it's just as long as it's air, right? I don't think the condition, or does it? I don't think the conditions of the air would dictate whether or not if it produces, you know, or if it you know, does it's
Nah, it's condensation. It's got to be moist. You got to have some cloud.
Oh, okay.
He can't do it in the desert.
Okay.
And it's not new. And he's not the only one that's doing it. But he is doing it though.
Yeah.
Yeah, that counts, man. Look, that's what I'm thinking too. Like, I want to do something simple, like build a transistor radio. You know what I mean? Because even something simple like that is like, I don't know how to do it. And people want to rush out and build spaceships and shit, and you can't build a damn transistor radio. That's We lost a lot when we lost Radio Shack, for real. Because I remember kids going to Radio Shack. You could go in there and buy parts. I remember kids, like nerds, building their own transistor radios in the house and stuff. Two-way radios. Offered parts. You could get at Radio Shack.
Yeah.
All right. It's good talking to y'all. I'm about to go get ready. Get my life together.
How far you away, Joe?
I mean, just off the top of my head, probably about an hour, 15 minutes. You know what I mean? It take me like from here. I never drove from here to Brooklyn. I used to drive to Brooklyn when I lived up in New Brunswick, but from here to Manhattan is like an hour.
Yeah, probably it's going to Sunday, man. So you know what the traffic is. There's gonna be a lot more motherfuckers out. Holiday. It's my birthday. Nah, just kidding. But yeah, man. Yeah, if he can probably be on the road by noon, man, because everything he can probably try to start about 3. So get enough time to wake up and get going if you're trying to make that trip, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna get going early because I'm gonna go try to do some other stuff in Brooklyn, like take my son around, show him some stuff. I'm trying to find you know how the Brooklyn niggas always talking about eating doubles. So I ain't ever had a double. So my plan today is to get me a double when I'm in Brooklyn. I'm not sure what a double is, but I'll let y'all know how the double
Nah,
was.
I think Marley landing at the airport probably around the same time, yeah.
Yeah.
You got to go to
They
the
said,
Trini spot to get doubles.
yeah, the Trinidadian spot.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna ask Q when I get
I
there,
think they
like
got it at the
for
Guyanese spot.
for a recommendation.
You don't want to eat Guyanese double. You need Trinidadian doubles, not Guyanese doubles. Shout out to Guyana. But yeah, Trinidadian doubles, that's the real deal. Yo, DT, you went to see Job, yo? Yo, that's
All right,
sick.
y'all. I'm in the
Oh,
clouds. What
Joe,
up,
yeah,
All
man?
right, Joe.
hell
Okay.
yeah, man. Had to go see him.
Yeah, you saw his setup?
Yeah, man. He headed the demonstration, as far as showing us that the diesel engine could run off his diesel that came from his his
He's calling it diesel now. I thought he called it plastiline.
it is, but he's able to extract diesel, like various different different how can I say this, various different a series of different ethanol, that whole like category. But and he
Yeah,
got it tested.
hydrocarbons.
Yeah, he got it tested by the lab, and they said it's more cleaner than the diesel at the pump. So yeah, so because that was a big
Well, I
step.
don't understand what you
People wanted
mean.
to,
More cleaner than diesel at the pump.
meaning that the lab results came back to in the yield showed that the diesel fuel that came from out of that whole apparatus
Yeah.
even better than the diesel that they sell at the pump. If that makes sense. That's basically
What
what
do you
he's
mean?
saying.
It has less
I
carcinogens.
don't know all the language, but he had the paperwork. I took pictures of all that. He had the paperwork. The
Uh,
lab works. It's
I
good.
got to go watch his
Good
video to see
findings though.
what's up.
That's what he
Well,
very
that's very
what
that's very vague to just say cleaner than diesel at the pump, because diesel at the pump, that's gonna be federally regulated, or it's gonna be to some standard, some international standard or some federal standard.
And his machine doesn't emit no type of nothing. People was talking about it doesn't.
Oh, you mean like emissions?
Yeah, there's no emissions because people already called
Okay.
EPA on him.
So
EPA called him.
so they're saying that his product burns cleaner.
No, I'm not saying. I'm bringing that up basically saying because I know that was a concern on his panel, was that the smoke, basically that whole process.
Yeah.
There is no emissions because everything is incubated. The only time that he said that I want to say the only time he said that there's any type of emission is when, I don't want to misquote him, but basically he said it's not just a whole bunch of emissions during that whole process.
Oh,
It's
so when
very
he's burning it, he's not getting like a cloud of black smoke and stuff no more.
Yeah, none of that.
So he's getting better emission. That's good. That means he
Right,
finds some
diesel
way to
is more clean.
find it.
Yeah, diesel is more clean. That's for sure.
What way is diesel more clean?
Because my grandparents, their house, they used to buy oil in like a furnace to heat their home. And then the lady of the oil company told me, she said, it's more better if you get diesel from the gas station. It's the same kind of oil. It's just that it's more better, and you can use that to heat your home. And that's what we did. We stopped because
I
they
get
was over.
that's true in your case, because your grandma was burning kerosene. Kerosene is not the kerosene doesn't burn completely, so it gives off
Correct.
a lot of soot when it burns.
Yes.
That is why people who use the kerosene lamps, wherever the lamp is in the ceiling, there will be a black spot. Or usually they got to clean
Correct.
the lampshade because it gets black. Kerosene, yeah, diesel burns cleaner than kerosene because
Correct.
diesel is distilled. Diesel is a further distillation of the same hydrocarbons that make kerosene.
So it passed the diesel test certifications. That's good. Like
Okay, so he actually have real biodiesel then.
Yeah, yep.
Okay, that's good. But
see, you got the paperwork and all that. He's the paperwork, so
yeah, but that's when you pyrolyze plastic, that's what you're gonna get. Depends on the plastic. You're gonna get some form of hydrocarbon, and they're all flammable. They're all quote unquote fuel. The only bad part is you're not really helping the environment, because converting plastic from solid to liquid or gas doesn't really get rid of plastic waste. You just literally just spread the waste more. You make it more thinner so you could spread it further. That's all you're doing. But that's not only Jeb though. That's literally every diesel company, most biofuel company, and other pyrolysis companies. That is why pyrolysis is not a replacement for even conventional fuel means that we have, because pyrolysis will not help the environment, especially when you talk about converting plastic. So
yeah, man, it's Made the Forbes. You know what I mean? He's making, making long, good strides, man.
Organic chemistry it's pretty straightforward. Or the organic chemistry is it's like counting from 1 to 10. You just got to know the prefix to the names. You know, meth, meth, anything with meth or mono M, that's one.
I
So
know.
methane, 1 carbon. You know, and you got to know the structure of a carbon. How many electron can a carbon hold? You know, so methane, I know is 1 carbon. I know 1 carbon can hold 4 electron. In its simplest state, you're gonna get methane, CH4, 1 carbon with 4 hydrogen. You could transfer. You could play around with that now, removing a carbon, attaching an oxygen, removing all the carbons, attaching other molecules. That's how you get acetone. That's how you get formaldehydes. That's how you get methanol. You know, move over methane. You add a second carbon. What do you get? You get ethane, ethanol, ethylene. You know, I guess if you're using the other prefix, dioxide, you know, dichromate. It just means 2 off. Step it up one more level, you get tri, you know, tetra, the prefix for 3, you know, right there you get, what do you get? No, you can get stuff like toluene, what do you get with the 3 carbon? Methane, ethane. There is one in between. I forgot that. But after that, you get butane, which is 4. Then you get propane, which is 5. You know, propanol, propane, propylene. That's a 5 carbon hydrocarbon. After that, you move up 6 hexane, 7 pentane. You know, and around the 6 and 7. 5, 6, and 7, you could those carbons could also form rings. That's where you get stuff like a benzene, you know, a benzene ring. You can get a pentacyclone ring or a hexacyclone ring. These are rings, hydrocarbons, which literally form the structure of your body. You're talking about 5 carbon rings. That is sugar. You know, you're talking about 6 carbon rings. That is DNA. That is a sugar with a nitrogen. We call that a protein. So these are where hydrocarbons start to metabolize into physical structure that you could see. You know, you go all the way up to decane. You know, a lot of time you hear octane. Octane is nothing more than the 8 carbon. You know, nanane or not nanone, 9 carbon. So organic chemistry is pretty easy once you know the suffix to the carbon that they're talking about, because it all centered about around one molecule, carbon, and how that carbon interacts with other carbon. You know, that's where you get stuff like single bond, double bond, triple bond, and with these bonds you get different molecules. You know, that is why you have saturated fat, unsaturated fat. You know, that is why olive oil, which is a fat, reacts different from, say, cholesterol, which is also a fat. That is why maybe some sunflower seeds oil is going to react different from the fat you get from beef or from pork, that buttery stuff
That's
that
mine.
solidify when it gets cold. You could put olive oil in the fridge. It comes back out as liquid. You could put pork fat or beef fat in the fridge. It comes back out as solid. The reason why that happened is olive oils have many double and triple bonds, while beef animal fats, cholesterol oil have, oh, I shouldn't say cholesterol oil, saturated fatty acids.
Like tallow?
Saturated fatty acid
Okay.
have only single bonds. So what that means is the structure of a saturated fatty acid is straight. Think about it as strings. So if you have a string and it's straight, it's completely straight, no kink, no bend. You could stack a lot of those on top of each other with very little gap in between. This is how you get the saturated fat. And this fat is easy to become solid. Think about it now. If the same string has a lot of knots and curves and gaps looking like a freaking snake, and you try to stock them together, there's going to be a lot of air, hole, gap space in between. For the first string that's straight, say you get 100 of those in the same container. For the second string that's kinky, you could only fit 25 or 30 in the same container. The one that is kinky, we call it unsaturated fatty acid. And this one is like your olive oils, your oils that are usually liquid at room temperature, and oil that usually have a very low ignition point. These are the ones that you can't really fry anything with, like the olive oil and the avocado oil. It catch fire real quickly. While other oils like corn oil, you could, it has a higher ignition point, deals with heat much better, but it's bad for your health. And that it's literally the chemical makeup, how many bonds is the carbons in those things are making, that determine the structure. Same thing with protein. Sugar,
But
the
can't you
same.
get? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm saying, can't you
Go
get
ahead.
can't you get ethanol from corn?
Yeah, you could get ethanol from corn.
Okay.
You could also get methanol from corn. I'm trying to see what's the best thing to ferment to get propanol. That's propane. And so far, it seems as if meat, as gross as it is, it seems as if fermenting flesh will produce the most propane. Fermenting plant material produces a lot of ethanol and methanol. I'm trying to step it up to ferment, to distill propane or propanol. Propanol is just the alcohol to propane. But there's plants, I would guess, like certain plants like birch or eucalyptus. I'm going to research. There has to be plants that cottonseed.
It depends on what the animal is eating, though, right? Amir?
It can depend, because I would assume a grass-fed eating beef is gonna produce different chemicals than, say, a chicken that eats
corn,
worms, and scraps. It does, because that's the reason why even, say, certain animal tastes different.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, it's the same protein, though.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same protein.
You enjoy that little science lesson, Diddy?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yo, shout out to Jab though. If I come to the state, I'm gonna go hit him up. Go. What do you call that when you?
Each one teach one.
No, not even each one teach one. Fuck that. What do you call that when you give the comedian, the stand up comedy a hard time? What do you say? You hustle him or something?
Heckle. You heckle.
Heckle. Yeah, I'm gonna go heckle him.
He got his tour dates on his he got Instagram.
Yep.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, I gotta wait for him to come to Toronto. What I like about it is that he makes his own equipment. To me, that's the ingenious part, not the fact that he's paralyzing plastic. Actually, in Africa, people been doing that for ages, and in Asia. And when I say people, I mean like people in the slum, in the ghetto, people who are trying to find ways of making a living or sustaining themselves. That's one ways or one means that they've been, because plastic is everywhere and rubber. They've been doing it with tire before plastic. They were doing it with recycled tires because you used to have mountains, just garbage mountains of just old recycled tires, and the rubber doesn't rot. So people start to do the same thing, pyrolyze the plastic, get fuel. Some would use it for fuel, and some would use it to make other stuff. Like, what do they call it? Those little bricks and building material.
This is what I mean by my pushback comes, because it's like y'all say he's what's up, but y'all come with this like these innuendos and these jabs at him. And based off the research, Julian Brown, a 21-year-old inventor from Metro Atlanta, is making waves with his invention, plastiline, which converts plastic waste into usable fuels. This technology addresses both plastic pollution and the need for sustainable energy sources, while not yet fully validated by the scientific community. Brown's invention has garnered significant attention and is seen as a potential breakthrough in waste management and energy production. So it's like we got to give this man credit. Like, why are we like kind of like so yeah, but we're trying to like I understand the process.
Nah, we got to tell the whole story too, Diddy. I mean, just being honest with you.
I get it.
Ain't nobody has done what he's done.
I'm not giving him the praise that the social media follower. He's getting enough of that from non-scientific people.
Like I said, I pulled up on him. I wouldn't see him, bro. All that I ain't want these niggas to get on here and talk. I pull up
that understand science. We're saying that good. He's doing something.
I've been there.
We're saying he's doing something.
Black
but
figurine.
we're saying that what he's doing is not really.
Hold on, Diddy. I mean, you didn't see him actually take the plastic and then put it in the machine and then it come out diesel fuel, did you?
Picking though? Why are we trying to like?
No. I just asked a question. That's all. Did he actually do that at the? Did he actually do that though? No. I'm asking. No. I don't go to his channel. I don't go to his channel. So I just Diddy. There's no reason for the crash out, yo. No reason for the crash out. Okay.
I'm not crashing out, bro.
Okay. I just asked you one question. When you were there,
I put respects due.
Diddy, when you were there, Diddy, when you were. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second.
I ain't gotta be there.
Well, hold on 1 second. Well, hold on 1 second.
I gotta be there for it. Like,
when you were there, did he take raw plastic, put it in his machine?
No, he didn't.
Oh, okay.
What does that mean? Does that discredit?
No. So when that happens, when that happens, when it's wasteful, it does tend to pollute the environment more so than traditional fuels.
had a
So it's
question
it's
and
not
all
really
that, bro.
waste
Those questions
management
were already
or
answered, bro.
cleaner. So we got to stop
Question was
telling
answered.
half the story
Bro, those questions was
to make it
answered
seem
about
like,
pollution and
you
all
know, we're
that.
romanticizing
This machine
something
does not
that
emit no
that
pollution.
really
It
hasn't
does
been
not
really
emit pollution.
innovative. But we salute his methods though. Just, you know, refine it a little bit. That's all. That's all we're saying.
Trying to find fault in the brother. Like, that's
Nah,
weird
we
stuff
gotta.
to me.
No,
That's
nobody's
weird
telling
stuff
fault.
to me.
We gotta
That's
tell
hella
all
weird
the
to me,
story
bro.
though.
To me, that's
But
what you mean all
it's
the
not
story.
doing black
I am
people
telling
no
all the
good if
story.
we don't tell all
I
the
am telling all
story.
the story.
Why
He's
do
in
we have to
Forbes.
tell half the
You know he's in
story?
Forbes? Do you know he's in Forbes
I
magazine?
mean, you
That's a
taking it
breakthrough
as
in
a
my mind.
jab. I
If you're
mean,
in
we just
Forbes
telling all the
magazine,
story
you're doing
though. That's
something
all.
right. You're doing something right. If
I
you
mean,
ain't speaking on David, so put some respect on that man's name.
he's not being co-signed by the
He is
community
science,
for a reason.
technology, and engineering. I can't tell.
It's a reason
I
why the
can't tell.
other scientists haven't picked
Can't
up
tell
his
you. They
invention.
tell.
And
Shit.
that's one of the reasons why. It's not no conspiracy. It's not because he's black.
Oh,
It's
pollution.
not because
Oh,
he's
this.
young. It's
Oh,
not
that.
because he's from Atlanta.
What are
It's
you
not
talking
because
about?
he's
That
on
self hate.
Instagram.
What are you
It's
talking about?
because
That
it's not really cost effective for mass production. That's all. Just get over it. You ain't
I
gonna
ain't getting
crash
over
out
nothing.
about
I
it.
was there.
bad for the
I was there. I
environment.
witnessed it, so I ain't getting over shit. Was you there? Like you said, you was there for Muhammad Ali. I was there. I shook his hand. We chopped it up. We talked it. I seen the paperwork. What are you talking about? I was
Yeah,
there.
Muhammad Ali got
Are you mad? I was
co-signed
there.
by other scholars though that wasn't black also.
You're not real.
That's crazy,
So
bro. That's crazy.
I wouldn't dare put Muhammad Ali in the same box as this guy
Hey,
either.
EPA
Sorry,
Muhammad Ali.
it ain't gonna work, did it? It ain't gonna work. It ain't gonna work. It's not gonna work, yo.
Black folks
It's
trying
not
to say,
gonna work.
that nigga ain't gonna do right.
He got a street named after
Find
him.
fault with that nigga.
His
Find
whole
some fault in that nigga.
his whole town know who he is. Everybody celebrates Muhammad Ali, yo. Before social media, before civil rights,
When went to war, you know, racist. The most
before the internet, before Instagram,
y'all looking over the
before Black George Floyd, before social media, and maintained throughout his fucking entire career. You want to compare him to Muhammad Ali?
I'm not comparing him to.
Okay, then you brought him up.
He's a black
But I'm saying though,
inventor,
you brought him up. I
Science,
was just talking about
technology,
old boy.
engineering, mathematics.
There's nobody talking shit about old boy. No, nobody was talking shit about old boy.
Technology, engineering, mathematics.
I just said, what's wrong with telling the whole though? What's wrong with telling the whole truth? Why you got to be so offended by somebody telling the whole truth? Why you so offended about somebody telling the whole truth, Diddy?
Black American.
Why are you offended by somebody telling the whole truth?
I'm offended by y'all trying to find fault in this brother, trying to nitpick and find something, and this and that, and this.
No, ain't nobody nitpicking. We're just giving you the whole story. That's all. Ain't no sense of half telling the story. That ain't doing nobody no good.
How am I half
Tell the whole story?
And I just told you his diesel results came back certified. What are you talking? How am I telling half the story?
Certified what?
How am I telling half the story?
Certified what? You said you didn't know nothing about it.
And his fuel just came back as, oh man, listen.
I don't know the comparison
if you
with commercial grade diesel, but burning plastic, whether it's pyrolyzing plastic or just combustion of plastic, you are going to release plastic emissions.
So why hasn't the EPA
are going to release
shut him down in?
Dangerous.
Why the EPA told him he's good? Because some cracker already reported him.
He's not
doing.
Man,
you don't know what I know. You don't know. You wasn't there.
Damn, you asked him a question. Why you ain't letting him answer? Crazy, man. There's no reason for you to crash out, man.
This is some nigga shit. No, this is
There's no reason for you to crash out. It's not nigga shit. It's chemistry. This is science.
No,
you crashing out is
he selling fuel to the public.
The Environmental Protection Agency gave him the green light. So
you crashing out about it.
It's irrelevant.
You crashing out about it is irrelevant.
No, the EPA supersedes what you.
No, you crashing out about it is nigga shit, and it's irrelevant to the point. You just discrediting what Amin just went.
What am I sourcing up?
Amin's just you're the one that's discrediting. You're the one that's actually discrediting a scientist who is basically giving you the whole story, and then you don't even appreciate that.
Discrediting job. I'm just saying.
Yeah, nobody's
When you
discrediting
say
old boy.
it's
You are, bro.
cleaner
I
than
feel like you
diesel,
are, bro.
I'm wondering
I feel
in
like
what
you are
aspect,
critiquing
because
him, bro.
Thanks a lot.
whether
Thanks.
he's burning it or whether he's paralyzing it, it's going to release emissions. And it's going to release harmful carcinogen to the atmosphere. The source of his fuel is plastic. You can't get around all those hydrofluorocarbons.
That's
You can't get
basic
around it.
science. Yeah, anybody tell you that? What go in must come out.
Literally,
Okay, so you can't reverse.
You can't magically take plastic and then not come out into the environment. What kind of fucking science is that? That's spooky. That's spooky Hollywood shit. That's science fiction. That ain't real science. What goes in must come out.
Haters, bro. Y'all sound like some haters, bro.
What goes in must come out.
Y'all sound like haters, man.
Listen,
You can't take plastic and say it's clean for the environment once it come out. That's crazy.
EPA is trying to get rid of combustion vehicle. And the first one they're going after is diesel combustion vehicle. You know why diesel combustion vehicle? Diesel combustion vehicle is one of the leading
They want you to put the article in the chat, did
What article in the chat?
they said, did you say something about Forbes magazine?
Yeah, oh, Forbes? Okay, yeah. I got you. Yeah, I got that.
Commercial diesel have to have a lot of additives.
What's up with it, Ebony?
Commercial diesel have to have a lot of additives in it because they have the
find a problem for every solution.
The carcinogen and the other greenhouse gases that it releases when you burn diesel. Period. It doesn't matter if it's commercial diesel or it's Julian's brown diesel. Burning diesel is bad. Literally. Gasoline was a step up from diesel.
Hold on. You said burning diesel is bad?
And now we're even turning our back on gas, because even gasoline is
bad,
not the cleanest source of fuel, especially when it comes to the environment. Yeah, you could transfer plastic from one means to the other. It's good for landfill, getting rid of plastic from landfill and from waterways, good. But it's not helping the environment when it comes to greenhouse and emission, especially the atmosphere that we are actually breathing.
So diesel is one of the most used fuels globally. Based off this article I'm reading right here, and it has the brother showcased in, and it's another article, not Forbes, but it's another article on the brother. So it is talking about how diesel, basically Julian first made headlines when he built a machine that turns plastic into gasoline. Now he's doing it again, this time turning plastic into diesel, which I was just at that event yesterday. And basically, and it's talking about how diesel is one of the most used fuels globally. So I'm trying to figure out the adversity in using something that is used. I mean, it's very ubiquitous throughout the globe. It's kind of confusing, but I mean, yeah.
I'm saying diesel is not good for the environment.
Okay. Here's the article.
No matter. Matter is defined as a nucleus, proton, and an electron in some form or fashion, whether it's a solid gas or liquid, can be totally destroyed, like in thin air. So you can't take something and then pow, it's gone. Gotta go somewhere. That's basic science. That's grade school science.
I'm not saying Julian's brown diesel. I'm saying diesel in general.
That's the article right there?
African diesel, France diesel, American diesel, diesel period is not good for the environment.
We don't need no article to substantiate that statement, do we?
Actually,
you told me to put some article in the chat.
No, they were asking because you said that his invention was in fours, but then you just corrected yourself
Yeah,
and
I'm
said, yeah.
showing the prominence. I'm showing his recognition, which is a failure. It seemed to be getting from y'all. It seemed to be a lack thereof.
No, it's a failure of the society for choosing to use the wrong or
I
didn't have
failed, man.
better
You say the
means
white
of
man. You say the white man.
producing energy.
I
Literally,
failed.
Use the
diesel.
white man
I'm gonna
source.
tell you,
I came up
diesel and
short.
crude oil. Diesel and crude oil is two of the most stable form of carbon, of hydrocarbon. Meaning, when hydrocarbon, especially pyrolyzing plastic, when it reaches these stage, you reach a stage where you're locked it in time. This is a way of preserving the environment, locking the hydrocarbon in diesel or in a oil form, crude oil, and bury it underground. It will not react with anything. It will stay that way for millions of years. But the moment you set fire to it, you release all that pollutant back in the environment. Diesel used as a fuel, the reason why they use it as a fuel was for that reason. It is so stable. You could light a match and drop it in the diesel and it won't combust. It's a very stable form of hydrocarbon. And the reason why it's stable, it's nature's way of locking this dangerous thing away and bury it underground. That is why we keep digging it up from underground and putting fire to it. And then they realize what we are doing is reversing billions of years of work that nature has done to preserve the earth. Literally.
Well, diesel's
When you set fire to diesel, you
Yeah,
revert all
I'm published on
the
YouTube,
all
Aaron.
the good shit that you claim that you were
What's up with
doing.
it?
You did that good shit by making the diesel.
That's why I
But
say
the
I'm not.
moment you set fire to it, it's like locking all the germs in one place, and then you're gonna burst the bag and say, "Oh, see, I captured the germs." But then you just open it. So what? Why did you capture it? If you're saving the environment from plastic waste, yeah, make the diesel. There's so many other application for it that doesn't involve burning, but because people don't think outside the box. Most of your paint, especially outdoor paint, it has diesel in it. You could use a diesel to make a form of thing that could make asphalt, uh, waterproofing material like water resistance paint, water resistance fabric. You could use it in many other application, which will actually, yes, reduce the plastic waste in a good way that doesn't harm the environment. But using it as fuel, that's like caveman work, literally. We are moving away from that. We have better fuel. It's called octane gas. 90, 87, 97, 94, 90. It's that was the upgrade from using diesel. And now we're moving
highly
away
vital
from the
fuel source.
octane. We're moving towards using lithium ion. We're moving towards nuclear energy. And you want us to go back to burning diesel.
Yeah, Aaron, I'm published on YouTube.
Pseudo
You
Da
see what
Vinci.
I'm fucking with? Nah, I'm certified in that.
He's received.
Anybody want to question me about this? About what I'm working on? Well, I was doing this before the internet even came out. Well, it's gonna take me longer than 20 minutes to get that done. But yeah, man, I don't see why y'all be tripping when somebody just be laying out the facts. I mean, make it seem like a me saying something that's incorrect or wrong, or he trying to hate on old boy. Nah, man, just fucking give the whole fucking story out. Shit.
Go
Can't say
do
nothing
research on it,
about,
brother. Yeah.
it's gonna seem as if you're
He getting
hating on
support.
him because he's black. That's what the story is gonna say.
The
The
scientific
headline is
community.
gonna read, they hate him because he's black.
Go back and forth about none of that.
I don't even hate him. I like him. I like what he's doing. as a young man. He's very inventive, and who knows where that's gonna lead him to. But I'm saying Diesel is not it. And if he's gonna limit himself to that, then he should think outside the box. That's not it. We're actually moving away from Diesel. We moved away from Diesel a long time ago. Only
why you keep saying? Listen, I gotta cut because you keep saying Diesel. You keep speaking. Listen, I did a quick Google search. It says diesel fuel is a highly vital source, particularly for heavy-duty vehicles, equipment like trucks, trains, buses. So why do you keep sullying diesel in its production, or you keep sullying the significance of diesel? You're trying to inconsequentialize. Yeah, I just made a goddamn word up, which is inconsequential. You're trying to inconsequentialize the efficiency or the usage of diesel. And I just did a quick Google search. How vital is diesel fuel?
Because the world is moving away from diesel. It's not going to be overnight. It's not going to happen overnight, but we're moving away from burning diesel, from using diesel as a fuel.
So there's no more heavy duty trucks?
Yes, they are.
That's contingent upon. Yeah, so I don't know. I'm just going with you back and forth on this diesel thing. The article spoke about how diesel is a very significant element globally. So it's like what you're saying is not going to ever register in my mind based off this and based off what I just read. It's just not going to compete.
But yeah, the only difference is, Aaron, I'm already certified in the fucking shit I do. I can talk shit about another motherfucker's work if he's just gonna motherfucking put the shit on the video and want motherfuckers to donate. I don't get on the motherfucking internet to show what motherfuckers that I'm doing. So yeah, I can talk shit. But the only difference is I can bag my shit up.
The world, most people are not driving around farm tractors on highways. And
you thought I just drove trucks?
Yeah, there is no house in North America, Europe, or in Africa that is powered by diesel. Yes, you will find some old diesel generator still active by someone living off the grid. Like Wally. I don't even want to bring him up. Someone living off the grid. You will find someone off the grid with an old diesel generator. But most houses are powered by propane. If not,
right. Nobody knows my work on YouTube like you niggas. Only motherfuckers that I do business with. You right about that, Aaron. You got that part right. No, I'm having a separate conversation. Aaron, my fault, y'all. Go ahead.
The fuel that we use, the octane, was a step up from diesel because it burns better. It combusts way better than diesel, and it doesn't have all the benzene and the aldehydes, the sulfur hydrate compounds that diesel release in the atmosphere. So when you burn gas, regular gas, that was an upgrade from diesel. Look where we are now. We're looking at regular gas as if it is bad, as if it's a pollutant. So imagine what the world is looking at when they look at diesel.
No, you got me fucked up thinking I can only do one goddamn thing. I'm too old to be caught up into one or two goddamn motherfucking trades and skills. I've been around too long, yo. I'm just like you. I got started early. I was working for the federal government before I was even 21 years old.
Yeah, that's clout before YouTube.
Motherfuckers kill me, boy.
That's clout before YouTube. No one can't tell you shit when you're a teenager.
Can't tell me shit.
Driver's license, pay stub, not even paycheck. The pay stub, you could prove that you get paid. Credit card, your own keys, more than one keys. Man, you don't even have to say a word when you go.
Brand new.
He has a key for the car, key for the crib. Other teenager have a few pennies in their pocket and a handkerchief.
Yeah, the feds, nigga. Like what the most goddamn black people work for. That's the largest employer of black folks, the feds. So I got my shit out the way early. Nah, Miss Demi, I seen diesel in some places that were 50 cents, 70 cents lower than unleaded. And oh, by the way, the middle, when you see 89 octane or mid grade, that's not one type of fuel that gets trucked in with the fuel trucks. That's a blend of, I think, want to say 1/3 93, and then 2/3 are 87.
Yeah.
So that's what that is. There's no truck that's riding around with mid grade in it.
Peace. I mean, thanks for that lesson on diesel. I didn't know that stuff. I like it when you get to kicking chemistry. I get them tidbits of
Oh
chemistry
yeah.
class. I got to drop off, gentlemen. Kids are starting to wake up. I've been busy cleaning before they got up, but I got
Yeah.
to jump on daddy duties.
I hear you, man. Appreciate the info and shit.
Oh, it's no problem, Dev. I'll jump
All right.
back on here in a little bit once I get freed up. But
Yeah,
good looking at.
we're gonna be rocking it all the way out to the science fair again today, yo.
Okay, and then
All right.
if that museum stuff comes back up, I'll try to find that article again if need be.
No, it's all good.
All right, bro.
All right.
Yeah. All the octane gas is the same. They just add something in it to, they call it a retard detonation. That's all. So like a 91 or a 93 will take longer to ignite than an 87. But it's the same gas though.
Is that what it is in up in Canada?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. I thought that was on a different system.
Oh, you use 87 too and 91 on those numbers?
Yeah, 89. There are a few 91 places, but it's very sparingly, mainly Louisiana, Texas, or you may see some places out in Florida, but mostly 89 is the middle.
Okay, but they gave
Yeah.
you three grades though.
No matter what, yeah, it's always 3. I think there's one franchise, Thorns, that I saw with 89 and 91, but you're not gonna see that like every rest stop or like that. That was just the one. It's like a travel center, and they've got the 4, the 87, 89, 91, 93. Then they got the EV tanks, and then they got the hybrid, the E85. They got all of yo. So yeah, whatever you got, just pull your shit up here. Yeah.
So if your car is supposed to be on the 3rd grade, say your car is supposed to use the 3rd grade, and in your country it's 80, 89, and you
89.
and you see in Canada the 3rd grade is 91. So
Yeah.
you just use 91 because it
Yeah.
doesn't matter the number. Once
Yeah.
it's the 3rd grade, it's a 3rd
Yeah.
grade. That's
Yeah.
the 1st
Yeah.
grade, meaning this gas
Yeah.
has the potential of detonation
Mm-hmm.
in your what do you call that? Your manifold tube.
Yeah.
Or in your exhaust tube. The
Yeah.
2nd grade meaning this gas has the potential of detonating closer to your engine.
Mm-hmm.
The 3rd grade mean this gas will only detonate inside of your engine, inside of the piston.
And that's it. Yeah.
And that's
Yeah.
it. But with cars that could run on the lower grade, it means that they have a lower grade, lower form of what you call that, spark ignition plug and stuff. So even though this gas can detonate, say inside your intake manifold, it's not, because your that engine doesn't produce enough spark or power to even cause that detonation. You know, but say you're running a Hellcat and you put 87 in your Hellcat, you know what gonna be happen? The detonation is gonna be taking place not inside your engine, but way before the gas even reach your engine. You know, because of the kind of spark plug you're pushing and the amount of power that it produces inside of the engine. Also, when the engine gets hot, the gas that is coming in, there is a possibility that the gas starts to burn inside of the, what do you call that, the fuel injector tube, long before it reaches the engine. That is why they put detonation retardation additives in the gas, which you could buy for yourself if you know what to buy. You know, they put that in so that gas will not detonate until it reaches the engine. You know, certain high-end company kind of cheat and make their car use diesel. That is why you will find BMWs and Mercedes that use diesel, because of the same reason why diesel does not detonate unless it go under certain temperature. And usually only the spark plug inside of the pistons inside the engine is going to produce that temperature to cause detonation. You know, but diesel is not, it doesn't burn good, you know. So most other cars just use regular fuel and build it so the detonation happen inside of the piston and not inside of the manifold tubes. If you know that, you could use regular gas and add additives to your regular gas and make your regular gas premium.
Which a lot of people in the South have always done that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You see, Beatty, no one is hating on the young man. Shout out to Jeb doing his thing. Yeah, so what they've been up to though. You know, I'm glad all that freaking relationship talk done. Yesterday was like pulling nails on freaking metal.
Boy, yeah, wherever she came from, boy, I'm pretty sure it was kind of hostile. You get a new wave of chatters. Usually, springtime, summer, people getting out of school, people changing jobs, they're moving, vacation, and then another wave maybe in the fall, right before the holidays. You get these new wave of chatters. Channels shut down, they get banned, they can't take it no more. So it's gonna all depend, yo.
Yep. Where's Wally? I haven't seen Wally in a few mornings. Up into his
Wale on a mission. He's trying to get investments for his business venture, I think.
Oh.
Yeah.
Trying to get investment for his coconut trash business.
Yeah. While y'all was talking about, oh boy, Wale on the same shit. Shit.
Oh boy.
Yeah, man. Shit.
I could use some of that coconut trash right now, Wale. My tomatoes doesn't want to grow. My peppers garden kind of slow this year,
Oh, okay.
but it's still the weather's still cold though. It's still a little bit cold at night.
Yeah, just left from outside, but yeah, we're going back and forth. Shit. We almost into June. We just getting out the 40s. Like shit. Like I ain't talking about 49 either. I'm talking about
Yeah,
40.
low.
Yeah, yeah.
Like shit, man. I'm trying to remember back to last year and see if last year Mother's Day I had
Nah, we was up. It was hot, man.
yeah,
We was on live stream. Yeah. Sure.
it was nice. Good, almost like summer already.
Yeah.
This year Mother's Day feel like winter.
Ah. Yeah, it's a slow start, man. I think the long term I saw we'll at least get back to some 70 low 70s later this week.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I
for
know
America, this is the military memorial holiday. So we have a lot of people going to the cemetery with the flags.
we had a holiday this weekend too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Victoria Day.
Yeah.
So sounds very military-ish to me. Victoria Day. Seems like they're celebrating
Of
something.
course. Yeah.
So there was a lot of fireworks and stuff, you know.
Yeah, we were just going over the Confederate holidays. Kentucky, Alabama, North Carolina, South Carolina, Mississippi, Texas, and Florida are the only states that celebrate Confederate holidays. Arkansas, my bad, left that out. And it's never the same day. Depending on the state, it's going to be a different day. Some go on the last Monday in April. Some celebrated on the 4th. I think one of those states celebrated in January. So it's kind of all over the place depending on which state you're in. But the Confederate Army in the South is gold. Don't say nothing bad about the Confederacy. Dixie flag.
If I'm gonna say, only question I would ask is, how are you celebrating when you lose? You lost the war. What are you celebrating?
Let's see. For those that's in the South, Confederate flag, Ku Klux Klan, the Klan, Dixie, Winn-Dixie grocery store, and Circle K gas station. I don't think they have Circle K up in Canada though.
Oh yeah,
they do.
Yeah, everywhere.
Yeah, that's Klan company. That's a Klan company.
Oh really?
Yeah.
All right. I'm back to 7-Eleven then. I would rather spend with the Indians then. Fuck that. Yeah, they got Circle K all over here.
Man.
Big old oversized slushy everywhere.
But yeah, Q's finishing up the science fair later this afternoon. We basically been trying to keep it informative through the week. Q is kind of reviewing the Black Fatigue book, and I'm reviewing Jim Crow's Pink Slip, the untold story of Black educators by Dr. Les. Yeah.
So you're gonna do a presentation on it today?
No, kind of just skimming through some different highlighting points when school integration took place in America. The kids got integrated, but the teachers and the principals got shut out.
Okay. So it's like
Yeah,
they kind of steal the kids.
they stole the kids, and the more educated black teachers who got master's degrees and doctor's degrees from New York University, University of Pennsylvania, Harvard, University of Michigan, and other predominant PWIs before civil rights got their degrees and went back down south and taught in the all black schools to pass that info along. But when integration happened after civil rights, or after specifically Brown versus Board of Education in Topeka in '55, they were replaced by white teachers and principals who had less credentials, some with no experience at all. A principal was replaced in Alabama from a guy who drove trucks. Since we're shitting on truck drivers, Aaron, that's what was going on back in the '60s.
A guy who just barely left high school.
Not even competent enough to fucking add, let alone teach. So the same with white women too. Black women were always more credentialed than white teachers. My generation, when I popped out, 56 years ago today, in fact, I was part of the first wave of grade school children in the integration in the South. And I could just tell you, those white teacher classrooms were trauma for me, but the black teachers were more compassionate. They spoke clearly. They were willing to help, even if some people didn't understand. The white teachers try to shame the black kids if they didn't get the right answer on a pop quiz or something like that. I noticed that took place in Arkansas. I'm pretty sure it happened in other areas as well, but
Teaching for a white teacher is more like a behavior thing. They're teaching you how to behave instead of teaching you any
take orders. Yeah.
They care more about how you look and how you look at them and
Yeah.
the attitude and all of that silly,
Yeah.
Instead of if you actually know how to do the math or you actually understand what you're reading.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw the presentations yesterday on Zion's kids showcasing their invention.
Yeah, the guy with the drone. I didn't know he was gonna do that inside. That was pretty neat.
Oh, I didn't see that one. I saw.
Oh yeah.
The girl with the hospital. Is it hospital bed or lift or something?
Yeah. She finished it. Yeah, she was kind of nervous this week.
Yeah, I saw Q's son. I think he's Q's son because last name Spinkser. He has a hydraulic drip.
Yeah.
Not hydraulic drip, but the drip using the hydraulic system, the water tube.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
That was good. At least they're making stuff that is practical in real life.
Yeah, they're really coming along. More and more. Yeah.
They're age 14 and 15 and 16.
Yeah, man.
And a lot of 14-year-old right now wouldn't even know what a freaking Phillips screwdriver look like. Science is watching. What do you mean science is watching? Science is being curious and always learning. That is science. Learning about the natural environment. See something, try to understand why it works, why it behaves how it behaves. That's it.
Yeah, but are you watching science?
Nah, nah. You can imply observing as a part of science, and if that imply you sitting down for hours looking at something, sure, but you're doing science. You're not watching science. You do science. Oh man.
Nah, these topics always revert back to entertainment in some form. Madon is the reason why we have this title right now, because he's trying to downplay the continued effort to suppress and eliminate Black history in schools, museums, and federal funding. And when Washington D.C. came up, Colin Kaepernick came up, and I don't know when you came in, but that was the source of that.
So I don't understand why Colin Kaepernick would come up in that though. Is he a part of Black history now or something?
There's nothing Black history about Colin Kaepernick at all.
If at best, he should just be a part of American football history. You know, he
Yeah, you have to include every single person that got drafted or got on a roster. If you include him, I mean, he didn't stand out for anything. Like he didn't do anything. Like wow, you're the first person to do this. No, it wasn't like that.
history. No, if that's the
No.
case, then I know dude down the street that do way more than Kaepernick, and he's not. You know, there is no. He's not being taught about in no black school, no platform.
Oh yeah.
You know,
So when you protest and when you stand against and when you speak out, you kneel, you get on your knees. I never heard it before.
yeah.
Never.
What about all those people that got sprayed with the water hose and dogs set on them and got dog bites and stuff? Why we not talking about them? Why we don't know them by name, but we know Kaepernick and he's now a part of Black history because he took a knee? Come on, bro.
Whenever we protested, usually we turn our backs, just like they do in Parliament. Yeah. No, didn't they do that in Parliament? 'Cause I don't think they do it in Congress here in America. Or maybe one time I think when Nixon came out or Reagan came out, the Democrats turned their backs. I can't remember. I had to go back.
Kneeing shows submissiveness. It doesn't show no relevance. Kneeing, man, if I'm in trouble and I need your help and all you're gonna do is take a knee, come on.
No,
I
that
think
doesn't
those
add
that
up.
even donate to a cause did more than those that took a knee. If you say I can't make it to the march or I can't risk my family, but here what? Here's $100. You know, get some body armor, get some water for the marchers, get a few
Mhm.
oranges or some tomatoes to throw.
Yeah.
That's doing more than taking a knee. Taking a knee is doing nothing. It's the equivalent of putting up the white flag.
Yeah, by any means, I was comparing it to getting on your knees. So if you already signed a contract to be a part of an organization that was created and ran by white men, and you're going to protest something down the road, then getting on your knees wouldn't be the option that any black person would choose to do. Turning your back would obviously be more acceptable, but I still don't think he would be put on a pedestal or some statue made out of him.
He took a knee. Come on.
What did other black athletes do in the past 50 years? Lived out their contract, got their bag, and then left, like most people do.
So is the expectation that
You support Colin Kaepernick. Oh, my bad. My bad, I mean, I didn't know what he was saying. This is crazy, boy. It's Sunday, man. They're gonna be coming through.
is it the expectation that athletes and entertainers supposed to do something other than playing ball and making good art, music and stuff, dance and music?
Yeah, by any means, just shut up and dribble. Yeah, that's what you signed up to do. You didn't sign up to be an activist. I don't want a rapper, football player, baseball, football. I don't want those guys marching for police brutality, gentrification, red line. We have people to do that already. We don't need those people.
And when they do, they automatically become the face of the movement, even if they are not. Even if they just walk in on the 109th day of the movement, on that day they became the face and the leader of the movement.
Just like Colin Kaepernick, he's Black Power now.
And
He
then,
stood for oppression.
and that only happened in our community. That doesn't happen nowhere else. Nowhere else can some entertainer walk in and become the face of a movement. Only amongst us and probably in Ukraine with Zelensky, because I heard he was an actor.
Yeah, in 2050, it's not hate, but I think it would be an injustice if kids look in the history books and say, yeah, and this month in Black History Month, Colin Kaepernick stood for justice.
Said no one.
I don't want him reading that in the fucking history books, yo. Straight up. You can call it hate if you want.
Nobody is going to say it in the history books. It's not like nobody's going to care. He's going to be viewed less relevant as the Olympians that threw up the black fist at the Olympics. Like we didn't learn about that in school, and that was way more powerful than taking a knee. Taking a knee when the national anthem's being spread or whatever. Like when I don't even understand why are we talking about Colin Kaepernick right now. Like
Madon.
Colin Kaepernick has not been relevant since like 2017. Literally has not been relevant since like 2017. Like 2016, 2017 was the last time he was relevant. Then I think like 2019 he tried to get a tryout or whatever. That didn't go through, and after that nobody heard about him no more. Like he's not relevant in the grander scheme of things. Like he literally was relevant as far as the NFL
and bringing attention to police brutality to the NFL. I mean, if that's Black history, then okay, he's relevant. But if the NFL is not relevant to Black history, then why are we talking about Colin Kaepernick? Because that's all he did. Was like he was not in them streets. He did not catch any heat from nobody. He wasn't marching. Can somebody show me Colin Kaepernick marching? Can somebody name me this powerful speech that resonates with everybody that Colin Kaepernick made? What words did he say that resonates with everybody that people are quoting? Who's quoting Colin Kaepernick? Who comes on the panel quoting Colin Kaepernick? Who? Nobody, because he wasn't talking. His girl did most of the talking during that time. During that time, his little Indian girlfriend was doing most of the talking. He wasn't even doing no talking. He was just sitting down, taking knees in a submissive position, and that was it. And all the cameras went flashing. That's all he did. He was mute. He didn't say nothing. Yeah. Right? So I'm confused. Why is Colin Kaepernick relevant?
I don't know. When did he become a part of Black history?
He never was. He never was.
If anything, he's a part of football history for a brief moment, and that's it.
That's it. He was a media darling during the election year. He was a media darling during the election year, and he hyper focused on his movement because it was an election year, 2016. Right, like this is what it was. I know I was there. I still had season tickets at this time. This is the last year I had season tickets. That Colin Kaepernick shit kind of wore me out. Made me not even want to go to games no goddamn more. Because all this politics is up in the fucking football.
You know what's funny? Kaepernick didn't even start a movement of his own. Dude didn't even start a movement, a YouTube page, a charity, nothing.
He didn't need to. Shit, he picked up a goddamn $30 million from Nike. Shit, he didn't need to start no goddamn GoFundMe.
But people try to push him as if he was some form of activist when he wasn't doing shit.
I'm saying it. If Psycho and Amin are not saying it, I'm saying, yeah, just shut up and dribble. I don't see nothing wrong with it.
I'm saying there's no expectation for athletes to become community leaders or activists. If that's what they choose to do, then that's a different path from their career as an athlete. You know, and sometimes it's gonna clash. You know, create a conflict of interest, and that's where you see where their true allegiance lie. If they're gonna choose to be real activists or they're gonna choose to be entertainers. But there's no expectation. I don't expect Jay-Z. I don't expect Jay-Z to be the leader in New York.
Right. Like, honestly, I don't need activism in my sports. Like, now they can be activists after the game's over. Be the activist all you want, and this, that, and the third. But being an activist during the game does nothing. The NFL ain't what's holding Black people back. The NFL is not holding the Black community back. The NBA is not holding the Black community back. Like, this obsession with entertainment is crazy. Music is not holding the Black community back.
No.
All you hip hop is destroying the Black community. Like, all this going to entertainment, how entertainment is destroying the Black community, y'all are hustling backwards. All you people that start off with that rhetoric is hustling backwards. Literally. Entertainment is going to be entertainment. You can't control that shit. Like entertainment is what it is. It's escapisms. People go to entertainment for escape. Now, you want to criticize the people for going to an escape because you don't think they should be escaping. That's a different conversation. But to sit up here and blame that entertainment, whatever that may be, as destroying the community, that's cap. That's cap. People putting focus into the wrong things is what's destroying the community, not the entertainment. That's like blaming the gun and not the people that's shooting the gun.
Yeah.
Problem is people put too much goddamn weight into fucking entertainment. The fact that we even talking about Colin Kaepernick in 2025 is insane. This dude, like, we making him relevant by having him in the name in the title. I promise you what, go Google search Colin Kaepernick. You probably gonna have to pull up something, but 2 or 3 years ago, we the last people talking, like, we the last man standing talking about Colin Kaepernick.
Madan had a freaking crash out over this last night. Come on.
He was saying that Trump taking back and pushing back against Black history and pushing back would
make white people feel less guilty, and future black kids wouldn't have to see people getting lynched, coming out of slavery, Jim Crow, and so on. So when the African American Museum came up, that's when Colin Kaepernick's name came up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is so irrelevant when it comes to any movements, unless you, like I said, unless you're talking about activism in sports. If activism in sports isn't the topic, Colin Kaepernick should not even be mentioned.
Yeah.
Because he's really irrelevant in any other conversation. You want to mention activism in sports? Okay, you can mention him, Greg Hodges, Muhammad Abdul Rauf. You can mention Muhammad Ali. You can mention Lou Alcindor, Jim Brown. You know, you can even mention Jackie Robinson. You can mention these people. You talk about activism within sports, but like I said, outside that conversation, he's not relevant.
Yeah, I probably had to cut it off in the 60s. Anything past Jim Brown, Muhammad Ali, Kareem did some stuff after he retired, but I don't know if that would be considered activism. But yeah, I don't know about after 2000 at all, man.
It's not even to be like, like Colin Kaepernick is a nothing burger in the grander scheme of things. Like he ain't even the best activist of his era. As far as sports, I'm talking about sports activists. Like,
yeah, bigger names than him. Like when you say Jackie Robinson, those names ring a bell. Kaepernick, no.
Yeah, that's just not happening. Like, Colin Kaepernick is so irrelevant to the grander scheme of things when talking about black people.
When you say sport activism, Muhammad Ali, because he took a real stand. You know, he put his career on the line. He put his titles on the line.
He dropped his titles. He lost his belts because of that. He lost his belts and the prime of his career. He also lost the prime of his career.
That's what I'm saying. Activism and sports, it's not the same thing. But when they clash, you can see where someone real alignment is. Like with Muhammad Ali, he was forced to drop everything for what he believes in.
Mm-hmm.
So there's no doubt that he was an activist.
Kaepernick,
and then after he took a knee, he got a bag. There is no activism in that. None whatsoever.
There is no box where Muhammad Ali is sitting and Colin Kaepernick is in that same box. I'm just, for me, having Muhammad Ali come to my school, me meeting him, me actually growing up through his later years, actually seeing some of the stuff that actually plays out, to compare that, I mean, no. Hell no.
Some people will try to make it as if it was a non-violent protest. I wouldn't even consider that as a non-violent protest, like when someone go on a hunger strike or stuff like that. They actually put themselves through a real suffering in a non-violent way, sometimes to the point where their own life is on the line.
Not getting on your knees.
It's not the same thing. It's just not the same thing.
No.
How long is the anthem? An hour and 2 minutes? An hour and a couple
And
seconds?
like I said, getting on your knee is
not even.
Getting on your knee.
The anthem is 120 seconds. It's a minute and a half, the most, or 2 minutes the most.
Yeah. And getting on your knee is a submissive position. If you're going to disrespect the flag, you turn your back on the flag or you sit your black ass down and don't stand up when they say stand up. That's how you protest the flag. You don't get on a fucking knee. You get on a knee when you're ready to marry somebody. You get on a knee when you're being submissive and everything else to it. Yes, you do not get on a knee as a form of protest. That's not protesting. That's bowing down. Like, that's bowing down to me. It looks like a black man bowing down to colonial.
That's exactly what it is. It's a submissive posture. It's bowing down. Getting on your knee is never a sign of defiance.
No.
If anything, you're saying, I gave up. I do not want to fight. I submit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I definitely could not relate.
But I would see why the media would want to push that and make that seem as if this is how black men protest. Because if they get us to start going on our knee to protest in a submissive posture, that's not a good look.
No.
That's what they're trying to sell.
And they talked him into doing it because when he first started protesting, he didn't even make a big deal about it. He was just sitting down one day, and the reporter noticed he was sitting down and wasn't standing up, and asked him about it. And he says, and he mentioned why he was sitting down, but he was sitting down at first, which I prefer. I prefer you just sit down than to get on a freaking knee. But then, and then some dude, some military motherfucker, some police guys, firemen, somebody got
Patriot.
Yeah, Patriot, basically, yeah, to sum it up. A Patriot got in his ear and was saying, you know, that's disrespectful to the flag, anything else, there's other ways you could do it. You should try taking a knee. Maybe that'll be better. That'll come across better. Yeah, I bet it would come across better because he's bowing down to the flag. That's worse than standing up for the flag. I'd rather him stand up and put his hand on the heart than get on the goddamn knee.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Sitting down for the flag and not standing up was a bigger statement. Because everyone knows you're supposed to stand in respect for the national anthem or the national flag.
Yeah.
So sitting down is saying like I don't respect this.
Yeah, exactly.
Taking a knee, that's what you do when you meet the queen or the king or some big official.
Like Muhammad Abdul Rauf protested the flag based on his religious beliefs, right? And he started off sitting down, everybody's losing their mind, and then he turned around and it was like, okay, so he stood up and started praying, but every time he prayed, he turned his back to the flag. He turned his back to the flag and started praying.
That's disrespect. That's a disrespect right there.
Yes, I prefer something like that. That's what I'm saying. Like you turn your back to the flag or you sit down. That's how you protest the flag.
Before he got into Islam, his name was Chris Jackson. For those who are Googling, yeah.
He played with Shaq in college.
Yeah. Those guys make more of a statement to me. Taking a knee, that's what you do when you meet the Pope. Next thing you took a knee and you kissed the ring. Pause.
Yeah. What up with it, Savio? They still at it.
What up, y'all? Y'all still at that Colin Kaepernick bullshit ass knee?
Man, they chiming for him in the chat, y'all. They were like, man, what's wrong with us?
We're talking science for a good hour. We just trying it's a tail end of the conversation.
The origin of the title,
Captain Madon's madness.
He rejoined with the
he didn't come back. No, he didn't come back. That KT dude went on the rant.
Man, that KT dude, he was so lost last night, yo. He was so lost there. He didn't even know how many times he contradicted himself, spoke over himself, double talked. I was like, bro, you might as well just stop talking.
That shit was crazy. And Biasa dropped a link. I'm gonna put it in the chat. The African American Museum in Washington D.C. Never had or made any plans to have Colin Kaepernick's name nowhere.
So what? Like I said, I didn't know, and now,
No, Miss Melanated said she went there.
Is that what this is about? Him getting put in some museum? Getting put in a museum?
According to some claims that were made, but Miss Melanated said she's been there and she ain't seen no Colin Kaepernick exhibit.
Why would he need an exhibit though?
I don't need no exhibit with no goddamn Colin Kaepernick. Not unless he's a part of an exhibit, like I said, a sports activism. If there's a specific exhibit for sports activism and he's a part of it, not like it's just his own exhibit, like he's just like a part of the one.
Yeah, like they include him.
Right. I
can see that.
I wouldn't trip on that. But if you got like a whole exhibit just dedicated to him, yeah, I got a problem with that.
Right.
I don't want his name nowhere. If he's with a group of people, like a montage of photos, and you got Martin Luther King, you got Muhammad Ali, you know what I'm saying, and you got Jackie Robinson. I don't want Kaepernick's picture in the same photo, yo.
I agree with you on
That's
that,
just
Dad.
me, yo. You know,
I agree with
I'm
you
like,
on that.
yo, what in the fuck am I supposed to be looking at?
That's minimizing what those people did by putting his
Facts.
him
Man.
Totally minimizing it. I agree with that. That's why when they was like a knee, I was like, a knee? For real? All he did was took a knee. The fuck did that knee do?
Yeah, I'm petty by any means. I'm petty. I'll take the petty claim. That's me. I'm petty. I'm that
I'm
petty.
petty too. I'm petty too, Dad. I'm petty too.
We can't settle for a knee.
A knee?
Fuck that.
A knee? I'm still trying to figure out how they stress at the knee brought awareness. Jihad and KT the GOAT. Psycho. They said the knee brought awareness to police brutality and the shootings of unarmed black men. The knee brought awareness.
Awareness to something that was already all over the news.
Everybody in the country knew about police brutality at that time. The country was up. It was lit out here when all that shit was going on. Like I think y'all are forgetting what was. Now y'all make it seem like this was something hidden secret, and then Colin Kaepernick took a knee, and the whole world all of a sudden now. No, that shit. It was already up. It was already up. Colin Kaepernick started taking those knees. Like
how many times did I say that, Dad?
Cities was getting burned down and everything else. This is an election year. We talking 2016. This is
2016.
This is Trump versus Hillary. It was up.
Yeah.
How many times?
The police killings that was on rampant. You know, that's when Black Lives Matter. Was it started already?
It was getting
the killings. Yeah. Trayvon Martin died in was that 2012?
Yeah. That's when
2012. Yep.
Yeah, you had you see who else? Micah Johnson died 2016.
You had Michael Brown in 2014. Walter Scott
in South Carolina. Mike Brown
had
died.
Mike Brown 2014.
Mike Brown died at this time. What about
Philando Castile? Freddie Gray.
Freddie Gray died. Like it was up, bro. The cities was getting torn down. Dog Ferguson, Baltimore. It was lit. It was lit around this time. Like, what are we talking about? Like, we did not need Colin Kaepernick.
We did not need Kaepernick.
To police brutality. Everybody knew what it was. Everybody
we did not need Kaepernick. That's why when they said that shit, I was like, wow. They brought awareness to something that was already happening. How?
The only reason why it was even a big story because he did it during the election year. And they jumped on it to push it out there to push their political agenda. Like that's what happened. Like the media caught wind of this and blew this up. Colin Kaepernick ain't even the one that blew this up. The media did. Like I said, he was on the sidelines.
That's what Taz was saying last night.
He was on the sidelines just sitting down, and a reporter saw that he was sitting down and asked him why he didn't stand up. And he said, why, this, that, and third, he don't get down with the flag while all this bullshit's going on. And the reporter, being a reporter, he made that a story. And next thing you know, it just took off from there. But he wasn't, he went out in the middle of the field and started getting on the knee. He was on the sideline sitting down.
He was on the sideline, right. He could have... He was on the sideline.
Not even in front of the cameras. Yeah, he wasn't even in front of the cameras. Yeah, so,
the camera panned to his ass. That shit crazy.
Well, light skin with an afro, it makes a good headline.
Say what he said. What did he say? He didn't. What did he say that was so important? Because he ain't saying too much of nothing. You tell me what he said, because I don't know what the hell he said. I know I'm giving you. I'm paraphrasing. For the most part, because I don't know what he said verbatim, because again, he don't talk. There's another thing. Dude don't talk. Most of y'all don't even know what he sound like. Y'all have no voice recognition of Colin Kaepernick whatsoever. If Colin Kaepernick with a letter, if Colin Kaepernick came up here with a letter K avatar and everything else, just started talking, y'all ain't gonna say, oh shit, I think that's Colin Kaepernick. Y'all wouldn't know. Y'all don't even know what he sound like.
I think it's people that make him an activist. He ain't gonna say or do anything.
Marley stupid. Marley said he wished he was light skinned with an afro. Damn.
Yeah, Marley, then everything you say would be on the media. Make headlines.
Everything you say will be more acceptable if you were light skinned with an afro.
Yep.
You'll be passing. You might be able to get on both sides of the fence.
Marley's stupid.
If
you was light skinned with an afro, Marley, you wouldn't be able to brag about being 90-something% sub-Saharan African. That's for sure. I promise you, Colin Kaepernick is not 90-something% sub-Saharan
Facts.
African.
Facts.
I promise you that. Molly said he wish he was Arabian. Molly want to be Afro-Asiatic.
You want to be a sand nigga? That nigga, you want to be a sand nigga?
Molly want to be Afro-Asiatic.
Marley want to be a sand nigga. Damn.
Marley want to be from that D Hablo group. Let me not do that, man. I'm about to get blue.
You want to be the
oh shit! Don't get blue started. We don't want it. We not going down that road.
L3 sellout.
The Haplo group argument.
Marley, you're E1 D1B L3 sellout.
Man, we not playing with the Haplo groups.
Man, that shit give me a headache.
You and me both. Yo, Psycho.
Yo, what's up?
You'll be you might be this might jolt you a little bit, but I found more papers agreeing with us on that race has biological aspects to it.
Well, I'm sure you have. The topic is starting to gain a little bit of buzz now.
Ain't it?
Starting to
gain some buzz, but it's all because scholars are doing what? Some of these scholars of classical scholars, they're going back into the ancient records. They're going back into the records from the 2nd, 3rd, 4th centuries, and then they're going into the Middle Ages, and they're seeing how these things continued up. So they're starting to see the biological ideas that was put into forming this construct or this social system that we call race.
Yeah, well, that's study right there. That's definitely studying the construct. My fault. Go ahead.
I only disagree with you on Psycho, but I would just ask for some form of scientific evidence. Something genetically that could link it together. And I'm not saying it's not there. I'm not saying it's not there.
But see, I mean, that's where we're reaching too far, because when this idea was being formulated, the scientific method hadn't been discovered. So they weren't going into gene expression. All this stuff exactly. They was freestyling it. They were looking at people's skins, their lands. If you remember the humors, the humors were constitutions of your body. It didn't mean how funny you were. It meant like if you had black, dark skin, then there was something with the water, with your character and shit like that. The blackness, that's what the humors meant.
You know, like the Andaman Islands people, how majority of science saying that they're Asians. I actually found a few arguing that they're Africans. So
you always want to find blackologists because they gonna make everybody African. You know that.
Yeah, because of the migration out of Africa.
Yeah, the old migration out of Africa.
Right.
And that's what they hang their hat on, because
what they hang their hat on. Right.
They get a little bit confused on Africa.
You got some down in Papua New Guinea.
Yeah,
you know, those in Papua New Guinea are more integrated in modern society. So you got some of them that even learn English now. You know.
Mm-hmm.
And they're claiming that they're Africans.
Yeah, they would be wrong. They as far as, well, I have to look at their work. I'll look at their work. If you I have to go. Who you said this?
Papua New Guinea.
Who you said this, Simon?
Papua New Guinea.
Oh
Doc,
yeah, the Papua New Guinea people.
Negritos,
Yeah,
I think they call them Negritos. But science
yeah,
is saying, majority of science, as I says, is saying that they're Asians, though. That's the consensus. But you still have the
yeah.
people that argue that they're black.
Mm-hmm.
But they're using the same claims though that we use for race, because they're saying, look at the hair, they're saying that the width of the nose, the
prognosticism.
color of the
Yeah.
skin, the dark skin, the melanin.
That so basically all they're
But
doing is
they
they're
South
tying.
Asians, but yeah.
Right.
Go ahead.
What they're doing is they're tying, because I have a book that has them listed as one of the great races of men, four great races of men, I think.
They're one of the
I
oldest
have
races.
What
They're
race
the
that
oldest.
book lists them under?
Negritos.
All right then. What is the Negrito to the Negro? Because I'm pretty sure in that book he also lists us West
Little
Africans
Negrito.
as Negro.
Negrito means little nigga or little black person.
Okay.
In the book that I have, the four great races of men, I have a book called The Four Great Races of Men and The Five Great Races of Men. And I also have one that shows 3 great races of men.
I think.
Yeah, I'm about to say that. How old is that book?
They're old.
Yeah,
they're old. They're from the 1800s.
Oh yeah, that's
not scientific at all,
right,
because they're all based off the Hermetic myth.
Right,
But somehow
once you start
all
saying
these
3 races and 4 races and 5 races of men, I kind of knew it must be a super old book.
Yeah, but they're hella pseudo. But it goes to show how they were crafting these ideas, and they was putting people with skin tones into certain boxes.
Yeah, because they made the mistake. They did that all the way up to all the way 1900s. They still was
1900s. Yes, sir.
Like the Papua New Guinea and like the Aboriginals, Australia and stuff like that. Black people, but they actually South Asians. They do that because they hung a lie they had on the color of your skin, and that's it. So anybody who was dark. That's where they kind of like, they kind of just threw them in the black box. They were just darker than them, I should say.
If you had darker skin than them, you was thrown in a black box. Yep. And at that point, your lands, your possessions, and your freedom was subject to to white, or what they would call
the concept of a dark skinned Asian.
Nope.
Yeah, they didn't understand the concept
because they had already been. They had already been exposed. They had only been exposed to mainly light-skinned and brown-skinned Asians.
And the only dark people they ever seen was Africans.
And Indians. That is why they call American people Indians. They didn't say this is why you know that even the dark-skinned Americans, Native Americans, even though they were dark-skinned, they weren't Africans, because Christopher Columbus knew Africans as dark skin.
All of them knew Africans.
And he also knew Indians,
he had African
like
on the
from
ship with him.
Indus Valley, Pakistani, Sri Lankan, Indus Valley Indians. He knew them as Indian. And the dark-skinned people that he saw in America would look more like a Indus Valley Indian, according to him, in his perception, than an African Negroid. So he wasn't seeing people that look like us, West Africans or Sub-Saharan Africans. He was seeing people that look more like a dark-skinned Asiatic person. That's why I call Native Americans Indians.
Mm-hmm. Right. Because they more resemble people of India than anything that he's seen. That's the closest he saw was people of India.
Yeah. And after over time, genetic evidence come to prove that Native Americans are really descending from Asians. Maybe not the same as the Asian Indians, but definitely some Asian stock.
Right. And remember, white people at that day was going off skin tone. And the Native Americans' closest skin tone that he's seen was India. People had the same skin tone as the people of India. That's why he said they look like Indians, because it was all about skin tone.
Yes. And they would also describe the Indians as black, because the term that we use as brown people, that's modern. Back in the days, there weren't no brown people. They would describe if you're not white, European white, you would be considered black. That is why even people like the Italian, certain part of Italy, would fall under.
That's why they call them dark. That's why they call them dark. They literally called Italians and all Mediterranean people dark.
Yeah. So now
that's why I don't like when people use the word dark to try to describe black people, because that's not that, like, we're not the only quote unquote dark people, based on who's writing a lot of this stuff. Like, they call a lot of people dark. You got to be careful because dark is subjective. Dark is only based off what you're comparing it to, right? There is no such thing as a color dark. So when you say dark, that means dark compared to what, right? Like, and once you say white people, that's everybody's darker than the white
shade. Every shade after white would be considered dark.
Right.
If you're white, then everything after that, except for yellow, would be considered dark.
No. That's why I don't like playing around with the word dark like that. Pseudos love harping on the word dark. Like, look at this. Look what they wrote in 1300. They said dark people are blah blah blah. Like, what does that mean? That has no substance.
The fact that they describe someone as Indian, meaning that person does not look African. It's that simple. Because there's many population inside Africa, and none of those population was ever described as Indians. None. But the Indians that ancient people know are Indians from the Indus Valley, from that region of Asia that we know called India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, all that area. They know those people as Indians. They don't look like Africans,
Right. Like I said, he had an African on the ship with him. So it's not like he's ignorant to what an African looks like. Why did he call them Africans? Yo, it's Africans over here. These are black people over here. Why did he say that?
And North Africans, if we want to be historically accurate, we got to remember 7/11 and the Muslim takeover of Spain from 7/11 AD to 1492, and how many Africans was from North Africa was brought up there. So there had always been an African element in certain parts of Spain for a while. So they knew what Africans were in those.
Europeans knew what Africans were. They knew Africans. And they knew Indians as Eastern Indians. They knew those Indians. I'm not sure if they even considered Chinese or that Far East population as Indians too. But I know the Asiatic people back then, they knew as Indians.
They knew them as different. They knew them as Asians.
He talking about they knew the Indians as Indians. He knew people of India as Indians.
From India,
they had different culture for them, but it's always surrounded Indians. Before the term like Chinese and the modern country names come in.
And actually, they wouldn't even call them Asians. They would call them Orientals.
Orientals. Back then they would call them Oriental. And that would include Indians, Tibets, Chinese, all those people with the Buddha-headed statue that Ranuka Rashidu claim is black.
He claimed the Buddha's black?
Yep.
Oh, wow.
All those
Buddha?
Teachers back in the days would claim that those Tibetan and where was those places? From Tibet, from Thailand.
Is Hare Krishna black?
That's what they would claim. And they would make these claims by looking at the artistic depiction of the statue. Like Buddha with the little bumps all over the statue head.
So because they have some Buddhas painted, because I've seen an all-black Buddha.
That's our hair texture. And I'm like, no, They weren't showing hair texture. It's an artistic depiction that show culture. You know, like in the Middle East, when you look at Persian art, like they draw this lion thing with the wing, and their thing have the beard, and they look at those beard because they have the little dots all over the beard and say that's a black person beard. Nope, it's not. That shows a Persian art. That's their way of drawing their art. You know, it's the same thing in the Far East. Certain culture have a certain way of making their art. It's like a cultural fingerprint.
Let me ask a question. Let me ask a question because Ebony Knowledge said, yeah, they all black. So is Ganesh, the elephant god of India, is that god black too, Ebony?
Here we
Gilgamesh?
No, Ganesh. Look up Ganesh or Ganesh is the elephant god. The elephant headed
dark
deity.
skin, they're gonna claim it's black, and that's where it gets. That's where it's like, how do you argue with them now? Because if it's dark skin, they say it's black, even though the people from that culture doesn't claim it to be black.
So no, the elephant god isn't black, but Buddha's black.
I mean, these pictures are not depicting black people. They are clearly depicting Indians.
Yeah.
Now I'm looking at this Ganesh. This is clearly.
Can you show Ganesh? Can you show them Ganesh? Can you show them Ganesh?
It's something in art that you actually got to learn, and it's a cultural fingerprint to each art. It's even in Africa. Like there's a certain way that like a Benin mask will look completely different from a Ghanaian mask.
Let those people see what Ganesh look like.
Those art is completely different from East African art. Even though
You
it's
share my
all
screen,
African.
Deb? I don't know, Deb.
I got you. No, I got you.
Nah, Deb's still here.
The elephant god.
That's him. And let me see if I can make this bigger because that is not a black person right there.
No.
I don't know if I can make this shit bigger. Yeah, there we go.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
That is clearly.
The person on the elephant is not black, and the person holding that
Persian
umbrella is not black either.
That's a whole Persian over there type one, but yeah. That is not a brother. But he's dark compared to a white person. A white person will call him dark though.
Fuck is he riding? A pig?
It's a rat.
Cow.
That's a rat. No, that's a rat.
That's a rat?
That's a rat.
An elephant riding a rat.
That's a rat.
How the fuck is an elephant riding a rat? You
that
know
is
this
a rat.
That
is a hound. That is a rat.
That does look like a rat now that I'm looking at it. That don't look like a cow because the cow got hooves and that don't got hooves.
I thought it was a pig, but the tail's too long. It's a rat.
Yeah, it is a rat. You're right. How the fuck is an elephant riding a rat? How did a rat get that kind of? Yo, they got gorilla-sized rats out there.
That is too Ganesh.
That is Ganesh. That's him. That's Ganesh.
That's Ganesh. I know Ganesh when I see Ganesh. Y'all gotta understand.
What is that? That's not Ganesh. Then what is it?
So Ebony Knowledge. One thing you should learn. I've mentioned it before. I was in the Krishna cult. I learned the majority of these gods and their depictions because I had books on them. I was in the Krishna cult. I did my Hare Krishna.
It is a rat. It is an elephant riding a rat. It's Ganesh. That elephant-headed god.
Yeah, I see. I got another picture of him riding his rat too. Yeah. Let me get this picture up.
Elephant ride rat.
Okay, there we go.
Where the hell did he see this? How did this come to someone's mind?
He got multiple arms. He got 4 arms.
He got 4 arms.
Like he on Mortal Kombat, and he got he riding a rat.
He riding a rat. I told you.
This nigga is riding a rat to war. He's going to
Wow.
war on a rat.
He riding a rat.
Yo, I'm convinced they were smoking some good hashish back then. The fuck you were smoking, you saw an elephant riding a rat. That's some good high.
That's crazy.
Riding a rat.
It ain't got nothing to do with no black people. Nothing.
Nothing.
Yeah, you see.
So we worshiping rats. We worshiping rats. That's what black people are doing. Worshiping rats. That's why so many black people in New York.
I don't think Africans were that pseudo worshiping no elephant riding a rat. Nah, we weren't that.
Elephant riding a rat. That makes
most I
absolutely
see
no
in
sense.
African temple is a freaking python. Is a snake, and the snake ain't doing nothing weird. He's just there.
I have Ebony.
About hustling
I've
backwards.
seen a few of his depictions.
And we have like the Sankofa bird that's just there. We have regular shit. Elephant riding a rat. Where in nature do you ever see an elephant ride a rat?
Why don't they mention the Ndinkra symbols?
Yeah, the Dinka symbols.
That's crazy.
Those actually have some good meanings, good little parables to like transformation.
What up with it, Camille? What color is that on y'all screen?
What you mean, the elephant?
The super chat. My bad.
Blue.
Looks
blue.
Let me see. This is yellow on my YouTube.
Oh no, that's a blue.
Oh, they say yellow. It looks blue on. It looks blue on mine. I don't know.
Shit weird. Yeah, that's what I'm showing. I'm showing you in my camera right now.
Green,
yeah. It looks blue on screen. It looks blue on my screen.
It looks blue in the chat because it's highlighted. But on the screen it's blue. I mean green. Excuse me, it's green on the screen.
Damn, that's fucked up.
Yeah, it's green on my phone. It looks blue on the TV. That's weird as hell.
Yeah. I mean, it's yellow in the YouTube chat. That's what I'm saying. That's not even fucking close. Because I thought somebody else had sent one. I was like, okay, 2 people sent the super chat.
Nah, it's blue in the chat and kind of green on the screen.
That's crazy. Yeah. So what were they saying that what's black? What were they saying that was black represented black power or black heritage in any of those photos?
I have no idea, Dev. I'm just trying to figure out how did they make these Hindu deities black. They're going
None of this look.
Make everything black. That's blackwashing, man. It's black allergy, man. You gotta learn how to blackwash stuff. Sabio, you ain't hit.
And if you find the Buddha statue, it's the same thing. You're not gonna find no black Buddha.
Oh, I found out why they think this stuff is black. I'll show you why Bubba is running around here thinking this stuff black. You don't
take. You're gonna find a statue with the
they
hair.
found a black Buddha.
Bumpy hair.
They found a black Buddha. Because I've seen a picture of a black. I've seen a statue of a black Buddha.
This is why they say it's black. This is why. That's all it takes. I saw a picture of Gitness when he was black. It's a black guy. This all it takes.
I ain't seen that. That one I haven't seen. I haven't been exposed to that one.
Yeah, that's all it takes.
Ask Ebony, is that the picture she got?
Wow. I bet it is. With a black rat in the corner. You see the little black rat in the corner? How he gonna ride that little thing? How is he jumping on this little thing's back? This thing must morph from big to small. Like it's like it got little pin particles and stuff. It can just grow and shrink.
Yeah. What happened to the rat? The rat devolve.
Yeah. How does that even work?
What happened to the rat? Nah, this ain't black, and
people argue that it comes from Africa. I don't see no African in it.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. We want to be 8. We want to be what is that? 6 limbed. I actually can count the nose. You can say 7. You want to be 7 limbed creatures with rats as pets. That bow tie task as a vehicle.
Nah, that Afro Asiatic culture or that Asiatic culture definitely not African.
No. Even though Egyptians had their own elephant god of what's that, nurture, whatever, a birth or whatever. The Egyptian god birth. That's an elephant too.
Yeah, Egyptians have a lot of animal people with animal head.
Mm-hmm. A lot of animalism. In Egyptian myths. Yeah.
But I don't think these people get their things from Egypt or Egypt get from them, because the animals that Egypt use are animals that are found in Africa. The animal that these people use are animals that are found in where they live. You got elephants in both regions.
And it was common for primitive people to associate animals and gods with their myths and stuff like that. God fuse them together because they couldn't explain how the animals were able to do the stuff they did, like how strong they was, how big they was, how they could fly, especially flight, right? Like flight, like they was amazed by the birds and stuff like that, how they could soar the sky.
That's like Native American, they venerate the eagle, the bear, the wolf.
The thunderbird.
Yeah. But Native American didn't venerate no lions, and they didn't venerate no elephants and no tigers.
That ain't what they were saying. That ain't what they were saying.
Yeah, only animals that they see. And in Egypt, they venerate stuff like Nile crocodile.
Mm-hmm.
You know, literally an animal that lives in the Nile that they drink from.
The goddess Sekhmet.
Lion, which be running around everywhere in Africa.
The elephant. I mean the Sekhmet, the elephant deity. I mean the alligator deity.
Yeah.
Or the goddess of the alligators, Sekhmet.
I think they have a baboon god.
That's what it was. It wasn't an elephant. It was a hippo.
Yeah, it was a hippo.
Yeah, it was a hippo. That's what I'm
hippo.
thinking.
Yeah, they got a
I don't know
hippo.
why I said elephant. Yeah, that's the one to nurture. That's the one to nurture and burping and all that nursing. Yeah.
And because the hippo, it's very protective of its young, you know.
Yeah.
And it's one of the most dangerous animals in Africa too.
You don't want to get bit by a hippo?
8-inch canine? No. I see hippo handle crocodiles like it was a toy.
Oh, crocodiles don't mess with no hippo. Hippo will destroy a croc.
For real, they're really big.
He would take out a whole bunch of crocs at once, like that.
When you see,
that's why they have no problems living in the. That's why they have no problems living in those croc infested waters with them. Like they'll be right there in the middle with all those crocs. Those crocs don't touch them, don't mess with them. They stay away from those hippos.
No cap, Corey. Pigeons and seagulls are sacred in the project. No cap.
I hate the motherfuckers. I hate pigeons and seagulls.
I want to know if these Asiatic worshippers are into rats. Apparently, the rat and the elephant is very important in Asia.
Apparently. Apparently. It must be in the project gods.
Are we riding rats now? Is that what we're doing?
Damn. Riding rats.
Mm-hmm.
While multitasking.
Riding a rat, a whole elephant riding a rat. That's crazy.
Man, they got some crazy gods in the Hindu pantheon, though. They got some crazy gods. Like most of the gods got goddesses associated with them. And the goddesses aren't Yo, they
Don't they
they
have like
weird
a
looking too.
Mama Cali or something like that? Mama California, Cali Buds or something.
I don't know about no Mommy Kali. I don't get like the names are so difficult, or I can only
Yeah,
remember like
Mommy
a
Cali.
few
Don't they
of
have
them,
Mommy Cali?
and I'd have to open up my
California is named after a myth. Yeah.
yeah.
They have
I'd
a
have to
Krishna.
open up my Gita to remember some of them names.
They have the monkey god, Hanuman. I know Hanuman from the movie. He's a monkey god. So
yeah, it's wild. Like I said, you look all around the world, it's always you find like animalism in a lot of these myths. So it's not odd to see. It's odd to see an elephant riding a rat, but it's not odd to see them deifying animals. The Celtic did it. The Norse guys did it. The Greek guys did it.
Wait. Someone mentioned the pigeon earlier. Y'all Christians and Jews better put respect on the pigeon's name. That bird used to be the only animal, or one of the only animal that could pay for your sin. Imagine that. The pigeon worth more than gold. Remember, the Jews used to sacrifice pigeon for their sin.
I thought it was goats. I thought it was goats.
Goats. That is why everyone want to be the goat. The goat used to pay for your sin, and the pigeon.
That's where the whole term scapegoat comes from.
The price of doing wrong then went up.
Yeah, it's a goat.
Yeah, that's where the whole term scapegoat comes from. Sacrificing goats for people's sins and stuff.
Yeah, shoplifting, 2
scapegoats.
pigeons. Murder, 1 goat. Y'all better know.
And the pigeon was the first. The pigeon was the first DM. Very first DM was a pigeon.
Yep.
I made what up about the scapegoat? Google scapegoat. And look up the etymology of that term. You'll see. Why? That's why. Find out why it's called scapegoat.
Yeah, y'all don't, because it's not relevant now. But imagine back then when you could pay for your sin, and the price is a goat.
Shit, you can pay for your sins right now, bitch.
Hey.
Your sins at 6:30 in the morning on the West Coast, nigga. Go ahead and sacrifice a goat right now, nigga.
You stupid.
A goat.
That's stupid.
Price for murder was a goat. The price for stealing was, I think it was 2 pigeon. And for lying,
what's that shit y'all had on the screen about
for claiming to be atheist.
Taz, you saw that was Ganesh. That was that was the Indian deity Ganesh on his elephant.
Like 6 pigeon every.
I mean, on his rat.
Shit, bro. I don't know what the fuck y'all was
blaspheming on God.
With. I just want to know, bro. Why was a rat on the screen with an elephant riding it and shit? What was the purpose of that?
Because people have been saying that was an African deity, a black deity, that Ganesh was black. So Psycho went and pulled up a picture, and I was like, show Ganesh, show these people Ganesh. Because I guess Runoko Rashidi or one of them blackologists said that Ganesh, the Hindu god Ganesh, was an African god.
Hindu god. Okay.
Now, that's part of the Hindu god. Okay. Hell nah.
No, we ain't saying that shit.
Hell nah.
Blackologists are running around here saying that shit.
I'm gonna say, bro, bro, who introduced that to the black community?
Nah, we ain't taking that L. We got other L's we can take as far as guys go, but I ain't holding that L right there. That one I'm not holding.
The same motherfuckers that say we was always here and we was always in every goddamn continent on planet Earth.
Damn. 12,000 years ago. Yeah. 12,000 years ago, we came up with the Hindu deity Ganesh and left it with the people in India. We didn't try. We didn't take the memory. We didn't take the memory of Nash back to Africa when we back migrated.
You
We
ain't
left
gonna
it with
find
them.
no black culture that's done with no rights. You're not gonna find that.
So quick question, because I ain't never studied no religions like that. So is Hinduism polytheistic?
Mm-hmm.
Poly.
Hell, it's hell. I was man. I would even poly is man. They got so many gods. Ty, the hell.
Yeah, I thought it was just Buddha. I didn't know.
No, Buddha.
He's the big bad. He's the big bad. Like
Yeah,
all polytheism, you got a big bad, right? Whether he's the biggest, baddest god of them all, but they acknowledge other gods, right? There's other gods that's out there, like Zeus in Greek mythology, Odin in Norse mythology. Like these are the big bads, but there's other gods though that's around.
Yeah,
ignorant. I ain't know.
like Hinduism got so many different gods. You can start off with the first three, and then from those first three, Brahma, Shiva, and Vishnu and their consorts, because they got like I was saying earlier. And Buddha is not a god. And Buddhism is different from Hinduism. Facts. Buddhism is totally different from Hinduism.
Buddha is not a god?
No. Buddha is more of like a teacher that taught.
They say they say most Buddhists are low key atheists. To be honest with you, that's what they say. They say Buddhists are low key atheists. They don't even really believe in higher powers.
Damn. Okay. So yeah, I had that part confused. And so I thought Buddha went with Hinduism. So Hinduism is the Vishnu motherfucker, because I do remember.
Yeah.
Right.
Hinduism starts
Ones
with
with the
Brahma,
donkey heads,
Shiva, and Vishnu. Yep.
Shiva.
So
and
Brahma is the head of.
Yeah, I don't
Yes.
remember learning a lot
Shiva.
about that one though. I don't remember learning about
Shiva, Brahma, Shiva, and Vishnu. They create what they equal or equate to God, generator, operator, and destroyer. So those would be the beginning of that pantheon. You got Brahma, the creator, Shiva, the generator, operator, and destroyer. You got Shiva, the operator, and Vishnu, which is basically
Isn't
death
that like
or chaos.
God?
Yeah.
But doesn't that predate all the Abrahamic faith?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yeah, Brahma is also the caste system in which Kamala Harris's father is a part of.
He was a Brahmin.
That would be a Brahmin.
Ah, shit. I heard those are the worst in India.
Those are like the top.
Yeah.
So if you go back to that system of gold, bronze, silver, those would be the gold people in that paper. The Brahmins would be the gold people in that caste system. Then you have your silver people, and everybody at the bottom would be what are they called over in India? They got a name for them. I can't remember the name that they call them.
Untouchables.
Is that what they're called? The untouchables?
Yeah. You're at the bottom.
Damn, the untouchable.
I know the Brahma and I know the Singh. The Brahmas, they're like the racist ones. The Singhs, they seem more like the all-inclusive, trying to make peace, treat each other equally. The Vedas, I think the Vedas are at the bottom.
Yeah, I don't know a lot about their society, but I tell you this though, if you are at the bottom of the society you come from, I don't know how the hell you can come here and somehow be at the top. That's crazy to me.
That they're at the top. They didn't change. They can't skip caste. When they come here amongst themselves, the caste system still exists, and that's where the war and stuff happen because over here you could change your financial status or your political status, you know, but amongst themselves, amongst other Indians, they still look at them by that caste system.
So let me ask you this: so, is there a way for like Kamala to, now that she's up a little bit in terms of like notoriety and money and whatnot, can she move her family out of that caste system, or are they stuck there forever?
Her family's at the top of the caste
Yeah, her
system.
family's at the top of the caste system.
Oh,
Forever.
Okay, I thought you
Forever. She,
Yeah, forever. Meaning,
yeah, I know the
it's
vet
messed
or the
up
book.
because you see, if you're at the bottom of the caste system over there, there's only certain jobs you could get.
That you can
Like if you're the untouchable,
The grave digger.
the untouchable job is garbage collector
Yeah.
and discarding the dead. That's their job.
Yeah, pooper scoopers. And people that handle dead bodies.
So they clean the street and
Yeah.
discard dead bodies. That's their job. They can't do in that system. They can't get any other job. And meaning your kids born into that. That's the only job available for your kids in that system. Meaning
That's
if you
it.
come to America, become a millionaire, and go back there, they still treat you according to the caste.
That's what I'm asking. So no matter where you go in the world, no matter what you do, when you go back there though, you still part of that bottom caste.
Yeah.
That's how Britain is. Yeah, you gotta be born in the money and shit like that outside this
Yeah.
country. In this country,
But
you
I
can
also
buy your
asking
way
for the
into it.
link.
You can buy your way into the caste system over here. Like most other countries, nah, you gotta be born in the money.
Yeah, Kamala Harris's people were over kings and rulers. She was her people was in the caste system was one step higher than a king or a ruler, prime minister, all that. So her being vice president obviously was a step down if you want to try to make a comparison.
Yeah, wow, you saying a step down?
Yeah, a Brahmin is higher than a damn king and a ruler in India.
You got to listen to the name.
Yeah, but that
It's
bitch
in
don't
the
want to live.
it's in the name. It's
Go
in the
ahead.
name.
Yeah, but over there it's different. They're at the top of the caste.
Right. It's in the name, Brahmin. Meaning
More
you are
ruling caste
directly
you'll find is
related
Singh.
to the
Like when you hear
creators
them
of
with
the
the last
system.
name Singh, Singh. I know people in Jamaica, they see a lot of those, the Singh. They were the merchant caste. The Singhs were the merchant. So the Indians that set up shop, the Indians that sell fabrics, the Indians that have the little tailoring thing going on, those were the Singhs. You know.
And if they want to learn about Hinduism, there's a whole wiki page on it.
But I'm trying to understand Dev's point, because if it's a step down to be vice president in the greatest nation on the planet, then why isn't she there running that country? Because she can't, right?
Probably so. Who knows?
Women
Yeah,
can't.
there's no need to run it if she's if her lineage
Already
is,
there at the top.
yeah.
Well, I'm saying her, but women can't assume those roles there, can they?
I don't know. I don't know how that shit work over there, Taz. I'm not gonna even front like I know.
No, you can't blend political ideas with their, and this would be ancient spiritual
Spiritual
practices or
shit, right? From
philosophies.
12,000 years ago.
You
Shit.
can't
Oh,
you can't do that. When people talk about reincarnation, that's the mobility throughout their caste system. This is why you had to have good karma and dharma. So that's how you would move up. But if you was boarded to it, even if you made money and prominence, you would still be considered part of that caste that you was boarded to.
Shit.
But you could rise up in social rank.
Vyasa, that's what kept them in the caste system though, because people believe that the only way for you to have a better life is for you to live this life in suffering and suffer as the most humble you could be,
accept the suffering, and when you die, you will return at a higher level.
Yeah, asceticism is crazy no matter what spiritual practice it is.
Yeah.
Christians got, they all got a sense of that.
Whether they call it religion, spirituality, it's all the same bullshit to me. It's all to capture your mind and keep you in a state that you could never. Literally, they kidnap your body. They kidnap your whole being in this life and have you waiting to die and wait for your blessing to come in the next life, or for you to rise up in the caste system upon reincarnation. Something that never happened, something that no one can ever prove.
Wait, so that's what they believe. They believe that when you die, you come back in a different caste.
Yeah.
Or
And
different, yeah, or
Basically,
different
well, it would
form.
be based off your deeds. It's
Right,
not
based off your
automatic.
deeds.
It's not automatic, no.
Yep.
Oh, okay. So
Because
that's why.
you could return, you could keep returning. The goal is to get to an ultimate level of, let's just say, awareness.
Yeah, so
You're
they
right.
don't
And
have.
you would go in cycles, and you would stay in those cycles until
I just
you
want to
break
understand
free
something
of
though.
these earthly ideas.
Have that Christian setup where you can be forgiven. Everything you do is that's it forever. Is that what you're saying?
You kind of cut out, so I need you to repeat that if you don't mind. I
So,
heard Christian, and then you cut
uh,
out.
so it's so I'm saying it's nothing like the Christian setup where you can be forgiven once you do something. It's done forever.
Nah,
No, and then you'd have to
because you can
remember that
always
this
come back.
one.
You
Yeah,
can
and then you
always
got
be
to
reincarnated, depending on the system that you follow. And some of them you get destroyed.
Yeah, and then you got to remember there's many Christianities, and they had their own thoughts and views on stuff.
Let
But
me ask.
before y'all get too far away, Sabio, did you see that comment earlier? Just for the chat about the thuggies and them worshiping Cali,
Yeah, I did, but I
and how
couldn't
we
get to
got Cali
pull it
thugs
up.
and all that. Just
I didn't get
so
to pull it up.
Like
I see it.
the Buddhists could find enlightenment through meditation. Do Hindu do the same thing too?
Yes,
Mm.
some of them. It depends. Like
but
I
you got
said,
to
it all
remember in
depends.
Hinduism, yeah, they got different
They
deities
got different deities, and
and
different deities
different
have different
intentions.
practices.
Yeah.
Right,
Like
right.
thuggies, for example, I was
Say a
just
Hindu.
speaking on y'all. Hold on, if y'all don't mind. Me speaking on the thuggies and them worshiping Cali. They whole philosophy and religion is centered on robbing motherfuckers. That's what they do. So to sit back and say, you reach this a level of character of good being or mental awareness, I don't think that would apply to people like that.
Right.
Then you got
And
destruction gods and
I seen
they
you
think.
mention I saw
Go
you
ahead.
mention the Vedas and things like that, but you got to read things like the Rig Veda, the Upanishads to understand the concept of karma. And it seemed like people forget about samsara, the
And they
cycle
got
of
so
rebirth.
yeah, Sabio, they got so much stuff.
They got so much stuff. Like you don't get reborn through karma. You get reborn through your samsara. That's a whole different level of thinking.
Yeah. Them pink
And
toes bought us a bastardized version of it where it's just yoga and good karma and
right, and good karma.
yeah, and it's so much more
It's
to
so
these
much more.
philosophies. And the sad part is there's so much mathematics hidden in that stuff. But you
That
gotta
shit is
be
crazy.
you gotta be prepared to really, really indulge yourself in
Oh,
different
hold on.
philosophies.
I get it now because Buddha actually come way later. This thing's been all this monkey, elephant riding rats been going on long before Buddha.
Long
Because it
before
was
Buddha.
Siddhartha Gautama,
Yes.
who is from India, who was born into a caste system.
Caste system.
And didn't want to stay in the caste system, leave his palace. He was a Brahma.
He
And
was a
when he
Brahmin. And
wandered,
he made, yep.
Yeah,
And
sit
he
down
brought
under
up
a
Hinduism.
Bodhi tree for days. He
Yep.
sat under the Bodhi tree until he got skinny because he wasn't eating. And when he almost died, I guess
He had some
he
enlightenment,
had enlightenment.
supposedly.
And then
So look, I don't talk about these
I
religions and shit.
think Brahma is when you hit enlightenment, but you choose to stay amongst the people and teach them. And reaching the level of Buddha is kind of like when
Man,
Jesus
fuck Buddha, bro.
disappeared.
What are we doing right now? So let me ask y'all a question, bro. Like, here's the thing. This is what I don't get. When it comes to those religions, it seems like that different setup is more beneficial to them though, because they don't live life every day with the thought of forgiveness. So they almost got to live life every day righteously. Versus this religious setup here gives people the ability to think, oh, well, I'll just be forgiven and go to heaven. All I got to do is say, I'm sorry, God. You know what I'm saying? I think this setup is more beneficial to like a society. I mean, if you're going to do that shit, at least don't let the people feel like they can get away with shit. And I think that's what our religion here does versus what y'all describing with that one. If you gonna die based on everything you did, there's never no forgiveness. You ain't there's nothing you can do to get out of what you did. Some people ain't gonna do shit. You know what I'm saying? They're not even gonna walk down that path of you know what I'm saying, doing foul shit, doing wrong, being fucked up to people, versus thinking you'll be
Kind of,
forgiven.
Taz. Kind of. Because if you look at indulgences and this concept of forgiveness, if you couldn't pay your indulgences, this is when, and you got to keep in mind, this is their thoughts that I'm speaking towards. This is when you get trapped in purgatory, and you're not even in heaven or hell at that point. You're in the realm of the lost. That's what the whole Martin Luther movement was truly about, was him attacking them teaching indulgences. And you could argue he wanted his own church to do his own thing, but he did that by attacking indulgence. So if you was rich, you could pay for your sins and just do whatever the fuck you wanted. If you was broke, your sins stayed with you. So if you died broke, if grandma died broke, she don't get to go to heaven. To play
That's
with the
crazy.
parallel of the caste systems and this idea of
It's a perfect means of controlling people though, controlling people at the bottom, because you can't pay for your sin. So the only way to see a better life is to live this life in submission, be humble, die broke, die in suffering, and you will have a chance in the next life. But if you rebel in this life, you're gonna come back in suffering in the next life. And your kids are gonna born in suffering. So the only way to get out of it is to accept the suffering, be humble, live the best life you can in suffering. And then in the next life,
Crazy.
which you don't know if there's gonna be a next life, you might end up having a better chance.
It's the
But
biggest.
I think
It's the
that was
biggest hustle in the world. It's the biggest
The
hustle in the
biggest
world.
hustle.
You'll get all. You'll reap all the world awards after death.
Yeah. And those at the top can break all the laws, break all the rules. If you have money, you can pay for your sin. And if not, then who cares? Your kids are going to born into this high caste system at the top. And you are going to come back in suffering. But guess what? That's acceptable because no one ever die and come back. No one ever die and come back. Or no one ever come back to say, hey, after that I went to hell or I went to heaven. The
and then
only
you
thing
got
you know
what?
is this life.
Then you got what was it? Calvinist with predestination. So it don't matter what you do, God already said you're going to hell or you're going to heaven. Either however you want to flip that coin. So it really depends on what sector of these religions you're looking at, Taz.
Hey, that right there is crazy. The whole concept of that bullshit called predestination. Huh? Them preterists or preterism. That whole concept is crazy.
Bro, I wish you hit the panel with that bullshit, bro. Like I don't believe we should be fighting for people of color. I don't think we should argue for people of color. I don't think people of color should ever come into conversations about black people. So to like for me, people of color is always a red flag. You know what I'm saying? So that's why
People of
I
color,
don't support that. Yeah, I don't support that statement.
all people have color. What does that entail?
It's too open of a
People of
statement.
color means anybody that's not white.
Yeah.
That's what that means.
That's what I'm saying. So, what are we talking about? I don't know. Like
Well,
this.
when I was saying, because by any means, put in the chat, he put Kaepernick's exact statement. But in that statement, he's saying he's standing up for black people and people of color. So, yeah, fam, I don't like great. I don't stand up for people of color, though. Like,
Yeah,
my
everybody's mixed by any means. Name me somebody who's not mixed.
That part.
people of color at one point became like a catchphrase to not say black. And yeah, I can't fuck with it.
That's why I don't like all that political correct talk or PG cussing. If you're gonna say the shit you thinking the shit,
Just
just say
say
the
it.
shit.
Right.
Mixed with what? I'm supposed to know what a person is by you saying the word mix.
No, people of color means Asian. It means mixed people, but it also means Asian, right? It means Native Americans, and it means Latinos. Yeah, anybody that's not white. Anybody that's not white.
Here come the crazy shit. No such thing as a white person. Here come the bullshit. No,
Race
it's such
denial,
thing as a white person, bro.
Race denial.
Nah, what you mean? Don't do semantics.
That's either somebody that's a Scrabble player, or that's somebody who's race denial.
No, there is no semantics about the word mixed. Because when most black people say mix, that's supposed to automatically mean that you at least got one black parent, and I've never used it. So why do we have to just mess around and assume that everybody else know what people are talking about when they use the word mix? And that's supposed to automatically mean you at least got one black parent.
Mm-hmm.
Automatically.
Off the bat.
Just off the rip.
At best, you got one black parent.
So what if you Asian and Filipino? What if you Chinese and Filipino?
You're
or
biracial.
Chinese and, or Filipino and Mexican? Are you mixed?
Hold up. Wait, you said Chinese and Filipino. No, you just bicultural.
Or Mexican,
you're still Asian.
Or Mexican and Filipino.
Mexican and Filipino, that's a tricky one. I would say they were still the same race of people, different culture.
Mixed mean mulatto?
It depends on what type of Mexican you're talking about, though. A lot of those Mexicans are mixed down, so
I'm talking about from Mexico.
There's
no,
probably
just regular
Mexican
Mexican,
or
but
Asian.
I would still consider that person Asian.
The sad thing is the Spanish
I consider them mixed.
The sad thing is the Spanish caste system.
Filipino and a Chinese to me is just an
probably
Asian.
got a name for it.
Yeah,
You
it's an
should
Asian,
just
yeah.
pull it up and look it on the screen because it's probably in there. The Spanish caste system, what they call it, the casta. I'm pretty sure we'll find it. If y'all want to go down that rabbit hole, that is.
Nah. I want to go down that rabbit hole of that because
they broke down damn near all of them and from every angle. You get what I mean? If it was a black with a white, if it was a black with a native, if it was a mixed with a black, like they broke the caste system down.
Because if we go down that if we go down it, and that's another thing that I was
They
talking
don't have
about.
a specific term for a Mexican and an Asian. They would just call them mestizo, like anything else. They just call them mestizo. There's no one particular term they said for a Mexican and an Asian. And mestizo, that's a mixed person. So they would call them mixed.
So again, this race conversation is a difficult conversation to have when we do what? Try to apply the Western lens to the conversation. Because that's what is
it's like I said, there's no perfect science to it. And that part that we're discussing right now, this is the social construct part of it. So like I acknowledge there is a social construct part in it, but it's based around biology though. And it's just what the social construct part is like what we're discussing. What labels are we putting on these people? Like what do we call a person that's this, and what what boxes are we going to create based off the biology? Us discussing whether or not mixed people are black and stuff like that. That part is the social construct. People of color only referred to black people initially in the 1600s to 1990s.
According to who?
Yeah, I don't even remember people using that term in the 1600s. People was using that term in the 1600s. People of color.
Yeah, I was around in the 90s, man. People wasn't using that term.
Yeah, they damn sure wasn't using it in the 1600s. I don't even know if we was colored people in the 1600s. But we colored people in the 1600s. Maybe we was colored people then.
Not from what I was reading. Shit, we were
everything I read always said Negro. I ain't even
Negro
colored.
or
Yeah, I didn't even
slave.
see colored in the 1600s.
And slave was and Negro was synonymous with slave.
African, yeah, they'll say African slave.
And those were synonymous, right? If you saw African, you saw slave next to it.
No, there is no literature in Oxford or any of the English literature that referred to people that were not Anglo-Saxon in the 14th and 15th centuries in Europe. That described them as people of color. So that's cap for that part. I would go later than that, but I don't know why you started in the 1400s.
And I like Taz. I don't remember people saying that shit in the 90s either. Like that's some new stuff. People of color, like they adopted that fairly recent.
Yeah, nobody was referring to anybody on the continent of Africa.
Colors, it was minorities. It was just minorities before people of color. That kind of people of color kind of took over. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember minority being thrown around heavily, in fact. But people of color is more so like I would say after like 2005.
Yeah. 2000s is when I started hearing that term really getting thrown around like that.
Yeah, I didn't know who they was fucking talking about.
Well, initially I only heard it used in terms of Mexicans. Like I didn't hear it about us. You know what I'm saying? Like pushing it as joining one group until let's say Obama, like that era. But before that, that was a whole separate group. Like black people didn't consider ourselves no fucking people of color.
Yeah, I ain't never that. Like I said, that's fairly new. That's fairly new.
Are y'all able to show any literature to reference what y'all typing in the chat? Because y'all just typing shit now.
Yeah, I agree with Tiff. People of color is what liberals use to integrate everybody with black people. So we have
started in the 1700s. They have French
people of color.
Yeah.
Well, who?
The French was doing it.
French.
Down in the French part of
When
the
America
Americas.
adopted.
Says the first mention is gens de couleur, people of color in the
Gens
American
de
press.
color.
Yeah, originated from the
Just
Caribbeans in the late 1770s and throughout the 1780s. For example, a report in Guadalupe in the Connecticut Journal, June 10th, 1778, and another was in the Pennsylvania Packet from Martinga, 1782. The English people of color seems to have been a direct translation of the French in 1794, the American Star.
People of color.
The term people of color is often used to refer to all non-white groups with the intention of promoting solidarity and addressing shared experiences of racial discrimination. It doesn't say when the use in America started. Yes, that's here. See, the use of the term "person of color," especially in the United States, is often associated with the social justice movement, which is the 2000s. That's the 2000s. Uh, Style guides from American Heritage Guide and contemporary usage of and style with Stanford Graduate School of Business and Mount Holyoke College, all recommended the term person of color over alternatives, unlike colored, which historically referred primarily to black people and is often considered offensive. Person of color is its variants refer exclusively to all non-European peoples, often with the notion that there political solidarity among them, and according to one style guide, are virtually always considered terms of pride and respect. So this came. It started being used here in the United States in the 2000s.
Yeah, that's that DEI talk, nigga. let's be real, bro. That's that
So
we all one. Let's work together to get at this white man.
so Vyasa, on your French origin, I'm gonna check your link.
No, I'm not.
Cambridge.
Yeah, I'm just talking about like the origins. I'm not pushing back. Well, I'm saying the uses of it in the United States, though. Like when.
No, I am actually pushing back because I'm referring to the French themselves, not what a review and something in parentheses like, okay, who these people were talking about, people that are black, from Africa, people of color. I'm talking about like literature that was written, like origins back then, like you can go in the library, get some shit, and then even if it's in French, the term which you had used translated into people of color as it's written back in the 1700s. That's what I was referring to. But go ahead, I'm gonna check this link out, Bias. Because this actual study from Cambridge is referring to the phrase "people of color" based on what is used in current times. So again, I'm still going to call cap in saying something that was originated back in 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries, whether it was in the US, Europe, Asia, or anywhere on planet Earth. The phrase translated into people of color is absent. Not someone describing that written something down that has written something down after in the 21st century. That's basically because I'm not even finding anything in America in the 20th century. Documentaries, no, that don't count. Because the person that's narrating, they're using the term people of color. And the person that's narrating only started using the term in the 21st century. So if you had like a treaty, a doctrine, or as I mentioned, something that was originated, like you typed in the chat, then you know what I'm saying, we'll have something to discuss. But for now, I'm calling Cap. Free. Yeah, I just didn't start looking this people of color shit up today. Free people of color in the 1700s, in the 1800s. That's Cap also. That's referring to slavery. I'll give you color.
Okay, so he's telling us to look up free people of color. He's talking about again, we go back to France, like Yasser was saying. It's a French term that got passed through Haiti and the Creoles and everything else, because that's what they refer to the Creoles as for the most part. And it had to do with having mixed ancestry and being free. So they pretty much was talking about Creoles. And yeah, down in Louisiana, that culture down there, yeah, they used that term, but that was not a nationwide thing. It was the Louisiana. That's only because of the French ties. But yes, they used it down there during certain time periods.
So you're saying there's direct verbiage in Caribbean or South Louisiana in 17th, 18th, or 19th centuries?
Yeah, it's during it's during the 1700s, 1800s. Yeah. I'm gonna see if I can get 18th century, yeah. By late 18th century, going into the 19th.
So just to be clear, not someone narrating saying, "Hey, the free people of color was these people back in that time." I'm looking for something that was directly quoted, like originated back then, a doctrine, you know what I'm saying, and then acknowledgement, a treaty, a letter, anything that originated back then. And you're saying in South Louisiana, something was written or something was actually said in a speech and verbiage using people or free people of color.
You basically looking for something primary of them representing themselves.
Yeah. Yes, exactly.
Primary sources.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure there are plenty of documentaries with the Netflix and viral access to media.
Yeah, I'm looking now.
What are you trying to find, Dev? Not necessarily the phrase being used, but are you trying to find like it as a classifier? Or?
No. So I'm still reading your link in the back chat. I'm not looking for someone today narrating or describing or give their perception of or translating something or referring to a group of people in
primary.
Yes.
Primary.
I'm looking for an original doctrine, a primary literature, a treaty, a speech, a media quote, anything from back then. Like this was done in back then, and then that phrase, people of color, and who they were talking about. Yeah, like that.
I found some newspapers, and it goes to what Psycho was saying. It was referring to the people in Haiti in the
The dates on the
1790s.
newspapers. You got the
Yeah,
dates. Okay.
yeah, in the 1790s. This one, 1798. It's a long article. I'd have to I'd have to go back and read further into it to find
No.
exactly what they're
Give,
talking
give,
about.
get. Yeah. What's the publish?
Oh, give me just a second to look
All
at
right.
it.
Yeah. You ain't gotta do all that if you got if it's long and shit. I know. You
So
go ahead.
There's
I stepped
the
away for the.
Kentucky. There's the Kentucky Gazette,
Okay.
1797.
Okay.
Looks like they all from the Kentucky Gazette.
Kentucky Gazette.
The Independent Gazetteer. I don't know where the hell that was from. It's somewhere out of Pennsylvania. The Great Mountain Patriot, 1799. The Vermont Gazette,
And what is this?
1792.
And what is this towards the word the term people of color?
Yeah.
An
So
origination, not someone today giving a narrative or documentary saying, yeah, back then
This one's on my
people of
birthday,
color was not like that.
so
October 26,
because
1791. The
Okay.
Pennsylvania Herald,
Okay.
because
York
what
General
because
Advisor.
because what's been overlooked are
But
the
it's
dates
all
of the term. Hold
majority of
on,
these.
Vyasa,
Hold
hold
on,
on,
Sabio. Hold on, because you came
Let
in
let
on
him finish,
something.
Samuel.
But majority of these, and this is the furthest back I'm finding, is 1790s. Majority of these are all referring to Haiti.
Okay.
I don't see anything about the states so far.
all right. And the thing that what people is missing, and me and True Story mention it all the time. What happened before the Constitution? What happened in 1786? What were we calling ourselves? What did we decide to call ourselves in 1786 at the Free African Society with the founding of the Free African, not people of color? So before the term persons of color or people of color were being used, what was our descendants organizing around? African or African American, not people of color. How do we forget about that society and and the the help and the organizations and the shit that was utilized from that ideology and that organization? How do we overlook that? Huh, Vyasa?
If you was asking me, you know you asking the wrong Negro.
No, I'm basically asking in general, not asking you as if you one of the people that overlook it. No, I'm just saying in general. How do people
Oh, I
skip
was
that
saying
part
that
of
in
our
regards
history?
of I would never co-sign people of color. I was chewing on
Right,
something.
right, right. I
But
understand what you're saying.
historically, just to inquisiting on that thought, we do see it then.
Right.
And and to not
Hintes
go back
color.
down the lane of being anachronistic again, it does make sense for this term to start originating around that time frame. One, because you're gonna have more of your everyday white person coming in contact with quote unquote people of color. For the
Mm-hmm.
most part, a lot of them would have been isolated to their areas. As we become this quote unquote melting pot, now you've been exposed to different races and people groups.
And you have to
So I can see,
categorize them somehow.
yeah, so I can see them, we going based off their literature, not
Mm-hmm.
necessarily ours.
Mm-hmm.
Because we always been, I hate to play with this, people of color. So why the fuck would we write about being colored? We've always been what we've
If
been.
we always been colored, right? While we call ourselves people of color, that
So it
that
would
shit
make
don't make
sense
sense.
for
That's an
them to start
oxymoron.
describing. I don't want to call it a new phenomenon. It's in regards of human history, but a new phenomenon in European history to the masses is being exposed to people of a different melanated hue.
And
So
remember,
I can see it
and,
originating around that time.
and
See,
you
but
got
see,
to remember,
black though,
you got to remember. Oh, go ahead, Ty.
I would say we was never all in with other groups, like we are now. We were never inclusive like that. We were never out openly fighting for other people's causes like that. And we didn't let people use our imagery to fight for their causes. So the term people of color couldn't underlie underneath black. And to be honest, I don't think other groups would have wanted it to. Like these Chinese, when they coming in, country don't like them, kicking them out. It didn't benefit us to be attached to any of them groups, and we didn't allow it. That's more modern.
I don't think I disagree with that. Why? Because you got to understand the construction and the things that our ancestors was fighting for at that time, what our people was fighting for, and how including other groups would not help benefit them at that time. So the term people of color, if they did use it, they knew it applied to them. But you don't really
Well,
see that throughout the literature
to
written
jump in
by
between
our
y'all,
people.
all those other people groups would mandate that they wouldn't be treated like the African,
And that's the
whether
other part of the conversation.
whether it
Bingo.
was natives or Asians. You have
They
whole coolie wars where the Chinese merchants, this is South America, where they're mandating that you're not gonna reprimand us in public and embarrass us in front of these black people. We're above them socially, and we demand to be. This is just a paraphrase of their literature, but we demand to be above the blacks, and you'll see it amongst the natives and every other people group. So you have that dynamic come into play.